Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it. The fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling his dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps. Ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the tee when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Woo! Hold on. Let's get some more early morning music.
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
We brought.
Oh my God! Well, baby, shake it. Let's go.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there is stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition, where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Well, now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Go. Like, just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule will get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one.
Oh. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, y'all. What's good? Phoenix Fox. Or Phoenix Fish. Damn, I called you Phoenix Fox. My bad, bro. Phoenix Fish. And Nate Ways, 12th man. 12th man, fresh out of surgery. He's doing fine, though, y'all. He's doing good. Fresh out of surgery. He made it, man. He made it. This is America. You know, I think I'm gonna get into my little diatribe. Cause, you know, I like to do little monologues. Just give me a second, guys. I got this brand new ass truck. It's like so new. It's like buying a new glove if you ever played baseball. You know, it's really cool because you got a new glove, but it's gonna take some time to really crack that buddy in, you know, crack that sucker in. It's really gonna take some time. What is it? 303584. Can somebody write that in the chat real quick for me? Can somebody type that in the chat for me real quick? 303584. 303584. Somebody type that in the chat for me. 303584. 303584. 303584. 303584. Somebody type that in the chat for me. Please. Just give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. 303584. All right. What would I do without my baby? Yo, it's so crazy that we played that song, and I just saw Lil Mo last weekend. Oh yeah, y'all are the realest. Y'all are the realest. Good looking, man. Yeah, good looking. Good looking. Y'all are the realest right now, man. I really appreciate that. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. So yeah, this new truck is it's got so many bells and whistles. I think it's got more bells than whistles, though. I know you guys can probably hear it. It's got a lot of fucking bells. It's always belling. Like, there's sometimes where I'm just not gonna put my fucking seatbelt on. Like if I'm at I'm somewhere, you know, in a yard or something. I'm not about to wear my seatbelt in the yard. Like I put my seatbelt on all the time when I'm out on the streets. I'm not fucking crazy. But if I'm in a yard somewhere, I'm not putting my seatbelt on. This thing, it's got so many goddamn bells. I can't even back up without my seatbelt on. Sometimes when you're backing up, you need to damn near have your whole body out of the truck, Like, I gotta, like, oh, fuck it. Let's just, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we'll just leave it in that pen. You know, we're gonna get into this little diatribe shortly. First of all, make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe if you are new here, and as always, if you want to help support these 24-hour streams and what we do over here, hit the Cash App. There should be some Cash Apps. And this month is also Portia's birthday month. So please, please support Portia in her birthday month. She does so much work. She's never really appreciated. Nobody appreciates black women, Nobody really appreciates them. They just use them up. They never appreciate them. Portia's like, I hate comparing her to a animal, but she's like a thoroughbred, man. She really is. She's like pie oh my. Like pie oh my. She's really like that, for real. She's really she's really like one of the glues that really keep this whole ship running, and really appreciate her. So for this month, really try to show her that you care, and make sure make sure you guys show her that you appreciate her this month. It is her birthday month, and you only get one birthday. You only get one birthday. Well, I mean, you get however many birthdays you're gonna get, but you only get one birthday a year. And I don't want to say the specific date, but it is in October. So make sure you guys hit the Cash App $ Portia J with the E at the end. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get into this little I'm gonna get into my monologue, because I think we can see America in a lot of ways. It's not what it used to be. But I think the funny thing about America is it was always headed this way because in a culture, in a society, in a group, whatever, you're only as strong as your weakest link. Every culture knows that. Every culture understands that. You're only as strong as your weakest link. And when you have a nation, a country that targets other races of people and forces them to be outcast from society, you're creating a culture where, yeah, you may win in the short, but in the long run, you're going to lose because you're only as strong as your weakest link. And if you're purposefully trying to create a weak link, if you're purposefully creating laws, agendas, narratives to force a weak link, well, you're going to have to pay for that. The chickens are going to come home to roost. So, in certain aspects of American culture, we've gotten so far off of what this culture is supposed to be. You know, I grew up, they always said America was a melting pot of many different cultures. But now, all I hear about is white culture, black culture, Asian culture, you know, millennial, Gen Z, all these, all these, these subcultures, sub societies, all this bullshit. When I grew up, it was all just the melting pot. It was simple. It was, you know, a melting pot is simple and very eloquent. You know, it kind of encapsulates all. But now we just cut everything up, and I think the more you cut up a pie, hold on a second, guy, hold on a second. The more, hold on a second, guys. The more you keep cutting up a pie, the more you just keep cutting it out. Cut. The less pieces are going to be left. So we've cut it up so much. Hold on. Hey. Thank you. Hopefully you got it. Hold on. Let's get back. Oh, damn. I was supposed to check out, baby. Check out, baby. We got to check out. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. So, okay, I'm almost done, you guys. I just gotta get this paperwork all filled out. And we're almost, damn, I got no miles on my truck. This is so crazy. No miles. All right, depart. We're out of there. We're out of there. I guess they were right. You know, I came to this place, and when I got here, my load was not ready, and they told me to wait, and now it's ready. So we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I don't know why it feels like this truck has been leaning to the side a little bit. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping, y'all. But anyway, you know, America in theory was probably the best, the best experiment ever in the world. In theory. Oh, we got 12 man. Theory. 12 man, just give me 1 second, man. In theory. But, you know, I think far too often when you confuse nationality with race and you place one over the other, it's always going to fail. Eventually, it's going to fail. When you place race over nationality, your country is going to fail. You know, they talk a lot about that Adolf, but, you know, he knew that nationality had to outweigh race. And people that just focus on race and not the betterment of the whole nation, you're the reason why America is the way that it is. You missed the point. It shouldn't be about race. You idiots talk about the black community when the black community is America's community. You talk about the Native American community, talk about the Asian community, the Indians coming in here, the Appalachian, all these subcultures, but we're all American, all of us. But it's so easy to try to differentiate. I know I kind of butchered that word, but it's so easy to try to say, oh, what's over there is over there. It doesn't affect me. But we're starting to see it now every day. Who knew there was Somalians in Maine? Those are two words that should never even go together. Somalian in Maine. Who knew? Who knew? But that's what happens when you think subconsciously. That's what happened when you think, oh, that's just the black community. That's how they got you. See, this whole idea of black communities, white communities, black supremacy, white supremacy, it hurt you white people way more than it hurt black people. Because at least with us, we have an enemy. We know who the enemy is. Whether that enemy is real or not, when you believe in white culture, white supremacy, white society, There's nobody you can blame. You don't know who the enemy is. Oh, MAGA, Donald Trump, he likes to tell you, oh, it's these liberals bringing in all these migrants. That's the problem. But in reality, these conservatives been bringing in these migrants for years. They've been bringing them in, letting them work at their companies, giving them work visas and green cards and all types of shit. They've been bringing them in for years. They've been letting them set up shop. The Republicans said, "Yeah, come in. We'll let you start. Set up shop, get yourself situated." So when the liberals really drive the hammer in, it'll be too late. And now there is no white community. And you have nobody to blame but yourself. You wanted to separate yourself so bad from the black community, so bad from the Latino community, so bad. Oh, the problems that affect them don't affect us. Now you're being eaten alive, and you're honestly being replaced. You're being replaced. And you can't do anything about it but become trolls online. That's it. That's what you've been reduced to. White men used to discover the West. They used to conquer. They used to, have kids, marry multiple women. Used to own businesses, fight wars. Now you guys have been pretty much turned into internet trolls, sissies, transgenders, relegated to nothingness and obscurity. And it all was a masterful plan. Masterful. It's all been a masterful plan. Yeah, let's divide them. Let's make them think that they're better than them. And what ended up happening was one of the best tricks ever done in history. This is one of the best sleight of hands that's ever been done in history. And you still are falling for it. You're still falling for it. This is why I think there is such a big phenomenon of, when I'm talking about, I'm not talking about 12th man. 12th man what 12th man represents is the old guard. He represents the old guard. He represents the white man that is unapologetically himself. He don't give a fuck what nobody thinks. Nobody thinks. But this new breed of white men, they're sissies, man. They're nothing like 12th man. They're weak, pathetic, pussy. They rather join a ladies' league before they hit a panel and show themselves. And unfortunately, 12th man, they don't build them like 12th man anymore. Those guys are a thing of the past. Unfortunately, they're a thing of the past, man. These weak men, these are the men now that are supposed to keep this idea alive of America.
Prep pills and where you don't get AIDS so you can get fucked up the ass as much
Yep.
as you want to, right?
Yep.
This is the society we live in,
Yep.
HB.
It's so you know. I think the idea of America is great. The idea is it's the best idea ever, honestly. But I think the system is great, but the people are flawed. The
Oh,
people,
there's Stanley.
yeah, the people were flawed. They built the best system ever, but the people running it, the people that started it out, they wanted to separate too
Let's start
much.
out flawed, but we made the best nation ever.
We did, we did, we
Really,
did. We really
you
did
know.
make the best nation ever. And nobody can take
Now
that away
they're
from
trying
America.
to ruin it.
Yeah. Well, my whole argument, 12th man, is I think it was ruined from the inception. Not because the idea was bad, but because the execution was off.
I
You
don't
can't
think that's
have a free
quite true.
country. You can't have a free country for some, but not all.
Was taking a lot of lessons.
So it's like
A lot
you
of
build
lives
a
lost.
yeah, it's like 12th man. You build a beautiful cake, but you left the razor in it. You
And
know?
people keep wanting to smash it too, so
Yeah.
there's that.
So you got this beautiful cake, but there's a razor inside of it, and every time you take a bite, it might be that sliced with a razor in it. Oh, there's a razor in this cake called America. There's a big, nasty, rusty razor in it. And it's only a matter of time before we
I
bite
don't
down
know.
on it.
I don't see it
What
like that.
specifically is the razor?
Wait. Stanley, what'd you say?
What specifically is the razor?
The razor is the my belief is you can't you can't build a nation on a lie. And I think when you build a nation where everybody is equal, this is a free country.
Okay, well,
Um,
the nation wasn't built like that.
no, I know, but that's
We
the lie
fought
that
wars over this shit.
that's the lie that they tell us though, that this is a free nation, this is a free country. People are able to do what they, whatever.
Well, yeah, but you do know that's not a new thing. That's literally
Yeah,
been.
and HB people got the wrong concept for what free means.
Yeah, no, I get it. I
I
get it.
don't think this channel has enlightened anyone on what freedom is.
No, no, no. We
As
haven't.
a matter of fact, what freedom is has been, in contention literally since 1776.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, these problems, in some ways, the problems are, we have to decide whether they're features or bugs. I mean, the founders knew there were problems um,
Yeah.
from the
Yeah.
beginning. I mean, I just wish, that people would go back, and nobody has the time, or people just aren't interested in these sorts of things. But what is happening today, if you go back and you read just the Federalist Papers, this shit's been around forever. There's
Yeah.
almost nothing new under the sun. The only thing that's really changed is the technology and the fallout, or the repercussions from technology.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Basics, the basics are the same. Same problems, some of the same problems we see today with immigration and that sort of thing have been
Yeah.
recurring. Back in the 1800s, it was the Chinese in California,
Yeah.
or it
Yeah.
was slave revolts. America has, shoot, the Indian, Europeans or the English coming in and taking over Indian
Yeah,
territory in Virginia.
yeah,
The white people were the immigrants at some point.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Except those immigrants displaced the natives.
Well, that's what I try to tell the natives
Some
then is
ways,
that
the immigration problems we're having today are almost karma.
people have been taking land from each other for millions of years.
Right,
You
but
know, you know,
we only care about 230 of those millions of years.
you know.
And I think it's ironic that Springfield is being taken over, kind of like the Europeans took over Indian villages, isn't it?
Yeah, that, and that's the thing too. It's like I feel like these Americans now they're so pussy. They want it one way. They want the government to come in and save them, but they're not willing to do what what it really takes to get things done.
What is it? What would you say is that thing to get it done?
I mean, Stanley, there's got to be blood in the streets. If you really if you really want to fight for your land, you want to fight for your freedom, there's got to be blood in the streets. Somebody's got to be a martyr.
that is literally
Blood on the road.
that is literally medieval.
It is,
Blood
but
on the
that
street.
Stanley, that's literally how this nation was founded, though.
Yep. And apparently we want to make the same mistakes instead of
Not
No,
an
no,
H.
no, 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 no. It's not a mistake. That's just
Hey
how we
guys,
are.
isn't that an
I don't.
HCDC song?
You know what? Either humanity gets better or it doesn't. Doing what it takes is what got us here in the first place.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
do we really want to keep doing what it takes, or what certain segments of the basically one faction or the other? I don't think bloodshed is what it takes.
No,
Well, we're
it
getting a
always takes
new
blood.
casino.
Nah,
Yeah, that new
Stanley.
casino is going to solve all our problems.
Yeah, I know. More consumerism. That's what's gonna solve the problems. Gambling. No, Stanley, I really do think at the end of the day, like war is the only thing that really solves any problem. And I don't think you can type in the chat and hit a StreamYard links to really solve these issues. I
Well,
don't
let
think
me
you
ask
can
you a question.
complain.
What did the Civil War solve?
What did it solve?
The only thing it solved is that states can't succeed without bloodshed. That's really
Right,
the only lesson.
right, right, right. That's a big law. That's a big thing, though.
So the
Also,
solution is don't secede from the Union.
you said what?
The solution or the lesson learned should be don't secede from the Union.
No, no, no. The lesson is if you want to succeed, there's going to be bloodshed. That's the lesson.
No, the lesson is if you don't want bloodshed, don't secede. If you do want bloodshed, secede.
Obey.
Right, right.
Is
You
what
still need to obey.
you actually are
If you
saying. Don't
if
be
you
a
don't want but if
don't
you
be a
don't want
pussy.
bloodshed, then
Don't
obey.
be a pussy.
You
Let's
must obey.
bloodshed.
That's why I know nothing is gonna happen or not.
And nothing should happen.
What's gonna happen is these migrants are gonna move in to all these. They're gonna move into everywhere. They're gonna take over this nation, and the white
I
people.
don't think you're right about that. I don't think John's
Uh,
right about that. I don't think Porsche is right about that. I think pretty much anyone who thinks that way is probably going to be proven wrong.
we'll see about it. We'll see about it.
Oh, we will see, and I am not worried. I think the first thing is if you lose the bubble and give in to impulse, you have lost the game. And that's
What do you mean? What do you
one
mean?
thing that the military has taught pretty much anybody in the military. The minute you get all emotional and start getting all frenetic because there's a problem, you have lost control of the problem.
Well, it's
Dun
definitely
dun
a
dun
problem.
dun dun.
It's definitely a problem. But is anybody
Well,
gonna do
don't
anything
panic
about
and
it?
be a Trump.
Well, that's the thing, Stanley. I think these people today, they actually think Trump is a solution for that problem. Trump is just a figurehead. What Trump represents is an idea. But in reality,
What
what
Trump
needs to
represents
happen,
is not an idea as much as knee-jerk reaction.
yeah, it's still an idea. It's not a solution though to the problem. There's so many, man, there's just so many problems that are going on with this nation that immigrants coming in are just they're just a byproduct of it.
Well,
You know,
they're not in Stanley's
What I
town
want
yet,
to
so
convey,
he don't care.
what I want to convey is that from day one, there have always been problems. This is
yeah,
not a new thing. It didn't start with Obama. It didn't start with Bush one. Didn't start with Reagan. Didn't it started with George Washington from day one.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, there's always been problems,
And there always will be.
man.
That's
I
just
just,
that's just the human condition.
yeah,
The truth is, Stanley, is you just don't care until they
yeah.
start flooding your neighborhood.
And
Then
Phoenix,
it'll be a different story,
um,
right?
12th man, why do you think I don't care?
Until they come to your neighborhood.
What makes you think I don't care?
Because you said it over and over again.
Well, you're right about that. But maybe what I say I don't care about isn't exactly your point. I never said I don't care if people invade my neighborhood, did I?
Yeah.
Nope.
You're fine with them invading other people's
You're
neighborhoods.
asking the question. I care if people invade my neighborhood.
You're fine with them
What
invading other people's neighborhoods.
What I don't care about is people thinking my neighborhood's going to be invaded because I doubt it will.
Yeah, okay. Keep thinking that.
I will keep thinking that, 12th man.
Ooh. I really do think it's one of those things where, yeah, there was always issues. I just think the reality and the ideals are two different things. The
That,
reality is it
What
takes
span of
blood.
people?
It takes blood. It takes blood to really get things done. People want to talk.
Well, another thing I learned from the military, and you've probably noticed it. People say, like my father who fought in Vietnam, they never want to talk about, the war because it's always the people like Trump who have never served a day in the military that talk about bloodshed and shit. People who've
Yeah.
actually seen it want no part of it.
No, I get it. I get it. I get it.
That's why the military, to get stuff like this done, the military is going to have to be involved.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there are generals and admirals who would kind of go with that flow, but I seriously doubt that there are very many. Okay, two
Yeah.
things that are inculcated in the American military is that we follow civilian rule
hmm
and that we don't do unlawful and unconstitutional things. Okay,
hey, Stanley, it's
the
going to
American
be funny.
at least the one
It's
that
gonna,
I'm familiar with, they cannot be
Stanley,
depended
Hold on, 12th
upon
man.
to go and execute American citizens or bloodshed. I don't know that they can be depended upon to go and kill, in quote invaders.
12th man.
Stanley, it's going to be funny when they're singing mariachi on your street.
You know what? It will be funny, and I'll make sure you're invited to the block party.
That would be kind of funny. That would be kind of funny. You know,
Well, I'll let you know when it
Stanley.
happens.
I hope it. I really do hope it never comes to that.
It
But
probably won't.
no, I probably won't because my whole thing is most of these guys are they're like they're so pussy. Like they think debating something is really gonna get something done.
You know what? Is bloodshed really going to do it?
I believe
No,
when you have foreign
maybe.
invaders, foreign invaders coming
They
into your
aren't
nation.
invaders. You remember, maybe you weren't here. Most of the drugs that are coming across the border.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I saw that.
So, I mean, what are we going to do?
China.
Kill the American drug mules who are
No, no, no,
American
no, no,
citizens?
no, no, no. What I'm saying is these people that are so up in arms, hurt about these um immigrants coming into the nation. If you really believe these people are foreign invaders, treat them like foreign invaders. But they won't. They won't even hit a StreamYard
Shoot
crate.
him.
Well, they're one or two. Like I think of a Dylan Roof. You know, he
Hmm.
literally wanted to start a race war. He believed that bloodshed was necessary.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
He's a
and
martyr.
look where it got him, and look what he did to get where he currently is. Innocent
Yeah,
people died, not invaders.
yeah, 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 yeah. No,
Okay, the people in Springfield are not illegal immigrants.
I know. I know.
Asylum seekers, whatever.
Earlier about Springfield, I was talking to a friend of mine. I'm trying to get to join this channel. He would definitely add to the economic part of it because he is an economist.
Yeah.
Asylum seekers.
I was talking to him today, and basically, Springfield was a dying city. Okay, and what DeWine and all these folks did is, hey, let's revive the city. Let's meet, let's kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. These
Yeah.
immigrants need work, etc. And the town is dying. Let's revive it. Okay, and in my opinion, the problem is not the immigration. The problem is basically resistance to change. And I have a cruder term and a cruder analysis, but I'm just going to say resistance to change. These people would rather their town die than revive in a way that they don't approve of.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
And,
yeah.
and that is not an immigration problem. I think it goes deeper than immigration. And like Tyrone just said, basically the immigrants are a scapegoat for a deeper problem. I agree with you.
I agree. I agree. I think it's this idea that because they're white, they know what's
Calling
best.
them illegal phoenix fish is splitting hairs.
Whitey.
Whitey thinking that they're in control.
Whitey, Teddy, Whitey.
Well,
Whitey everywhere.
DeWine had the school or whatever the NGO is in Haiti. Some of these people are probably hand selected to come here. They're not come. Some of these people didn't come here illegally.
Well, as long as they know how to make fry bread, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. No, no.
So
They
illegal, calling
were
them illegal when some of them were hand picked to come here, that is
Yeah.
splitting hairs, phoenix fish.
Yeah, I think
Human traffic.
I think a lot of this shit got kind of mixed in with each other. You know, you got the illegals at the border, and then this shit got kind of mixed in with it. But I do think the voodoo thing is real. You know, they do
So what if
voodoo.
it's real?
Yeah, they do practice voodoo.
So what?
So what?
Did
325,000
you see
children are missing. Who
Did
cares?
you see that video Portia showed of the snake handlers in North Carolina? So
Yeah.
I mean, what's worse, voodoo or snake handling?
Yeah, I mean,
It's
they're
kind of
pretty.
the same thing.
No, it is. It is. You
So
know,
it's not. We already have some weird
Who
religious.
cares?
All
325,000
these
children are
people
missing. No
are.
one cares.
These people
You're
aren't
yeah.
perfect. You're perfect example, Stanley.
of what 12th man.
No one
I
cares about the 325,000 children missing and/or sex trafficked under Kamala and Joe Biden. You don't give a fuck, obviously. Just
I
Well,
agree with you,
traffic
12th
and
man.
traffic and
it's obvious
keep
to
the fentanyl running.
it's obvious
It's all good.
obvious to
Keep
someone
it running. Keep
in
the
your
fentanyl going.
obvious to someone in your inebriated state.
Yeah.
You
See,
feel me? All
Vote
right,
for
12th man.
Kamala. Keep the fentanyl going.
12th
Yeah,
man,
China.
12th man, your problem is
China rolls to South America.
your
Keep
problem is
the fentanyl running through.
I am stone cold sober, and I'm going to kick your drunk
Yeah.
ass all over this debate stage.
Yeah,
I'm sober.
okay.
I'm sober just
Well,
to kick
first
your
explain where all the missing people are.
keep being inebriated. I'm just going to run circles around.
Where are all the missing people?
I'm sorry, I
especially the children.
couldn't
Where
understand.
are all the missing children?
Couldn't understand you through
Yeah,
all
that's what I thought. You're a bitch.
questions. I can't understand.
You're a bitch.
Oh,
I can't understand you.
man. Come on,
I
12th
heard
man.
bitch.
Yeah, come on.
The rest of it was unintelligible.
Oh, come on, Biden.
You don't know where 325,000 children went.
I don't trust
Something is wrong with you.
trust your drunk ass numbers.
Look them up.
No, I'm not going to.
I think 12th man can count, Stanley. He could count.
You know, I don't think he could count to 300.
He just ignores it. That's what liberals do, HB.
I don't
they
think
ignore the numbers.
You count
That's
backwards.
what they do.
State.
They just ignore the numbers.
Count from 20 backwards.
Ignore all these criminal immigrants.
Slur
just
over
pretend like a unicorn. It's not.
You can slur
happening.
all you want. It's not going
just pretend it's not happening, boys and girls. It's all good. That's how we do DEI in school.
Yeah,
just pretend.
Talking about.
That's what Stanley likes to teach.
12th man. What do you think is the biggest issue afflicting America today?
Drug cartels and all these people trafficking children and fentanyl and everything causing death and destruction in this nation. What Stanley does not give two fucks about, obviously.
Wait. Do you think in a free country people should freely be able to do drugs if they want?
Well, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Should hundreds of thousands of children and people be able to come up missing and dead every year because of fentanyl and drug cartels from other countries?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, Stanley agrees with it. That's why he's a Kamala supporter.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's a Kamala supporter. They don't care
you
about
know
anything.
why? Number one, I'm a Kamala supporter because I can be. And number two, I couldn't understand the rest of your slurring.
Thank you for admitting you support drug cartels. Thank you very much.
Wait, I said I supported drug cartels.
Of course, well, you're supporting Kamala.
Okay, I heard Kamala. I didn't hear drug cartels.
Yeah, is Kamala a drug dealer, 12th man?
Well, she's supporting all of them.
Oh, well, yeah.
I didn't hear that. That's news to me.
Mm. Is it also news to you that she was bailing criminals out of jail
As a
with
DA,
the BLM movement
she
and
did.
bailing violent criminals out of
So
jail?
she
Is that
went
news to
down there.
you too?
She
Is
went
that
to the
news to you too, Stanley?
she went to the bail bondsman and bailed him out, huh?
Oh, yeah. So you admit she did bail violent criminals out of jail. Thank you very much, Stanley. What a team member you are.
You're welcome. Whatever I did to support your team, you're welcome.
Yeah. Is there, 12th man, do you think there's any way Kamala could be a good president?
Nope.
Okay.
Too weak. He's controlled by a shadow government.
Yeah. Who do you think is a
Just
part of
like
that
Joe
shadow?
Biden.
Who do you think controls the shadow government?
Well, the globalists,
What
a
is
lot of the
who is the shadow government?
well, look at it. It's like the people that want to fund all the wars and shit like that all over the world.
You mean the taxpayers?
You know, the military-industrial complex. Yeah, the taxpayers.
So the taxpayers are the shadow government.
Basically,
Okay.
they're the one funding it.
Okay. Well, so the American taxpayer is the shadow government, and they're all globalists.
Not necessarily. They aren't the one building the bombs.
But they're funding it.
Somebody is. Yeah, they're funding them.
So the American taxpayer, we are globalists.
Yeah. Where in the fuck do you think all these bombs are coming from?
Oh shit.
Well, from the companies that the American taxpayer
you
is.
You think we're just shitting them out the ass, or is Raytheon and all these other companies?
Those bombs, the American taxpayer is paying for those bombs, right?
Yeah, and Zelensky, and we're giving Iran all kinds of money too.
So if the American
we're buying all kind of bombs, then
if the American taxpayer,
you proud of that? So now you understand who the globalists are. Thank you.
Yeah, the globalists are the American taxpayer. That's according to you.
Well, if you know you want to look at it that way, yeah.
Okay.
And they're enslaving your son. They're enslaving your son.
Out of curiosity.
And his son.
Yeah.
And his grandbabies with more and more and more.
You realize none of this
money for bombs. And how many trillions can this go on for?
Ask the American taxpayer. And by the way, do you pay taxes?
Of course I do.
Okay, so you're a globalist too.
Oh.
I guess.
Okay, so if you're a globalist and you guess you are, you literally just said you guess. So what are you complaining about? You're a globalist too.
Well, so you're saying I have no right to have anything to say?
I'm saying that the American taxpayer.
I have no right. I have no right. You're saying that I'm basically have a taxation without representation.
Do you vote? Whoa.
I shouldn't have anything to say.
12th man.
Because you're basically admitting that I'm getting taxed without representation. Thank you very much.
Do you vote?
Of course I do.
Okay, then you're represented.
Not really.
Oh, sure you are. You vote. So there's the
No.
taxation without representation isn't quite true now, is it?
Kind of is. They get there and they do something else.
Well, 12th man, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you should take over a capital or something. Because if you vote,
Not my style, dude.
if you vote and you pay taxes, whether even if it's just a drop in the
If a big revolution ever pops off, I'll be there, but
you know
it's
what?
not going to be anything like that.
When you show up for the revolution, you're sober.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
It's gonna be something that needs to happen like that for things to really change, though, Stanley.
Phoenix Fish, you voted for the people who voted to support Ukraine. This isn't a direct democracy,
no,
as you
actually,
are
I didn't.
telling us.
I only get to vote for my local.
We
I
have
only get to vote for my local and state representatives.
So technically,
I didn't vote for all those other motherfuckers.
So you didn't. So you didn't vote for your congressman or anything like that?
Yeah, I voted for Don Young.
Okay, so you voted for the people to go to the place that the members voted to support Ukraine. This is what happened.
And he was a douchebag too.
Y'all are so fond of telling me that we don't have a democracy. We have a representative democracy or republic.
We're supposed to have.
This is what happens in a republic.
We're supposed to have.
Majority rules.
Not that we do anymore.
And democracy too, by the way.
We do.
Did you just say we're supposed to have a democracy?
No, we're supposed to have a constitutional republic, but
we do. We do.
You think so?
I know so.
I don't know.
What about
what it is?
Kamala wants to get. Wants to get rid of the.
It's not going your way. That's why you're pissed off like a little boy.
I'm
not pissed off.
I don't think it's that, Stanley.
I'm sorry. I think that's why you're drunk and complaining.
No, Stanley. I think what it is just like how it was in the beginning. It applies to certain people, but not to all.
I don't understand that. A larger percentage.
Stanley thinks he's an elitist, but he ain't.
I don't consider Stanley an elitist.
He thinks he is, though.
I consider Stanley more.
You know what? I just happen to know some things, and more people as a percentage of population vote now than in the beginning. Back then, you had to be a landowner to vote. So you can vote these days, even if you aren't a landowner. And when I say land, property is probably a better word for it, but essentially it was landowner. So, sometimes in a republic, things don't go the way you want them to go.
But I think just even in that idea of only certain people can vote, only certain people.
Well, yeah, certain people who aren't felons or children.
Yeah. Well,
so
the children thing.
Now, I don't know. The felon part is a little shaky.
Yeah, because it's not like that everywhere. There's some states where felons can vote.
Right. But unfortunately, the Constitution basically says that states are in charge of their voting. Right. The national government is not. Right. States' rights, baby. Right, 12th man?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Stanley
Well,
right there.
what's wrong with paper ballots, Stanley?
What does that have to do with my point?
Can't we just go back to paper ballots?
You know what?
That'd be pretty simple, wouldn't it?
Hell, Mr. Technology. As a matter of fact, paper ballots would blow up in our faces. You talk about people whining about voter fraud. Let us all do it by paper and see what happens. Do you remember 2000 when the hanging chads were like, those were paper ballots, and you know what? It wound up in front of the Supreme Court because of hanging chads and paper ballots.
What's
When
a
the
hanging
fuck is
chad?
the
The
Yeah, what's
yeah,
voting
so that one
machines. Have you
maybe
ever seen those old style tractor feed printers?
yeah, I think I want to say
hanging
yes.
Chad.
The little dots.
I thought he was gonna talk about the KKK or something.
The little dots that came from those old style printers,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Like the
those are
old
chads.
Xerox thing.
Those are chads.
Hanging Chad. Oh,
Okay,
okay.
okay,
And
okay.
a hanging chad is a chad that didn't quite fall. It's still like a little bit of, still hanging. You know how those holes, if the little paper circle doesn't fall cleanly, it might cling, by a
Right.
couple, that's a hanging chad. And that was basically, whether those votes would work or should be counted if the chad wasn't like completely gone. So all I'm saying is paper ballots have their own problems. That's why we do it by tabulate electronically these days.
Yeah,
Probably because of 2000.
yeah.
So going
I
back
think
to
they
paper
can.
ballots,
Mhm.
going backwards is just going to create old problems.
Yeah, I think they should
In my
do
opinion, going forward and finding new problems is preferable to backtracking and
So
recall.
you want to continue to cheat, is what you're saying?
You know what? You know what? It was the most famous case. The most famous case, I think it was from 2016 or maybe it was 2020 in Georgia. There was a man in Florida who voted in Florida. His mother lived in Georgia, so he came up here and he voted for her. He was a Republican. He's the only person in Georgia that I know of that got in trouble for like cheating or
voter fraud.
it was a Republican.
Stanley, sometimes I truly believe you're willfully ignorant on certain things.
You know what? I
Uh,
think it's willfully ignorant to think I'm willfully ignorant.
touche, touche. I think okay, maybe not ignorant, but you willfully only talk about certain points in
Yep,
arguments
yep,
because
that would
you
be
don't
true.
want to. Okay, all right. As long as we're on the same page,
That's all
there
he's
was
I,
voter.
got is liberal talking
I'm
points.
not going to bring up stuff that disproves my point.
No, no. The point. Your point isn't lie. What I'm saying is you only remember voter fraud on one side. There was a lot of voter fraud on the other
I
side too.
don't think there was a lot.
Oh yeah,
60 court
all right.
cases, 60 court cases in 2020, and one kinda went Trump's way. And
Man, there's
and
still
these weren't all Democrat, judges. They were Republican appointees shooting Trump down too. There was
there's
some of
still
them were Trump appointees.
well that see now you're conflating two different things.
Oh,
You're
I'm
Trump.
complaining. I admit that. But what I'm
Yeah,
saying is
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah, yeah.
there was enough fraud to cause, either reschedule or an election or recounts or something. Believe me, Trump would have found it.
Yeah, no, I honestly think the election was way too close to
No,
really say
it was not even close.
I think it was close. I think it was
The
close.
popular vote wasn't close. The actual electoral college count wasn't even close.
Yeah, so even if there was, well, which there was a lot of voter fraud. I don't think.
Nope, there was not a lot of voter fraud. If there was a lot of voter fraud, why would we deny it?
Well, okay, no, it wasn't a lot of voter fraud, but there was a lot of instances of people committing voter fraud. Now they were caught and swiftly dealt with. So,
well, not only that, it was no larger a number than normal. There's always going to be voter
Stanley,
fraud.
wait a minute.
There's
I
always
can tell you where the voter fraud was all these state Supreme Courts and these swing states saying, oh, we don't even have to verify signatures anymore because COVID, we could just ballot harvest, and
let me tell
one's signature has to be verified. It's a free for all because of COVID.
Point, but
that was the fraud.
No,
wide open.
Wrong. And the little
fucking open, dude.
Let me address the little part that was intelligible. The rest of it, I couldn't quite.
Yeah, that was total fraud, dude.
Let me tell you.
All these courts said, we don't even have to have proof for your signature.
Let me tell you. See,
it's COVID. Because it's an emergency. It's a national emergency. It's COVID. It counts. COVID. Wear your mask. You don't even need to sign.
Let me tell you.
You don't even need to sign it. It counts. That's the fraud, dude.
Stanley, just give him a second.
If a court approves it, it is not fraud.
Yeah, it is.
You literally just disproved your point. If a court says it's okay,
still fraud. It's COVID.
If it's
God. If you don't need to sign anything, just put it in the ballot box.
If a court says it is legal, then what is it? It's not fraud. See how easy that was?
Legal fraud, whatever.
Legal fraud.
Legal fraud. Yeah.
You know, I have to.
You don't even need to sign it. Just drop it right in.
That wine you drink is definitely making your mind nimble and flexible.
Okay. Well, do I have to pull it up where all these
your brain
swing state courts during COVID ruled that you don't even have to sign the ballot to turn it in?
If a court says it, it's what? Legal.
No, it's bullshit. It's fraud. That's what it is.
You should go back to law school.
All those judges should be, you know what? They all committed treason.
Yeah, okay, 12 man.
You know what they used to do to people for treason in this country, right?
What did they used to do, 12 man?
Hang them.
Really? Almost like they did Mike Pence.
Or shoot him.
Mike Pence almost got justice, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, they should have hung Mike Pence. What a fucking traitor, man. I'm sorry, Stanley. How
was he a traitor?
Oh, man, come on, Stanley.
How was he a traitor?
He's a traitor. He's a rhino Republican.
Okay, 12th man. I'm calling you 12th man now. It's almost a drunken point. What the vice president?
Only because you're getting drunk now.
Vice president for the electoral college is ceremonial only. Mike Pence went to like Dan Quayle trying to find a way to do what Trump wanted, and even Dan Quayle was like, "You can't do that."
Dan Quayle, I remember that.
He went to
snowflake.
former vice presidents, and they told him not to do it.
Fuck Dan Quayle.
He tried. Mike Pence, bless his soul, tried to cheat. He just couldn't find a way that wouldn't land his ass in jail. That's why he didn't do it.
Mike Pence is a Republican with no future.
Willing to go to jail for Trump, like Roger Stone and Paul Manafort and Steve Bannon, and he's not a lawyer. Giuliani getting disbarred. This young lady down in Atlanta, basically almost coming close to losing her law license. All these Sydney, what's her name, might be disbarred if she wasn't disbarred. All these lawyers going to bat for Trump and fucking like losing credibility, law licenses, going to jail. The dude, like the lead attorney,
it's a shame, isn't it? Yeah.
This lead attorney dude just got disbarred in California.
Yeah.
So I just don't see it. I don't see why people are so willing to like lose their livelihoods for Trump. And Trump's a loser, man.
It's a war. It's a war.
You know what? I don't think it's a war. It's only a war because Trump tells y'all to fight.
Nah, it really is a war.
Trump
should give up. We should give up and roll over like Houston.
Unscrupulous. And what y'all are calling fighting is basically illegal. It's not fighting, it's scurrilous behavior.
It's only illegal because they say it's illegal.
You know what?
You're too skinny and old to fight anyway.
Nobody's changing laws to discredit Trump. Nobody's doing any special thing. Nobody did anything special for him to lose the 2020 election. Trump literally lost Georgia probably because he told people not to vote. Do you remember that, HB?
Yeah. I mean, look,
so these people were so into Trump that they didn't even vote for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a politician.
Trump is a fucking disaster.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Come on.
How is a political candidate telling people not to vote? That's crazy.
Yeah,
and 100 million more immigrants is the solution.
Yeah, that has to do with that has everything to do with my point, doesn't it, 12th man?
Sometimes the ideology outweighs the campaign.
Maybe G, you know what? Sometimes ego and truth coincide. Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, I think people that think you're just completely ego driven, I think they don't realize how you're somebody that likes to win.
Well, it's not honestly, HB. I very rarely get up here and talk about shit that I haven't read about, heard about. I subscribe to like 100 podcasts, and most of them are political podcasts.
Yeah.
I'm not up here just making shit up.
No, I know.
That's what some of these motherfuckers don't like. I have an ego because I'm sure I'm right. And you know what? I have no problem saying, you know what, I'm wrong. I have zero problems.
You know what?
I would rather be wrong, but the right answer be promulgated.
You know what, motherfucker?
Yes. I probably
Never
do know.
mind.
That's a joke, but I would rather be proven wrong, but everybody know the right answer. Um, I'm okay with that.
No. I think you already know the answer. I think that's why people
Not
think,
always,
yeah,
but
you
I
do.
have been known to know or to say I don't have an answer or no comment. If I don't know, I'm not going to go out. I might tell you, hey, this is just my opinion.
Yeah. I think you know what's going on, Stanley.
I do, and I'm thinking a lot of people in this space don't know what's going on. Okay, they
No.
don't want to know. Sure, there's some shit going
Who
on.
are you talking about, motherfucker?
Well, I didn't mention your name, did I?
Oh, yeah.
Sure there are problems in a place like Springfield. Sure there are problems in Charleroi. Nothing ever
Yeah.
goes smooth. Change is difficult sometimes, but
Yeah.
I just don't think there's an illegal immigration problem in Springfield. I think it's above board. It's basically just a culture war.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when I was in Anchorage, guys, it was mostly just natives that I'd seen that were all fucked up. No, like
Maybe
I
Haitians, nothing like that.
I was joking, Mavid, when I said that.
yeah, Stanley, I think there's definitely a big, not even just a big, but a huge immigration issue. And
Oh, there is an immigration issue. It's just not
yeah.
in Springfield.
Oh yeah. Isn't that
Oh,
kind of fucked up too?
we,
Isn't that
you
kind
know
of
what?
fucked up?
Biden would probably, or Kamala, had they actually dealt with immigration on Texas terms. You
Yeah.
know what? Just to spite Greg Abbott, I'd have done every fucking thing he wanted. I would have done every damn thing he wanted. And when it didn't work, I would boomerang it right back on his dumb ass.
Yeah.
Biden has an ego, and it basically culminated in him knowing, or people around him knowing, that he wasn't, he was like day to day as far as capability.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
he basically, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with immigration. It's too little, too late. I will admit that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a problem admitting it. I would have done it totally different. I would have done everything Republicans wanted, short of building the wall. And then when it
Yeah.
didn't work, I'd have fucked them.
You would have said build the wall.
One thing I'd do, Stanley, is repeal the
Drug
Refugee
problem,
Act of
the drug problem,
19.
the drug
I'd
problem, something I didn't even consider that. Like,
repeal the Refugee Act of 1980.
you
That
know,
would help.
Republicans haven't proposed that yet. Now, have they? I'd
You know,
support
Stanley.
that.
Nobody
You know,
has.
I'd
Stanley.
support that if they did.
As somebody who used to smoke weed religiously, like I smoked weed for maybe like 10 years, and then one day I just stopped altogether. I really do believe that, there is no drug problem. I think there's an addiction problem, but there's no drug problem. People just are addicts. And if
Well,
until you decide not to be an addict, you're just gonna be an addict.
you're talking at a personal level. Personal level. I think there
Yeah.
is crime related to drugs, etc.
Oh
I
yeah,
think drugs
definitely.
are being brought across the border. But the wrinkle, and I didn't even realize this until last week. The wrinkle is most of the drugs coming across the southern border are brought by American citizens.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
And Greg Abbott and Trump, all these people know this. You cannot convince me that a former president getting intelligence reports daily don't know the nature of the problem. He's just ignoring it or not promulgating that information. My whole thoughts about the border and the drug problem have changed just knowing that it's fucking Americans bringing the shit across.
What do you think the solution is for that aspect of it? What do you think they should?
Honestly, I don't know. Why would Americans be doing this? Why would Americans? Well, basically, it seems like people are doing it for the money.
Yeah, I was about to say, you know why they're doing it. You know.
You know what?
Everybody claims to be a patriot till it's $10,000 in their hands.
Well, the thing is, you know, it makes sense if Americans are bringing drugs in. You know, maybe double the size of the border patrol and stop every damn car.
Yeah.
You know what? If Trump did that on day one, I wouldn't even complain about it. I'd probably go, you know what? I can't think of a better idea. But the thing is you can't fix a problem if you don't acknowledge it.
Yeah.
I hear a lot about Pedro and, you know, Maria bringing shit across the border. I haven't heard anything about, you know, Karen and Kyle.
Yeah.
Believe me, if these were black people bringing that shit across, we would know about that.
There are. I think you are right though that we don't really talk about that aspect of it. But man, Stanley, people get caught daily trying to bring drugs in daily. This is why I don't, you know, with industry. There's
you're breaking up, HB.
People, and it's one of those things where it is something that's really unspoken, and I think it's unspoken because, you know, it goes against the narrative, you know, that it's just illegals bringing in all these drugs, even though it is illegals and Mexicans and, you know, cartels.
Oh, I know it. I know illegal.
Stanley's logic is there's millions of people coming over here, but it's not them bringing the fentanyl over, it's the Americans.
Well, no, it's not my logic. It's what the news is reporting. 12th man, how about you spend some sober time actually reading a newspaper?
Yeah. Some Americans were caught with some drugs.
Half the motherfuckers.
How much were they caught with? How much?
How much newspapers?
How much fentanyl were they caught with, motherfucker?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What do you think we're talking about?
I remember like 90% of the drugs that come across are brought by American citizens. Someone got a number like that.
Can you show me the border report on that?
You know what? The border fucking report has nothing to do with drug mules.
Oh, okay.
I read the border report. Remember?
A border patrol report or anything. You're just claiming.
I'm sorry, 12th
You're
man.
just claiming you're going to claim. Oh, it's all Americans bringing fentanyl over. 90% Americans bringing it all. Where'd you source it, motherfucker?
It was the New York
Times. I don't believe you. I think you're fucking lying.
I read the drug.
I think you're lying through your teeth.
I showed you. You were on this. You were on the panel.
Shut it.
This is what happens when you're too drunk to remember videos that I show.
You were
Oh,
there,
it's
12th
all
man.
He
Americans
was
bringing it
literally
all
there.
over.
No, no,
Not only,
no.
I literally showed a video. I think it was from the Washington Post.
90% of fentanyl comes from all Americans. Okay.
That's not what I
That's
said.
pretty wild.
That's not what I said, 12th man. I said 90.
90% of all fentanyl
I
crosses the border
are
because of Americans,
God damn
right?
it. Did is
So
fentanyl
which is
the
it?
drug? Is fentanyl the only drug that comes across the southern border?
No, cocaine, a lot, but
Okay, then
a
what
lot
the
of it's
fuck are you
fentanyl.
talking about?
A lot of it's fentanyl. You're
Ugh.
saying it's white people
I
bringing across all
I
the
did
drugs
not say.
now,
You know what?
or
I
Americans, excuse
when I
me.
said Karen and Kyle, I guess I implied white people, didn't I?
Yeah.
Sorry about that, but
So
yeah,
it's all white people.
not all,
It's
not all.
white people, white Americans bringing
Look at you
across
bringing. Oh, look at
90% of the drugs.
you.
What proof do you have of that?
I fucking literally showed you the video,
Bullshit.
dude.
That's AI.
I'll find the video and show it to you again.
Oh,
This time I'm gonna insist you be sober. Is that a bet?
It's like
Hello?
an AI video or something.
It was an AI video. Okay.
Yeah. Is that an FBI report? Because if it's not an FBI report, then
Above the trees, you know what? You poor people think that I'm bringing race into everything. You know what? Yeah, sure. Go ahead and meander
it's not
off.
the Venezuelan gang.
Go ahead and meander off.
It's not MS-13.
Meander off into your comfort zone.
It's not all these gangs. It's all
Meander
white
off
people.
into your comfort zone.
It's all white people bringing the drugs in, right? Stanley?
How many black people cross the border?
How many white people are crossing the border?
I would venture to say it's mostly white people who cross the southern border.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Got any proof of that?
I don't need proof. I'm just going to go a priori.
You're just going to talk out of your ass.
No,
right?
what you're trying to do is make me prove the obvious, which is a waste. It's a waste.
White people.
No.
Do white people make the fentanyl in South America too?
How? I don't give a fuck who makes it.
Are you a DEI hired thing?
You know what? I don't need DEI to be hired. Never have.
Yeah, anybody can scrub a toilet with a toothbrush.
You know what? If that's
sure.
what I need to do, I sure as shit don't need DEI to scrub a toilet now, do I?
Maybe, you never know.
Well, one thing's for sure. What I do know is that a huge percentage of the drugs coming across the southern border are brought by American citizens, not illegal.
Like you.
Now, I'm sure there's a bunch that gets across that goes undetected. So, you know, that stuff is unaccounted for. But what is accounted for, the lion's share of it is brought by American citizens. And you know what? When I say American citizens, you can deduce the race if you want.
You mean like asylum seekers? Aren't they
no, above the trees.
citizens?
Hey, above the trees, how about you produce some stats? Maybe I'll accept them. Until then, I'm going to go with what I know.
Yeah, it's all white people making the fentanyl in South America, too. All Americans doing it.
Mava G, hold on one sec. Mava G, are those across The southern border, those stats that you say above our stats, Stanley, are those stats across the southern border? I'll wait for your answer because you're only going to prove my point.
So you're talking about smuggling or using?
He has no. He just posted random stats. It says drug traffickers, but drug traffickers where? Drug trafficking offenders. Not exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about border crossings. I'm talking about total numbers. 90% of the drugs. I'm not talking about the traffickers. I'm talking about drug mules specifically, which I guess are traffickers. I need the source of the stats. I need to know where these numbers are taking place. Just spouting random numbers doesn't do much, Mavid G. Yes, I've heard of Oliver North. As a matter of fact, trying to think, I might have been in college. That's bullshit. The American people bring in 90%. No, it's not. It's not bullshit, Tyrone Sly. Oliver North has nothing to do with this. And by the way, Oliver North was American.
You got it mixed up.
Oliver North was an American doing drugs for weapons. So I don't see what your point is, Tyrone.
Stanley, you got it mixed up. American.
God damn it. You know what? This rambling is starting to annoy me.
Well, hold on, Stanley. Hold on.
I can mute you.
Let me explain something to you.
Backstage.
Don't lose your blood pressure.
My blood pressure is fine. Phoenix.
So here's what it is.
I was
You're
wrong.
Right.
I was wrong about what exactly?
You're right. You're right on one point, Stanley.
I'm right on
Americans are using 90% of the drugs.
Yeah,
but
okay. I didn't talk about drug usage. That wasn't what I was talking about.
But it's somebody else bringing 90% of it over.
Sorry.
Okay, can we agree on that?
Nope, we can't. Bringing up Oliver North. How long ago was that? That's like, what, 30 years ago? Irrelevant to my point. This whataboutism, man, it's really Mavid G, I asked you if the stats you posted were the southern border. I don't know. You just put stats up, didn't contextualize them at all. Yep, good point, Nate. Good point, everybody. But when I ask where these stats came from and are we talking southern border, I don't get an answer.
What Stanley really want to know is what race people are who bring drugs over the border.
I think we probably know. I think we probably know that part.
What race?
I don't know.
White people? You're saying it's white people?
Are you saying
doing
it's
all the drug winning?
Wait, are you saying it's not white people?
Yeah, it's not white people doing all the drug running.
I didn't say they were doing.
Well, white people aren't carrying 300 kilos down the street.
I did not say it was all of it. Guns were connected to the.
How many white people do you know carrying 300 keys down the street?
You know what? Oliver North was not scapegoated. Dude,
how many white people do you know?
This dude is
got 1,000 kilos of fentanyl.
This dude was a Marine
coming over the border.
This dude was a Marine lieutenant colonel. He was not scapegoated. He knew what the hell. If he was scapegoated, he was voluntarily scapegoated. He did it because he wanted to protect other people.
Well, yeah, that's how the CIA fund their black ops.
Oliver North was a Marine officer. He might have been. He was working for the CIA, but he was not CIA. There is a military code of ethics.
Might be right.
No, above the trees, we all know where I'm wrong. Really?
Because the CIA has been in charge of the big drug op. You remember a few years ago, Stanley?
Let me address.
Congress.
Let me address above the trees right quick. Above the trees, I know maybe there's some hurt feelings in the chat. I don't think I'm wrong. And even if I am, the evidence that I present is wrong. And you know what? That sometimes goes with taking a risk. I will agree, Kamala Harris and especially Joe Biden, who actually was president. Now they fucked this immigration thing up. Hopefully not to their detriment. That part I agree with. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden didn't do a great job with the border. So I don't know how I can be wrong about that. I honestly don't know. I don't think Oliver North acted alone. I also know that even if Reagan was mentally sound, something like that, there's plausible deniability. They probably would have never let the president even know about it. At least not fully.
Well, if you remember several years ago, Stanley, Congress cut off funding for CIA black ops, and that's when a lot of the drug running really started happening. So what the CIA did was take over a lot of the drug running. And
well, wait, Oliver North, this Iran-Contra thing happened back in the Reagan era. Like I was in high school, I think. So I don't know how that is relative.
Yeah, I was in grade school when that happened.
Yeah, let me. You know what? It's been a while since. I don't think the link has been posted. My bad. And let's see if the link is in the the link is in the description, by the way. I should have.
Where'd HB go? He's still out there, HB?
He's in his truck, so he may have lost connection. I'm sure he'll be back. Phoenix Fish, I don't think the shadow government exists. It's the regular government. Hey, CKJ.
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
How you doing?
Good morning, CKJ.
Morning. Just on my way to work.
Fun.
Yeah.
Let me address Phoenix Fish right quick. Phoenix Fish, shadow government is the regular government. Don't, I think a lot of times they'll call the administrative state, the non-political appointees, they'll call them the shadow government. They're the regular government. They're just part of the executive branch. And I don't know that Oliver North, because it's so long ago, I don't remember the details. I can't imagine, because a lieutenant colonel in the Marines is actually, believe it or not, fairly low ranking. They don't have like the authority to make those sorts of decisions. I don't think North was acting alone either. Don't know if he was following orders. A lot of times they'll go, "Well, use your best judgment." Wink, wink. I've seen I've seen that happen in the military. For plausible deniability. So what's up, CK?
What's going on?
Oh, I'm just here holding forth, pissing people off.
What time
What time you
come on the
we're
panel?
trying to solve the world.
Been on the panel, what, about 1 or 2 o'clock?
I didn't see you yesterday. Well, I didn't hear from you.
I wasn't on. I was on till about 9 yesterday morning or so, and then I didn't come back on till after midnight today. Old men need their rest.
Yeah.
I was up all night, like almost 12 hours, probably the night before, and sometimes I have to, because I'm kind of an introvert, and sometimes dealing with all this politics, I need to like recharge.
Oh yeah,
So
take a break.
yeah, I watched a couple episodes of the Golden Bachelor, an embarrassment to old people nationwide.
Never heard of that. It's like
So what else is going on in your world?
Is it like a dating show, Stanley?
Yeah, you know what The Bachelor is, right?
Yeah, I heard of it, but I stay away from watching stuff.
Well, I generally do too, except they've got the Golden Bachelor and the Golden Bachelorette. These are like people my age or older, maybe a little younger, who like the lady who's the Bachelorette, the Golden Bachelorette. She was on the Golden Bachelor from last season, but she had to leave early or something. So they brought her back to be the Bachelorette. So she's 60, maybe, and she's okay looking for her age. But there are a bunch of
Come on, Stanley.
like
no one wants to hear about that old wrinkled up ass pussy.
The oldest bachelor's roughly 70. The youngest might be 55, but all these guys are doing what the Bachelor and Bachelorette do, except they're senior citizens. And it's a train wreck. And since they're my age, I just want to. I more or less hate watch it. So old people can be fools too.
Yeah, I was reading yesterday. I guess Forbes came out with David. What's his name? David Stewart. You know what it is, Stanley, don't you? David Stewart.
No, I don't.
He became the wealthiest black man in America.
Nope, had no idea. What does he do? How did he get his money?
He has a tech company. I guess he does like network software, different things just with the with technology. But he started doing. I think he probably still does it. Government contracting. So he got with the 8A program, and that's basically how he built his wealth.
Oh, so he was basically a contractor?
Yeah, so I actually know a guy down in he lives in Florida.
Uh-huh.
One of the guys my mentors, but his
Hey, let me ask you a question. How often did you interact with the aviation people?
When I was on the ship?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was my second deployment, like half of my second half of my contract, basically my second deployment, I was the main LS to the MO, the maintenance officer. So I was like his basically his go-to person of tracking all the aviation maintenance parts.
Well, the reason I ask is my first cousin was one of my first cousins was an NFO, and he was on carriers. I know he was on the Lincoln. I don't know what other carriers he was on, but he's a defense contractor now. He retired, and
it's so much money dealing. I mean, you know this.
Well, let me put it to you this way: he lives on some island um, off the coast of Florida in the Gulf. He's he's doing well.
Yeah,
So
so much
you know
money.
he got his 3 feet of water in his wonderful home, and his response was, "Yep, I'll let USAA handle it." That was pretty much it. That's how well off he is. He like no sweat.
Yeah, but the like one of my mentors, his college roommate,
What was he didn't have the last name Cross, did he?
no, I got the guy last name.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
just thinking could be, you know, he was an aviator, so
Yeah. No, but this guy here, he does fueling, and he does something dealing with like tents on like military bases, like all the military bases.
huh.
He like get contracts for him, subcontract it out, take his percentage, and you know, he makes a lot of money, man. This guy makes a lot of money. But he also is in the 80, it's called an AA program. Basically, it's like a 10-year program that will boost your business up to get pretty much like put you like in the front to get like government contracting.
Right.
And their goal in that program is to get you in the revenue of like $100 million.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But so the guy David Stewart.
So is he a billionaire or what?
I don't know if I don't think he's a
Oprah's got a couple billion.
He got a couple million, but the guy David Stewart, he's a billionaire. He worth like almost like 12 billion.
I see.
He's been doing it for a long time, but that's basically how he got his start from that
Nice.
government contract. That's why I wanted to ask John if he knows anybody down there. You know, it's big in DC in the DMV area. You know, majority of the people down there, they are government contractors.
Right.
So, does he know anybody that can come on the panel and speak about it?
Oh yeah, that would be an excellent topic.
Yeah, because it's huge down there in the DMV area. But it's funny because they don't promote guys like David Stewart. He's not loud. He's laid back. But yeah, he makes a lot of money, man.
Well, he probably doesn't want a whole lot of publicity. Hey, I'm going to play this video for these folks in 12th Man who, for some reason, can't seem to retain these sorts of things. Damn. I thought this had an audio component. Sworn it did. Oh, there it is. I'm going to play this for the folks in the audience because we've been going back and forth about the southern border and fentanyl and all this stuff. And 12th Man apparently blacked out when I was playing the article. So I'm going to play this.
I'm Natalie Kitroeff. I'm the bureau chief for Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean
I'm
for the New York
still
Times.
here, motherfucker.
I think all of us have been hearing for a long time about what an enormous threat fentanyl has become in the United States. It's the leading killer of Americans aged 18 to 45 now. One of the prevailing beliefs about this is that it's undocumented immigrants that are bringing fentanyl into the country. But if you just do a basic search on this, a pretty amazing statistic pops up.
Pause it, please.
The truth is, 80% of the people sentenced for fentanyl trafficking in America are U.S. citizens.
Oh, really?
What really wasn't clear to me was
is she
exactly...
an FBI
agent?
What?
Who gives a fuck? It's
where is this bitch getting her information?
Look
Where
Number
is
one,
this bitch getting her information?
Come on,
That's what I want.
Swolfman, at least listen
number
to the
one,
article first, man. Come on.
it's an AI voice. So I don't know what the hell is wrong with you. And the sources will be forthcoming. This is a New York Times article.
Oh, how credible.
Okay, so see, here's another problem with the fucking right. Okay, when you try, when you try and present evidence, they just discredit the evidence.
No, can we play it? I want to hear it.
Okay, well, just so you know, I did play this the other day.
Okay.
Oh, I'm hitting the wrong play button.
How this was happening. How was it that these criminal groups were finding Americans and turning thousands into fentanyl mules? So I started to look through case files of people who had been convicted of this crime. I spent weeks and weeks reading hundreds of pages of documents. I would stay up late into the night taking notes on the cases, trying to figure out if I could get any more details. I became honestly obsessed. I knew that thousands of people had done this, but I still felt that I was just on the outside looking in. How did they get into this? Who recruited them? What was going through their head when they crossed the border? Were they scared? I started calling their lawyers. I started calling family members, doing everything I could to try to get to the people who were involved and see if they would talk to me. I learned from all this reporting that the cartels weren't just looking for any American. They were targeting a specific profile. They often looked for people who were financially struggling, maybe in debt.
I'm sorry. Actually, it is one of the reporters reading this. I thought it was an AI voice. My bad.
People who were desperate to make money fast. And that was the pitch that the cartel recruiters often delivered. You can make $1,000 to $10,000 just by driving a load of drugs across the border. This will be a few hours, they would say, of low-risk work. I wanted to follow that path. And to do that, I had to go to San Ysidro, which is a legal port of entry at the southern border in San Diego.
How long have you been working down here?
In total, about 13 years.
Wow. I walked into the facility, and the person giving me the tour is the director of the field office, Sydney Akey. We were there on a Monday, and it was remarkable to see the quantity of traffic moving through.
We currently have a total of 34 lanes, 62 booths, 100,000 passengers crossing, anywhere from 43 to 45,000 vehicles crossing, and about anywhere from 25 to 28,000 people walking across every single day.
It's just car after car after car, and it's hot, and the officers are circling these cars with the dogs, asking questions.
Yeah, the dog was calm and relaxed, but then now you see how the movement is?
He's definitely excited about something.
So what would happen now is we would talk with the driver, and then we would escort this vehicle to secondary. In secondary, we would utilize our X-ray systems or non-intrusive.
They showed us this sedan that had gone through secondary earlier in the day, and there were secret compartments all over the car, these hollow areas where there were obviously a bunch of packages stuffed in.
See all those oblong, different size packages.
Whoa, look at this. This is so obvious.
Yeah, exactly.
What did that turn out to be? Did you do?
We heard about it being stuffed in crutches, in sandwiches, glove compartments, gas tanks, anywhere that you can outfit a car for a secret compartment, you can put drugs in. In reporting the story I'm about to read to you, one of the most surprising things I learned was just how normalized this had become. Thousands of Americans have done this, and that's just the people we know about, the people getting caught. I talked to one courier who told me that when he got to the stash house in Tijuana, He often found 4 or 5 Americans just waiting there to be strapped up with drugs to cross.
Wow.
He told me anybody who can drive across the border can get a job doing this.
Wow.
So here's the story I wrote with my colleague, Rob Gebeloff.
Someone wrote it, so it must be true.
The teenager practiced driving from his apartment in San Diego down to Tijuana and back on the orders of the criminals he was working for in Mexico. He rehearsed how he'd respond to questions from U.S. border officers. He tracked when the drug-sniffing dogs took a break. The men who were paying him had cut a secret compartment into his car big enough to fit several bricks of fentanyl. When they loaded it up for the first time and sent him toward the border, Gustavo, who was only 19 at the time, began to tremble. At the checkpoint, he steadied himself like he'd practiced and calmly told the border officers that he was just heading home.
News.
They looked at his American passport and waved him through. Since 2019, when...
See, this is why I mock y'all motherfuckers.
Stanley, it's just 12th Man.
You believe a story somebody wrote?
12th Man is
That's
just
like a drama story.
12th Man is
That's
just
like a soap opera.
12th Man is just the person we can hear. I've been paying attention to the chat too. You know what? I'm just presenting the news. Okay, this is the paper of record. And you know what? If you can find a flaw in the reporting, I don't have a problem saying there's a flaw with the reporting. But
somebody's opinion.
I just need for y'all to know I'm not making this shit up. And I'm sorry, I said 90%. It's 80%. And I got that wrong. It's 80% of the fentanyl convictions are Americans. So it's been a few days and I'm getting old, don't remember every detail.
But it's an opinion.
It is literally something that is not being reported by Donald Trump and his friends.
It's a goddamn opinion piece.
No, it's not an opinion piece. It's a news piece.
You know, I think part of the reason why he's not really reporting it is because
well, it doesn't fit his narrative.
That too, but you got to understand too, why would these people take that risk, you know?
Well, I don't give a fuck about the risk. It is what it is.
Yeah, but you know, under Biden with all these
you know what? This is happening under Biden.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm willing to bet it happened under Trump too.
Not as much though, probably.
You know what? I'm gonna say it probably happened as much. I don't see these are American citizens.
Yeah, but I think the issue is under Biden with the Bidenomics and the inflation, these people, you know.
Okay. I see.
Yeah.
They're forced to do it because of the poor economy, right?
Right.
Yeah,
right.
You know what?
So you really believe the drug cartels?
You go ahead and make this a Biden problem. My only point is going to be,
why do you keep cutting?
If it was such a Biden problem, why isn't Trump gloating over it? So
I think you know, gloating over.
Why do you keep shutting me up?
Because motherfucker, I'm trying not to put you backstage.
I think Stanley,
I'll just leave if you want.
Bye.
Don't leave 12th Man. Don't leave. You know, 12th Man, I will say though, there is some truth to this. I remember as far back as the 90s, people were smuggling drugs over the border, the Mexican border.
Oh yeah.
All I'm saying is that, you know, you can talk about criminals coming across the border. You can talk about, and it's all true. I'm not saying your information is wrong. I'm doing a Paul Harvey and saying here's the rest of the story.
Yeah. There's
and if you can't fucking deal with it, that's the shortcoming of MAGA. They can't handle the truth.
Yeah, a lot of white kids doing drugs, but they're
No duh.
they're not,
man.
they're not the
Shit,
ones making it.
You're smoking a drug now.
They're not the ones making it. They're not the ones smuggling the drugs from China to make it.
Who in this goddamn article is saying the cartels aren't responsible?
Yeah, they're definitely responsible.
Who is saying that?
I'm saying white people are
what you're doing,
because,
you're being
they're doing the drugs, but
you are being
not
butt hurt is what you're doing.
Whatever, okay, I'm butthurt. Yeah, now.
May we continue the article, Loud Man?
Mexico overtook China to become.
It's 12th man, Stanley. It's 12th man.
Oh, I'm sorry, 12th man.
12th man.
From the dominant supplier of fentanyl in the United States, cartels have been flooding the country with the synthetic opioid. The amount of fentanyl crossing the border has increased tenfold in the past 5 years. Mexico has been the source of almost all the fentanyl seized by U.S. law enforcement in recent years.
Cartels are white.
Former President Donald J. Trump and other Republicans have blamed President Biden's border policies for the fentanyl pouring into the United States, playing on a widespread belief that undocumented immigrants are responsible for bringing it in. In reality, the largest known group of fentanyl smugglers aren't immigrants traversing the desert or moving through secret tunnels. They're Americans coming through legal ports of entry.
I guess I'm going to have to stop going back down to that 80% of the convictions.
and see, this is where this article is kind of, it's a little left-leaning because what Trump is saying is they're responsible. These immigrants, these migrants, they are responsible because a lot of them are a part of the cartel or they're part of these gangs.
What does that have to do with the point of Americans are part of the problem? That's the only point this is making.
Right, but they're the head of it. The Americans are just
okay. So fucking what?
Come on, Stanley. I'm just.
We know that the cartels are.
Stanley says the head of the snake doesn't matter.
This article is not saying this is American led.
No, but I mean, if you just like 12th man said, if you cut the head of the snake off, the snake dies. You cut the tail.
Who would deny that? I'm saying my point, my personal point.
You're attempting to blame it on white people.
This news is left leaning because the right leaners aren't reporting it.
It's black people too, though. 12th man. It's a lot of black folks getting caught too.
Yeah.
12th man, do you really?
All kind of Americans are dying.
Man, do you believe that the cartels are white? Because you said it, I didn't.
Well, you think they're white?
No, you really gonna tell me what I think? Really? Does that magic weed and
you're blaming the white people for the cartels?
Why
making the drugs?
That's what I'm doing. That magic weed and wine combo makes you clairvoyant, apparently.
Saying it's all Americans' fault that
where are you getting this from? You know what? Dealing with y'all is frustrating. This MAGA.
All the Americans' fault.
This MAGA.
It's all their fault.
Wait, did I say that, 12th man?
Basically, that's what you're trying to imply.
Yeah, sure, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, I think I'm going to start implying it just for the fuck of it.
All right.
Just to piss you off.
It's all the white man's fault.
You know what? When a white man says it, I listen.
Or a white woman too. Oh,
wow. Yeah, a white woman from the New York Times. He listens to her.
You know what? I bet if this was the Wall Street Journal, you'd still be crying about fake news.
No, I don't watch the Wall Street Journal.
White Alaskan tears are what I'm tasting.
Nah, you don't know my news sources.
How do white
You have your news sources are Franzia.
Stanley,
How do white
tears taste, Stanley? How do
they taste like Chablis.
I don't speak Spanish.
They taste like boxed wine.
Ah, come on. Nah.
We don't have to listen to the rest of the article.
No. Let's play it.
Go ahead and play it, Stanley.
Yeah, let's play the rest of the article.
Go ahead and play it, Stanley.
I mean, I think I've made my point. So
no. Let's just finish the article.
Go ahead and listen to the rest of it.
Okay, yeah, we need more. We need more tears. Maybe I'll get drunk on those white wine tears.
Shows that more than 80% of the people sentenced for fentanyl trafficking at the southern border are U.S. citizens. Officials say those numbers point to a new and alarming strategy. Mexican drug cartels are turning thousands of Americans into fentanyl mules, deploying a torrent of couriers who can easily cross back and forth into their own country. David Beer is a border security expert at the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank. Americans are taking Mexican smuggling jobs, he told me. The cartels are really using U.S. citizenship as an asset they can leverage. Bars, gyms, rehab facilities, trailer parks. Court records show that these are all places where recruiters have found couriers in recent years. A college football star was lured in by a friend after dropping out of school. A mother raising 3 special needs children took the job while facing eviction. A homeless man was recruited from an encampment in a Walmart parking lot.
Damn.
Federal agents uncovered a recruitment network inside more than a dozen San Diego high schools, where from 2016 through 2020, students working on behalf of criminal groups in Mexico persuaded their classmates to cross the border with fentanyl, according to 3 former federal agents directly involved in the operation. The cartels are directly recruiting anyone who is willing to do it, which is typically someone who needs the money, said Tara McGrath, U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of California. The cartels spread their tentacles and grab a hold of vulnerable people at every possible opportunity. Americans have always been involved in drug smuggling, but in recent years, as fentanyl has inundated the country, traffickers have begun to rely more on U.S. citizens than ever before. Pandemic border closures may have been a factor, experts say, possibly pushing cartels to depend more on Americans, who are among the few people allowed to cross freely. But fentanyl also has unique qualities that make it an ideal product to be moved in compact packages by individual travelers.
Yeah.
It is extraordinarily potent and very easy to make. 100 times more powerful than morphine, fentanyl can be extremely profitable even in small quantities, meaning a single courier can smuggle lucrative amounts of the drug just by hiding it in their glove compartment or under their clothes. The synthetic opioid is so lethal that you could die from ingesting a couple of milligrams, an amount that fits on the tip of a pencil. In the past 5 years, fentanyl became the leading cause of death for young adults in the United States, and now kills nearly as many Americans aged 18 to 45 as guns and car accidents combined, a New York Times analysis of federal data found. For traffickers, fentanyl is a miracle product. According to U.S. prosecutors, the Sinaloa cartel spends only $800 on chemicals to produce a kilo, an amount that can net a profit of up to $640,000. It can also be replaced quickly. If a load gets intercepted at the border, traffickers don't have to wait for plants to grow the way they do with cocaine or heroin. They just mix up a few chemicals and send over a new batch. Losing product is relatively unimportant, said Jonathan Calkins, a drug policy expert at Carnegie Mellon University. With merchandise that expendable, Mr. Calkins said, you can use straightforward, and low-tech ways of smuggling, like sending inexperienced drug mules over the border in droves. Border officials have found giant loads of the synthetic opioids strapped to teenagers' bodies, stuffed into crutches, and in bags of potato chips. They seized a microwave oven crammed with 166,000 pills and opened a backpack with $60,000 worth of fentanyl hidden inside breakfast burritos. The Biden administration has poured resources into trying to stanch the flow of fentanyl into the United States, reporting record seizures of the drug in recent years. But officials admit that much more could be done. We need more tools, legislation to modernize our customs laws and enhance penalties, and resources like more officers, more technology, and more money to fuel our fight, Customs and Border Protection's Commissioner Troy A. Miller said in a statement. Almost all of the fentanyl found at the southern border arrives in cars, and only 8% of the personal vehicles that cross are scanned for drugs, Customs and Border Protection says. We continue to utilize all of our assets, all of our interviewing skills to apprehend and interdict these individuals, said Sydney Akey, Director of Field Operations at the San Diego Field Office for the agency. It's a challenge of a cat and mouse game with the cartels, Mr. Akey added. They see we are hyper-vigilant, focused on certain strategies, they change in a heartbeat. For this account, the Times reviewed hundreds of pages of court records and spoke with several Americans convicted of smuggling fentanyl. Their full names are being withheld for fear of reprisals. One woman met her recruiter while in rehab in Los Angeles, where the two struck up a friendship, according to court records and interviews with the woman and her lawyer. The woman, who asked to be identified by her first initial, M, said that her friend started pressuring her to smuggle drugs only after they spent years getting to know each other. When M resisted, her friend flew into a rage. She was like, "I have your address," M said. "I'm part of a cartel in Mexico, and we go around the world, so wherever you go, we're gonna find you." Anthony Colombo, the lawyer who defended M after she was detained, said the recruiter had targeted, quote, vulnerable women at the rehab center. M was sentenced to 18 months in prison. Cartels look for Americans who, quote, are naive as to what they're getting involved in, said Mr. Colombo, who, in addition to a slate of low-income clients, has also represented accused cartel leaders. Low-level couriers, he said, are going to be intentionally kept in the dark because if they're caught, they don't know anything. The job offer reached Gustavo in San Diego after he drank too much beer at a party and confessed to a friend that he badly needed money. At the time, he was the main provider for his mother. His brother had moved out and his parents were divorced. Gustavo was working at a grocery store, but he struggled to pay the bills. "I want to be a boss," he told his friend that night. "This job isn't feeding me and my mom." After a few days, his friend called him and said he knew an old guy in Tijuana who had a job available and was always at the same bar right across the border. Gustavo didn't ask what kind of job it was. When he got to the bar a few Sundays later, Gustavo said he spotted a middle-aged man wearing designer clothes and surrounded by beer and women. Gustavo introduced himself, and after the two exchanged some pleasantries, the man took out a thick wad of cash from his pocket. "If you really want to work," Gustavo recalled the man saying, "then here you go." Gustavo said he barely considered what he might be getting himself into. He had never seen that much money before. He took the job. "The drivers are interchangeable and disposable to the people at the top of the food chain," said Keith Rutman, the lawyer who represented Gustavo. "If someone says no today, they'll find someone else."
Yeah.
The cartel operatives directly interacting with couriers like Gustavo are often several layers removed from cartel leaders, officials say. Osvaldo Mendeville Tamayo, a 25-year-old man from Tijuana who pleaded guilty to drug charges in 2020, operated as a sort of freelancer for cartels, overseeing a cadre of recruiters, according to court records and his lawyer. He used Snapchat to talk to recruiters about identifying American students who regularly cross from Tijuana to San Diego. One recruit was only 15 years old. Through his lawyer, Mr. Mendeville Tamayo, who was recently released from prison, declined to comment. Recruiters generally deliver the same pitch. We'll pay you anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000 for a few hours of low-risk work. David, an addict in his 50s, said he drove through the border with drugs nearly every day for 3 months before he was apprehended by the authorities. Sometimes, when he went to pick up a load from a stash house in Tijuana, he said he would find 4 or 5 other Americans already there, waiting for drugs to be strapped to their bodies. Anybody that can drive across the border can get a job down there, literally, passing drugs, David said in an interview from federal prison. Federal and state law enforcement in San Diego have put up billboards urging teens to not bring drugs across the border. The Drug Enforcement Administration started a program to educate high school students about the risks of smuggling. But it's hard to compete with a persistent cartel operative. Gustavo's recruiter called him out of the blue one afternoon. "I got a car for you," he recalled the man saying. It was a Honda Civic, a few years old and gleaming, and it was waiting for him in Tijuana. Gustavo was ordered to get basic insurance for the car and to start driving across the border every 3 days. The man told Gustavo that he wanted him to feel comfortable being approached by the border officers. He was told if he wanted to back out, he would have to pay the man several $1,000s.
Wow.
When Gustavo smuggled drugs for the first time, he left the car in a parking lot near the highway in San Diego, as instructed. He came back a few hours later to find more than $6,000 stuffed into the glove box. "I'm over here struggling. Of course I'm going to use the money to pay bills," Gustavo said. He bought so much food at the store that it couldn't fit in the fridge. Before he knew it, Gustavo had made tens of thousands of dollars. But then a few months later, while driving up to the Otay Mesa border entry into California, he got a bad feeling in his gut. There was almost no one else in line to cross, and suddenly, Gustavo sensed that something was about to go terribly wrong. He took a breath, told himself it was in his head, and kept driving. While he was waiting in line to show his identification, an officer approached his car and asked where he was headed. "San Diego," Gustavo said, trying to sound calm. According to court documents, the officer noticed a loose cloth on the back seat. The officer popped the trunk, pushed the back seat down, unzipped the seat cover, and, according to the court documents, immediately observed plastic wrap packages. Gustavo was visibly shaking, the officer noted. More than 13 kilos of fentanyl were found stuffed into the back seat.
Wow.
After he was put under arrest, Gustavo told the officers his story from start to finish. Then he called his mother, who was at a new job cleaning offices. She wailed into the phone, "Why would you do this?" he recalled her asking.
Mama.
Gustavo pleaded guilty to fentanyl trafficking in August 2021 and was sentenced to 32 months in federal prison. He has since found a job in construction, solid work that pays well. "This is a good path for me," he said.
Wow.
All right. Well, that's my point.
Hey, all
there are American citizens who are, a major part of this. They are drug mules, and being drug mules, that implies they're not in charge. They're just mules. 12th man.
Well, I still stick to my point that all fentanyl dealers should be put to death. Rest my case.
And I appreciate your irrelevant point.
CKJ, what were you about to say?
I said all he got was 32 months for 13 keys?
I know, right?
God, man, that ain't shit.
Man.
Dude. 32 months for just 13. Oh my gosh.
That's over like $6-7 million in profit.
And all he had to do was 32 months?
Yeah, I know.
And you know that's probably Fed time, so it's probably less than that for real.
Yeah.
But you know, I think the Feds is not like it's not based on, I think like it's like 8-9 months is like a year for them or something like that. Oh my gosh, man.
Yeah. It is very interesting.
And
yeah, well,
he got out and got a construction job, making good money.
Yeah.
So the risk The risk.
He could have
It
done
wasn't a
that
bad risk.
beforehand. He could have done that before he even went into the drug stuff. So,
You said
you
what's
know,
that?
I said he could have done that before he ever got into the drug stuff.
Yeah,
That's what happens when you do your own dope.
And Mavis G, again, spouting random numbers, be so white. No context, no source. I don't know whether this is the southern border. I have no clue what this means. Thanks for the pretty numbers, though.
Yeah, it's a I think this is an American problem.
Well, I mean, it's obviously an American problem. My point is that I hear a lot about drugs being smuggled by illegals across the border. I have not heard about the American citizens bringing it through legal, bringing it into the country via legal pathways. That's really my only point. This is the rest of the story. Everything else is true. This is
I'm being snuggled across the border, Nicole.
To the story that is not being brought to you by MAGA.
Stanley? What'd you say that's not being brought by?
This part about the Americans bringing drugs in is not being reported by MAGA. And when I say MAGA, I mean Trump or his flunkies.
Ah, come on, flunkies. I
What-
think that's a little rude.
Would it be better if I just said Trump or his associates?
Yeah, it's associates.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I meant associates.
Hey, flunkies. Come on.
So I'm drunk on MAGA tears, which tastes like boxed wine.
Well, Stanley, I guess if you look at it like this, American smugglers do vote, Stanley. They do vote.
Kamala.
Innate brings up a good point here. No, Kamala hasn't talked about it either. But MAGA brings up the illegals, and much more than Kamala does. She should.
And you like the illegals, don't you, Stanley?
You know what? I like you, and you're legal.
But Stanley, you know why she can't though, Stanley. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, why would she bring up something that's going to hurt, her credibility?
Right. So you know why.
I mean, but see, I never worry about bringing up the obvious when people say when people do whataboutism. It never occurred that who would expect Kamala to bring it up, but I work with what I have.
Yeah, but both sides bring.
Yeah,
both sides. Both sides. I'm just thinking that I'm surprised.
Stanley,
I would think Trump. I would think
people being murdered.
I would think that Trump would hammer Kamala over this.
Yeah,
I mean, he does. He does, Stanley.
No, I mean over the American part. But see, if you start bringing Americans instead of the illegals, that's gonna kind of neutralize the effectiveness of your point.
So you think they should advise Trump to talk about the American people over the illegals, Stanley? That's not smart.
I think it's perfectly smart.
You think that because you like Kamala, but it's not smart.
No, I think that because it's part of the problem. You can't solve a problem if you don't know what the problem is.
You're part of the problem.
Yes, I am. I'm part of your personal problem. I'm part of your personal problem, 12th man, and we both know why.
I suggested you be a mod, and now you're getting out of control with it.
Oh wait.
Danny,
Oh no.
Danny,
Oh, let me take this point. So, Mr. White Man, am I supposed to be beholden to you because you suggested something?
Yeah, and then now you got it. Now you're setting me up with it.
Yeah, I brought up this story specifically because of you, and yeah, that's kind of true.
And now you're gonna shut me up when you don't like what I'm saying.
Maybe next time you'll sober up before you confront me.
Okay. So in other words, don't confront me or I'll put you on mute.
I knew you would take the wrong point. I don't mind you confronting me.
I should have known better than to recommend you a wrench.
I mind you
I
confronting me.
regret recommending you a wrench.
I don't like it when you confront me when you're out of your mind drunk.
Yeah, you just do just make shit up.
I'm gonna keep tweaking you. You do know I'm getting an inordinate amount of joy out of this, right?
Yeah.
Add to my
get
joy.
Your rocks off. You old men like you get your rocks off in the weirdest way.
Add to my joy, will ya? So anyway, I think my point is made. So
you didn't make a point.
I'm ready to move on, drunk man.
Wow.
You know, I never imagined. It's fun being sober when you're drunk, 12th man.
You're always drunk anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm drunk right now.
I could tell.
Uh-huh. Sure I am.
Jeez.
What you want to talk about, HB? It's your stream tonight.
Hey, it's just like a stream of consciousness, man.
The translation is, please get him off of me, HB.
I'm just going along with it. Just going along with it.
I'm trucking, motherfucker. Ain't about you, motherfucker.
Please don't let him hurt me anymore, HB.
Stanley, please make it about me, Simone. Please make it about me, Simone Master.
These facts are killing me.
Go back to your cackling camel tune. Go ahead, HB. What you got for us, man?
I am laughing like Kamala, aren't I?
Yeah, you are. Cackling camel tune.
She does
laughing like a little bitch.
I am getting a lot of joy out of this.
She does cackle a lot, Stanley.
You know, to a certain extent, Innate is right about this. Americans get convicted, foreigners get sent to their local PD. You know what? How can I dispute that point? Except the only point I was making is Americans are part of the problem too. That was really my only point. Everything else is true as well.
Not just American.
This is a both and, Innate.
So you're one of these Americans that think because America has its own problems, we need to invite more in, right? Millions of more in.
Look at you with a crafty little bit of sophistry there. Love it. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, isn't that right, Stanley? Need millions of more immigrants here, isn't that right, Stanley?
Well, you know what?
We need millions of more here, right?
I guarantee you what you're saying doesn't change my point now, does it?
You never had a point, motherfucker. You had some cunt from the New York Times. That don't count.
Yeah, she's definitely.
Okay, well, you know what? If you categorically deny that the New York Times reports news at all,
I admit that.
I have to just accept your ignorance.
So you're okay with drug cartels feeding Americans 90% of the drugs.
I'm
Good
not.
for you.
I'm not.
You're okay with it. That's why you're voting for Kamala.
I'm not.
Come on, man, admit it.
I'm not okay with Americans bringing America down.
You're okay with Mexican cartels doing it, though.
They're using Americans as tools to do it.
Okay. Well, you won't even say Mexican, will you?
How am I wrong?
You're too woke to even say Mexican. You're a fucking loser. You're a goddamn traitor to this country.
To admit your fellow Americans.
You're a goddamn traitor to this country.
There are Americans fucking America. How do you feel about that, 12th man? Are
you're a traitor to your
okay with America bringing America down?
You're a traitor to the oath you took.
Motherfucker, I have more patriotism in the piss I put in the toilet than you do.
You're still a traitor to the oath you took.
There's more patriotism in my urethra than in your whole body.
I bet you can have a baby too.
I piss patriotism and you fucking piss wine.
I might do that right now. You never know.
I think both of you need to go get checked out if that's what's going on. I think both.
Stanley's getting pissed Bud Light. I'm gonna piss dark and mustard.
You know what? You really think I've been up all night drinking? You are.
Look,
I think you're
slurring your words. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, your hearing is slurred. That's your problem. You're so drunk, your ears are drunk.
Yeah, you're drunk. That's the problem.
Let me pay some bills real quick. Please hit the like button, you guys. Subscribe if you're new here, and of course, if you want to help sponsor this episode, somebody's pissing. All right.
It is not me.
Somebody's pissing a freedom right there.
No, that's me pouring another glass of wine in.
Okay.
Oh,
I thought you were
so
pissing.
So he can be more right on the merits.
Sounds like pee, but
he believes in vino veritas for real.
But if you guys would like to sponsor this episode of Gone Trucking, please hit the Cash App $ Portia J with the E at the end, $ PORSHA JAYE. This is Porsche Tobar. We are celebrating Portia's birthday, or if you're Jewish descent, it's Porschover. So or Rasha Porsche. Yeah, we're celebrating all of that. If you're Muslim, you don't have to celebrate, but you know, help her get a new prayer rug. Portia needs a new prayer rug. So hit her Cash out. Portia, she said she has a new we got Virgo woken up. Virgo, are you over are you still kind of feeling a little anger towards black men this morning, Virgo?
I was pissing freedom.
You're pissing freedom this
morning.
That
was Virgo taking the lead, not me.
I'm pissing truth.
That was Virgo pissing, not me.
And I may have to go to the doctor because my piss came out red, white, and blue. So
when 12th man dares cross swords with the truth.
Are we what cross swords?
Come on. Stanley cross swords. Come on.
This is what I have to walk into when I first join on. I'm telling you,
Stanley won't let go of my cock.
Come on, man.
You know what? You know what?
Uh,
I'm going to try never to reveal the truth to you again because you just go all hog wild.
Who, me?
you know,
No,
in the
Hulk
spirit of
man.
Virgo, I do want to I would like to cover maybe some stories of some divestors gone wrong in
All
the
right.
spirit of
Oh
Virgo.
Lord.
We can let's get into the algorithm. Let's play some divestors gone wrong stories. But
Go ahead, HB.
Portia has
Oh, wait.
a
Is that just more shitting on black people?
sort of for the most part.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what we do best.
Yeah. Black men, black women. As long as they're black, we can shit on them. Who cares? Who cares?
Oh.
Who cares? We do have Portia does have some clips or some news articles. Portia, also, if you could find some divester stories gone wrong, I'd like to show some of that too for Virgo. But Portia has a story about the hood veneers that are plaguing America, and
Oh,
we're
that
gonna
should be a good one.
we're gonna get into that shortly.
Thank you. Now to a Channel 2 Action News exclusive. The man prosecutors say paid millions doing dental work without a license or medical training had his first appearance before a judge today. Channel 2 consumer investigator Justin Gray broke the story of his arrest Thursday on Channel 2 Action News at 6. He's live in Northeast Atlanta with new information. Justin.
Yeah, and investigators were back out here again, pulling evidence out of A1 Smiles Atlanta. We were in court where we learned that prosecutors say that Brandon Dillard was sent a cease and desist letter from the state dental board all the way at the beginning of the year, but allegedly ignored it. And that's when the Fulton County District Attorney stepped in.
I am leaving it in no bond status based on the fact that I believe he will continue to commit these acts.
No bond for Brandon Dillard. We were there in court at the Fulton County Jail as Dillard traded scrubs of what the Fulton County District Attorney says was his illegal dental practice for a prison jumpsuit.
I do think he poses a risk, and risk isn't necessarily he's out there with a gun shooting people. Risk is also when you are practicing medicine or dentistry and proper licenses, things can go horribly wrong.
Channel 2 Action News was there exclusively Thursday as police and DA investigators raided A-List Smiles Atlanta. To his 157,000 Instagram followers, Brandon Dillard promoted himself as Atlanta's top veneer specialist and trainer. But he's now facing 8 felony charges, including practicing dentistry and medicine without a license and theft by deception.
He called it bonding veneers, where he just fixed like the first 4 of my teeth.
Christy Brown paid Brandon Dillard $3,000 for those veneers. Her dentist immediately noticed something was wrong at her cleaning.
Like the way it was put on, he just kept asking, who did this? Who, you need to be careful. Did he have a dentist certificate? And I was like, no, I don't remember seeing any of that. I should have known.
Prosecutors allege Dillard has made more than $4 million, charging thousands, not just for veneers, but to train others to be veneer specialists or technicians, something that legally does not exist in Georgia.
Very important that we find out who the other technicians are that came in,
Bonnie.
trade and are performing.
While the pictures of smiling clients look good on social media, Dr. Robin Reich, the past president of the Georgia Dental Association, says veneer procedures are medically complicated.
There could be infection, inflammation, lip problems, jaw problems, speech problems. None of those show in a picture. None of them.
Now, prosecutors say Dillard was using what he thought was a loophole in Georgia law, claiming these veneer procedures were for, quote, theatrical purposes. Now, prosecutors want to hear from any patients, anyone who took his training course. They consider all of those people victims. They've set up an email address, and we have a link to that on our website at WSBTV.com. We're live in Northeast Atlanta. Justin Gray, Channel 2 Action News.
I'll say first on this. Now, if you frame it as theatrical purposes, there could be a loophole that he may be able to bypass.
He ain't stupid.
Yeah. I think if you are somebody who is willing to go get dental work for somebody that's not accredited, that didn't go to school, you have to also take some responsibility there. I've never been into a doctor's office and didn't see their um their 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 accreditation, what school they went to. I've never not seen that. So
Okay,
You
well
know what the
that's going to
problem
be
is, HB? People want to do these kind of surgeries, these elective surgeries. They don't have the money for it, so they want to go the cheap route, and
that's
they go to these people.
yeah.
Well,
that's
it goes
not
to
going
say
to.
it 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 goes to
Wait,
say,
let
you
Virgo
know,
go first, Stanley. Go ahead, Virgo.
it goes to say it's like you get what you pay for. I don't feel sorry for people like this. I really don't. Because before you go under the knife, you need to do investigating, and you need to, look into this kind of stuff instead of just,
Yeah.
oh, I want veneers, so I want to look like everybody else. So
Yeah.
I can get it for $3,000 when it's a $12,000 surgery. That alone should tell you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Stanley. Go
Okay,
ahead.
Go ahead, Stanley.
I mean, if he's practicing without a license, it's material. Yeah, in I guess the court of public opinion, people should take responsibility for bad decisions. Operating without a license has nothing to do with people, making bad decisions.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you, Stanley. I agree that, yeah, you should be in
So I
trouble
mean,
impersonating a doctor.
the law,
Yes.
bad decisions aren't going to make one whit of difference.
Oh, Kimmy Cakes. Good morning. Good morning, Kimmy Cakes. CKJ, what did you think? What do you think about this? I'm sure in Cleveland, you've probably heard of some hood procedures being done in the hood, whether it's a hood
Oh,
BBL,
not big.
hood
It's
hood
not big.
veneer. It's not
It's not.
big. It's not big there.
No, I think a lot of people move to Atlanta, man. Atlanta is like home of the scammers, man. So
Yep.
that's the place
Yeah.
to.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you're gonna do it, go to Atlanta and get it off there.
Miami
But
too. Didn't they have that
yeah, but
that
how
trans guy that was
able?
doing the BBLs?
Yeah, how was
Yep.
you able to get the Don't people got to go under to get the?
No. I think you don't necessarily have to go under for that procedure. All they do is kind of like shave off a little bit of your teeth and then like glue the veneers on top.
You do get
Oh,
anesthesia though.
I thought they pull your teeth out.
Sound like a good place
No,
to lose your wallet.
no. Those are implants. Those are implants. When
Oh,
they actually pull your now that you got to go under for that. They're literally drilling a
yeah.
new tooth into your
How's he?
jaw.
As like putting people under and all that. Because you got like, can he even get supplies? Like, don't you gotta have like a certain license, like to order like
Yeah,
medical
yeah, yeah.
stuff? Like,
And
how's he getting past that?
I think the reason why he's been able to get past it is because he's been doing it under the guise that it's a theatrical it's theatrics. Like it's not a real medical procedure, it's like a theatrical procedure. It's
No,
like it
what I'm saying is like, so when you order like, so it's certain. So when I was in the military, I mean, Stanley can know this too. You got to have like a certain like classification to even order certain things. So how
yeah.
is he able to order, let's just say the dental products that he's ordering without actually having like a somebody that's classified to order that type of material. He has to be working with like somebody that's like that has like their
What
certification.
do you want in the order?
You said what?
What do you want in the order?
Jesus.
He talking about like composite teeth bonding material,
Yeah,
all of
like
that shit.
okay, HB, like how's he getting past that? Like,
Well, I
Hey,
can tell
hey,
you. I
hey,
can tell
this
you,
is
he
this.
probably does work for a dentist,
No,
and
I
maybe
doubt
he.
that he,
no,
I
no,
doubt
not
that
with
he working.
100
Yeah,
followers.
yeah,
He
I
got like,
doubt that he work. Yeah, I doubt that he works with a dentist.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
It's
think,
somebody that's ordering, that's doing something illegal behind the
yeah,
scenes, that's getting the products for him.
yeah.
Because
I
the
think
dude,
so. So that was going to be my
he got
second point.
built in. He got marketing videos like promoting himself. So how is he able to order those materials and he doesn't?
Yeah, yeah, Maverick G. I think it's for theatrics, not for actual daily use. Yeah, that's probably the problem. But yeah,
Or
I
maybe
think
he went to the dentist and swiped the materials.
yeah. He probably got a girlfriend that is a you know a dental tech or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
It's
Yeah,
somebody that's that has something in order for him to order the product.
yeah.
yeah,
It's
because
definitely somebody.
when I worked for the research company, I couldn't just order shit. You know,
Right,
I
right,
had to get approval. You have to go through a process,
right.
and we were ordering stuff from Pfizer. You know, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna give you an example. When I was in I was a logistics specialist in the Navy, and this one guy, he was Korean, but he was adopted, but he didn't have a clearance. So it's a lot of stuff that he couldn't order because he didn't have a clearance.
yeah,
You-
yeah.
Like it's certain things that you're not even able to order without having like certain like credentials. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I guess this will be a good teaching moment for the audience. Whenever I'm looking for a doctor or a dentist, I use the ZocDoc app. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it, but it's
oh yeah, yeah.
ZocDoc, ZocDoc. And when you looking up a doctor or a dentist, they tell you their accreditations right there. I think if you're looking for any type of medical procedure and you go to Instagram, it's
I'm
probably
gonna
not going to
bounce
work out.
y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Check you
don't check out
later.
the
I'm out
Facebook
of here.
ads.
wait, 12th man, you all right, man?
Yeah, I'm bouncing out. Check y'all later.
Oh, you sure, man? You got to leave us, man.
Oh well,
Ah,
he had to go get
12th
a
man.
dental procedure.
Yeah,
Probably
12th man.
Bye, 12th man.
probably has to throw up.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, Stanley.
Oh, is that you're offended with by that?
Can we
Yeah,
have some decorum? Can we have some decorum?
Hey Kimmy, that's how ZocDoc works. You actually put in your insurance. You type in your insurance, all the numbers and shit into the app, and it shows you all the doctors that are covered.
Within your
Or
network.
right within your network, so you can it shows all their where they went to school, their accreditations, their DDS or whatever DR, whatever it is. I don't know all the little terms that they use,
I,
but
I tell you this much. I want to have LASIK done, and I'm going to New York to have that done. I don't trust any doctor here in Florida to do that.
Jesus.
I'm gonna give it to y'all later, HB. I gotta
Okay,
start
okay,
work.
okay. All right, CKJ
See,
man, salute, man,
see you, CK.
man. Virgo, I feel like there's not you've pretty much had every surgery known to man.
Yeah, but
Besides
I I don't look like I had surgery though. That's the key to it.
yeah, no, that's a good thing. That's a good
They
thing.
hide the stitches.
And you know what? You know what? When I turn 50 and 55, or whenever my skin starts to get wrinkled, I will get a little Botox. I
Well,
don't
you know
care.
what? When you turn 50, I'm still going to call you youngin.
Oh, that's nice. I
Yeah,
like that.
You know, girls are getting Botox really early now.
Oh no, that is a no-no. The
Yeah,
key
they're
to
getting it.
it is to have it done when your skin actually needs it, and then that's it. If you're 80 years old and your skin is
Girls like
sagging, honestly, you shouldn't do it. But
girls are
just to,
getting
when you're in your
they're getting it at 16 now.
no, you lose the elasticity in your skin when it does that. That's why you have these women with the Kardashian face,
Hmm.
or
You think some
remember that famous Catwoman face,
yeah. You
something
think some girls
Weinstein.
get it like on their coochies too? So it make it not look
Botox
so
on your coochie.
yeah,
No,
so it
but
make it not
they do have coochie surgery
oh wow.
for the girls
Coochie
that have
surgery.
that roast beef look.
Yeah, yeah.
And to be honest with you, if I had roast beef, I'd want to get it fixed too, because that is disgusting.
You know
Jesus
what?
Christ. What,
What?
Stanley?
I'm,
You
I
know
might,
what?
I might just be an incel a little bit longer.
Stanley.
What? So okay, HB, tell the
Uh,
honest truth. If you met a girl with roast beef cooch,
Oh, oh.
wouldn't you be disgusted?
What do I
uh,
have to look forward to in age appropriate women?
yeah, there's a lot of
No,
roast.
that doesn't happen because of age. That happens because you a hoe.
Oh,
No. I think it's just some girls coochies look different than other girls. I don't I don't buy that whole I don't buy that whole roast
Well,
beef is
thank
because she
God I
got
never
ran
had
through.
vaginal birth.
No, I think it's just like some girls are just different, you know. Some girls
Oh,
have different looking vaginas than others. Some are, they look tight and neat, and others look a little bit more uh I don't know,
wild,
animalistic. Yeah,
wild.
a little look a
They got
little
baboon. They got baboon butt pussy.
yeah, yeah. It's one of those things.
Oh Lord.
For me, it's more about the smell more than anything. The look. Some are gonna look better than others. What can you
well, I
do?
mean, roast beef smells good.
It does. Roast beef does smell. Roast beef does smell good. So we're gonna get
Jesus.
into this. We're gonna get into. We were talking earlier about Virgo's journey into her marrying
Into
a
the
white
white
man
land.
to the white land, and why she
You
decided to
mean
be with
America?
a why she decided to be with a white man, and her kind of
In in her red, white, and blue urinal flow.
yeah, and
That's
her
because y'all was saying that.
and she was kind of telling us disappointment her disappointment she's had with black men and their lack of commitment. So we're gonna get into this story about a divester and see where it goes.
Everything. I met you in a basement laying on a mattress. Let's be real about that. Let's be real about the fact that you moved in with me, not the opposite of way around. Let's be real about the fact that I never felt comfortable moving to your house because you lived in the ghetto. Let's be real about the fact that I'm the one that found the house, found the realtor, did all the footwork, did everything, paid for the fucking deposit on the house, paid for the house, everything. Let's be real about that. Let's be real about everything since you want to say, let's put it on live. You're the one that told me to put it on live. It's about your daughter. You went to Minnesota or whatever your baby mother is from, and you've been nothing but a deadbeat to your daughter. You knew your daughter. You knew where she was. You did not try at all whatsoever. Let's be honest about the fact that I'm the one that made you see I'm the one that made you see your daughter. Let's be honest about the fact that when I met you, you was lying about that. The fact that you had a daughter. Let's be honest about the fact that you are a literal how angry I got when I found out that you can't see that little girl, and I told you to go and get a lawyer and go fight for your daughter. Literally pissed off that you wouldn't fight for your daughter. Let's be honest about the fact that you lie and say she was a one night stand, but your mother even told me that y'all was together. Let's be very honest. Remember in Iowa, you literally have a police report because you did what?
Hey, Stanley,
You did
she
what?
sounds
Yes,
like
you did.
she
Why
sounds
did
like
why
your
did they
daughter.
take the gun away from
Literally,
you?
she
Move,
sounds like
get
your
away
daughter.
from me. Get away from me.
I
Don't come
had to
near me
go.
at all whatsoever. Yeah, don't come near me because let's not come near me. Let's not pretend that I'm the one that paid the deposit on our house. Let's not pretend that I'm not the one that paid for the range. I'm the one that paid for this whole fucking life that we live. Let's not pretend that. Let's not pretend. Let's not pretend. Oh, okay. Let's not pretend. Let's just be very, very real. You told me to put it on. Let's be real about the fact that I paid for the Range Rover. The fact that I paid for motherfucking everything. Let's.
That's your daughter, Stanley. That's your daughter. Motherfucker. Literally.
Motherfucker. You know what? I
Literally.
used to
And wait,
watch this couple, HB.
yeah, this particular couple is fairly famous. They've got a lot of viewers.
Oh, wow.
And what I feel about her is that she goes online and she doesn't do it like blunt, but it's kind of like, look at me, I got a white man, and that's not how I am, you know. It's kind of like, look at me, because let me tell you something. I don't care what color a man is. If you're used to dating bums, and if you don't fix yourself or realize that you're the problem, even if he's white, you're gonna find a bum too.
Yeah, but I mean,
So,
you know, they
so I
kind
was
of,
taught never to pay anything from, you know. I don't do that shit. Pay
you know,
everything for a man. Taking a
No.
bum? Come on now.
yeah, but he's white though. I mean,
It doesn't. Well, it shouldn't matter. You know, it shouldn't matter.
you know, we're told that you
She's
know,
got if I remember this woman, she's got used to have a killer body.
yeah. They usually do. They usually
I
do.
mean, she's still. I mean, after having what 2 or 3 kids, she still looks good.
Yeah.
Kimmy says the world needs a hug.
No, I just think you know, this phenomenon of promoting interracial dating and marriages, I think it's sort of satanic. I think it has a lot of trauma based in it. I think whoever you love is who you love, but trying to promote it like it's a commodity that you're selling, I think is
Love who
really
loves you.
disgusting. Right. Just love who loves you. Whatever color they are. I mean, you could fall in love with a goddamn alien. You know, that sometimes I think that's what's gonna happen to me. The aliens might, you know, take
You
over the
might
world.
find a Anunnaki woman.
Yeah, I might fall in love with a goddamn alien. Who knows? Who knows? But you know, it's not. I wouldn't
Space
promote it.
truckers.
Yeah, I'm not gonna promote it. You know, like, oh yeah, you should date this person because of their skin color.
Oh
You know,
wow! You see
you know.
Clue's comment?
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Hey,
See.
good morning, Portia.
Oh, good morning, Portia. Good morning. How are you?
How you feeling?
I'm okay. You know,
Ah,
just
damn.
getting through it.
You
I
still
missed
sound
your
like
karaoke last night. I really did miss it.
Yeah, hopefully, we'll get that back going next week. I can't, you know. But I just wanted to say, as far as Rose is concerned, so Rose and Brett, like y'all said, they are super popular interracial couple. But Rose talks about Black men all the time. Like oh my God, like every single post or every other post up until their drama happened, she always talks about how awful Black men are all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. Like, but she has 2 children by a Black man, and she has 2 children by her current husband, Brett. So the short that I found right here, she's going to be addressing that because people have been calling her out. And then on the other tab, it shows, it goes into more detail of them talking about getting separated. So I just
Does
wanted
she
to
live in Texas?
No, they live in
I think it's Hawaii.
Yeah, they live in Hawaii now. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Wow. Stanley, I don't like how you come at Portia with this Texas stuff, man. I don't like
Wait,
that.
hold it. I had that. She knew their first names. I thought maybe she was familiar with them. I know them from YouTube because they pop up in my algorithm every now and again.
Yeah.
I wasn't impugning Texas this time.
Okay. You know, if they were
And
from
you know,
Texas,
and
she'd
you
have
know,
a MAGA hat on.
you know what I find too.
Voters.
You know what I find too. A lot of times, and I'm not saying everybody, because it's definitely not me. They'll go outside the race, and this goes for the men too, and the women. They'll find the most degenerate person, but because they're of a different race, they think they hit the jackpot. And this is a perfect example.
You know, Virgo, my whole issue is love, whoever you find it with, but don't fall in love with a different race or person and then go on to talk down on the other men that you've dated prior. Don't go date a Hispanic and then start shitting on white people, like if you're a white woman. Don't go date a white boy and then start hating on black men. And the same thing for black men who date white women. Like, I just think it's very low class to do some shit like that. It makes it almost seem like it's just a fetish of yours. Like, I'm only doing this because it didn't work out with this person, or I'm only doing this because,
Damn.
And it just makes it just seem like pathetic almost,
And this is my only advice. It's like if you see a pattern that you keep dating the same guy, fix yourself, find out why you keep dating the same guy, and open up your options. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not saying you have to, be with a white man and only a white man is gonna, make you happy. You can find an Asian man, you can find a Hispanic. Shit, you can find another black man. All I'm saying is open up your options.
Just find
because when people have a type, no matter what color, it could be your same race. When you have a type, you close yourself in.
They just need to be good at carving roast beef.
Oh, Jesus, Stanley.
All right, go ahead, play this, Portia.
In the black community, with me being a black woman, and like I said, not enough of our women are married or have opportunity to do nice things because of the black man and our loyalty to black men.
Do I have a preference as far as physicality? I like tall, like above 6 foot. I like a black, dark-skinned man with long dreadlocks, or even light-skinned.
I got a black son. Queen, I got a black daddy.
Me too. I'm about to go get my black son.
We're both raising black men, but for you to blame them for a system that white men created. Do you know how many mulatto women that I have in my family that were born from white men who never claimed them? And you're saying black men need to do better, but it was white men that wrote the book? You're passing off your own internal issues off to this to somebody else.
Yeah, I do talk about.
Wow.
I'm ashamed me and this lady has the same name. But I have to agree with her on this topic though.
Yeah, she definitely talks about let's see. So here's another short from her page. And so this is like the type of things that she says. So it says here how I feel knowing I can be with a white man and still produce black men.
You're the man, strong, healthy, black man. Huh. Dun, 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 dun. What you gonna eat? Who's the man? You.
She makes like a lot of slight towards black men in all of her posts. That's kind of like how she got big. And she always talks about how good this white man is. And she went on Unwind with Tasha K, and Tasha like ripped her for it. But apparently things aren't as good as they seem. And the reason why I pulled this up is because you said divesting gone wrong. And then this video here, you could just kind of listen and pay attention to the signs as this video is playing. But that's whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah, no, go ahead, play it.
Yep. Excuse me.
So this is after everything got exposed, that video that I showed y'all earlier. So this is after everything was exposed.
Rose told me that she wants to take a break. And in fairness, I kind of leave her here overwhelmed with the kids daily. Even at times when I dedicated more of my time to be at home, I was able to understand what it's like to have 4 kids on your neck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you were, at first you were fine, but then you start to kind of like get overwhelmed for sure.
To be fair, I dipped out pretty quick because I think I did that for about 2 months. And from cleaning up constantly to behavior shaping, like constantly correcting and everything like that. And they're at an age, they're always going to be at an age, but they're at an age to where they have a lot of energy and they need a lot of you and they pull a lot from you. And you are, to your benefit. A lot of people on here are saying like Rose has, this is a mental thing, this is whatever. And yeah, I mean, you'll see things like that. The more ambitious people are going to feel like they're either trapped or that they're failing or that they got to have a drive to keep going at something or that they're not succeeding and they just keep driving and going. So you do see a lot more of those people publicly because those are more driven people. So Rose has a very big drive of the things she wants to do, and she has a lot of responsibilities as well, and a lot of things that take up her time and energy and space. I know when I was 28 and I'm understanding. I understand this, and to be honest, I'm gonna be a little cocky. I'm gonna give you what you need for the amount of time that I don't want to say that take your time, whatever, because I don't want you thinking whatever, but I understand that you need that. Let me grab this baby here. Not doing
Thinking of pulling so much out of me. I'm trying, this is day one of trying to wean him off the boob. I'm really trying cold turkey. I know it's not going to happen.
And we need to get familiar with that because I'm going to, as much as I can, I still got, for the next couple months, I still got a lot I got to get under wraps and move around and take them off your hands up to 90% of your time to where you can still enjoy yourself, get reset, and actually have time with the kids as well.
Yeah, I've seen someone in the comments say like, it's not about your happiness after you have kids. And that is the most insane comment ever to me, because the way that I feel is as a family unit, it's about all of our happiness collectively. I don't put my happiness to the back burner, and it's all about my kids' happiness at all whatsoever, because if I'm not happy as the mom, how is anyone in the family truly happy? How do you show up as your best mom or your best wife if you're unhappy yourself and not pouring into your own cup?
Trouble I'm having.
In this short period. That's how I am all the time.
And this is one boy I got.
Wait, pause it. Portia, pause it. Pause it.
He's teething right now, so it's like.
Pause it. I think that's a a big issue when Stanley talks about parenting. Those are some of the telltale signs of bad parenting. When you put your happiness over your children's, or when you just put happiness above anything, I think that's a wrong way to go about parenting. When you're a parent, it should be all about the kids. Your happiness should be making sure those kids are happy. That should be your happiness then. You know, I think obviously when the kids go out of when they leave the house, go on to live their lives, you could focus on your happiness. But you know, I just think if you make that a point, your happiness, nobody's ever gonna be happy fully. You know, um, this lady
There is
seems
a
pretty
healthy
toxic.
there there is a healthy balance to it too, HB. I mean,
Yeah,
you can make sure yourself is happy, but yeah, the kids should come first.
yeah,
What's the point of having them if because your job as a parent is to nurture them and to help them be a better person, hopefully better than you are, you know?
yeah, yeah.
And I'm starting to believe this dude is not a bad dude because I'm listening to what he's saying. I don't think this guy's a bad guy. I think she's the one that's toxic. So I don't care if it was a white man, a black man, a Chinese man. She would have drove anybody away with her kind of mentality.
Well, it's easy to say that, and I think maybe I think they're both bad people. Object,
They're just not compatible. Yeah.
subjectively speaking, I think they're both bad people. I think they're both two people that really just want to capitalize off of their biracial family. I think I think it's
But who
not
do you
really.
think pushed it? Who do you think pushed it, HB? Do you think he was the one that pushed capitalizing off of their biracial family, or do you think it was her?
It was
Be
probably
honest.
her. It was probably her,
Yeah.
but that's what makes it even worse to me.
Yeah.
If you let a woman lead you to hell, you're worse because you're a man. You can always say no, I'm not doing this. But I think when she's the one buying the Range Rover and paying for the house and all this other shit, and obviously he wants to just be a stay-at-home dad. He's kind of trading in his dignity for a check. So
But
I think he's just as bad as her, if not worse.
you know
Honestly.
what? You know what? If it had to be one parent stay home, I'm not opposed for the dad staying home and I go to work. I am not. I don't like buy into these gender roles or whatever. If
No,
I'm the
no, no.
one that
I don't need
makes
that. I don't need that. I don't need that because I truly believe there are some women out there that are just really high earners. There's nothing you can do about it.
yeah,
There's women out here who are just, you know, $500,000 a year, high paying jobs. You can't tell a woman that can earn $500,000, $500,000, that she needs to be a stay at home mom. That's just ridiculous.
but here's the
Like,
key to it, HB. Here's the key. If you have that kind of dynamics in your household, fine. I'm not judging, but you also have to understand as a woman, you cannot belittle your man. If he's the stay-at-home dad and you're the one that's the breadwinner, and for the time being, it just makes sense for you to go out and work and he stays home with the kids so somebody could be home with the kids instead of taking them to daycare when they're little. You have to understand, if you're having an argument, you can't say, well, motherfucker, this is why I do this and I do that. That's not cool.
no, it's not. But also, as a man, you only put up with what you allow. He's
Yeah.
allowing her to talk to him crazy like that. I'd rather be homeless than to deal with some bullshit like that. But if you don't really have any dignity, you know, you don't really care about integrity, you'll deal with anything. Just have a roof over your head. And I think too, the whole them also pushing the interracial dating, shitting on black men, like he's just as guilty as she is. And he should be ashamed of himself. He really should. Should be ashamed of himself.
Mm.
You're a man. You should tell that black woman, hey man, are you with me because you love me or because you got some vendetta against black men? Which one is it?
Yeah, I would feel some type of way too if my
I
man was
would.
like, "Oh, I got the black wife effect, got the black wife, you know, whatever
Yeah,
the new
yeah, yeah.
craze is
Just think
on
about if
TikTok or whatever."
just think about if your husband Virgo, if he started recording you and was like, yeah, look at my black queen, look at my black sister. This is why I don't date white women. I don't date those cracker bitches. Look at my black queen. She in here making some fried pork and you know
Fried pork,
whatever
smothered pork chops.
for smothers. Look at my black queen sister.
She
She
got
better
hot
than
sauce in a bag.
If
right, right.
I may give a little bit of context. So Brett works full time. So he actually goes
Mm.
out on a job full time. And she's at home. So she's the one that started the social media. And in the beginning of when they started, he would always say, you know, get the camera out of my face. You know, he would actually take the phone and stuff like that. But it's been going on for a few years. Like their socials have been going on for a few years. But he's at work all day. So before they moved out to Hawaii, he was working on a rig. So that requires him to be gone longer, but he was working to, you know, support her dreams of this social media platform, which it has blown up. I mean, they have millions of followers on TikTok, YouTube, IG, all of that. But in the beginning of this video here, he's saying, you know, I'm gone all the time because I'm at work. And I do need to be at home more, you know, so and I need to rearrange my schedule so I have the kids 90% of the time so that Rose can have her time and live her life and be happy. But if he does that, who's going to pay the bills? And so she was mentioning in that other video, I got the push present. I got the Range Rover. I moved us out here. Well, of course, by now, yeah, you do have the funds because of social media. You're getting these checks from TikTok, YouTube, IG. Yeah, you're getting the money now, but he's still getting up and going to work every day.
Yeah.
And she's essentially telling him that he needs to stay at home. So,
Hey, Kimmy, have a great rest of your day, Kimmy. Salute.
bye, Kimmy.
But yeah.
Is
I think
Kimmy also known as Brooklyn?
yeah. That's
Oh, okay. Bye, Kimmy.
yeah. That's Kimmy Cakes. You know, make sure you guys go subscribe to Kimmy Cakes YouTube page. It is Brooklyn Watson. Just search Brooklyn Watson on YouTube. You'll find it. She's been putting a lot of really good content up there. So make sure you guys go subscribe. Let Kimmy know. Leave a comment. Let Kimmy know that you know the Urban Landlord sent you. HB2N sent you. Gone Trucking. Show her some love. Make sure you guys go subscribe, man. She's making some really good content.
Definitely.
Yeah, we gotta play some of her content over here too. We gotta support, you know. So yeah, no, Portia, I hear you too, you know, and I think no, that social media drug, it can be very lucrative, but what you're selling is I think that matters a lot. If you're selling an idea of interracial marriage because black men ain't shit, I think that's a demonic thing to be selling to people. So it's gonna have some really negative effects on your relationship. And
yeah, I agree.
yeah. So, you know.
Yeah, that's why me and my husband talked about this before. Like, if we ever were to do a content together, it would probably be something just about our regular lives, like cooking. We love to cook together. You know,
Yeah.
we'd probably do something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I think when you play these race dynamic stuff, it can be pretty it can be pretty demonic, you know.
Cooking roast
But
beef.
oh Jesus Christ!
Wow.
You know what, motherfucker,
Motherfucker. How do I?
motherfucker.
Almost.
Motherfucker.
With practice, you'll have it down pat here pretty soon.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Jesus.
Portia,
I'm
could
gonna
you
give you
could you
lots of
give
practice.
us a quick summary of where they are now in this kind of divester situation where they are now?
They did a live stream a couple of weeks ago.
Hmm.
I guess it'll be 2 weeks now since it's Saturday. And
Hmm.
she starts going, the first video that I played, how she was going off and how he was trying to take the phone from her. And she was like, don't touch me, don't touch me. Well, that happened a couple of weeks ago. So at the top of last week sometime, and she starts pushing him and shoving him, and then she puts her sons in the way because he's trying to come towards her to get the phone from her again.
Hmm.
And they end up getting into a physical fight,
Wow.
and
Wow.
she hit him and he ended up hitting her back, and so she called the cops. The
Wow.
cops showed up, and now he's actually in jail, and
Wow.
she pressed charges against him.
Yep. 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 And mind you, I have no prior knowledge of this situation or these people. But I know how evil works, and
Oh wow.
when you promote something evil, it's gonna have an evil outcome, and
Interesting.
that's why you got to be very careful with this social media. It can be used for something positive, and it can be used for something very negative too. And I think with these race baiting, you know, YouTube pages, they're very they're very demonic, and a lot of people, they watch for maybe a false sense of, maybe this could happen to me, and then other people, they watch because I think deep down they know that your whole your whole relationship is based off of you know trauma. It's people
Mm.
trauma bonding, and
And you
eventually
know
it's
what,
gonna
too,
fall apart.
HB?
Yeah.
You know what, too, HB? This is one thing I noticed. She's Caribbean.
Ooh.
I
See.
believe she's Jamaican.
Oh wow. See, yeah, that
She's
adds a
Caribbean.
whole more another dynamic. It's probably
And
why
I'm going
she's
to
got
tell you
a banging
something.
body. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something about Caribbean people. I hate to shit on my people, but I'm going to tell the truth. I'm always here to tell the truth. We look at, and when I say we, I'm not saying myself included. I'm
It's
just
okay.
saying
It's
as a
okay.
whole,
It's okay.
we look as having a white partner as winning.
Ooh.
Because I had to hear too when I was growing up, we need to lighten the family, if I brought home a dark skinned guy, my mother was like, he's too black.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do you think it's because the Caribbean people kind of hate their natural black aesthetics, like the dark features? Do you think they?
Well, just like in India, a lot of Caribbean islands have that caste system. And even if it's
Mm,
not as loudly put as India, there is a caste system.
right, right. Wow.
And, I had to hear this, and then how did that make me feel as being one of the very few people in my family that is, I say dark skin. I'm not dark, but caramel colored.
Yeah, yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Portia, have you ever heard of the pink pill?
No.
Okay, that's another divester channel.
Mm.
I actually kind of like her. Actually, she's older, probably it's probably mid or maybe closer to late 40s. I don't know that I really agree with a lot of her points, but it's somewhat more upscale than this.
Yeah.
Would you like for me to pull that up, Stanley?
Um, I'll find it for you if you're busy.
Oh,
If you just
I can
yeah,
pull it
if
up.
you just type in pink pill, it'll probably come up.
Okay. So watching Pink Pill, Stanley. It's interesting.
Hey, you know what? I have a lot of interests, and culture
Yeah.
is one of them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is. It is. It is very interesting. This.
But I
battle.
tend to find all of it just kind of toxic, even the higher end stuff.
Yeah.
The Vester stuff, and I forget, is it the Black Manosphere stuff? The high
Yeah.
value men. That's
HBM.
the
Yeah.
what's his name? I find all of it just kind of cartoonish sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the word that you used is spot on. It's very toxic, and a lot of people are just trauma bonding, and it's
Or base,
unfortunate.
yeah.
So it's unfortunate. A lot of people really, I just think they need some therapy. But it's a lot cheaper to just go on YouTube.
Well, I think a lot of people, for some reason or another, feel like they've got to make excuses for their choices in life.
That too. That too.
Um, you know, and I've talked about it probably earlier this morning. You know what? I made a decision, and I really didn't care what anybody thought.
Yeah. 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 I don't think everybody who dates outside their race is. I don't think that they're all equal. I
And I
think
think
some
I
people.
told you once my wife was wanted to like do it wasn't quite a child actor thing where my son was really young. He literally looked like a doll baby, and she wanted I guess to do Pampers commercials or something. And I was like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I'd rather be poor.
Yeah, you don't want
Yeah.
to put your kid in Hollywood.
Well, I don't know that it would have gone that far, but in DC they'll do like, hey, cat calls for kids for this age range, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's a topic we need to dive into too with the child actors. Maybe in another chat we can dive into that. I don't know, I'm just throwing ideas out there because I've heard horror stories with child actors and the whole
Yeah.
Hollywood stuff.
Yeah, a lot of times it does start with the parents trying to live through their children.
And
And
I try to tell my husband this all the time. It's like, all right, so he plays bass, and it's like he bought his son all these bass guitars and all these pedals, and he'll play it for a couple of days, and then he just goes off and do his own thing. And I had to sit him down one day, and I told him, I said, you know what, I had to do a Stanley. You know what?
you
Just
know what?
because you enjoyed something doesn't mean your kids are going to. Now, if they do enjoy the same things in you, um, as you, then fine. It's cool, but you can't force them to be just like you. I said, you're spending all this money, and he's like, he doesn't even play. He knows two chords.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, the music is a little bit different when you play an instrument. You do want to kind of nurture your
Yeah, but
kids
he,
to
yeah,
do
but he pushes
something.
this with everything. He put like
Yeah,
even the movies, like he'll push like the movies that he likes. He'll push his daughter to do soccer. She doesn't care for it. I'm like, I don't know. I just at that point, I just let it be. I don't want no argument. So he'll learn. And I think he has.
yeah,
He stopped doing it. He's learned.
yeah. Go ahead, Portia. Let's see what this is. This is a suggestion by Stanley, the pink pill. Let's see. See what this is about.
Share and subscribe. Pinkies up.
Hi,
Okay.
Pinkies. Okay, I want to talk to you guys today about a very funny word. It's German. The word is Schadenfreude. It's very hard to spell, but you don't need to worry about spelling it. You just need to worry about experiencing it.
Oh.
Dad, do you know what Schadenfreude is?
No, I do not know what Schadenfreude is.
Way too much of it on YouTube.
Damage. Freude means joy. So Schadenfreude means having joy in damage. That means delighting in other people's failures. Social media is full of this, and some of it is well-deserved. We delight when we see people who are destructive or egotistical or bad or evil getting their comeuppance. It feels good to see them fail, and some of it is justified. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the Schadenfreude that happens oftentimes in this community. So on one hand, I will have Black men who will find out some news about a Black woman in an interracial relationship having some sort of major problem. One recently was a Black woman who was in a relationship with a football player who was popular. We found out later that he was beating her and beating her badly.
Yeah, that was
I got so many messages from men who said, you need to talk about that. You need to talk about this. You need to address this. But why did they want me to do that? Because they delighted in the fact that me, who promotes Black women finding the best man for the job, entertaining all of their options, including them, seem a little bit, I don't know, maybe they're afraid to participate in real competition. So they delight when they see Black women who are in interracial relationships failing or being abused in some way. They want me to cover these things so that I can remind my public that, see, there's bad people in every race. And that is Schadenfreude. That is a group of people who delight in their team winning and another team losing. Let's talk about the women, though, because in this sector, we also have Black women who engage in Schadenfreude. Anytime they find out that a Black woman is in an interracial relationship, that it's not working out, maybe the guy is like a baby powder dusty, he's a loser, there's a delight in that. They like to know that. That makes them feel good. Why does it make them feel good? It makes the women who are often opposed to interracial relationships feel good because it confirms their decision not to engage in those types of relationships. So they can just say, oh, see, look, this is what happened to Lakeisha with that white dude. See, this is why I don't date none of them.
Meanwhile, black women, we have so many challenges when it comes to relationships. Even if we're solely dating our own men, it's ridiculous. But a lot of us will cling to the bad news of an event because we don't necessarily feel comfortable to do what they are doing.
All right, Portia. All right,
Maybe we don't feel brave enough.
Pause it. All right, that's enough of that. I think we get the gist of what she's about,
What's the
and
deal?
it's a grift. It's a grift.
Well, it's a YouTube channel for profit. What did you think it was?
I mean, not all YouTube channels are for. I mean, they're all for profit, but they're not all grifting necessarily.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
No. I watch a guy who cleans out drains on houses, and he cleans out what are those, the meander pipes or whatever, and he just literally cleans out drains. I watch his shit. It's pretty. I don't think he's grifting. He's just showing how to clean out drains.
Uh-huh.
It's kind
Yeah,
of.
I get you.
Yeah, it's kind of therapeutic, actually. I don't think every YouTuber is grifting ideology.
Well, what do you think her grift is exactly?
It's to cause division between black men and black women, and pretty much.
So you're saying she's describing what she's doing, Schadenfreude.
Right. Yeah. She's the epitome of Schadenfreude.
I think she's okay.
I think it's a little.
See, high value men like me don't get disturbed by little black woman Schadenfreude.
No. It is interesting that there are these types of content creators out there, and that they can make a living doing that type of stuff.
Oh, there's one more, but I won't bother you with her.
Who are you talking about?
Nappy headed Yoyoba. I think that's what she.
Okay. Yeah. See. Yeah. I'm okay. I'm okay. But I think there's a lot of people that have trauma, and there's people that are going to capitalize on that trauma. And you kind of gotta. I'm not saying that you're one of those people, Stanley. I think more so you just like the entertainment of it. But
hey, I like to know a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Knowing who she was useful this morning. It's odd how random bits of knowledge come in handy sometimes.
I drink and I know things.
Well, I just know things without drinking sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, it was a game. It was a Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
I've never watched Game of Thrones.
Lord,
I don't
Tyrion.
have bit of knowledge.
Schadenfreude. I do like learning new words though.
Speaking about interracial relationships, did you guys hear about Kamala Harris's husband?
Oh no! What? No!
Ooh, child. Where's Miss T?
Ooh,
child.
You know that's another thing that I want to talk about before you get to it, Portia. I feel like Kamala being with a white man, I think that's like. I don't know how to say this, but I don't think that's a reason to necessarily dislike her. Obviously, she doesn't have any. She doesn't.
Not enough Schadenfreude.
Yeah. I think that's I think that's kind of messy, but I think it is interesting though. It is very interesting You know, she kind of pretends to be black, and then she dates a white man. You know, I feel like Kamala, if she actually was married to a black man, I feel like she could get away with a lot more. People would be behind her a lot more. But you know, the whole white man, her being with a white man, I don't think it's necessarily a negative thing for her either. But you know, just politically, it isn't very good. But Portia, what were you about to bring up about Portia's Kamala's white husband?
Husband Doug Emhoff allegedly beat an ex-girlfriend. So Kamala Harris's husband Doug Emhoff allegedly beat an ex-girlfriend and paid $80,000 in hush money to another. Let's talk about it.
Wow.
How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about Kamala Harris's husband Doug Emhoff allegedly beating a former girlfriend years ago and paying $8,000 in hush money to another woman. Now, this guy is supposed to be the model husband and redefining masculinity and all of these things. He's supposed to be the anti-Trump, but I've never heard about Trump slapping the woman upside their head and all this and that. Now, you can say that the whole Stormy Daniels thing happened, but for some reason, Trump got prosecuted for that and Doug Emhoff has not. Now, some are going to say, well, hey, ABL, Doug Emhoff's not running for president. Well, his wife is, and doesn't that matter? He's going to be in the Oval Office. He's going to have some level of influence, as we see Jill Biden pretty much running the White House right now because Joe has retired but didn't quit, which is kind of a loophole that's interesting, but that's a different story, and I digress. Now, there's a lot I want to get into. We got videos, clips, everything. But first things first, let's take a look at this picture. Now, this is Doug Emhoff and Jill Biden. Yes, that's Joe Biden's wife and Kamala Harris's husband sharing an interesting embrace. Now, this was during the 2023 State of the Union address. Why, oh, why are they kissing on the mouth? Okay, it wasn't like a deep, long, passionate kiss, but it was a kiss right there on the mouth. Now, I don't know about how y'all operate, but if I see a friend or a colleague, I'm not kissing them in the mouth. A hug and/or handshake is totally fine. We don't have to do all this. So can we get an explanation for that or no? Are we just pretty much left to use our own imagination? I don't really know what's happening, but that's one thing. Now, the next thing, here we go talking about, oh, Trump's a misogynist.
Wow. What would you say, Stanley?
I said one of them forgot their chapstick.
What? Wait, say that one more time.
One of them forgot their chapstick, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Does look like a dry kiss, doesn't it? Yeah. Ugh. I don't know how white people kiss with their dry ass lips. I don't know. I don't get that.
You wet them.
Ugh. Wow.
Tell him, Virgo. You make them use chapstick.
Okay. Virgo, do you make your white husband put on chapstick? Or do you
He
just
doesn't
kiss him
need it.
dry?
He got juicy lips.
Oh, wow.
All right. Go ahead, push.
Cat grease.
It's in the woman hater. Is he really? Or is that you, Doug Emhoff? Let's watch this clip. And of course, all the clips, all the pictures, all my sources will be available in the box. But without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
Two guys who actually not only don't trust women, but are literally running on a platform of authoritarianism and misogyny. That literally should be their their slogan, because that's what it is. So you want, people who literally are outwardly misogynistic in their policies and the way they talk about women and the policies in which they've already enacted and have talked about enacting, or Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's completely binary.
All right, so there we go. Hey, man, you got these guys talking about women and they hate women, all this, that, and the third. Well, look, I don't know about what you want to say as far as your record, but I know that Trump can get on stage and say he's never been accused of slapping the woman so hard that she did a whole 360. She spunked around like Beetlejuice. Now here we have Jen Psaki going along this whole, oh, you're the model husband and you're the new definition of masculinity. Here we have that. Check this out.
Important part, an interesting part of how people have talked about your role here is how your role has reshaped the perception of masculinity. And I'm not sure you planned on that, but you are an incredibly supportive spouse. Has that been an evolution for you? And do you think that's part of the role you might play as first gentleman?
They're calling him soft and a real good guy, but really this guy is akin to Ike Turner, beating on women, all this, that, and the third. So what's really going on? Fake nice guy. But anyway, let's continue.
It's funny. It's hard to think a lot about this. I've always been like this. My dad was like this.
Like what? A wife beater? A philanderer? Cheating on your wife with the nanny and having the baby and making her delete the baby? Is that how your dad was and your pawpaw was too?
And to me, it's the
important part.
Now, that's that. Now, let's look at this here. See the headline, Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, forcefully slapped ex-girlfriend for flirting with another man in Boozville assault after date to star-studded gala. Okay, so she's at the event. He sees her kind of flirting or whatever. Boom. Slaps her right in the head and makes her do a whole 360. Turns her around. Exorcist style, Beetlejuice style. That's what happened. Okay, now here's an article from The Hill. Another source. I just showed you an article that might have been New York Times or New York Post. Here we are with The Hill. Doug Emhoff accused of slapping ex-girlfriend in 2012. Wife got image under scrutiny. Here's another article from Breitbart. Doug Emhoff paid $80,000 hush money and was never prosecuted. There we go with the fist up. He loves limbering that arm up, limbering that fist up to punch the next girl that gets out of line. Isn't that what's going on, Doug Emhoff? Now check it out. Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, reportedly paid $80,000 in U.S. American cold hard cash dollars in hush money to his former nanny as part of a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, but was not prosecuted, unlike Trump. Now my thing is, okay, if we're going to prosecute Trump for the whole Stormy Daniels kerfuffle, then why not him? Now, somebody's going to say, well, hey, ABL, he's not running. And the reason why Trump got prosecuted is because he was running and he was trying to interfere with the election. Interfering with the election, how is that interfering? You're saying, hey, here's some money. Don't say anything crazy about me. Why is that a bad thing to do? You know this person. Y'all had a consensual relationship. There was no sexual assault allegation or anything like that. So I don't really see the crime. Hey, just be quiet. Don't get in the way. That shouldn't be a crime. And if it is a crime, then why not here? Again, some are going to say that he wasn't running for president, but there's his wife right there, and she is. So if Doug Emhoff is doing something that's improper, like, I don't know, beating women up and paying them hush money, if that's a crime now, then that should be looked into, because if it is revealed that he did that, that can most certainly hurt her and her chances going forward. And to say that it doesn't have any impact is completely ridiculous. If it had no impact, then why is he out there doing campaign stops? If he's ineffective at helping her succeed, then why do any kind of events at all? You think you're going to go out there and present this good guy image, the wife guy image at campaign stops and have that help Kamala win. This is why they put girlfriends and whatnot with some of these guys who are unmarried with no kids, like Tim Scott and Cory Booker. But different story, I digress. Now, let's keep on going here. Former President Donald Trump was prosecuted in New York and convicted on 34 counts for failing to list NDA payments to adult actress, I ain't gonna say what they said here, Stormy Daniels, aka Stephanie Clifford, as campaign expenses. He denies the affair. Democrats, including Imhoff's wife, Vice President Kamala Harris, have referred to Trump as a convicted felon, referring to the New York case. Yet Imhoff, too, allegedly paid hush money. So if you're going to be Kamala Harris and attack Trump for the hush money payments and ignore what your husband did, which is the exact same thing, you're a hypocrite, and it must not bother you that much when your own husband does it. You see how this works? So this is what's going on. Check it out. The UK Daily Mail revealed in August that Imhoff's first marriage broke up because of his affair with the family nanny, whom he allegedly impregnated and made the nanny delete the baby.
Wow.
The affair was hidden during Harris's Senate and presidential campaigns. Imhoff acknowledged the affair to CNN once the story broke, but did not mention impregnating the nanny or the fate of the child. Democrats in the media nonetheless praised Imhoff for reshaping the perception of masculinity. And then here's the other thing. On Wednesday, the Daily Mail reported that Imhoff had forcibly slapped a girlfriend in 2012, which prompted her to leave him. It added that Imhoff allegedly paid the nanny a settlement of around $80,000 and that the nanny signed an NDA. It was not clear when the amount was paid or over what time. The nanny lives in New York where Trump was prosecuted. So you having a New York situation where you're paying somebody off, you're paying them hush money in New York. Trump did the same thing, allegedly. Trump gets prosecuted, 34 counts, all this stuff, but nothing happens to Doug Imhoff. And as a matter of fact, it's pretty much swept under the rug. Okay, it's swept under the rug. All right. So that's that. And I will link to everything, all the sources in the box. But as I close, I want to say,
wow. You know, I'm gonna let Stanley have the floor on this one first. Go ahead, Stanley. What do you think about that? What do you think about that?
Well, number one, he's not running for president, so it's not a big deal. Other than, I can understand why something like that would, people would want to know, but in the end, and then the second thing, I'm still trying to figure out how this is a parallel to Trump. Trump was a president. Imhoff is a husband. So I'm trying to figure out how that balances out. How is Imhoff like Trump?
Stanley, I somewhat agree with you on that. I do think it is, I think the American people should know, though, that
absolutely.
The first gentleman is
we don't want him slapping the president.
Yeah, we don't want
of course we do.
No, Portia, relax.
Eat
Portia,
the cake, anime.
Slap that bitch.
No. I don't want any violence to
Secret Service isn't going to like that.
Yeah, I don't want any violence towards any president or anybody, former presidents. No, I'm not I don't like that. But the American people should know that this guy
absolutely.
He's a woman beater.
They're gonna alleged woman beater.
Yeah,
even that dolt doing the analysis knows to say alleged.
Yeah. But
I wouldn't take a slice of cake from him. I'm telling you that much.
You know what? Yeah. It's not your slice to take. He's not your white man.
Oh, well, you know what, Stanley? You know what? Motherfucker.
Nate says the vice president is covering her husband.
I think you want to know. I don't think it's important.
No, I think it's very important. I think it's very important. Stanley.
Very important.
I think I would be more, concerned if he was, say, running, nominated for Supreme Court or running for president, something that, I could either vote for or not vote for. So.
Yeah, but Stanley, I think you're being a little too.
Oh, I'm being partisan.
Yeah, you're being too partisan here because
I'm being partisan. Honestly, though, Melania did nude photos.
Yeah,
that is true.
But My
photos.
point is, what a spouse does ain't that important.
Yeah, but
She did
Melania
new
doing
photos
new.
with girl on girl too. Let's not forget that.
But she didn't hurt anybody. She didn't physically attack anybody. And plus,
Well, you know
she's
what?
a
Apparently,
model.
It hurt my
$80,000.
eyes.
Apparently, $80,000 covered it.
Yeah, but that still doesn't make it okay.
That 80,000 was
It's a
for.
disingenuous argument. It's disingenuous.
Okay, my opinion is I definitely want to know, but it's not going to affect my vote.
The thing is
No.
with Melania. I mean, I'm sorry, HB. Is it okay if I say something?
Well, I'm just
Go
doing
ahead.
whataboutism. The whataboutism that gentleman did between Trump and Imhoff, two aren't connected. These two aren't connected.
Go ahead, Portia. Go ahead, please.
Melania wasn't running for president, but we all knew she was a model before she was with Trump.
I didn't know, but you know.
And they exposed, or I don't even want to say exposed because it was well-known information. They ran with that for forever. The fact that she was a Playboy bunny. And they used that to scrutinize Trump.
And
basically saying he's bringing a whore into the White House.
And he won, didn't he?
And then you have Kamala. Her husband is out here slapping hoes and getting nannies pregnant, and paying them off, paying for abortions and whatnot. And this is the first time we've heard about it. So
the impregnator.
If the behavior
It's the
of
first time she's running for president.
never mind. Never.
Portia, come back, Portia. Stanley, sometimes you gotta let people finish their point. Portia's she's very
and people, let's be sensitive because Portia's not feeling well right now. And as a woman, I can agree with her. When I'm not feeling well, I don't want to hear bullshit
because I thought this was known. Don't engage if you're not ready to engage.
Just let her finish her point. That's what we're saying. You could disagree. Just let her finish her point. And she was trying to make a point.
She didn't finish?
I can see that she's not feeling well, and all she wanted to do was finish her point.
Okay,
Stanley.
let me reiterate my point. Don't
Lord
engage
have mercy.
if you're not ready to engage.
Stanley.
Part of engaging, Stanley, is letting people finish, and then you go and then you counteract.
Yeah, I agree. And Stanley, I do think it is kind of ironic that he got this maid housekeeper pregnant, and then he made her sweep it under the rug. I think that's kind of ironic.
Well, is that the same one
Arnold
he
Schwarzenegger did the same thing, didn't he?
Well, yeah, something similar. I don't know. Is the housekeeper the one he slapped?
No,
but she actually kept the baby.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if it's the first time Kamala's heard of this. Are you saying
if you're married, I'm sure she's heard of it.
Because her judgment is bad because she married a woman slapper? I could agree to that.
Yeah, one could make that argument.
But it's not going to change my vote, and I don't think this is important.
It's in the context of the slap, too.
Portia, please come back, Portia. We'll try to wrangle Stanley in, all right? Please come back.
I apologize, but I mean, honestly.
He apologized, Portia. Now you are...
Wait a minute. Wasn't that...
I'll put it to you this way.
Republican
Known quantity.
Wasn't there a Republican who was so pro-life that had his girlfriends have abortions too? I'm forgetting the name.
Trump?
No, it was a Republican guy. Why are you saying Trump? No,
it was a guy from Tennessee who.
It was a Republican guy. He was pro-life.
House of Representatives. He was anti-abortion, and it was proven or revealed that he had like I think he was having an affair, and his affair, he made her have an abortion.
Yeah.
But that's not a parallel either.
Yeah, I hope this woman beater pays for his deeds, and I think he's I think he's a real, I think he's a real jerk.
Well, he did pay for his deeds. He paid $80,000.
I mean, that's chump change for him. I think he needs to be prosecuted.
Well, statute of limitations.
That's probably 30 days in jail, HB. Really?
Still.
But I mean, if you want to take it into account on,
Needs a mugshot.
personally, it's fine. Yeah, I wouldn't want somebody telling me to eat the cake anime in the office either.
I just don't want to. I don't want a woman beater in the White House. It's it's not a very good feeling. Makes me feel very uneasy knowing that there's a woman beater in the White House. Possibly.
But listen here, politicians. I don't care what side they're on. None of them are squeaky clean. They're all done their shit.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump grabs them by the pussy.
That's
Kamala husband grabs them by the face and smacks them up.
Yeah. Virgo, how many times
if she was flirting?
Virgo, how many times have you been slapped up?
Well, that's a touchy subject for me because my ex-husband was very abusive. But I tell you this much.
Yeah.
Close to the end, I was like, fuck this staying for the kids bullshit.
Yeah.
And I took an iron. I was ironing and I forgot what the argument was about. He just hit me. I took that iron and beat the shit out of him and dared him to call the police.
Wow.
And after that, it was over. And also, he got beat up by my cousins and my brother and my cousin's best friend, who two of them are cops.
Would you take it personal if I said I'm not surprised you've been in a abusive relationship?
No, I would be very interested to find out why you would say that, but no, I'm not offended.
Now I'm curious.
Just a hunch. Just a hunch. I don't know. Just a hunch.
Because I'm a hothead.
Yeah, you're from New York. Yeah.
Well, you know what, HB? You kind of hit it on the money. I had to learn how to calm down.
Yeah, sometimes, and mind you, I'm not advocating for hitting women at all. I don't think it's right. I think it's actually, I actually think it's cowardly when men hit women. But sometimes women, they got a mouth on them. You gotta
But
tune
you
them
know
up
what?
a little bit.
I don't think there's
I'll
ever
tell
a
you
time
this much. When he hit me, it wasn't because, it wasn't just a casual argument or whatever.
Yeah.
It was because I found out he was cheating and I wasn't, going for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did mouth off. I did say horrible things.
There should never be a time that it's okay. Once
I never said it was okay.
No.
I never said it was
I'm
okay.
actually addressing HB about this. And I'm sure you were joking, HB, but the thing is, if you lose, if you lose control, you're just gonna lose, period.
Yeah, no, you're always gonna lose. And that's kind of my point, Stanley. Like, I feel like as men, we've all had that feeling bubble up deep down inside you, where the thought crosses your mind, and you never give into that thought, those demons that are rumbling deep inside your bowels. You never. But some men, they're not strong. They're not strong enough. They give into their wicked ways, and not saying that it's right, but it happens.
What?
So what do you feel about the women that hit men, HB?
They shouldn't do it.
Because
You know what?
They're
I'll
around
put
too.
it to you this way: if it comes to that, somebody needs to be walking away.
Yeah, I don't think it's right.
And the thing about being married, is you are so like marriage can be emotional. Okay, because your wife will know which buttons to push, when to push, and sometimes you know what, they do it just because they know they can.
Let me
I know how deep I can dig.
If you get
Virgo.
so emotional that you lose control, I used to just walk away because you know what, I'm going to do something I'm going to regret. Let me go outside. Let me regroup.
Wait, Stanley. Let me ask Dennison. Dennison, you ever give old girl the gabagool? You ever
Give her the sausage.
yeah, you ever give her the old you know
You know what?
hey,
You know what?
Hey
HB.
Karen, what are you doing? Hey
You know what?
Karen.
Me and my husband try not to have angry sex because that goes into a whole other category. Like, sex is not going to cure what the problem is.
Yeah, let me get Virgo out of here.
Good morning.
Come
Telling
on
you the
now.
truth. I'm
Just
telling you the
playing
truth.
Virgo.
Sex is not going to cure it. You're still going to have the same problem. And fucking it away is not going to help it. You need to sit down as two fucking adults and discuss the issue.
You
And
know
now
what?
if my husband needs to walk away because I said something cruel, or or I need to walk away because he said something that I'm like, what the fuck, motherfucker, then that's what we do, and we respect each other. We give each other that space to cool down.
Hey
And
Dennison, you
then we
ever
come back and we just discuss what the issue is. But solving the issue is not sex. I'm sorry. That's like the worst thing you can do.
What?
Dennison, you
telling you.
ever put hands and feet on a girl for not bringing you your dinner? Hey Karen, bring me my steak, Karen. Hey, put it on the table.
No,
Right?
actually.
Okay, all right. You never
No, I
never
never
put hands and feet on a woman before.
either. Never.
Okay.
I've never struck another person in anger, actually.
Wow.
The
Now
closest.
the way you worded that was very interesting though. Have you ever struck a person have you ever struck a person not in anger?
Well, I mean, sometimes the lady undresses first and asks you nicely, and then you got to slap her around a little bit.
Oh
Well, that's different. That's
yeah,
different.
that's a little different. Yeah, that's a little different. Nice little slap in kind is it never hurt anybody. But you know, I think in anger is that does make a big difference. And it sounds like Kamala's husband is a very angry gentleman. Sounds
Yeah,
very.
it
Why
wasn't
would
just a
he
fetish.
slap her around?
No, he didn't slap Kamala. He slapped one of his ex-girlfriends around, and because she was flirting with some guy at a tea party or something like that, and he ended up slapping her so hard that she did a full 360.
Damn.
Yeah,
Back to the bus. Back of the bus.
yeah.
But you know what, HB, be honest. And I'm not saying you have
This
to
is funny.
result to. I'm not saying that you have to result to hitting a woman, because that I don't advocate that either. But if your wife is flirting, and I'm not talking about just talking to somebody.
Let's
I'm
talk
talking
about it.
about
Let's
full
talk about
blown
it.
flirting.
Let's
You
talk
wouldn't get
about it.
upset.
I would get upset, but
Oof.
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
slap her though.
you're not gonna hit a
Yeah, that's what
woman
I
over that.
said. I'm not saying slap
Yeah.
her, but I'm saying you wouldn't get upset.
No,
Damn, 80K.
I would just completely leave her. I'd ghost her. Like I would
Yeah.
never. Yeah, I would never talk to her again.
Even if
Yep.
y'all were married with kids,
See, that's a little
because
bit
that's a
tough.
whole new dynamic.
Yeah, that's a little tough.
So you're saying I married a who?
A whore. Hey,
Who?
Karen, what are you over there flirting with that Mulian for? Oh, wait. Hey, I do think it is a really when you're married, there's just different rules in that
Yeah.
situation. So, I would definitely have to address her, probably the way Denison's saying, honey, I come to a realization that I've married a whore and I'm not very happy with it.
Yeah, where do we go from here? Basically, like
Yeah, 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 yeah,
depending on
definitely.
how far you cross the line, I might
Yeah,
propose like what would you call it, a contractless divorce,
yeah. Or maybe we
where we
could
kind of
do.
stay in the same house for the kids and keep up appearances, but I go do whatever I want with whoever I want.
But that
Yeah,
doesn't work. That doesn't work either because the kids will feel the tension. That's the problem. Because
I
I
mean,
grew up in a household like that. So,
kid.
like my stepdad and my mom, my stepdad used to cheat all the time. And my mom was always angry, took it out on us. That's not a good way to raise kids either. I say
Yeah,
just, man, chuck it up and just get divorced if you're not happy. Because if you're not happy, you can't uphold a happy household.
yeah, but it's about the kids though. If you're married, like Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
what do
but what's
you?
best for the
Well,
kids? Them
kids
seeing you
growing up
crying all
in
the
high
time,
school like
or
Yeah, but what are you teaching your kids to just give up when times get
oh,
rough?
what am I
um,
teaching? What am I teaching my kids? Why do you think I got with a man who was abusive and a cheater? Because that's what I saw growing up.
Maybe you kind of liked it.
interesting.
I thought it was the norm. No, I wouldn't say I
Damn.
liked it, but
You had
Um,
kids with them.
Portia wants us to address whether this affects the presidency or not. When did this video come out? Is it something that came out in the past couple days?
I think it
There's
came
your
out
October
recently.
surprise.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
I
I
think you were talking about this, Denison, weren't you? The October
Yeah.
surprise. Yeah, you
well,
kind of
yeah,
called
that's
it.
like a something that's been around since Nixon, I think.
Yeah.
There's gonna be one for Trump now too. We gotta
All
wait for
right.
that one.
Well,
All
here's
right.
the deal. Number one, I don't see. I mean, if it came out yesterday or today, one of the weird things about the news cycle is stuff that comes out on the weekends tends to be forgotten by Monday. So,
Yeah.
this should have been released on a Monday if they wanted maximum effect. It doesn't affect the presidency at all.
Maybe we can get John to call the abused woman and see if we can get an interview with her.
One other thing, and it's kind of a joke, I guess, but the $80,000 he paid for hush money and the abortion and all that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's pro-abortion.
Yeah, that was a sick joke, Stanley.
Well,
Y'all need to hit that like button.
abortion is a real important topic.
Yeah, yeah.
What's up, Squatch?
Yeah, yeah. I think when you're banging the housekeeper, yeah, you probably would be pro
But it
abortion.
wasn't. It wasn't when they were married. He divorced his wife probably over
Right,
stuff like this.
right, right.
So now I guess, like I said, you could make a judgment thing. Like, does she have good judgment? But I don't think it's important for the presidential race, unless they like pound it and make it very important. The thing is that Trump has enough skeletons in his closet. They probably don't want to do that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This whole Diddy thing coming out. You know,
oh
there have
Lord.
been rumors that Obama um is in some of these Diddy videos with baby oil. I'm
Oh
not sure how
shit.
true that is.
Singing Amazing Grace, right?
No, no. Apparently, he's stroking out a woman young woman, not underage, but very young. Not Michelle. Not Michelle.
Oh, Michelle's too old. She has to go to sleep early.
Yeah, so I don't know. There could be some
Hey, age ain't nothing but a number, Stanley.
Oh no, let me tell you, youngin.
Oh Lord.
It becomes bigger than a number. Believe me. You're not there yet, young lady.
I guess not.
Well,
Hey,
what
should
about
be
you, Stanley? Stanley, you ever put hands and feet on a woman before?
no.
No, never.
And oddly enough, I've seen my father and mother get really heated, but I've never seen them. You know, my mother would never do it. She thought she was a Georgia peach, and
Yeah.
my father's real disciplined. I don't think I've in this. I'm being dead serious here. I don't think I've ever seen him so angry that he lost control. Maybe once, and it was usually with me. But I've never seen him lose control. He is a cool cucumber.
Yeah.
And to my dear American man, yes, only Trump. When it comes to me, it's only important if it's anti-Trump or against Trump. If it's against Kamala, I'm partisan. I'm going to minimize anything that comes out bad for her.
Well,
I thought you knew this.
We
that's
did. We just didn't know that you were honest about it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I be?
Yeah, you tend to make the case like Trump is objectively worse and that Democrats are objectively better, and
He is objectively worse. Even without the partisanship, he's worse.
Yeah, I don't see it. I mean,
yeah, no.
yeah, I don't.
He's like the least bad president of my lifetime.
Let's start with convicted felon.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't care.
We can go from there.
He got convicted of like what appraisal fraud. Like, what do I care? I got a president who tortured people and got away with it. What do I care about overestimating the cost of your apartment?
See, the thing is he didn't do it personally. Trump signed shit.
I mean, Bill Clinton got head in the Oval Office, man. I mean,
No. George Bush definitely personally authorized torture.
Is that really bad, though?
Personally, himself authorized torture.
Okay. All I have to say, convicted felon. He is objectively worse than Kamala. She's not a convicted felon.
Well, I mean, she put like minority marijuana offenders in prison and then used them for workforce labor. That's way worse than what Trump did, in my opinion.
Accept my objectivity. In my objective opinion, being
your objective opinion, that was clever.
Objectively less desirable as president than a non.
You're gonna make Witchy Bishy's brain explode.
Yeah.
What did she say? Stanley Cross, don't pay attention to
No, because you said objective opinion.
You know what? Objectively, Witchy, I appreciate your opinion of me.
Yeah, Stanley. I just think when it comes to being a felon, there are different degrees to being a felon or being convicted.
Yeah, but Kamala is no degree a felon.
So she didn't get caught. Yet.
Hey, you know what? She's got immunity if she's president. The chances of her being convicted of a crime while acting in the capacity of president is pretty small, if not nil. Thanks, President Trump.
So much for that whole government of by and for the people and nobody's above the law thing, huh?
You know what? I think that's the worst decision the Supreme Court's made in quite some time.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track, though. They got some real winners.
That is true.
Yeah, it's I would just think Kamala would choose better, but
In all honesty, I would agree with that. objectively.
Objectively.
He's gonna come out as trans though.
But I kind of wonder if it's the first time she's found out.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. You know, with these you know, the Secret Service, you know, they do full thorough
Oh, that's true.
background checks of everybody. They know everything about this guy. You know, they're not just gonna let anybody in the White House. You know.
That's true. Well, now technically he's not the vice president. I think has an office in the White
Yeah,
House,
but
but they
it's
don't
still.
live in the White House. They live. There's a whole house, the Naval Observatory, I think, is where the vice president lives.
Yeah, but even then, like, I think they definitely know, and Kamala definitely knows.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think you make a good point. There's almost no way she couldn't know.
The vice president definitely gets better digs.
Well, and the biggest crimes she
Yeah,
committed
probably.
were committed under color of law, so they're a lot harder to get convictions. Instead, you get civil suits. And if you look at her civil suit history as a enforcer of California's laws, she left behind a string of civil suits for false prosecution, including a woman who was prosecuted for her child's quote unquote truancy while suffering with sickle cell.
Okay, this has something to do with my point, or are you just bringing it up out of the blue?
I'm saying you're saying he's a criminal convicted. The only reason she's
You mean
not
Trump?
convicted,
Yeah, Trump is a convicted
the
felon.
only reason she's not convicted is because she committed her crimes under the color of law.
Okay,
So
well,
rather
I'm
than
just gonna
criminal
have to
charges,
come right
it's
out and
civil
say,
suit.
the only reason she's not convicted means she's not convicted.
Hey, good
Convicted only
morning,
means
Witchy.
proven in a court of law. It doesn't mean morally
Um,
that they did the wrong.
she's still not convicted.
Good morning, Witchy. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
HP.
morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, hey. Good morning. Yeah, you know, with this Stanley debacle, you know, he rides with this team. You gotta at least
Well, see, I hate them both equally. You have to understand. I will not vote for either one of them in November. So
Who will you
my
vote
problem
for?
is trying to. I won't vote. I will not
Ah,
choose between the two puppets that they give me the options of. I just
yeah.
won't. If there was
That's
an
why I
actual
can't.
grassroots candidate out there, I thought Bernie was a grassroots candidate, and I busted my ass working for Bernie until I started wising up and looking at his history. He's been in Congress since the fucking dinosaurs, and
Yeah.
nothing he has voted on has made any difference. And he flip flops, and he owns really huge homes. He's been in Congress for 50 years at that salary, and he owns $1 million homes. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. So
Wait,
I just
Witchy,
don't
did
trust any of
well,
them.
two
Witchy,
things.
wait. Let me ask Witchy a quick question. Did you ever watch the show The Dinosaurs?
Not the mama.
Yeah, you watched it? Did you watch it? That show?
I mean, yeah, not the mama. Everybody.
Not the
Okay, yeah,
mama.
yeah. Did you ever see the last episode of that show? Brutal. Did you ever see
I
the
mean,
last
that's how they
episode?
had to end it, though, right? Because
Yeah,
they're
I know.
dinosaurs.
Yeah, I know. It's just wild that they really did that. That shit
That
was
whole last
crazy.
season was pretty brutal.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, that was crazy. Yeah, Jim Henson was a fucking genius, man. That guy was. He knew how to do he knew how to do kid shit, but still make it like very, very surreal. But yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Stanley. My bad. I just had
Well,
to.
I was just gonna say, as far as politicians go, they don't call them professional politicians for a reason. Um, Bernie's a politician, so that he
That's
makes.
kind of my
Well,
point
no,
about
he
Kamala.
is a politician. That he makes money. A lot of times it'll be the wife or the kids who make the $1 million deals, just like Hunter Biden. What Hunter did is no different than what son-in-law, what's his name? go into national politics and make a ton of money, and
Chelsea's got her name on a couple of boards where she
nobody
gets paid
seems to
to
be able to
speak
do
in
much
Britain.
about it. And the Supreme Court again with Citizens United didn't make the situation any better.
And yet you still have faith that if you vote the right
Yeah, that's
monster in, things will change.
Yes,
that's what I don't get.
I
That's
still
where you
have
lose me.
faith in the system. It's worked this long, and no one else.
But it hasn't worked.
Can you let me finish? The bottom line is that I don't think anarchy or socialism or on the right side, whatever Trump wants to do, I don't think they're going to do any better.
I saw something yesterday where Kamala was actually in Flint, Michigan. And I thought that was so interesting that she was in Flint, Michigan, because Flint, there are really no white people out in Flint. And for them to be able to truck in that many. Yeah. Kamala was in Flint, Michigan yesterday.
Well, no, I thought she said Trump was shot. Oh, it's today at 5. Okay.
Yeah. Flint, Michigan is one of those cities that really needs help, really bad.
You recognize Flint isn't the only city in the States without drinkable water. My hometown, Las Vegas, New Mexico, has been without drinkable water for 6 months now. They have to haul the water in for the whole city.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a list online, I think.
Jesus Christ.
Like, it's all over. People say, oh, in America, we have clean drinking water. Really? That's not true for a lot of Americans.
Yeah, no, that is very true.
I wouldn't even say for most. Like, even where it qualifies, it's still kind of unhealthy. It's filled with pharmaceuticals and
fluoride.
So I have a well.
Fluoride.
Yeah.
I have a well, and I don't use city water, right? And having had well water tested out here, they've discovered pharmaceuticals and other things even in that, because it doesn't evaporate away. It goes up in the air particles and rains back down. So all of the water is contaminated.
Yeah.
So,
I drink tap water.
The United States is kind of a shithole, huh?
Stanley, kind of makes sense.
Well, I do have a filter thing.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a Brita? Yeah, at least
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, like the Brita pitcher. But I mean,
You didn't get the jibby jabby, did you?
The what?
The
COVID shot?
The jab.
Oh,
You're not
absolutely.
supposed to say it.
Not only that, I got 2 boosters too.
Holy smokes!
Well,
All right, I think I understand where we're at now.
In my defense, I've taken immunosuppressant, so
okay.
I'm a little bit more susceptible than most.
That actually, I mean, that's still scary as fuck, but
I have vitamin deficiency too, Stanley, and I didn't take
No, I take
vitamin deficiency.
I take something that depresses my immune system.
Yeah, that makes him highly vulnerable. He puts him in the vulnerable category.
I've got
but I'm naturally vitamin deficient. Like
I'm
extremely anemic. I lose my vitamin K. I lose a lot of vitamins. So
I do want to see Portia. I see Portia still in the back. I do want to know, Portia, if you have another story we can cover, I would have definitely appreciate it. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new here, and also for the month of October, this is Portia's birth month. She is
all
a
month
Scorpio.
long.
Yeah, she is a Scorpio. Is it a Scorpio? Are you a Scorpio, Portia? I forgot. Are
I
you a
think she
Scorpio?
did say she's a Scorpio.
Yeah, I think she's a Scorpio. So this is
She's end of October.
Porsche-tober or Portia Shana or Porscheover.
Portia Shana, I like that one.
Portia Shana. Hit her
See, I
cash
came
app.
up with that one. See,
Yeah, yeah.
since I came up with Portia Shauna, would she forgive me and come back up?
Please, Portia. Please, Portia. Yeah. She is a Scorpio.
I put that up because the Missing Link Live was a first timer, and he gave us a compliment on the topics.
$ Portia JE with the E at the end. It's $ PORSHAJAE or JAYE. You see it scrolling on the bottom here, you guys.
Hey,
Okay, here we go.
hey, Stanley, I commend you for admitting you're a true believer
In what?
in
The
the
system.
in the in the cult of the Democrat Party.
In the American system of government?
He even used the word faith, American man.
Yeah,
Did
I
he?
rarely use that word.
Yeah.
He's a true believer.
It's a true believer in what?
The system. Like with this.
All right, go ahead.
Before his arrest, disgraced music mogul Sean Diddy Combs was famous for holding his annual 4th of July party in the Hamptons. All of the well-known partygoers wore white, and it wasn't exactly a family-friendly event. Now imagine you're a 6-year-old kid and you find yourself a guest there. Allison Hall has more.
Can you believe this 6-year-old boy was once a guest at Diddy's infamous white party? The disgraced mogul has his arm draped around a young Justin Livtoski back in 1999. Justin is now 31 and tells Inside Edition about taking that photo.
He put his arm around me in an uncomfortable way, close to areas that you shouldn't as a grown man.
He recalls what he saw at the party.
So I remember marijuana, and topless women. That's the two main things that I remember.
Hell yeah.
So, how'd he end up there? Well, his father, David Allen, was Diddy's photographer, snapping pictures of partygoers in the Hamptons. Justin's mom, Maya, was also there. She says the party was family-friendly at first, but then turned raunchy.
People were getting high. There were girls swimming topless, young-looking girls that were, not dressed. We moved to another part of the house so that he wouldn't be exposed to what was going on.
In later years, Diddy implemented a curfew for children.
The kids have like an hour left. So get extra comfortable. This thing turns into something that when y'all get older, y'all don't want to come to.
I think he's a monster.
This week, Houston-based lawyer Tony Busby says more than 120 people are coming forward with claims Diddy sexually abused them.
Our youngest victim at the time of the occurrence was 9 years old. We have an individual who was 14 years old. We have one who was 15.
Did Diddy assault you in any way?
When you say assault, I don't know the exact definition, but he put his arm around me in an uncomfortable way.
Diddy is now behind bars, facing federal charges of sex trafficking and racketeering. He denies all claims of sexual abuse, including against minors.
You know what? I'll say about that? I'll go first.
Yeah.
That kid is such a fucking queer fag. Listen, either Diddy, either he sucked you off or he didn't. Put his arm around you. Grow up, man. Grow up.
Well, hold on, but see now, running that story make me believe they're making it all up because that story was outrageous. The first framing was that.
It's a money grab. It's a money grab.
Yes. The first framing was like Diddy had the kid at the party. And then they went on to tell the parents brought him there. Like, what? Come on. Like, now you're making me believe it's all made up. That entire story was bullshit. I give no credence to that story. Every ounce of that is trash.
It's kids that really get sexually assaulted out here, man. Like, they get, I'm not going to get into details, but you guys can imagine what really goes on. For a kid to get an arm wrapped around him for a photo shoot, for a photo op, like, bro, you gotta grow the fuck up, man. But really,
And
this is just it's just a money grab. It's just a money grab.
he's six. He's six. What was he? 6? So I did with weed and topless women. I wouldn't remember that shit at 6 years old. Get out of here, dude. Like,
I'd probably
How would
remember
you even
it,
know what
but
marijuana is at 6?
thank you, Denizen.
Is
That's really the point that I was making. You don't even know what marijuana is.
yeah, no, Portia, that's a really good point too. Your parents were there. If you're gonna blame anybody, blame your parents.
Yeah,
Dickhead.
no, he
And
went
that's
with his dad.
and that's another thing. They didn't blame the parents. They blamed Diddy.
And if I went to a family friendly event and it turned, whatever, risque or inappropriate, I would be very angry at the people who invited me. I would consider them responsible and I probably wouldn't associate with them. But I would also leave and take my kids.
And I would also say it right away. I'm not going to wait until 20 years when these charges are brought on him.
I might not say
And,
nothing, but yeah, I'm going to take care of it at the time.
Yeah,
So I
that
wanted to
guy.
see a still of that photo of the kid with Diddy because the way it looked to me, he didn't look like it made him uncomfortable at the time. It looks like he's using retrospect to say he was uncomfortable, like people say, for a payday. I'd like
Oh
to
my
see a close
God,
up,
dude.
a
Go
close shot of that
around.
picture with
What
Diddy
the
thrown around
fuck,
everywhere.
man?
Let me. My
Who would
bad
not be
with you.
excited at that time? Diddy was huge then. Who wouldn't be excited to have a celebrity put their arm around them in a photo?
Yep.
No, seriously. Seriously.
Like if we
It
look
does.
at that picture again, does the kid look uncomfortable in the picture, or is he saying uncomfortable after the fact, like some women do with their grape charges?
Yeah. It's unfortunate,
everybody's
but
coming out for some coins right now. Everybody's looking for them coins.
yeah, Diddy is he's what you call cooked. He's done.
If his
Yeah, and
family had came
I'm
out
not saying he's
then,
innocent.
if his family had came out then saying we went to this family party, it was inappropriate, my son felt uncomfortable in the moment, I might believe it. But now, after other allegations, it seems way too much like a money grab.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, I
unfortunate,
might
but
as
it's
well come out too and say Diddy made me feel uncomfortable because I am from Brooklyn. So, I
hey, you
might
might as well. You might as well, Virgo. Just make something up. You might as well go try to get you some
get some
coin.
coins, man.
Yeah, get some coins. Say Diddy stuck his thumb up your butt or something. Just make it up.
You know what, HB?
Just make it up. Fuck it. At this
I'll
point.
just say that he brought out a bottle of baby oil.
Ooh.
See, this is
Ooh.
why we used to have statute of limitations, but they keep wearing away at those. There's no way of
Yeah.
proving things or disproving things from that long ago. And people just end up with a payout in order, like what happened with Stormy. People end up with a
Yeah.
payout in order just to keep it out of the news.
How old is
Hush
the
money.
kid? How is the victim now, or alleged victim?
He's in his 30s now.
Oh, for God! Oh,
Yo,
Exactly, for Christ's sake.
okay.
He's in his 30s, but he looks
He's
45.
bald.
Yeah, he looks
Yeah, he looks
45.
45.
Probably gonna
He
get
looks
thrown.
legitimately older than I do, and I have white beard here.
Wait, I do want to ask the women, should there, because I'm a guy, I don't really necessarily worry about, rape or sexual assault. So how do the women on the panel, how do you guys feel about the statute of limitation being raised for sexual assault and rape?
Well, I can tell you this much. From the people that I have spoken to that were great. I don't know if we can say the R
No,
word here.
no, you can say rape. You can say rape.
Oh, okay. So for the people who are raped, sometimes it is hard to admit it, especially if it's somebody in the family. It is hard to come out. But on the same token, if you're gonna keep quiet about it and not say anything, I think it's a bad look if people are coming out and saying something and then, oh, it's like, okay, well, here's my chance to say something too. You know, and I can't, that's never happened to me. So I cannot like truly tell you how the mind processes these kind of things because it is traumatic.
I
So
would assume. Witchy, how do you feel about that?
So I was a rape survivor who raised a child born out of rape.
oh Lord.
I have a big opinion on this. I think it's bullshit. I spoke out at the
Wow.
time due to government corruption. There was a videotape at the time of what happened to me due to government corruption and one of the boys being related to the judge. The video was not admitted into court and they weren't convicted. I still don't believe in extending a statute of limitations. It was hard enough with evidence like that. Imagine trying to prove a case without evidence years later. And what that does is undermine victims who come forward immediately because you get enough of those that don't get convicted and people start thinking women just cry rape. You get enough people coming forward after someone else did and it becomes a Me Too thing as opposed to believable.
Yeah.
And I think what they've done is undermine the validity of what women really go through and men. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of men out there who have suffered similar things.
I'm
I
sorry you
think,
had to go through that, Witchy.
thank you, but I'm not. I had been told by doctors I'd never had children, and I got my son, and I love him to death. So, as much as it was awful, I'm still grateful for it. God knows what He's doing. Um,
That
but
is very.
I think
It's
that
a
the
lot to
bigger
deal with,
point
though.
I think the bigger point there is that you have to come forward in the moment with anything that needs immediate attention for evidence. And that's why we have statute of limitations across the board on things. Because after a certain point, evidence degrades and our brains change our memory of things. They really do. You know, our
Yeah.
later experiences cloud the previous ones. So I really dislike this idea of watering down the weight of these charges by extending the statute of limitations so far.
I agree. I agree.
What about
Um,
people who get away with it altogether and then later they get caught?
Well, see, that's the wonderful thing about rape kits. If you go in and get a rape kit and they get away with it, once those are entered into the system, and some states have held them if there's nothing to compare them against, they just held them. New Mexico was like that, and they recently started entering them all into the system, whether they had a match or not. And they're finding a lot of repeat offenders in there, some of which are already in prison. So, with the technology we have today, as long as you're making your report and you're putting the evidence in, we have a better chance of catching them at some point. Because most people who rape multiple times. It's not like all men rape. You know, so many women get raped and so many men get raped, but it's not like all people rape. The people who do rape get away with it and keep doing it because people don't make reports. And that's another reason I don't like the statute of limitations being extended. What about all the people after you that you let it happen to because you didn't speak up?
yeah. Yeah.
But you still couldn't be charged with it even if they caught you because of the statute of limitations. And I was thinking, like, what about a serial killer who kills like 30 people and then gets away with it and just stops killing? And then as an old man, they find out who he is.
Well, there's no statute of limitation on murder. I think
And you think
that's
there shouldn't be?
no. When we're talking about sex, see, a lot of these situations, rape comes, and Witchy Bitchy is right about that. Like, it comes with a rape kit. A lot of this stuff is sexual assault, so there is no physical evidence connecting you to these cases.
Yeah,
So
it's
I
just
think
testimony.
right. So I think that's their the statute of limitation for sexual assault is a lot.
Well, and with statutes of limitations, you can apply for an exception if there's very strong physical evidence that didn't come to light until later. But you have to have strong physical evidence to do that. In the cases where you let the statute of limitations get extended. You don't need necessarily physical evidence. Like you said, testimony becomes enough. And when time passes, I'm going to tell you, your memory of things is not going to be the same as the person next to you. And if you look at a video of it, you're going to be like, oh, I didn't notice that detail, you know?
Yeah. Because I really am starting to think this Diddy thing is somewhat of a witch hunt. I think he's just a really freaky guy, and he was having these, you know, freaky sex parties, and I think everybody was, for the most part, with
A willing participant.
yeah, for the most part. There may have been one or two people there that was maybe heavily medicated and maybe coerced into some situations, but I think the majority of people were willing participants, and I think this
They
is
knew what
just a
time
witch.
it was.
Yeah, I think this is just a witch hunt.
Well,
But
when you even listen to the court proceedings, right, and you start listening to the stories that the women start telling, it some of it starts to get convoluted. Because I remember my cousin, she pointed something out. Yeah, I saw him put something in my drink, but I still drunk it anyway. And then one lady was like, yeah, he drugged me. I was knocked out, but I remember him doing something to me. Like, wait, what? Which one is it?
Yeah.
Like, you can't be knocked out, but then remember something going on. And why would you watch him put something in your drink and still drink it?
Well,
Like,
the
what?
women in the Cosby case admitted that they willingly took the Quaaludes from him, that he offered them and they took them.
Yeah.
They were partying on Quaaludes during that time. The entire industry was doing it.
That's what I mean. So they accepted the drug and then claimed they were drugged. That's kind of what these people are doing with Diddy is, oh yeah, I accepted the drugs, but he's the one who offered them, you know?
Right, and that's the same thing going on with Diddy. Like HB said, a lot of these people were willing participants. I'm sure there were victims. I'm sure there were women and men, because Diddy a old freak. So I'm sure there was women and men that didn't want anything to do with it, and he went into some coercion and possibly drugging them. But most of this is just, let's get on the train because, you know, they're coming after Diddy and they're making phone calls to anyone that was around who was willing to play the game.
So a lot of us up here have children. And when my adult children were little, you'd go to the mall and they'd walk up to you and offer you this form to go for a audition for a agent, to get your kids to audition for modeling, acting, etc. They do it in the malls. They'd walk up to you. How many of you, like me, already knew back then, I ain't putting my kid in that shit? Like, it's not like we didn't all know this shit already, that they're debaucherous in that industry, especially rap, you know, music and rap way more, and rock way more even than the actors. So we knew the debauchery was there, most of us, and wouldn't even take our kids for those auditions. Do you know what I mean? So the thing is, calling it out now is kind of redundant in my opinion, and it's a political move.
Yeah, it's the same thing with R. Kelly. It's like, why as a parent would I let my young daughter go live at R. Kelly's house?
Or
I
my
mean,
son
even if
go
my
live with
kid,
Diddy. I mean, why would I send my son Usher or Bieber to
Yeah.
go live with Diddy? I mean, think
Exactly.
about it.
Portia read the story the other day. Usher's mother just willingly handed Usher over. Willingly.
Bieber
Willing
too. Both
participant.
of them. Both Bieber and Usher's mothers literally signed over guardianship to Diddy to help their careers.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that little girl that he so-called adopted? That little white girl. Y'all didn't hear about that?
Yeah, I've never heard of that. I don't know.
That story's out there.
Yeah. Well, you know, I do think they're gonna throw the book at Diddy. Diddy's gonna die in prison. Regardless. I think Maverick G actually said it best. He's a scapegoat probably, but is actually guilty of things. And I think it's somewhere in the middle where I do think he's being targeted for whatever reason. And I do think he is guilty of certain things, but I don't think he's this, complete monster like they're painting him out to be. 100 people coming out now to say something. Like, yeah, I think this is a money grab.
Well, allegedly those videos. Allegedly, he had recordings. That's the problem. Apparently, is the recordings, because he has recordings of prominent people. And when you have recordings of prominent people, they got to get you up out of here.
Yeah, they're saying they're saying Obama could be in some of these videos, man. Barack.
Dude, it's ironic, right? I keep saying it. No one talks about all the pictures Oprah had with Diddy, like all these people that were seen with Diddy and at these parties, but they only talk about one or two people and ignore all the rest of the people. It's amazing.
You want to know why?
Weinstein's right-hand woman. Like, well, nobody's surprised.
Because it's all about who we like, Stanley.
No, it's all because not everybody's the level of conspiracy theorist you are.
I mean, Oprah was Weinstein's right-hand woman for ages. She was in pictures with Epstein. Like, nobody's surprised that Oprah was at Diddy's freak-offs. The people they talk about are the ones they didn't already know from the other lists.
Stanley, I don't think you're allowed to have an opinion yet. The Democrats haven't given you the script.
You know what? I'm going to go off script.
I'm going to go off script.
See, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump was there too, honestly. I think the thing about Trump being there though is that's more on character for Trump. We know Trump likes to party.
Actually, I'm more interested in American Man's argument now.
I'm not surprised Trump was there, but when you talk about somebody like Oprah,
any more on why people aren't talking about all these people that showed up in Diddy photos, American Man?
Because it's all about who we like. We have the glorified people, and then right, and we view them as angels, and they can do no wrong.
Well, right?
As you pointed out earlier, everything Kamala does is right, because that's your black queen, right? Everything Trump does is wrong because you hate him. So the truth won't matter.
Your prince of
pussy, I think there's a lot of that going on.
Your prince of pussy grabbing Trump is your hero.
The prince of pussy grabbing. But yeah, I mean, listen,
Hey,
right?
Stanley, do you think he actually grabbed any pussies?
You know what? I bet he messed it up when he did.
Come on,
he's a total fuck up. So he probably even botched that.
Dennison, why'd you ask that question?
Because he practically admitted that Trump didn't even do it. Like it was just locker room talk, like he said.
Oh, that's bullshit. Trump.
Really? So you think he went around grabbing women by the pussy?
Trump eats pizza with a knife and fork.
I'm just asking, Stanley. Do you think he grabbed? Do you think he went around grabbing women by the pussy?
Trump has never been in a locker room.
I don't know why you can't answer this. I don't understand.
Never been in a locker room is my answer.
Wait, Stanley, what does eating pizza with a knife and fork have to do with anything besides upsetting New Yorkers? Because none of us eat pizza that way.
He is a total rich boy.
Grabbing random.
Yeah, okay, he's a rich boy. He's a total rich boy. Now I ask you the question. I'm curious if you can answer this time.
Question. You know what?
Yes, he doesn't. He doesn't do answering questions. That's smart. I wouldn't answer questions either, Stanley.
You know what?
You don't want to get hemmed up by the pigs.
I actually don't think you asked a question.
I did, but you couldn't hear me because you were talking the whole time. I can try it again if you want.
That's right.
Yeah,
I was talking the whole time. I should have turned down your volume.
Ah, come on,
HB, I just want to point out how deranged Stanley is. He brought up Trump eating pizza with a knife and fork and tried to slander that, and make that a big deal. That's how deranged these people are. Like the man ate pizza with a knife and fork, and Stanley's like, he's not fit to run the country. He ate pizza with a knife and fork.
It didn't answer my question either.
Pizza with a knife and fork is
American
a
man,
crime.
you never get things like this. You mentioned locker room. I brought up.
I didn't mention locker room.
Fork.
I asked the question.
The dude is not in every man. He's
Yeah,
not.
I didn't ask if he was every man. I asked if you think he grabbed a woman's pussy.
You know what? You don't want to re-ask the question, so why do you keep bringing it up?
Oh, I don't want to make sure that everybody can see you won't answer it.
Okay, I will be silent. Go ahead and ask me the question, Dennison.
No. Hold on. Before you ask the question, Dennison, there was a reason why I asked you, Dennison. Why did you ask that question?
Because even Stanley doesn't believe that Trump grabbed anybody by the pussy.
No, I don't. And if he
There you
did,
go.
If he did, he totally.
So what was it then? It was just talk, wasn't it? What do you call that kind of talk, HB?
He grabbed the woman's belt buckle.
What do you kind of? I've grabbed a woman's belt buckle before.
I don't think he grabbed the pussy. I think he literally messed it up.
Hey,
He grabbed.
What's up, Derek?
He grabbed the belt buckle. He grabbed a purse. He didn't grab anything like he said he did.
I mean, it's not hard to grab a pussy, Stanley.
It is for Trump.
Ah, come on. I mean, the dude's like it's like 6'4", man. I don't think it's that hard for him.
Women generally don't let people like that near them.
HB said it's not hard to grab a pussy.
How many pussies?
You're making it seem impossible over here.
Now I have questions.
Staley's making it seem like it's a half-court shot or something, man.
Yeah. Yeah, like you gotta be LeBron.
Like Trump it is.
Oh, shit, that's
HB
great.
right now just running around grabbing pussies.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump would never. No one would ever let Trump grab a pussy.
Oh, come on, man.
Not even Melania.
The guy's a billionaire, Stanley. Stop it.
You know what? Yeah. The one thing about this channel is everybody thinks if you make $1 billion, you're some super genius. You're a good businessman.
No one said genius.
No, it just means that you can afford a pussy or two.
Not you.
There we go. It ain't got nothing to do with being genius. It just means that you make $1 billion, people want to get close to you simply because they want money. And women will do it and men will do it. I mean, why are we pretending like that's not a thing?
And women will get real close to you, if you know what I mean.
He does not want to get around Trump.
It's a matter of resources. If you have, go ahead, HB. I'm sorry, buddy.
No, I was just gonna say, if you're a billionaire, there's guys that'll let you grab them by the pussy. Like if you're
that's a fact.
There's guys that'll let you,
including Donald Trump.
That's a fact.
Grab them by the boosie.
Yeah, how much money you got? I mean, shit.
Yeah, you should be broke.
I'll do it for a couple mil.
If I'm not mistaken, there were stories.
Dennis, please, bro, don't do that.
That speaks for itself.
If I'm not mistaken, HB, weren't there stories of women actually fighting themselves over Trump in the 80s?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now we're going into the Trump love fest phase.
You know, Trump used to actually date a black woman back in the 80s. I forgot her name, but
Omarosa?
Yeah, he dated her for 2 years.
No, not Omarosa.
No, not Omarosa, no.
Not
Omarosa was on The Apprentice, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, she was on The Apprentice.
I'm kidding.
This might not be this opinion might not be popular, but I think Omarosa's kind of hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that not popular?
I don't know if it's a popular opinion. I don't know. Chet, what do you guys think? Omarosa hot or not?
From what I remember of her, yeah, she's pretty good looking.
Yeah,
HB, I have to push back.
I think Omarosa's a pretty good looking woman, and it doesn't hurt that she has, she's smart, doesn't hurt at all.
She was She was hot, and then she opened. She was hot to me, and then she opened her mouth, and at that point, it was like all of her hot points just went out the window.
I mean, that's
I don't know why you're listening to what women say. That's weird.
I don't even
You
know
know,
who she
speaking
is.
of Omarosa, you know who I think is a really beautiful woman? She doesn't look like Omarosa, but you know, she's like in the same category. Garcelle Beauvais.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Is
Yeah,
it
that was
Bouveau or
fancy on the
Bouvet?
Jamie Foxx show.
I think it's Bouvet.
Oh well, yeah.
It's
Oh, Garcelle Biovis, some shit like that, right? The Haitian
No.
chick.
it's Beauvais.
Oh yeah.
The Haitian chick? No, she's got like a smushed pug face.
She was gorgeous.
Chuck
Oh,
and
God
Tennessee,
damn it,
you're actually
Dennison.
correct. It was Kara Young. You're absolutely right, buddy. It was Kara Young.
Yeah,
Was the girl that Trump
Stacey
was dating.
Dash. Yeah,
Is
Stacey
she?
Dash. Yeah,
Virgo, it's Bouvet.
It's Beauvais.
Nope.
Who speaks French here? Do you?
Please Google it. I just did.
Ooh.
It's Bouvet.
Who speaks French here,
It
Stanley?
could be
It's
Bouvard.
Beauvoir.
Yeah, Bouvard.
You
Yeah.
I
know,
think it's Beauvoir.
you know what?
It is Bouvard.
Both of you are wrong.
Google isn't French. And who hasn't taken French in high school?
I don't care if you're taking French in college.
I took it in college too.
I don't care.
Anyway,
I don't care if you took it in college.
her name ends in VAIS, Bouvet, and I didn't know she was Haitian.
I thought the French,
Oh, you could tell by her name,
French
bro.
I thought the French extension O
Oh,
was
so it doesn't.
EAUX.
Okay, Stanley, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. So
No,
it is.
don't
I thought it was an
correct.
S. Okay,
No,
it's an
keep
X at
saying
the
I
end.
don't
Okay.
speak French.
Well, Stanley.
HB, can you pull up a video of her saying her name?
I said I stand corrected.
Hold on.
At least I didn't say bourgeois.
She still looks really good. She's 57.
Wait, hold up.
She's age
An
appropriate.
X at the end, so that's bourgeois.
No, it's maybe
No.
maybe in Haitian French. In French, it's Bouvet.
Haitian French. Stanley,
Yeah.
you know what? Motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Yeah, you do speak that. You do speak that Creole.
Virgo, don't they call it patois?
Yeah, but they do. It is a Haitian Creole is a Creole. So
that's what it is. Creole.
Yeah,
Man,
Hawaiian
she
is a
looks really
Creole
good for
too.
57.
Louisiana has a Creole. All a Creole is a mix of two languages.
Damn, I want to be Mr. Bouvet.
And I learned this in my linguistics class.
Stanley, take your hand out your pants, Stanley.
That's why my camera's off.
Oh, Jesus, Stanley.
HB, may I comment on something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Juan.
I was going to actually compliment what Wishy was saying regarding statutes of limitations. There's this thing called tolling, and they actually ask the question in court, and lawyers fight this a lot in court or argue it a lot in court. When does tolling begin? And so when it comes to SA allegations, especially when they have DNA evidence or say an exam evidence or what have you, when it's entered into CODIS, does that at that particular point toll the statute of limitations. And so as a result, even here in Texas, you've had people that are like 35, 40 years out get arrested for SA. And they're like, wait a minute. No, Papa, that's because the DNA was entered into the system back then. Your dumbass committed a crime. And when they did the DNA thing for your felony conviction, it came back a hit. So now you're going to catch all that smoke in that regards.
Right. You can appeal to disregard the statute of limitations when there's obvious physical evidence. The problem with extending the statute of limitations is it takes away that physical evidence necessary to prosecute a crime battle.
Well, my concern, if you extend it real quick, is there are a lot of people there are a lot of cases in the Me Too era where they're claiming I felt like I had no other choice but to, have sex. And I'm thinking, no, dude, that's not SA at that point. That's you had sex and you regretted it. But the problem is that's hemming up a whole bunch of guys also. And I'll be quite honest, as a man, I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, because I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot of girls who had train runs on them, and they were willing participants, and then after that, they cry grape, or we can say.
Oh yeah.
It goes both ways.
As a
Shut up,
survivor, I would
HB.
say that the people hurt the most by those statutes being extended are the survivors, honestly. Because you could always get them if there's physical evidence. And if you went and reported it immediately, there should be physical evidence of some sort.
Yeah. So
Well, I told my daughter, tell me immediately, because if you tell me immediately, that guy won't have to worry about going to jail. I'll be going to prison willingly. Willingly.
Ah, Jesus Christ.
No, papi. I know rape. Papi. No.
We have another story from Portia. Let's see what this is about.
It is absolutely the worst thing I've ever been through.
23-year-old Alexis Lorenz has been sharing her excruciatingly painful health struggle on social media.
Fell asleep and woke up like this. And all they wanted to do was inject me with more stuff.
On September 10th, Alexis was admitted to UCI Medical Center in Orange for treatment of PNH, a rare blood disorder.
What they expressed to me was that in order to get treatment for her pre-existing condition, she needed to be vaccinated in order to continue treatment. And if she didn't abide by getting the vaccinations, they would have to let her go home.
For religious reasons, Alexis and her family have lived most of their lives without vaccinations. But when faced with the possibility of receiving no treatment for her condition, Alexis says she ultimately agreed to the hospital's requirement of receiving 3 vaccines: meningitis, pneumonia, and tetanus. Within 10 minutes, she had an extreme adverse reaction.
This is not okay. Please share this video. Please spread this. Please show what they're doing to me, please.
It's quite
What
obvious
caused
that
this?
she wasn't breaking out in any type of rash or anything previous to getting the 3 shots.
She lost vision in both eyes. She started bleeding out of her nose. She started vomiting. And then these purple patches under her skin started appearing at the top of her head and then just started spreading. And it's now covering pretty much all of her body.
Alexis gave UCI Medical Center permission to release her records and discuss her case with Fox 11 News. But despite repeated calls and emails, UCI Media Relations has not responded.
I feel like she deserves so much better than what she's gotten.
Samantha Lorenz has been by her sister's side the entire time. She alleges hospital staff were slow to address the adverse reaction.
She started getting all of these, like, it kind of looked like pimples at first, but she was completely clean-faced. And then within the night, it progressed so badly. But they did absolutely nothing about it. They should have started treating her right away. They should have started helping her right away. I'm beyond scared, and everything on my body hurts.
Alexis is slowly getting better. She has regained vision in both eyes. I have been told it could take several weeks before she is well enough to be released. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
What caused
This
this?
is heartbreaking.
Adverse affections to vaccinations. She
Which vaccination?
they said it in the video. If anybody can remember, I remember one was tetanus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the other was meningitis was another one.
Yeah, and there was a third one. And, you know, Black Suitify always talks about this. He thinks that the vaccines themselves aren't the issue. It's when you compound them all together. That
Well, I mean, they're different. I mean, there are other like inert ingredients and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just the virus. You know, there has to be substrate, you know, and all that sort of stuff. So, I mean, reactions to these things do happen.
Yeah, that was brutal.
And she
is
get a tetanus shot? Did she get cut or something?
No, they just the hospital just forced her to get it. They said they wouldn't you know, deal with her ailment if she didn't get these vaccines. And I just think that's
Well, tetanus is usually something you get if you get like cut.
You get a cut or a
You need
scratch
to
or
Yeah,
something like that. I mean,
Yeah. Why would
by
they get
a
tetanus
rusty
from
VAERS.
nail or
something?
something.
Yeah.
that was
Interesting.
brutal. Yeah, she looked like
Yeah, that is weird.
yeah, she looked like
well, the
a
question that I
Mulian.
question that I have about that is what type of
I wonder.
vaccines?
I wonder if those
What
purple
type of
spots
vaccine
were
was she
like
given? Was
dead
she
tissue.
given?
It looked like
Look
blood.
like
Yeah,
blood.
that's
Like like
blood clots.
bruises.
Yeah.
Blood clots.
The question
Yeah,
that I
like
have
If
is
you look on VAERS, the adverse reaction system, the vaccine adverse reaction, it's got data about how many of these things happen. They consider an acceptable percentage of the population having these reactions. They consider it acceptable for the benefit of the rest. And they even have a fund set up because you can't sue the vaccine companies. They have a federal fund set up where you can get funds if you have one of the adverse reactions to the vaccines. And most of them are known adverse reactions and considered acceptable risk.
the question that I have is what type of vaccine did they use? What, and I don't mean as in what type of shots. I'm asking, was it an mRNA vaccine? Was it another new technological vaccine? The reason why I asked that is because if it's new and also deemed experimental, they might that hospital also might avoid liability, meaning they may not have to pay this poor patient for what's going on.
They won't. You cannot
Mm.
sue about a vaccine. There is a federal fund set up to pay out. You cannot sue the hospital. You cannot sue the vaccine producer. These are considered acceptable risks of the vaccine. And it is written on the paperwork you sign when you take the vaccine, whether you were coerced to take it or not. It does say that there are adverse reactions and you could be one of the people who get one.
Right, but Wishy, I'm not talking about that. You're absolutely right. I'm talking about any other fraud claims. Those claims also go out the window as well because the experimental use or experimental technology that basically kills everything because they can come back with, well, we didn't know what was in this particular vaccine. It was new, and they signed off saying that they knew that this was new technology. So
Even if
it
it's not
basically kills
new,
every single.
even the oldest ones on the book that we have all these known adverse reactions. If you have one of those known adverse reactions, you still cannot sue.
Understood.
It's written into the law.
Understood, Wishy. Wishy, that's understood. And you're absolutely right. For medical malpractice, no. But I'm not talking about medical malpractice. I'm talking about fraud, which is still actionable. And what I'm saying is the new technology gets rid of your fraud lawsuits as well. That's where I was getting at. You're absolutely right. I'm not disagreeing with you. But I'm letting you know that the only other available to sue them, the only other available channel to sue them also goes bye-bye as well, is what I'm concerned about.
Well, and
Hey,
I
I'll
would
be
think
right back,
too,
guys. I'll be right back, guys.
I would think too
Okay.
that part of the point of having her take them, my understanding was she being admitted to the hospital. Like you're saying she's coerced, they wouldn't do her procedure. Well, if you're being admitted to a hospital and you've had
Oh.
known instances of these infections recently, you getting those vaccines is imperative to not spreading them in the hospital.
That tetanus shot, so she was going in for surgery. Is that right?
Well,
most
I don't know
people
what
have
she
to
was
I
have
going in
think
for.
I
tetanus
think that's why
regularly.
you would
It's
get a
something you
tetanus
get
shot for
boosted.
the surgery, right?
You don't need a tetanus shot for surgery. I've had
Okay.
plenty of
Why
surgeries.
in
I don't know.
hell would
They
they give
made me
her
get tetanus to have babies even in the hospital.
Oh, I
I've had a
wouldn't
tetanus
accept
shot only
that.
because I got.
I had to get several vaccinations before they would allow my child to be born in the hospital.
The only
Good
thing
Lord.
they gave me in the hospital when I was having my kids was a Rogam shot because my blood is O negative.
Well, then your
So
boosters
my
were
body
probably
kind of like
positive.
treats. Yeah, so if my baby is positive, my body treats it like it wants to get rid of it. And that's why I'm glad that I can't have any more children because I don't want to go through Well, that and I'm getting up there in age, but I don't want to go through having miscarriages anymore. It's really painful mentally.
You probably had all your vaccinations up to date. My parents were hippies. I didn't get a lot of vaccinations. I had an adverse reaction to
Yeah.
one, and my mom was like, "Nope, we're not going back."
Oh, okay. I get it. All right.
So I had to get the vaccinations I hadn't previously had. You probably already had your boosters up to date. She's probably like me. These are things she doesn't have a record of. And being that like meningitis, they probably had an outbreak of it in the hospital recently. And if you vaccinate people, you prevent the spread of it.
Yeah.
Well, there's also these superbugs that are going around in the hospitals as well, aren't there?
Oh, well, vaccines won't take care of those.
Absolutely. And I tell you what, not this past surgery that I had, but before, when I had to get a blood transfusion, I was in hospital for like a month. And the only reason why I was in hospital for a month is because right when I was supposed to leave after 2 weeks, I caught COVID in the hospital. And they wanted to give me the shot. They wanted to jab me. And I said, hell to the no. Because I did my research. Go ahead, Stanley. What?
Did you pitch a bitch? Did you get belligerent?
I sure did. Yeah, I brought out the blackety black in me. Because I did my research, and you're not supposed to get the vaccine if you have it. It can kill you. And then being that my immune system is so weak, you know, I have low red blood cell count, high white blood cell count. So I'm constantly fighting. You know, they tested me for lupus, they tested me for everything. And just at the end of the day, I just have a low immune system.
That's not good. That's not good. Stanley, real quick before I jump, I need to give you, Portia, and HB an apology on this panel.
Oh, really? That's so rare. Apologize to me.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is rare, and I will I will do my own self-imposed, I guess, 7 to 30-day ban for White John Galt yesterday. He brought up that I cut you guys off a lot, and I think that I was listening.
You know what? Let me cut you off. I don't care if people cut me off generally.
Come on, Juan. No, we don't want to see you gone for 7. I'm cutting you off right now, Juan. I don't want to see you gone for 7 to 30 days.
I'm the self-acknowledged or the White John Galt acknowledged judge. You're commuted.
Well, the thing is I was listening to the streams this morning while I was doing some work, and I noticed that what happens on my end is it lags, so I hear dead air and I think I can talk, and then I hear you guys later. But on the stream, it's you guys are talking straight through, and then I cut in, and so that's. Well, for me, I didn't realize it until I was listening to the stream this morning, and I'm like, oh, shoot, I am doing that. So I needed to give all of you guys an apology for doing that.
Well, the jury is in, John. The jury is in, Juan, and all charges are dropped.
Portia pretty much says it.
Free.
Ignore White John. He's not even real.
Exactly.
Well, again, I listened to the stream and I noticed it on the streams this morning as well. So that's where I know that on my end, because I'm using the cell tower sometimes, it lags. And so I'll hear the dead air and I think I can talk. And then all of a sudden everybody else is talking. I'm like, oh, shit, I'm sorry.
Also, never go back and listen to yourself on streams. I don't.
You're good.
So I put a link in the back of the VAERS site. It has a list of known adverse reactions. Now, it's voluntary. Most doctors are not required to report to it, but it has a really long list of adverse reactions for almost every known vaccine. And even though they're known and they know that you could get this, they are still not liable if you do.
Medical malpractice. For medical malpractice, and for what's known as strict liability and tort. There's no products liability for that.
Is there something specific you want to see?
No, I just wanted to
Also, from
share that if you want to see what's really happening with how our government protects big companies, this is one of the perfect examples. They're not required to report it, so it's very much underreported. No doctor is required to report to it. It's time consuming, so a lot of them don't, as it's voluntary. And
well,
some
not only.
and some
Go ahead. I'm
people
sorry.
think that if I'm treated by a doctor or at a hospital and something happens to me, I'm going to be eligible for some sort of compensation for this, so they trust their doctors. But a lot of drugs, not just vaccines, a lot of drugs come with stipulations that these are known side effects, and if you agree to take it with the known side effects, with vaccines, they hand you a sheet at the office and most people don't even read them.
You know, it's interesting. With the, every now and again, I guess at some point I might take a flu shot. The VA never, like, they just bring the thing and jab you.
I don't even take that. I do not take flu shots.
I don't get out that much, so I might skip it myself.
When I got the beer flu, I was told by by a doctor in Mexico that I wasn't eligible to get a vaccine or get the jab. I'm sorry, for 90 days because of the antibodies. And the same thing. When I went to the American physician in South Texas, they were like, "Well, you need vaccine." And I swear to you, I got letters for like 30 to 45 days inviting me to get the vaccine. And I'm thinking, dude, I can't get the vaccine for 3 months. It'll hurt me because I already have the antibodies in my system. Why are you wanting me to do that? I don't know. And to Wishy's point, also, the other thing is not only do they underreport in the VAERS system. After the beer flu, I would say in January or February of 2022, the hospitals, at least here in South Texas, were ordered not to report any adverse effects in the VAERS system.
That's weird.
Well,
here's a video here.
then,
Do you want to see it? It's it's 8 minutes.
Not particularly. You can share it if you want, but not particularly. I just wanted people to be aware that we have a system that is intentionally corrupt when it comes to these things. Like this woman who got these vaccinations, I guarantee you they did not test her for antibodies at all before she was given vaccinations. Just like when I take my kids to the doctor, until this recent virus, all they would tell me is it's viral, fluids and rest, Tylenol at home. They would never test to tell me which virus it was. They would take a guess based on what might be going around at the time.
Yeah, flu shots are never like, they're kind of like a moving target. So you can still get the flu if you take a flu shot if it's a different strain.
What I'm saying is they don't test you though before they give you any vaccinations if you have the antibodies already, and that can cause an adverse reaction all in and of itself. And they don't. Insurance companies
very
don't pay for them to
interesting.
test you.
So I'll stop sharing this.
I stopped taking the flu shot in 1999, 2000, when I noticed personally that every time I took the flu shot, I got sick. And when flu season came and I didn't take the flu shot, I was not sick.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Well, you're always gonna get a little, sniffles or something like that when you take a flu shot.
But I never got the sniffles when I did take the flu shot.
The flu
when we
they take
get the flu shot, we get even sicker.
Yeah,
like
well,
I've never been so sick.
We'll chalk it up to your weak immune system.
Well, no, I mean, even with my weak immune system, I can handle a cold. I know what to do to get rid of a cold. When I take the stuff that's supposed to strengthen my immune system, I get even more sick.
Gotcha.
Lemon juice, mint, and whiskey. It'll cure you right up.
Vicks. I told Portia to put some Vicks. Rub some Vicks under her nose. Rub it on your chest. And that Vicks cures everything, man. That's the Caribbean cure. I know you know, Juan.
I'm with Chris Rock, the black cure, the Robitussin. You got the flu, Robitussin. Your arm fell off, Robitussin.
You should
Yeah,
be
where I grew
ashamed
up,
of
it
you. You
was
ain't no
always
Puerto Rican,
mentolate.
man.
I mean, it's Vicks, but we call it mentolate here, and that's what they would always tell you. Put mentolate on your feet. Put mentolate on your chest. Oh,
Well, no,
you
I would use
twisted your
Vicks as
arm.
well.
Put mentolate on it.
Well, I would use Vicks as well, but for the most part, when I get sick, I use tea. I have mint tea, I have honey, and I have lemon juice, and that cures me up within 24 to 48 hours.
What do you use for a sore throat?
For sore throat, I just use honey, and I use they have these natural
You gotta gargle some salt water.
Oregano tea. That's what I use for sore throat.
Gargle some salt water. That cures a sore throat.
I didn't know that. I'll do that next time. I know that when my daughter, when she would get injuries in her mouth, like if she ran into something and her teeth are in pain or what have you, I would have her swish with salt water, warm salt water. But now that I know that cures a sore throat, I'm gonna try that.
Yep.
Oregano tea, just the regular oregano in your spice rack.
Oh, I love oregano too. I have it fresh in my garden.
Yeah, if you take that and you make a nice tea out of it, it will cure any ronco that you've got. It'll soothe your sore throat. Oregano tea and mullein tea, but mulleinn's not as easy to come by.
You know what else is good? It's a refresher and it hydrates you a lot. You boil lettuce, and then you let the water cool down and you drink the water.
You know what my mom used when I was a kid, and I have to get back into this. My mom would use sage and sugar, not the processed sugar, but there was a different. It was like a brownish sugar. It wasn't. I don't know if it was directly cane sugar or not, but she would mix that, and when winter would come,
Raw
we would have to
sugar.
take a
That's
teaspoon.
probably what it was. Raw sugar.
Then that's probably what that was. But it was always a teaspoon of sage mixed with sugar, and we had to take that every week or so, and that was supposed to help us. It sure beats those
And my mom
Flintstone
used
vitamins
to.
that I gave my kid.
And my mom used to give us a lot of palm oil too. Palm oil does wonders. You can rub it in your hair. It makes your hair grow, or well, not grow, but like it gives it strength and it moisturizes it, especially if you have curly hair. Moisturizes it. It helps it to be healthy. You rub it on your chest if you have a cold, along with the Vicks. Palm oil works wonders. Yeah, I'm into a lot of these holistic stuff, and I know Juan. Growing up Caribbean, we just have some weird things that we do.
Well, a lot of it deals with the hidden superstitions that we have. I mean, for us, it's the Santeria without the Santeria being explicitly mentioned.
Yeah.
But a lot of that stuff, believe it or not, works. Like, I didn't do this in North Carolina, but when I moved to Texas, my daughter's mom, my ex-girlfriend, would rub an egg on me when I got sick, and it was weird. Like the egg would turn brown, but the next day I was better. It was, some of the weirdest stuff.
The egg is supposed to, and I've had eggs rubbed on me too. It's supposed to take away the toxins and the bad spirits.
I think we're wandering into TOS for medical advice, Portia. You might want to throw up that video.
This isn't medical advice, ladies. Please consult your physician, your doctor, or whatever you go to. Don't take our word for it. We're just YouTube tap dancers.
Do not try this at home, folks.
I put my 2 cents in there too. So we're 3 tap dancers just talking shit. But yeah, let's see that video, Portia.
Yeah, Portia, let's do the shit on black people video.
Oh, Jesus, Stan. You know what?
Know what?
I don't practice Santeria.
I ain't got no crystal ball.
Piece, even though it's been damn near 30 years.
So I guess none of y'all ever sacrificed a chicken either.
After watching the Haitian sacrifice geese, yeah.
Did you just ruin my body cam segment, Stanley, with your shitty attitude? You son of a
don't agree
bitch.
with him, Portia.
I hope not. What did I say?
Juan, do you bring fruits to the
God damn it,
ocean and
Stanley.
sacrifice them to Oshun?
No, I don't do that. My father did that.
Yeah, I have to. This is why I say I have to live by water.
I'll find one with white people.
Well, you do
I just
know.
finished Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
I have to say that response, I'll find one with white people, pretty much proves my point.
I've watched a lot of Karen's Gone Wild videos last weekend, man. This girl that was getting arrested at Walmart. You don't know who I am.
I don't know.
I'm like, oh God.
I just
I think you're
kind of
Go ahead.
don't like. I just kind of don't like shitting on people, in their hours of distress.
There's been a lot of distressing videos as of late, though. There have been a lot of incidents as of late. I wonder what the hell's going on. It's almost like we're slowly crashing into a Mad Max movie.
Looking from Walmart, I would imagine that probably happens at every Walmart every day.
I just wonder why you had to make it a black thing.
Hold
up.
I have to make it what?
It was body cam footage.
That's his
I'm
job.
sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't. Richie, I can barely hear you.
And you had to drag it to race issues. I don't get that.
You know what? I basically base it on the majority of body cam footage, and maybe I'm sure you've hung out enough here in the past to know why I would make a comment like that.
All I have to say is Latino for Trump.
And near as I can tell, this is supposed to be some form of free speech platform.
All I have to say
All
is
I have in
Latino.
this world is my balls and my word. Sorry, Virgo.
And
You inspired me.
Latino for Trump. Yo tu sabe. And you already know what I'm talking about, what comment you made. Yo tu sabe. That's it.
All I have in this world. All I have in this world.
I don't know. For me, the majority of the body cam footage I see is Latinos because of where I live
Right.
and the channels that I'm subscribed to. I live in a predominantly Latino state. And
Right.
so most of the videos are going to be of Latinos. The ones that I see, it's not just the criminals or the accused who are Latino, the officers are too. So I mean, I guess
Well,
it depends
I'm
on what
gonna,
footage you watch.
I'm gonna respect the aesthetic of the channel. My only comment is I almost like these sorts of videos just kind of never show up in my algorithm.
If I can respond to Chris Reed real quick, and I think you responded to him in the chat, Stanley, already. I am not a fan of getting chipped, even though with everything that's going on, it makes getting chipped seem like a convenient thing for humans. If you get chipped, crime virtually disappears because they got your ass, right, on GPS or what have you. But I'm sorry, the moment that happens, I've given all of I basically ceded my rights of privacy at that point, and I'm completely done. And I want to at least have some semblance of autonomy in this crazy world.
You know what, Juan? Juan, please forgive me for that, Juan. I heard your voice, and I'm looking at this tripe that American Man is posting. So I don't even know what to say to that. I don't recall bashing Trump after after the assassination attempt. Which one, by the way, Juan? There were two of them, or one and a half.
Well, there was a comment that he asked me what did I think about chipping people, and when I was younger, I saw convenience in it. I mean, I could just wave my hand and buy stuff. I don't have to go out to the store or do anything. I mean, and I don't have to insert my debit card to take out money from the ATM. I can just swipe my hand. I mean, even entering it back into the country, I don't have to take out my passport and present it to the Customs and Border Protection agent. I can just, scan your hand here and it'll let you either in or it'll say access denied or what have you. But
Well, I guess it's my body, my choice. I'm kind of not, unless it's like to cure something. That was my response to Chris. If it's not to cure something, I don't see a need to.
And that's where I was going with you, to complement what you're saying. Like I said, those points, those positive points, I would have thought about heavily when I was in my 20s. But now, to complement what you told Chris, I just want some semblance of body autonomy.
Well, it's really not only that. It's
once you're
just
chipped, that's it.
Once you get older, it's like, there was a period of time, like every time I went to the doctor, he was finding something wrong. And I just, I don't want any medical procedures I don't have to have, because I know I'm going to have some at some point. So,
Well, that's where you have an advantage, Stanley. That's where you have an advantage. You're married, so your wife will force you to go to the doctor. What's that saying? Married men live longer than single men. I do not want to go to the doctor for anything for the reason that you just mentioned. Oh, you have this wrong. You have that wrong. I'm going in for one thing, and the next thing you know, I'm spending almost $30 or $40 in prescription drugs on everything else that they found.
those blood tests, those full blood test things they do once a year. They're just. It's almost like Russian roulette. What is going to blow up?
So my thought on the chip is, you have people who will pull a gun on you outside for cash money. Are they going to start chopping off people's hands, digging out chips? Like, there's always going to be thieves. There's
That's a
always going to
good
be
point.
those outside the system. Are they going to steal somebody else's? You refuse to be chipped, avoid it, steal somebody else's chip, and use their chip. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of scary.
Could you imagine somebody at the ATM, doing a stick up, and you tell them, "Hey, I don't have an ATM card." That's gonna be painful. I just rather hand over the card rather than a hand.
I think there are other ways that
Well,
they
and
would
you
be able
already
to.
voluntarily carry the chip with you everywhere and pay for it. Even the
Yeah, but it
homeless.
doesn't have to be under
90%
my
of people
skin.
hold a smartphone in their hand, which is the chip that does all of that, and you pay them instead of them giving it to you.
Well, I don't have it completely chipped in the sense that I don't have what do they call it, the smart SIM, where you can put your debit and credit card information on the SIM itself. I don't have that type of SIM, but you're absolutely right, Wishy. I mean, they know
Even if
where
you
I'm at
don't
with
have
my
that, have
cell
you
phone.
ever paid for anything off the internet with your debit card?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Then
Yes, I
you
have.
have already signed into the chip, and the chip has all your data, and you carry it
Cool.
around with you to identify yourself in your telephone forevermore.
Oh, that's fine.
Whether you use the quick, tap your phone apps or not, once you've
Mhm.
paid for something off your cell phone, once you paid for your cell phone, your data is in that system and you are already chipped.
Now, as long as they don't take my
But I don't
Amazon,
use my cell phone though. You have an Amazon account as well, Stanley?
not only that, I swear by it. They can break up every company on earth, but Amazon stays intact.
You know what's sad, Stanley? Your kid and my kid can get Amazon Prime membership for $40 because they're students, but we can't join to their account. So oh yeah, they can get it for $40 a year. My daughter already has her Prime account already set up. But what's sad is I can't join to her account, so I'm stuck paying $200 a year for mine.
I don't particularly. As a matter of fact, I actually want him to get his own account so he stops using mine.
Well, for me, it's a tax write-off because I buy ink and I buy paper and other supplies through the Amazon Prime. So I don't care if my kid uses mine. But when she told me she got hers for $50, I'm like, and I can't join yours. Oh, I don't want to pay $200 a year for the next 4 years. But no.
Well, see, my son uses it as a hint system. I remember one day I'm going to buy something, and it's like dude wanted to spend $300 to decorate his dorm room. And I was like, what?
That's it?
You know what?
Got a deal.
I told him, how about $100? the dorm room isn't big. And I literally asked him, what are you, a girl? Do you need like frilly curtains? What's up with this?
Stanley,
My
I'll just put
son
it
in
like this.
college is very.
You'll thank God you don't have a daughter. It'll be
You
much
know what?
worse.
Now, see, I wouldn't be able to do that if I had a daughter. I'd probably just have to eat it.
My son in
It
college
would
is
be more
very
than
frugal.
$300.
What'd you say, Witchy?
My son in college is very frugal. He gets scholarships and he lives in the dorms. He does not decorate at all. He took a mini fridge we had from home with him, but that's about it. We did buy him a new mattress, so he didn't have to use the school's mattress. But other than that, I mean, he's really frugal about money. I offer to do things for him, and he's like, I don't really need that, Mom.
Yeah, I would say my son's probably medium. It depends on what the item is. There's some things, you know, he will go, no, that's okay. But there's some things, you know. I remember when I was a kid. Now I'm older than y'all, but back in the 70s, there was Pro Kids. I don't know if they even make those anymore. But there was like a Pro Kids edition for I think it was the 76 Olympics. And the shoes had like some fancy stripes on them. And I wanted those shoes. So I go to my parents and they're like, nah, they're too expensive. And, I think maybe they were $30 or something. Compared to today's Air Jordans, I'm like, things have definitely not improved. My parents wouldn't buy me a $30 pair of shoes, of sneakers, and my son's expecting $250 for a pair of Air Jordans. He doesn't even play basketball. I guess nobody plays basketball in
Yeah,
Jordans.
but if your parents were being paid well back then, they would have been making maybe $8 to $10, maybe 12 an hour, whereas McDonald's in the city here pays 16 an hour now.
Well, this is the 70s though. You could
Right,
pay a
so
quarter for a Big
$30
Mac.
equivalent to today, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, you're right about that. Now, I mean, I think I was maybe 10. So, I mean, I'm not
Yeah, I don't see
begrudging.
the
I'm
point.
not mad that they didn't buy them. I'm just amazed at how lax we are at buying sneakers these days.
I don't see the point in buying children really expensive clothing and shoes that they're going to outgrow in 3 to 5 months.
And I'm the same way. I was the same way. And I'm sure that was part of their logic. But 10-year-olds don't
Well,
understand stuff.
when they're babies, I think it's for the sentimental value, and I only say that because last week I was going through the old stuff in my home to figure out, to separate what I was going to keep and what I was going to get rid of, things
Mhm.
like that. And I ran across the Air Forces that I bought my daughter when she was 1.
Oh wow!
I mean, she wore them only 3 times, because she
Did you get
outgrew
them
them. But
bronzed?
I'm sorry?
Gonna get them bronzed?
No.
Or is that an old-fashioned thing?
Well, no, that people still do that, but to me, I don't see what the point is in spending money like that. Probably, I'm going to hold on to
My
to
parents
them a
still
little
have
bit
my
longer.
baby shoes bronze.
To collect dust?
If she and her boyfriend start a family later on in their lives, then I'll just give them to her so that she can
Oh,
give to her
that's
kids.
a good idea.
Aw, yeah. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, for
Yeah, I
babies,
still
it's
have my
fine
baby
because they
shoes
don't.
bronzed.
Well, and babies don't destroy them, so they can be carried on to the next child or the next generation. But as they get
And
older,
Latinos
especially shoes, there's no way I can even donate my kids' shoes when they're done with them. They tear the hell out of them.
and Latinos for Trump, you're absolutely right. I sure as hell did tear up when I saw them.
Aw.
I'm gonna have to
How
go
old
through
is
some.
your daughter now?
She's 18 and a half.
Oh,
But
so you
yeah,
got a big girl.
yeah. But the Air Force Ones, I bought them for her back in 2007. She was like 17, 18 months old when I bought them.
Yeah, that's how old my daughter's about to be 18 too in January. So yeah,
Oh wow!
we had our
Look at
daughters
this.
around the same time. Yeah, she's a senior in high school. She's about to be 18 in January.
Shredder. I remember doing something similar, offering my daughter $10 for every A she got.
I had a pair of these when I was a teenager.
What are those? Give me a second. Let me zoom in real quick.
Yeah, let me enlarge it.
Oh, excuse me. What?
In NCAA championships. I guess that's why I was asked to help design the Wilson gun wooden basketball shoe.
They floated.
It's made with polyurethane, so it's the lightest shoe in the game. Light to help you start quick and play long without tiring. It helps you jump high, and this angled cushion heel helps you land easy. If you were playing for me, this is the shoe you'd be wearing.
The Wilson John Wooden basketball shoe, designed light to win.
And then
At
Michael Jordan
UCLA,
came out.
my teams won 10.
And then Michael Jordan came out with the Air Jordans.
Yeah, you know what? Somebody suggested I go back and look at ProKeds commercials. I'll do that later.
You know, the only sneakers that I wear are Air Max. Are they the 94 or whatever?
Oh wow.
The one
The
with
Air
the
Max
bubble.
95s. Yeah, the Air Max
95. Yeah,
I told my mom, I asked for those for my mom. My mom saw the price and was like, yeah, no.
Put the old Converse commercial. Let's see, can I find it? I think I saw that commercial just now.
It's not the
And
quality
I'm
of
like
the
on the
shoes that.
oh.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's not
I
the
was just
quality
talking
of the
crap.
shoes that sets the price that is what bothers me. It's the fact that like Jordan and others promoted it. Like their advertising deals are the reasons these brands can charge so much, and that disturbs me a lot because you can get a higher quality shoe for less. That's not made
I don't
in
mind
a
that. That's just
sweatshop.
that's capitalism, though. Let's just be honest. I mean, I don't like it, but I mean that's the way that business works. You get the product and you try to make it for as little and you try to sell it for as much as possible. Now, what he is doing, which I think is an insult, is he's talking about reducing the price of his Jordans to $19. I want to say by 2026 or 2027 was his game plan. And I'm thinking, you could have done that 40 years ago. It still made millions of dollars. Now you want to do this? This makes no sense. Now it sounds like it's greed, but again, it's capitalism, so I can't really complain about it.
Now I'm not gonna lie. I have other sneakers that like are collectibles. Like y'all ever heard of the Latitudes?
Shoes?
The sneakers. Nike, the
I
Nike
have.
Latitude. All
I
right,
don't
so the
think I
Nike
have.
Latitudes, they're high tops. And Neiman Marcus was selling one with Swarovski crystals in them. So it was like an exclusive sneaker. So I got that. And don't ask me how much I paid for it.
Let's look at this one.
Converse StarTech design
What my brother
for the
had.
best pro player. Thank you, Larry. StarTech's Unisaddle protects my ankles and gives that extra midfoot support a great rebounder needs. It's reinforced for me and me. Hey, maybe it was made for both of us. Must be magic. Now that's who this shoe was made for.
The Converse StarTech with the unique unisaddle design.
Reach for the stars, reach for Converse.
Interesting.
Well, now I know why the alphabet people like cons so much, because Magic was their spokesman.
I'm sorry, say that again. His magic was what?
I said I know why the alphabet people like cons so much, because Magic was its spokesman.
Yeah, you know, he and I've never seen Larry Bird and I know Larry Bird and Magic are actually really good friends. I don't know about Julius Erving. He was older than the both of them, for starters. by quite a bit, I think.
Do y'all guys remember Hirachis?
Yes, but Hirachis, that's like 1990s, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's when I grew up, Stanley. That's where, I didn't start wearing like heels and
Well, yeah,
stuff
you're
like
not
that
much
until I
older than
became an
my brother,
adult.
I guess.
Huh?
I said you're not much older than my brother, I guess.
Oh, what year was your brother born?
Um, Shoot, 79, I think.
Okay, I'm 76, so
Yeah, I said not
yeah,
much.
I was born in 76. Yeah. My sister was born in 79, so he's the same age as my sister. One of my sisters.
Let's see. Oh, what did I do here?
Is he married? Because she's a lonely cat lady.
My brother? Yeah, actually, he's divorced.
Well, let's
He's
hook
got
him
a
up. Cause
he's got a fairly long time girlfriend,
okay. Oh, Jesus. All right.
but does she like older guys?
No, she's the same age as she's born in 79 as well.
Oh, okay. Does she like older guys?
Well, what do you mean older
I'm
than
just
her
kidding.
or
I'm just
oh,
kidding.
okay.
Could you imagine a poor innocent woman having to deal with me?
Jesus, Stanley. I listen here. As much as I like you, Stanley, I don't think I could deal with the headache.
Oh, I'm almost certain you couldn't.
Lord have mercy. We'd be tete-a-tete every day.
Yeah, my poor wife. She was a saint. Of course, she had a real talent for ignoring me.
Just ignore the bullshit
She would just literally not even answer. Or she'd go, "Yes, dear," and just kind of walk away.
and just cuss under her breath, right?
Probably.
Yeah, 'cause my husband could be very stubborn too, and sometimes. Well, here's the thing, Stanley. You got to know how to pick your battles.
Do I?
No, I'm talking about for me. You got to know when to pick your battles. So, is this the hill I want to die on today? No. So when he gets into his little rants about, we need to do this and yes, baby, sure, honey, and he'll stop eventually. And he does the same for me. I get into my little rants and stuff like that. And yes, dear. Yes, honey. That's it.
Let's see. I got one more link I got to post for Portia. Portia, did you are you still going to do the body cam thing? So that's the Wilson. Where did the
So,
comments?
Virgo, when it comes to any relationship, whether it be a
Shoot.
romantic relationship, a friendship, or anything, I always ask myself one question. Is this a deal breaker?
Is it a what?
Is this a deal breaker?
I see.
If
Oh,
it's not a
absolutely.
deal breaker, I walk away from it. I'm too old to be fighting battles I can't
Yeah.
fight.
And I'm pretty simple. I don't have a lot of deal breakers. One of the, definitely a deal breaker for me is infidelity. Not being loyal, being disrespectful, anything that has to do with disrespect, abusive, things like that. Like, even if we're having an argument, like, let's not go below the belt. I can go below the belt with anybody else, but I'm not going to go below the belt with my husband. I'm not going to say something that deliberately hurts him on purpose just to, prove that I'm right. Because you cannot take back words. You may forgive somebody and you may say, well, I said it because I'm angry. I think that's bullshit. I think that's what you meant to say, and you said what you said, and the anger gave you the courage. It's just like drinking. Drinking gives you the courage to say what you really want to say.
Does it?
It sure does. You
I
ever had
kind
an
of
argument with
disagree
a
with that.
drunk person, Stanley?
I kind
Have
of
I?
disagree with
Oh,
that.
often.
As an
Yeah,
Usually
so
his
they
name
alcoholic,
say
is.
shit,
Usually his
and then
name
they
is
turn
Howard
around and
Stokes.
say, yeah, they say shit, and then they turn around and say, oh, I didn't mean it because I was drunk. No, motherfucker. Motherfucker. You
Damn.
said it because you meant it.
yeah, I won't agree with that entirely. As an alcoholic, a lot of times you don't even know what you're saying as you're saying it with the chemicals in your system.
Well,
However,
but
I, however,
subconsciously.
I do agree that the anger behind it is real. The words
Yeah.
necessarily weren't the relevant part. It's that anger and vehemence behind it. And most of the time, addicts, alcohol included, are angry at themselves and they just take it out on everybody else. So they didn't really
Like
mean that they were
projecting,
angry at
right?
you. Right. They're angry at themselves. And so they have to put that guilt off somewhere else. So that's why I disagree with it, because the anger is real, but it's not
Mm.
really directed at you. And what they're saying is only meant to alleviate their anger at themselves, to distract from it. And when they get, and this is true of most people in a bad place mentally, and those are the kind of people who become addicts.
Yeah,
Um,
I could
I
agree
think
to
that
that. Yeah.
I think that in a healthy relationship, there, and I'm not just talking about with your partner, but just any relationship, interpersonal, in a healthy relationship, we forget that it's not just about our feels. When we come into a fight with someone, it's because of the way, quote unquote, they made us feel. And we forget about how we're going to make them feel in the way we behave. So, through marital counseling, because my second husband did cheat on me before he died, in marital counseling, one of the things that really helped me that I learned was just to remember that my feelings aren't the only ones in the basket.
Um, uh, while y'all are talking, I was just going through some emails, some stuff that I sent out. Apparently, Trump has a new, looks like a coffee table book or something, and I figured I'd put this up just in case. Well, I'm putting it up just because I found it interesting. But Trump has a new um, book thing out. Um, and this is slightly different. This is interesting. Basically, he's got a new book
Stanley?
called Save America. There's one for 99.99, and then you can get a signed copy for $4.99. So I thought I would bring that up. The one thing, he is a master marketer. Any thoughts on this? It's out for pre-order.
Waste of money.
You think
So
so?
randomly, there's a book available. Like, you have no knowledge of what the book's about or
Well,
how it was
it's
published. It's
got.
just a
Oh,
book.
let's see the title of the book. That might be a clue. He's got several out actually. This one is called. It's got a picture of him in is it Bethel, Pennsylvania? Bethel. It's called Save America. It does
Is it
not.
Bethlehem?
Whatever the first assassination attempt. Um, it does not give a synopsis of what the book is about, Witchy. It just says it's here and gives you the prices. Guessing it's probably just photographs or something, but I don't know. It looks like coffee, maybe some sort of coffee table book. And then he's got other books out there, letters to Trump, which I guess might be self-explanatory. And then,
So he's marketing.
yeah, he's a master marketer. And then
Like,
there's
duh. Like then what's the point in sharing it? It's just duh. That's what he does. He markets
The point in
his own
sharing it is I
brand.
found it. The point in sharing it is I found it interesting, and
More of the same is interesting.
well, see, I don't worship Trump, and I don't follow his every move. So that it got sent to me in my to my Yahoo account, just kind of out of the blue. I was.
Ah, that's what's interesting. It was emailed to even you because your data was sold on the internet and they sent it out to a billion people.
I'm guessing. I was guessing it was sent to me to try and like get me onto the MAGA train.
I think they just buy
Maybe if I
data and
maybe if
send it
I
to all the
donate
ones
some
they
money,
get.
maybe if I donate some money, maybe it would convince me to vote for Trump.
I think if you saturate the market, and a lot of people hate watch and hate read things. So if you saturate the market with advertising, you're more likely to pick up consumers. And just the fact is, people hate watch and hate read. So they're just going to send it to everybody. They're not going to care where you're registered, where you lean. They're going to purchase data off the internet of
Hmm.
web addresses, and they're just going to blast it. You might
Well,
buy
the
it just
other.
because you hate Trump to use
Oh, I
as an
don't hate. Oh,
example
whoa,
how
whoa,
much
I
you
don't.
hate him.
I
I'm not
don't.
saying you.
Oh,
I'm doing the proverbial you here,
I
Scott.
got you. The other thing I found
I'll say
interesting.
one might buy it.
The other thing I found interesting. I'm assuming these. I don't know whether these are authors or actually this is the publishing team. I found that interesting too. So I had no idea this team was so literary.
Hmm.
So anyway, I
Do you
just
think any of them writes anything, even what they say on live
Charlie
television?
Kirk has a book that's lower down here.
Is that Bad Body right there?
Yeah. Charlie Kirk is his book is Right Wing Revolution, and then
But do you believe any of them actually ever wrote a book?
um I can believe maybe Charlie Kirk.
They paid someone to write a book for them in their
He
name.
might
That's
have,
how
but
it's done.
believe this or not, Charlie Kirk is relatively literate compared to say a Donald Trump Jr.
I'm pretty familiar with Charlie Kirk. I don't think with his appearances he has the time to write a book. He paid a ghostwriter like they all do.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with Charlie Kirk too, and might have had a ghostwriter, but it wouldn't surprise me if he found the time to write a book. And then Janine Shapiro is actually a judge, so lawyers tend to know how to write. So again, I was just kind of shocked. I had no idea that they were on a publishing team. So I'm into
They have
politics. So
they have the
things
same publishing representative, maybe, not necessarily a team. They are the
maybe
team of the publisher, not
possibly, but
necessarily a
you know
team
what?
amongst themselves.
This whole thing that I got sent in my email was rather vague. And me being into politics, I found it maybe more interesting than normal people would.
Those are all publicly traded images, so I'm guessing that what you found was really good advertising and not nothing more.
I have no doubt it was advertising. Why else would they send it to in an email campaign?
Right, but it was good enough for you to start
It was
critically
good
thinking
enough for
about it.
me. It was good enough for me being kind of a student of politics. Often when I come to this show, I talk politics and culture. So because I found it interesting in a political sort of way, I thought folks who kind of know me on this channel and know that I'm interested in politics might be interested that, hey, this is out in the ether.
Yeah, it was super effective advertising. You even shared it on your channel.
It was hyper effective. And Trump is a great marketer. He even got a liberal to post his advertising.
Yeah, it worked. Amen
I'm
to that.
a, I'm a, I'm a
Absolutely.
MAGA dude. Boy, do I feel ashamed now.
Capitalism, that's the name of the game. People are out to make money. You really think Trump is selling a book for that cheap? It's a publisher. And they've
Well,
got his name. They've got
actually,
license
what really
under the
interested
name.
me was the signed copy for $500. That
It's a stamp. Come on.
I'm kind of curious about how many people would actually buy it.
Not me. I download my books on my Kindle.
I wonder if this is coming out on Kindle. It didn't say.
Not for five. I wouldn't get it for $500. I'll tell you that much.
Well, let's see what else is in here because there
I
were.
mean, that's something Trump is really known for, licensing his name.
Yep.
His name is on a lot of shit he really had nothing to do with because he just licensed his name. It's his
I mean, I
brand.
think if I were able or that famous to just say, "Hey, my name can sell your product," and people are willing to license it, not a bad way to make a living.
I'll buy his sneakers before I buy his books. I'll tell you that much.
I'd buy his book before I buy his sneakers.
No, them sneakers are kind of hot, yo.
No, they're not.
Well, I'm a sneakerhead, so.
Right.
I was
Okay.
gonna say
Well,
you strike me as one, Virgo.
Yeah, I'm a sneaker. I'm a shoe head, to be honest with you. I love shoes, but since I think it was with you, I was talking about this with the oh God, I don't want to mispronounce this because I got in trouble the last time. No, not necropathy, but
we skipped body.
neuropathy. Neuropathy. Yeah, yeah. I can't wear stilettos anymore or like high heels. So, I wear medium heels or a lot of wedge shoes now. But sneakers are so comfortable to me, especially running around on the weekend, blah, blah, blah. Oh, matter of fact, speaking about running around on the weekend, I have to meet my husband at the hotel with his parents because we're actually going to move some stuff from the hotel. And I wonder, hold on, let me check if the lasagna's ready. I'm bringing them dinner. They have to move some stuff out of the hotel today.
Here's Portia's body cam. This is a peaceful protest. Let's see what this is about. And you know what? I don't have any particular topic in mind, so feel free, chat or panel. If you have something, you have a burning curiosity to see or something like that, feel free to let me know. This looks like some campus protest thing. If I can find it. You know what? Shoot. How am I going to do this? I think Portia's going to have to start this. Let's see here. Peaceful.
Once you get that figured out, Stanley, I also shared a link in the back that might be interesting to watch.
Okay. I think Portia's going to have to play it. For some reason, I thought you could do it somehow. The most entitled campus protester. Well, let's try that.
A peaceful protest
Oh, there you
becomes
go.
not so peaceful. In the early evening of May 9th, 2024, Las Cruces police officers responded to a pro-Palestine protest at New Mexico State University, where students were blocking the doors of an administration building as it was closing, preventing faculty members from leaving to go home. By the time the officers arrived, 5 protesters had already been arrested by campus police for criminal trespass and resisting, obstructing. These 5 suspects are being held inside until the protesters stop blocking the doors. The officers you're about to LAPC are tasked with getting the protesters to make enough room for the suspects inside to leave the building and be transported to jail. However, it quickly escalates from there.
What are they protesting? What are they protesting?
Reaction to genocide, you freak!
The university has a student population of approximately 14,000 people at this campus. Less than 24 current students participated in the protest.
Don't keep anyone safe!
We're gonna have them make a hole so they can escort these guys out. Can you guys please move to the side, please?
Please quit your job, please.
You guys just need to step to the side. That's all you need. We'll let you guys. You guys are gonna let Harvard come and
Slave catchers, class, traitor, union officers, gang terrorists.
We're trying to work this out. So you guys are gonna listen. Sorry, so they're arrested right now? So they're gonna leave. You guys are arrested. I'm not arrested. Send the genocide. Send the genocide.
Do what's right for the people! Do what's right for the people! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
See, you okay?
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
At this point, none of these protesters were arrested after the officers forcefully moved them away from the door. Coming up, however, you'll soon see these same protesters cause officers to lose their current patience.
You think you're so prideful because you win?
You guys are protecting your own people.
Sorry. On, piggy, piggy.
It's not that hard to not listen to orders, dog. What's that? It's not that hard to not listen to orders. Same for you, dude. You can just step to the side. Sorry, but I'm not.
Not when you're choking in.
We're not talking.
Yeah, you were.
No,
There
we're
was. We have it on video. Choking. We have it on video. So.
You guys are gonna listen to us. We're not gonna listen.
Has everyone got their badge numbers? Everyone got their badge numbers? No. No. Let's go.
You are one of us, dude.
All you Hispanic
Mexicans.
Mexicans,
People.
all of you stand on the side of
Hispanic
genocide and white
Mexicans?
supremacy. Do you hear me? Look at me, Becca. The Palestinians look just like you. They look just like me. Who are you defending? You're defending an
So do the Jews.
that promotes genocide. Shame on you! All of you! Shame on you!
They all need a Snickers
Shame
bar.
on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! You deserve to cry!
Get your job! You're a civilian! Get a real job! Actually keep people safe! You don't keep anyone safe! You're protecting your welfare labs! You're not protecting us!
Come to the side of the people, my friend. My hand is outreached to you.
Let go of
Come
your
to
dad!
us!
Drop it! We don't
Join us! Join us!
You guys can listen to your morality, not your orders.
Cops
These
come
bullshit
from
orders.
catchers! Where's the humanity? Where's the humanity? All loyal to the wealthy Zionist class.
You're protecting property over your own community.
You don't protect people. 5 of you on one student. You should be ashamed of yourselves, you fucking bullies. This is what I peaked in high school looks like.
Can't even make
Piggy, piggy. What kind of fucking camera takes up my head?
Look what's in front of you.
LC for P.
Who do you stand for? The government that doesn't give a f about you?
You're defending genocide. You're beating people up for being upset about genocide. That's what you're f***ing doing.
You're America's ass, your own. They don't give a f about you.
Just like they don't give a fuck about us.
I feel something. Okay, calm down.
They don't really care about us.
They are your nephews, brothers, sisters, nieces, cousins.
We may not be from the
Sorry,
same
ma'am.
land.
There's none of my kin.
We're all human beings. We just want the best for each other. You guys don't want that? You guys not want that?
Yeah, go on.
I don't believe so, ma'am. No.
Okay.
You'd have to speak to the security officer.
Okay. And can you tell us what's going to happen to our colleagues there?
You'll get an announcement later.
What? How much later?
That's all I'm gonna say.
Cool. They don't know. They're just minions. Viva, viva, Palestina!
Viva, viva, Palestina!
To students on their own campus, shame.
Shame on you.
To students on their own campus, public campus. This is our community. Treat them with more respect.
This is how change happens. Cops
Respect
don't
our
make
community.
What needed to be tackled for this? Literally nobody. Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free!
These are our people. You are our people.
I support a reasonably priced Palestine. Free is kind of overdoing it.
Free Palestine! Free! Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free Palestine! 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 Free Palestine!
I'm doing a dance to it right now.
Chopped and screwed. Free Palestine.
Must be lunchtime.
While it seemed over, now that the group had finally left, what the officers didn't know is that they moved to the other entrance of the building, where another arrest was taking place.
Who's clapping, students? Right in the top now.
Control him! Look at you! You just body slammed all your morons! Shame! Shame on you! 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 You need to stay on your butt. We're done. Okay, sir. All right. You don't get hurt. I'm here for you, Chief. We're asking for you to take and sit in the police unit. Will you please do that for us? For what reason? You're under arrest. For what reason? For obstructing and battery on a police officer. How did I do that? You spit on a police officer,
That's
sir.
bad?
Yes,
I don't
sir.
think that's battery, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't think so, sir.
Okay, you cannot do that, sir.
Sit down so you don't get hurt.
Okay. Please do that for us. Thank you.
Fit on people.
You guys want to go to the front and hold there?
She wants to go through here?
Yeah, you can come here.
All righty.
Oh shit, that's that hot jam from before.
So, Witchy, I looked up Hadley Hall and figured out it was Las Cruces.
Can't stand in front
You
of
said
you.
it's known for excessive force. I mean, do they do a lot of protests? Is
Wow,
that
very
what you mean?
thorough. Thank you so much. Good conversation, y'all.
Just scroll down to that window.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, there you are, Witchy. Is this university known for protests or something?
Not the university is not known for protests. The city is known for excessive force cases with the police. It's near my home. This isn't far from me. My son goes to school about 30 minutes away from there.
I see.
Las
What
Cruces
city is this,
very well
Witchy?
known for being
Las
Las Cruces, New
Cruces?
Mexico.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. I was actually kind of noticing the same thing. Why do they even have to? I would just wait them out. Eventually they'll get hungry or something.
Well, in this case, I thought they were pretty mild. That's what they were trying to do until the guy spit on the cop. I think that
see.
what was happening, and I kind of remember this story. I
Well,
think
the
that what was
spitting is going to
happening
be
is
assault.
that there was vandalism inside the building, and certain students were going to be charged with the vandalism, and the other students didn't think they should be.
I see.
Well,
is
the
this
cops
part of
are
the
on the
University of New Mexico?
The cops are trying to escort the accused, the alleged vandals from the building safely, and these guys won't clear a path
I see.
because they don't want to let them take them to jail.
I see. How big is the university? Is it a commuter college, part of the New Mexico university system?
Yes, it is New Mexico State University, NMSU.
Interesting.
So it is a government-funded university. It is a public forum. Them protesting there is fine, and that's why you see the cops aren't really trying to mess with them for protesting. It's the vandalism and then the spitting on the cop that you just saw that instigates the cops' reactions.
I see.
But I think it's pretty mild for Las Cruces because I've seen a lot of videos with them being overly aggressive to the point that they shot a woman in her car while she was fleeing from being trespassing. Shot her dead.
You know, back in the 90s, we didn't have all these protests and shit. We just went to school.
That's not
What
true.
the hell
We
is
walked out of
happening
our
here?
high school.
No,
We had a walkout in my high school in the 90s.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't
They
see
did
it,
the
but
Saturday
I'm not saying you're
always
wrong.
protested at schools. It's actually
I'm
a
not
very
saying you're
common
wrong, but
public
I'm just
forum.
saying, growing up in New York, we didn't do that shit. We just went to school, and we had like little clubs. What, Stanley? You know what, motherfucker?
This also isn't high school. This is college.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about college as well. I went to college in Louisiana, then came back to New York and went to college there. And we didn't have these
there was
protests.
never a protest at Grambling?
No,
Wow.
not at all. And if there was, you know what? Maybe I wasn't aware of it, you know?
Well, I mean, look at this crowd. There's maybe 24 people there. The campus holds probably somewhere between 10 and 20,000 students,
Oh,
and there's
wow.
maybe a dozen there. So, I mean, if you think about it, most of the students aren't aware this protest happened until it went on the news.
True. Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, like I said, I basically just went to school. Now, we did have like little clubs. You know, you had your, especially when I moved back to New York, we had like the African American club. You know, the Jews had their little clubs, and you know, every ethnicity had their little clubs, you know. But at the end of the day, we had festivals, and we all would go to each other's tables and eat each other's food, and you know, mingle. And I don't know, I
They
just,
have the
maybe I'm
same
just
thing at
naive.
they have the same things at these universities too. There's just a certain small percentage of the school population who sees what's going on as a genocide. Like in the 90s, the big one that we were protesting in colleges was slave labor in third world countries, sweatshops. And there were
I
protests
remember
there.
PETA. I remember PETA.
PETA had a lot of big protests. I mean, the college campus is an accepted traditional forum for this sort of behavior. And it's
Mhm.
usually just a small segment of the population that participates. When you get the bigger ones, change does occur. I mean, look at Vietnam. When you get enough people, but these smaller protests happen quite frequently on small college campuses.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, you know, we never had it, or maybe I was just unaware. But what we did do is we would have meetings and talk about it and debate about it. You know, like I remember PETA being a very big thing, you know, with the, like the animal. And I was saying to myself, I ain't gonna stop wearing my fur.
I think the difference now is we have a 24-hour news cycle they have to fill. And then you have the independent journalism on YouTube and other platforms. And so what you see
Whoa.
is a saturation of it on your
Your
screen. Like
microphone
there's
started
more.
working
Wow, that's weird. So
right in the middle of talking.
what you see is a saturation of these protests on the screen where you just didn't, they weren't as publicized before. You know, only these 24 students and their immediate friends and family would have known about this protest where they're not media coverage of it, whether it be private media or public media, you know?
Yeah, we just went along to get along back in my day. You know, and like I said, I could be naive. You know, I'm not going to argue if, you know, other colleges, you know, had these kind of protests, but I personally did not see it, and
I,
we
I
just
think even
went
still,
along to
most of
get
the
along.
students, I think even still, most of the students are go along to get along. Look how few students are
Mhm.
represented there.
You know, I'm
And
gonna
we
have
just
to. I wish Juan were here. Does your son ever do protests? He doesn't sound like the type, actually.
Me?
No, Witchy.
Oh.
Or yours? You got kids? You got kids in college too?
No,
Do the
no,
Mhm.
my son in college has not participated. There was a protest during that big hubbub where they were doing it publicly in the media for a minute. There was a small protest at his campus, but he said very few people uh, participated. It didn't bother anybody. They stayed in a small area and didn't disturb classes or anything. So it was like kind of a non-issue on his campus. And no, he did not participate. He does most of his classes online from his dorm room.
Yeah,
Interesting.
my sons are they're diehard conservatives, and just like I raised them, they're diehard conservatives, and they don't believe in this mess. And we talk all the time, and we talk about what's going on, and they're disgusted by it, you know?
Yeah, I need to ask my son next time he's home. I have no clue what he does at college. As far as I know, he could be throwing fire bombs.
Oh Lord.
Well, I
Not
mean,
fire
I didn't.
bombs.
To be honest with you, I don't even know if I don't think he's pretty apolitical as far as I know.
Just
Plus,
trust him
I don't
and
know
how
that,
you raise him.
you know what? We never talk politics. I figure he's at college. He, he'll figure it out. But, I don't know.
So my son, I'll tell you straight up, is like me. He sees that there's no point in choosing, the lesser evil when there isn't a lesser evil. But one of the things that is crucial to being a conservative is believing in protest, um, believing in the people's right to make
Yeah,
clear their
civil
feelings
disobedience.
about their government.
I
Um, guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Stanley. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
I'm gonna jump off. My
Okay.
husband just texted me. They're ready to start moving and shaking things, so I
Okay.
gotta bring them. I
You
gotta
know what? I probably need to drop the link anyway because I keep forgetting to do that.
get their
Always
dinner
a
to
pleasure,
them.
Virgo.
Oh, Witchy! Oh my God, I love you so much. You bring so much enlightenment to this chat. I like it. I do. Well, she does. I like her. She's cool.
But I can't chuckle.
Stanley, I gotta question your chuckles, to be honest with you. I don't trust
Question
you
what?
yet, Chandler. Stanley, you lost my trust, okay?
To
You
be
play
fair,
too much.
Virgo, I take it as a compliment that Stanley laughed at that. So
Oh, okay. Well, all right. If you take it as a
You know,
compliment, we're probably gonna let it slide.
I could be looking at something on my phone and chuckling.
That's true, Stanley.
which says more about his character than laughing at what you said. Because
Hey,
it's like when we're
I
talking,
never
he's
claimed to have, high
Character.
high moral character.
Uh-huh. Well, you guys have a wonderful day until I
You
speak to you
too.
guys again. I'll jump back on. I don't know. Are you gonna be here, Stanley, later on today?
I will be here till I get tired.
Okay. How
It's not
about
like
you, Witchy?
it's not like I have a lot to do today,
I have
so
stuff to do in the afternoon, but they're live 24 hours, so I might be back
right.
later in the
Yep.
evening.
Same here. I got some stuff to get going right now before my husband gets upset at me. So I already got to get it moving. I got to jump in the shower and
wash
move out
the
of here.
yingling off of you.
Wash the link. I don't hide my yingling from him. He knows
You
I
have to
have
wash.
yingling.
You have to wash the yingling off of you.
He has no problem with my yingling. Now he does get upset when I drink wine.
Wait, no, it's just a joke.
So when I get on my wine, I'm a different person. So he
Yeah,
doesn't like
wine
the
don't
wine.
do it to you. I don't even drink wine. It's
He doesn't mind the yingling because he'll even share some yingling with me. He's not a big drinker. But anyway, I'll jump back on the chat. I'll be listening though, but I just can't actively like
now that I know that you're listening, I'll poke at you from afar, knowing you can't respond.
I know you will, Stanley. You know what, motherfucker. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Bye.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
There was something I was going to say, and I can't remember what it is now. Do y'all want to watch the rest of this protest? It's got, we're about halfway through it. What do you think? More protest?
What happens to?
Yeah,
or
like,
we can watch
can we
your
put it at
video,
double
Richie.
speed, or can we put it at double speed or something just to get
Yeah.
something actually happening that looks out of character for college campuses?
Hey, Portia, can you double speed or 1.5? You know what? I never play these things at double speed. I mean, it looks like a Saturday. It doesn't look like much activity other than this protest.
That's the thing is like unless like they're going to arrest all these protesters suddenly or there's going to be a brawl breakout. I mean, it seems like a pretty mundane protest. Somebody spit on a cop and got arrested for it. I mean, that's
Yeah,
not
I just
surprising.
can't imagine why someone would do that.
Well, they believe that their friends are being unjustly and unlawfully arrested. Like there's people who vandalized who are trying to be removed from the building and they don't want to let them through. And they feel like the cops are like their oppressor in this moment. These are the small minority on college campuses of kids who don't fit in, who feel that by sticking up for Palestine, they're somehow sticking up for themselves.
Interesting. You know, it's funny. Years ago, this is like way back in like 1988. And I've told this story before, but the upshot is there was a Forsyth County, Georgia, hadn't had Black people in the county since the teens or 19 teens or maybe early 20s. They were run out of town, and the part of town they lived in was flooded. To build a reservoir. So somehow or another, this wound up on the Oprah show. The whole thing, the history wound up on Oprah. So from the Oprah episode, there formed a protest with people like Reverend Joseph Lowry and some fairly legendary, civil rights leaders. You may not know who Lowry is, but he's actually, fairly well known. So anyway, I was at the University of Georgia, and Cumming, Georgia, Forsyth County's a ways. And I remember I had a bunch of friends going to protest, and they called. They're like, well, hey, aren't you coming to the protest? And I had a cold, and it was a February day. It was really cold anyway. And I told them, you know what? If they don't want Black people living in their county, I don't have a problem with it. Let them keep their county. I'm not going to protest. I've just never seen the point in this type of protest. There's certain causes maybe I could get up the dander to protest, but
most of these people, they're not protesting the actual issue. They see themselves
yeah,
as the underdog, and so they're just fighting for their perceived underdog.
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I just, you would think I would, but I just don't. I would understand, but I just don't. I don't.
Well, you don't see yourself as the underdog, Stanley. You don't see yourself, and that's why it's a minority of students there, because most people don't see themselves as constantly the victim. This is just like with trans issues, which is just such a small percentage of the population.
Right.
They're just really vocal because they feel they are oppressed. They see themselves as a victim. These people here literally see themselves as a victim of the perceived genocide in Palestine.
I see.
So that's the difference, is you don't allow yourself in general the victim mentality. You look for a solution to the problem and move on. Some people want that fault to take the responsibility instead of recognizing that even though someone else is at fault, my life is still my responsibility.
You know what? You do bring enlightenment.
And they are the minority. Look how few students are there. I mean, it is a small campus, like under 20,000 students. But look how few people are there for thousands of students. This is a very vocal minority, just like the trans people.
Well, yeah. I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say, "Look how many students care." So, point well taken, well stated. Yeah, I wish you were here. Was it yesterday or the day before when Melanie Cosmic Fox was here? I wish I'd have thought to say that to Melanie. So, hey, Portia, would you go ahead and play it? Sorry for the delay.
Can I ask you what the damage is? Where's the damage? I'd like to know what the damage is. I know you and M didn't break the window. The police did. I'm kind of wondering what's happening now. Peaceful protesting. Occupying space
Excuse me, can
in
you answer my
protest.
question as to why I can't stand over here?
No, he didn't tell me anything. So there's damage to that window.
Do you want that damage to your? Do you want us to charge you damage?
Why would you charge her with this? Why did you touch it?
No, but if you touch it, you're the next one.
So why would you touch it?
I'm saying you invaded my space when you showed up here. I live here. You checked on my campus. On my campus. So you were in my face. Now why can't I stand over there? This is a public place. We have every right to protest in front of this door. You're investigating the broken window. Oh, that's your excuse, right?
They were in the middle of the building. You realize people recorded everything, right? Like inside. No one broke that window.
While the group of protesters gets smaller and smaller, officers decide this is a good time to finally move the original suspects inside to squad cars and proceed with their transport to jail.
End up 15, that guy. What? The one that gets over here.
Oh, the guy on the floor? What did you do up there?
He spat at one of the officers.
Awesome. That works. Hey, they've all congregated over there on the west side. Donovan is asking if we can get these people, if we can transport them to the detention center. They were 87. The NMSUPD will 87 with you guys over there, and then we just need to get them transported and get them out of here.
So everybody's congregated over there. They need 5.
We're just acting as transport right now.
Oh, take them and then you guys can see. Yeah.
So see, he's saying that the PD, the college campus police already
You don't have anything. You talking to my secret Pokemon? No, sir. No, they already searched you over there? I do not consent to search. I know what you're, right now you're placed under arrest and you're going to be back in my patrol vehicle. The main thing, do you have any guns inside you? I have no weapons of any sort. I'm going to put you down real quick. Did they already check your pockets and stuff inside or just put them in?
No.
What's in your keys? Yeah. No other weapons or narcotics or anything that's going to focus take us for? No? Okay. Watch your head.
You're good inside. All of us are out.
Okay.
We're good. We're 98. We're 98.
Yeah, of course. Sure, it wasn't so peaceful.
No.
Got it on a peace officer.
None of the federal representatives. No. You know, there's nobody who can do anything about that here. The only thing that they're interrupting are their own. You know, they said these are your own students. It's like, who do you think you're interrupting? You know.
Well, it's like if you want to protest, fine, but protest like over there where the actual incident's occurring.
Go to Santa Fe. We got representatives there who can do something.
While we'll soon see the aftermath of one of the victims who had to go to the hospital after claiming an officer hit him, a few officers discuss the situation.
What's your lunch for today, okay?
I brought my lunch.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got fairly seasoned jasmine rice and microwave defrosted vegetables.
Have you ever had cauliflower rice?
Yes. I'm just glad that we didn't engage because, I mean, it's very easy to want to engage rhetorically with them, and it's just
They're just sitting there running their mouth like right here. Just kind of like, I'll just like let's stare at the tree over there. Just like, don't eat it. Just, what am I gonna have for lunch? Go to your happy place. So all these people were the ones that broke in?
No, the ones that we have here, yes, are ones that they broke in and they interrupted something. I'm not sure of all the charges they had, but they did have the 15s before they called for us. Thank you.
An officer now checks with the suspect in the hospital who claims he was hit by an officer.
Hello, Officer Brown, LCPD. I need to see your ID, man. I need to see your ID so I can get your info. You have to, otherwise you get arrested for concealing identity.
Listen, that motherfucker. Get out of here, pigs.
I need your ID.
No.
Can I get that info from you?
I said no, thank you.
You have to. No, because I have to talk to you. You claim you were hit in the head by an officer, so I need to talk to you and find out who or what.
Were you there?
I was.
Oh, then you want to see it then.
That's why I have to talk with you. I didn't see it. I was holding some girls back.
Get out of here.
So I don't have to turn it into a fight. So I don't have to turn it into a fight and threaten to charge him with concealing identity.
I want to see you.
You don't want to tell me who hit you, which officer? I'm giving you an opportunity to give me your side. I'll let him finish.
Look at me.
I'm letting him finish before I ask you more questions.
Talk to you.
So you don't want to tell me anything about who it was that you said you were hit by?
Don't worry, if Sally was recording, you can ask them.
Well, I would want your statement so it can go against who was it? Do you remember which officer it was?
I don't know, dude.
You don't know?
All 4 or 5 of y'all were on top of me and that guy.
How were you hit?
Oh my.
No, I wasn't on that part.
Listen, I know you're trying to talk, but like, my head is killing me. I can barely talk. It hurts. Okay, I can't do this right now. Can I check your blood pressure? Please, please come back in just a little bit, please.
Another officer arrives and is requested to call this patient's sister, who is wanting to file a complaint and request for body cam footage and badge numbers of the officers involved.
Hello?
Hi, can I speak to Annie?
This is she. Who is this?
Hi, hello, ma'am. This is Sergeant Balderrama with the Las Cruces Police Department.
Yes, sir.
How can I help you, ma'am? I understand that you had some questions.
Yes, sir. My brother was at the protest today, and right now he's in the hospital. He was beat up by 5 police officers, and I wanted to see if I can get badge numbers as well as body cam footage. And if I can fill out a formal complaint, please.
Okay, and on LCPD, or do you know what agency it was?
I'm so sorry. What was that?
Do you know what agency it was with LCPD? Was it with LCPD?
I am not sure. I was called from home because he was in the hospital. Because I was in the hospital.
Oh, did you? Okay, so you were you there though?
I was not present. No, sir.
Oh, okay. So as far as me giving you badge numbers, I don't know exactly who it is you're talking about, so I can't give it to you until we did some research. So what you could do though to get you can file an IPRA request with MNSU because they're the ones that are primary. They called for our assistance. They're the ones that are charging everybody with everything. So you can go there, and you can file an IPRA request, and that'll give you.
I'm so sorry. The nurses are calling back, but I will file a request. Thank you. Sorry. Bye.
Are you here at the hospital?
No. His sister can come back to room 22.
Oh, that's what I was talking to on the phone.
Yes, sir. That's what the other officer said.
Oh,
Do you remember how you were hit? Specifically,
After beginning to give information about the incident to the officer, the suspect's sister interrupts.
I don't remember anything else besides that. You're not. I'm sorry. He's not in a place to talk to police officers right now. My name is Annie. Okay, I'm his older sister.
That's fine. The sergeant is here also. I'll go.
Yes, sir.
Are you the one I was just on the phone?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Are you the police sergeant? Hey, you know the police sergeant?
I am, sir.
I'm sorry. No, not right now. Let's go this way.
If he wants to talk to me, I can.
No, sir. He cannot.
Ma'am.
He has a concussion. I'm so sorry.
He can make his own decisions. He's an adult. Yeah, I understand that. So if he wants to talk to me, he has a right to.
That would be a stretch.
Just there's a little He's against the door. Doesn't remember anything.
He's not in a place to talk. I'm so sorry. He has a concussion. The doctor can see him after the doctors tell me what's going on with him. Then he makes.
And you have power of attorney over him, or what? When he's an adult, he can make those decisions.
He has a concussion. I'm sorry. I was called from work. I'm a teacher here, and I was called. My little brother was hurt, and now he's here in a hospital without a parents, and he's not in a place to talk. Hi, are you the doctor?
No, I'm the nurse.
Can we get someone to tell him he's not in a place to talk to them right now?
She thinks that he can make his own. He can't make his own medical decisions.
I really hate pigs.
The supervisor was already in there to talk to him. Okay, so we're gonna see what we can do to help. All right, you're welcome, certainly.
So how can I help you then, ma'am?
I'm just here to look at my little brother.
Looking over her little brother would be allowing the sergeant to investigate the claimed police brutality.
You were saying something about filing a complaint?
Yes, sir. But that's probably for another time.
Okay.
But can I give you my email so I can get a complaint? Can I get an email to file a complaint one, please?
Yes, but you would need like a case number or something like that. Okay.
How do I get a case number?
Like I was saying, you file a IPRA request.
How do I do that?
So, like as I said, so the primary agency is going to be MNSU.
Why don't you just give it to her?
You file an IPRA request with them. You can go down to the police station. I'm not too exactly sure how they do it, but you can go to our records.
Can't give case numbers?
And get the video. File
Public information?
Give you the case number.
They don't have a case number.
At that point,
MSU's case number.
I guess you could file.
That's why he's
maybe
telling
be
her
better
to contact them.
then. Or it doesn't really matter.
You have to do a FOIA.
Yeah, because I mean, right now you're gonna.
Yeah.
We have nothing. To
In New Mexico, they call it IPRA.
I have some people with videos of him being assaulted.
And he probably doesn't know the badge number
I was.
yet. There still hasn't been
And why
any
are you guys
statements
here? I'm
clearly.
curious. I don't know.
Because we're helping MNSU.
Okay, and what do you need a statement or interviews or anything?
I'm here because of you. Because you called.
Yes, sir.
That's why I'm here.
Yes,
So.
thank you. I appreciate it. I will make sure to go visit your offices and have my parents visit the offices as well and do everything you're looking into. Thank you for the information. I really appreciate it.
Did you want do you want me to get your email?
I know where you guys are located. I used to go to NMSU. I'm a graduate from there.
Okay. So you don't want me to email it to you. You take care of it on your own.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
There were 11 total arrests made due to this incident, only 5 of which were actually enrolled at New Mexico State University. 8 of the
Pretty
suspects have
bright
been
to me.
identified, of which 4 of them were 19 years old, 2 of them were 20 years old, 1 was 22 years old, and 1 was 23 years old. 7 out of 8 of these suspects were charged with criminal trespass and resisting, obstructing. The 8th was the suspect who spat on an officer. He was charged with battery on a peace officer, criminal damage to property of over $1,000, and resisting, obstructing. All of them are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
These protest things, man, can get ugly, right? Now, where I am in Pennsylvania, you have a unit called the Civil Affairs Unit. Their job is to respond to all demonstrations, protest marches, right? Try to keep things, at a calm state, keep things peaceful. But a lot of times, this cannot happen because protesters will try to antagonize police to get them to come out of character and act in an unprofessional way. Guy gets arrested, and then he ends up going to the hospital claiming, police brutality. The sister, she comes to the hospital. What's ironic is officers trying to get in there, supervisor, to get the information so that he can ascertain if, excessive force took place, but she won't let him in. And this is the same type of person that'll put a complaint in against the police, but will not let the officer do his job here. So it's just very, very ironic. And here's the thing, you have to maintain professionalism with these protesters, with all people. If not, you will end up all over the internet. And that's exactly what they want. But a lot of times it can get ugly. Back in the year 2000, I worked the Democratic National Convention. Let me tell you, they threw bricks, bottles, and let's just say some fluid at us. And at that time, you can't be officer friendly. People are going to get arrested, the cuffs are going to come out, and people are going to jail. It's just that simple. These protests can get ugly, man. So I tell to all my future police officers out there, remember, you have to have self-control and you must be professional because you're going to deal with these types of people.
Hey, get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back away from him. Back up. Back up. Back up. It's their property. It's their property. They can follow you wherever they want to. They can follow you wherever they want. It's their property. What's going on?
They're threatening team members, threatening to fight them.
So they gotta leave?
They lunged at team members. I've already verbally trespassed them, and they're refusing.
All right, listen. You guys were already. Listen. Hello. You guys were told you have to leave, so you have to leave Universal property. It doesn't matter. Listen to me. Listen to me. It's not your property. It's Universal's property. Yeah. They want you to leave. Listen. Are you going to listen to me? You have to leave now, or you will be under arrest. So leave the property. Trespass after warning. Trespass after warning. If you don't leave, you have to listen. It doesn't matter. You have to leave. If you don't leave, you are going to jail.
Why? Why am I going to jail?
If you don't start walking, you're going to go to jail. You have to leave.
For what? Go to jail for what?
Listen, I'm not playing this
foreigners.
right now. You don't leave, you're going to go to jail. They want you to leave their property. You're no longer welcome on Universal property. There is no reason why we're not going to play that game. They don't want to. They don't want to talk to you. So you guys have to go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. If you don't go, you're going to go in handcuffs.
Okay, but don't talk like
Let's go.
Okay, we paid for tickets and we just came in.
I already gave you guys the option for a refund. At that point, you ruined it. You need to leave.
Okay, no, we want our money back. Let's take it.
Okay.
I'll give you a phone number, but we're not stopping by guest services at this point. You guys need to leave the property immediately.
I'm leaving. I just want my money.
Well, he's going to give you a phone number, and you're going to have to do it that way. You have to leave now.
Okay, give him the phone number.
He will.
As we walk,
Let's go.
Start walking towards the.
I'm not walking.
Listen, they can follow you. Just walk. Just walk. Walk. You don't leave, you're going to jail. You understand that? If you don't leave, you're going to go to jail.
Anybody in jail?
Trespass after warning. You have to keep walking. You're going to go to jail if you don't keep walking.
What are you talking about? Why are you putting?
I'm telling you again. Listen to me. You've been trespassed. They want you to leave. Okay. If you do not leave, you go to jail. So go or you go to jail. So leave. We're going to put you in jail if you don't leave. So walk. Let's walk. Let's walk. Walk. Walk.
Better way, okay? The police are coming.
I am the police. You're going to go to jail when the other cop comes here then, if you do not leave.
You're not told that's the police. Look, I'm telling you guys. Only one. This isn't a joke. If you guys do not leave property, this is not your property. I already told you. I'm in charge of who comes here, who does not. If you do not leave, you will go to jail. So you guys understand that.
Start walking.
You guys need to walk.
Hey, I'm not nervous. I'm telling you to walk before you go to jail. I'm trying to keep you two out of jail, but you're not understanding this. So you either go and start walking or you're going to go to jail. How many times do I have to tell you this?
Anybody in jail? Oh my God.
Yes. So keep going, guys.
Okay, so don't follow us, okay?
You guys need to leave.
Okay, let's keep a distance, okay?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Walk.
Have your distance, but you need to keep walking.
Guys, let's go. We're not gonna keep doing this. Guys, you have to leave now. If you don't leave, you're gonna go to jail. Yes. I'm trying to keep you out of jail, and you're gonna go to jail. You're gonna go to jail. Go, walk, walk. Walk.
You guys need to leave. All right? Stopping and waiting is not leaving.
Do you want to go to jail? Do you really want to go to jail? Let's go. Start walking.
Are you going to continue walking?
Walk. You want to go to jail, really? I'm trying to wait till they get there in case after 10:15. Let's go. You're not off their property. No, you didn't. This is still their property. You have to leave everything.
Exactly where are they now? Because are they in the courtyard or? Kevin, we're in the Blue Man courtyard. We just came out of the side gate.
No.
You're under arrest.
No.
You're under arrest. You are under arrest.
Don't.
Back up.
151 Alpha 109. Can you go to channel 6 for me? Now, are you good?
No, I got one secure. I got the other one. I can't secure right now. I'm with one. We're by Blue Man Group. Oscar 371. I have one 1015, and I need OPV hub. I don't have another credit.
No. Just go. I'll stay with him.
No.
By the rocket entrance, by the hard rock.
I don't have another.
No, don't hold me like that. No.
You're under arrest.
No, okay. No, don't cooperate. Don't talk to me. Okay, but let him leave me.
No, you guys were told numerous
Let him
times.
leave me. I'm okay. Because I didn't do anything.
Where the hell is OPD hub?
I didn't do anything. Let him leave me.
I need another pair of cuffs.
You can't do that. I didn't do anything. Let him leave me. I
got two 1015.
I didn't do anything.
And this is an argument that tourists should be aware of.
She's holding each other. Here, you want to bring him that way and get him backside? Here, look at him. I got it. Oh my God! I can't see. Oscar 371. I got two 1015. I need a supervisor for spray. Move the mask! Move the mask! Move the mask! Move the mask! I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. We're not playing sorry anymore. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm leaving. You're leaving in handcuffs now. No, I'm leaving. No, you're leaving in handcuffs. I'm sorry, man. Listen. I'm sorry. Stop resisting. Okay, please. My eye. I can't see it. I know that. Okay, it sucks. Trust me, I know. Keep going this way. We got to get you some medical help. I'm sorry, man. Please don't. Sit down. I can't see. Sit down. Sit down. I can't see. Sit down. I can't see. Sit down. Wait. I'm gonna get my car. It's right over there.
Do you have any knives on you or anything like that? No? You? Anything illegal that could hurt us? Any knives, anything like that in your purse? No? Okay.
We're sorry, man. We're sorry. Anybody pick a pen?
Don't say sorry. You didn't do anything. What the hell are you doing? You didn't do anything. I'm telling you, you didn't do anything.
Do you have identification on you? Ma'am, do you have identification on you?
What?
Do you have an ID?
Yes, with my sister.
Okay.
I can't see anything.
What did he do to his eyes?
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine. You're not allowed to do that because he didn't do anything.
You just keep yelling. I don't understand. Calm down.
He told us to leave me left.
Okay, relax. Let me see if I can check these for you. And then the bags aren't helping either. Okay, relax. Yeah, see, I can get a finger.
You're allowed to do that.
Do you want me to help you? I'm trying to help. You just keep yelling.
We didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. What the hell are you doing? Shut up!
You're going to jail. It's over.
I'm not going to jail.
Sit down. You are. Okay, it's over.
Stop. Stop. We're not going to jail. We didn't do anything.
Okay, you can say whatever you want.
Yeah, man, I can't do like this. Please let us go.
Listen, you're not going, but this is health services if you want their assistance.
Okay, we are sorry.
My eye.
Yep.
We left.
It's over. It's over. It's done.
What? We left. We didn't.
It's done.
We're still here. No, we left. You told us we left.
It's done.
Ma'am, do you have ID?
My sister. Can I call my sister?
No, do you have ID?
It's with my sister.
Okay, then. All right, your purse?
I don't have anything illegal.
I'm asking.
I came here to have fun only.
Were you pepper sprayed?
Yeah, it burns a lot.
I'm Sergeant Rivera. What I'm doing is investigating the whole interaction with the officer. Not anything with
Which officer?
the one that pepper sprayed you. Can you tell me what happened?
Yeah, he sprayed it. He told us to leave the park and we left.
Okay.
And once we left, they did all that. He started spraying at us, and when my brother fell on the floor and put these things in his hand, and then he came to me and did the same thing. That's what we didn't do anything. He told us to leave the park, and once he told us we left, I was just waiting for my sister.
Were you leaving the park or did you stop?
What?
Did you stop or were you?
No,
leaving?
I stopped to wait for my sister because she didn't sign, and I told him that.
Okay.
I told him that, and he told me you leave, and I will give you your money back at the exit. Once we came to the exit, he did all of that. He didn't tell us anything of this.
Okay.
And we left, and we didn't even do anything inside.
All right. I don't know what happened inside.
Nothing happened, and he told us to leave. We left. I was just waiting for my sister. That's
Do you
why I
have
stopped.
any injuries?
Injuries?
Yeah. I mean, other than the spray, do you have any injuries? Like, was that the only thing they did? They sprayed you? Did they hit you? Anything like that?
Put me on the floor. Put my brother on the floor.
Okay. Do you have any injuries from
I
that?
think my body has, yeah, but I don't know where exactly. I don't know, yeah.
You don't know? Is there anything hurting right now?
Yeah, but my leg is hurting, my hand is hurting. I have never been in this situation before.
Okay. So he sprayed you guys. What else happened?
Yeah. What?
What else happened after you guys sprayed?
And then he pushed my brother on the floor on his face.
Did they tell you were under arrest?
Hitting him.
Did they tell you you were under arrest?
No.
You're under arrest. You're under arrest.
Okay, that happened suddenly. I didn't know why. Suddenly, once we were at the exit.
Okay.
We
Anything else?
didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. We just there was a little argument with one of the securities inside, and all of this happened.
Okay.
He screamed at us, and that's what happened. We told him, "Don't talk to us like that." That's it. My arm hurts. He didn't leave it. I think it's broken.
They can check it for you to see if it's broken, if you think. If you're able to move around, do you need medical attention?
Oh, yeah, my face burns a lot.
So they haven't helped you medically?
No.
Okay. Well, they're going to give you medical attention. Anything you want to add on the... I'm not doing anything with the Universal. I'm here mainly for the spray and the arrest part.
Yeah, the spray was too much. My brother can't see. He can't even open his eyes.
That's what the spray does.
No, till now he can't open it.
Yeah, it does that. It affects people differently.
Yeah, and he has more problems.
Me, when I get it, I can't open my eyes for a couple hours.
Why does he do that?
Because he asked you to leave?
And he left.
All right, I will review the video and everything.
Exit, he did that.
After both the male and female suspects are medically cleared, they are put in a squad car for their upcoming ride to jail.
All right, you have nothing illegal on you?
No, what's illegal do I have?
I'm asking you.
No.
The reason, because I'm going to search you.
I'm coming to a park.
Okay.
Oh my God. He's coming with me?
Yeah, or in a separate car or with you. I don't know which one yet. Put his seatbelt on. Excuse me.
Oh, why it's so like...
It's just how they are.
Oh my God. I can't sit.
Excuse me.
I can't.
You gotta put your back.
This man is so rude. You won't come, right? This one is so bad.
He's the one arresting you.
Yeah, he's so bad.
He's the one being arresting you.
Here, turn around. Go butt first. There you go.
The sergeant now gets a statement from a park security worker who was involved in the incident.
Ask me anything.
How you going? So what happened?
So I came in. They were involved in an altercation over at in the Simpsons area.
Okay.
They were walking. They kept stopping. When I got there, they stopped on their way out towards the exit. Then when we got to the exit, they turned away from the exit. They tried to come to where we're standing now. And this is a crossover between the two parks. So it does not exit the park. Again, he's told you have to leave. He's saying something, it's almost like in a different language. He's just like blowing us off and waving his hand back. At that time, Officer Polisi advises him, listen, we've given you a lot of attempts. You are now under arrest.
Was Officer Polisi by himself or another officer was there?
At that time, he was by himself.
Okay.
He was by himself, and the rest of us were all Universal Security.
Okay.
At that point, he grabbed his left hand. He actively resisted and was pulling away and pushing to not be placed under arrest. I don't recall him actually taking any kind of punches or anything, but he was resisting being arrested. Police and told him again he was under arrest. He pulled out his chemical agent and sprayed him with the chemical agent. And from what it appeared to me, you could tell that the female that was with it was trying to come behind Officer Polisi. He also sprayed her at that time, which kind of pushed her back. He took the gentleman into the bushes, placed the handcuffs on him. Gentleman went down face first into the bushes. The female came running over as if she was going to go on to the cop Officer Polisi.
Yep.
I shoved her from being able to do so into the bushes.
Okay.
She remained sitting there at that point. Officer Polisi got the handcuff on the male's right wrist. I held his elbow and wrist while he did that and was able to successfully get the left wrist cuffed at that point. I offered to stay there with him while Officer Polisi placed the other girl under arrest.
And then when did the other officers get there? Like later after they were both in handcuffs? Okay. Thank you.
Both suspects were charged with trespassing after warning and resisting without violence. They are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. The officer on this bicycle catches these two women in the middle of their attempt to steal a sign. But first, a Lyft driver informs local bicycle officers about a woman who tore off the rear wiper on his car. The investigation proceeding gets completely out of control, but
Hey, Denison, I put the StreamYard link in your back chat. If anybody from your stream wants to come up.
It should be pinned.
Oh, okay. And let's see.
Like,
Witchy, I have the one you sent or put in the back chat. You still want to watch that one?
if it comes up, that's fine. I thought we might discuss what we just watched.
Oh yeah. What do you want to discuss?
Well, recognizing that these are foreigners on vacation, probably have no idea what trespass after warning means. No idea that these cops even carry mace, because in many countries they don't carry weaponry. So they're not exposed. Like if that had been, somebody actually fighting back, it would have been different. They just weren't taking them seriously because they see it as a public place, number one, because they paid for admission. So they see it as a place that's open to the public. So they don't understand how anybody has a right to tell them. You notice when he said it's not your property, he told the security guard, well, it's not your property either. So these are people who don't understand the laws. Sadly, being that they're foreigners, they also don't understand what most Americans do, that ignorance of the law is an excuse from it.
Right. If it's as you described, they'll probably get off. If not, just get deported.
I'm guessing they're banned from Universal Properties for life, and they pay a small fine. That's what I'm guessing. They won't even. They'll be able to do court on Zoom because they probably went back to wherever they're traveling from before the court date.
Right.
And that's the thing, is it's American citizens' responsibility to know the laws too, but the laws are so convoluted, what American actually even knows the laws, much less could we expect a foreigner to. I mean, trespass after warning is pretty simple and pretty commonly known by most Americans. But most of our laws, you could be in trouble for doing something you've done your whole life, not realizing it was technically against the law.
Yeah.
If you're a cop, you don't have to know the law, though. You got qualified immunity.
Unless you're in New Mexico or Colorado, because both of us got rid of it.
Is it unreasonable for people not to know a little bit about, how trespassing works? I mean, would this be something that would be worth teaching in high school? Someone the other day, we got to talking about, what kids need to know out of high school. And he actually mentioned, something he would call Oh, what did he call it? Life something or another, like life lessons or something like that. It just seems to me that, stuff like trespassing, some of the simple stuff might be worth teaching in some sort of high school course.
Rudimentary, essential, everyday law.
Yeah. I would hope everybody knows what trespassing is, but maybe that's too much to expect.
And they probably know what trespass is. They just don't recognize how the consequences differ from where they come
Right.
from.
Right.
Being told you're trespassing, in her mind, she was leaving. She stopped a couple times because she felt harassed by them, which was inappropriate. But in her mind, she was leaving. She just didn't understand why she had to leave. So I get to some degree, they probably understand trespass, but the force that would be used to remove them is where, most Americans would have been well aware what was coming when you're threatened with jail. And then once they tell you you're under arrest, if you resist, you're well aware of what's coming too.
Right.
That's not as true for some foreigners because a lot of their police forces are not trained to use force as readily as ours are.
Well, you can't trespass on public property in some foreign places. It's just not a thing. They don't have that incorporation of government like they do here.
And I think they were misunderstanding that they were on private property. That Universal is a private property, not a public property.
A university?
Universal Studios.
Depends where you are.
Where they were at. They were at an amusement in the Universal.
Yeah, you've got no rights there.
It's private property. And he kept telling her, this is private property and Universal does not want you on our property anymore. You need to leave the property. The security guard was telling her because he has to. The cop can't trespass her. Security there has to. That's his job. But I think they misunderstood that because the brother clearly stated when the security guard said, this isn't your property, we want you to leave, you have to leave it. And the brother quipped back, it isn't your property either. When in fact, he didn't understand that as an agent of the property, the security guard, it is his property.
Depending on local laws, yeah, he's probably an authorized person.
I would assume that the supervisor of security is one of the authorized people for a park like that to remove people and trespass them.
Well, that's not in all of the laws.
The law states the owner or agent thereof. If they've assigned
not everywhere.
Agent, well, yeah, but the majority of them. That's the other thing. Is state by state, the laws vary. So that's even more difficult for Americans, much less a foreigner, to fully understand the nuance of the law.
Unless your job is to enforce it, then you don't have to know the law at all.
Well, and the thing is that they never give us any context. I've seen this video a few times, and there's never been any context as to what the quote-unquote altercation was previous to them being trespassed.
That would help. Kind of like a TV show where they kind of give you a little bit of background about the, I guess, YouTube, content creation like this is produced.
Well, the difference is you can request the body cam footage of those police officers because it's public records. Mm-hmm. However, the cameras at Universal are privately owned, and therefore you can request, but they're not obligated to give you that footage. They have the footage of what the altercation was and may have even shown it to police. But that altercation becomes irrelevant once they've told you you're trespassed. That's where the cops come in, and that's where the body cam makes sense.
Yeah, and as far as trespassing goes, the altercation is irrelevant.
Right. Once that trespass notice was given, that's it. All cards are off the table. On a private property, you don't have the right to negate the reason. Now, if it were public property, they have to prove that you did some crime to trespass you from there. And that's a really fine line. And amusement parks
could be trespassed from public property in most states as well. You don't have to commit a crime.
It depends on the state.
Yeah, each state has different laws, but most states you don't have to commit a crime either.
Well, we can watch this. Any context or comments before I play it, Witchy?
So this is my favorite cop watcher. His name is James Freeman. He doesn't just cop watch. He's very involved in local politics. He has a lawsuit against a local judge because she wrote an order that he wasn't allowed in a courthouse because he had sent in too many IFRA requests, or what you would know as a FOIA.
Really? Can you do that?
He's
It's a thing?
no, that's why he's suing her. There's that he participates in a lot of things. He recently got a former judge to, or former judge to or not lawyer, former senator and lawyer to confess on camera to embezzling from his client and being caught and disbarred for it and never criminally charged. Freeman's awesome, but this video is just kind of a funny. Portia said something about lightening the mood, and I think this is kind of a funny.
Oh, okay.
Are you with somebody in particular, or
Just me.
watching you take pictures of our parking lot? What's this about?
Is that a problem?
Yeah, this is a police law enforcement parking lot. Yeah, it is a problem.
Oh. Who are you?
I'm Detective Mike Jardine.
Oh, yeah. What are you working on? What are you working on right now?
Several cases.
Okay.
What is this about?
Are you working on something right now?
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
All right. What are you working on? What are you working on?
It doesn't matter what I'm working on. I'm asking you, what are you doing here taking pictures?
Where have you been today? Have you been here all day, or have you been out and about a little bit?
What is this about? Who are you?
I'm asking the questions. Where have you been today?
No,
Have you been here?
I'm asking the questions. You're on this property. You're on this property, so you need to answer my questions.
Are you drunk? Why are you slurring your words today? So have you been here all day, or have you been out? Have you been to the bar today at all?
Who are you?
Have you been to the bar today?
Who are you?
I'm an investigator.
Investigator for who?
Investigative journalist. I investigate corrupt officials. So I'm wondering, where have you been today? Have you been here all day, or have you been out at the bar at all?
Working on a fraud case. That's
Okay.
where I've been.
Okay. Have you been to the bar at all today?
No.
Okay. You got any drugs on you? Have you used any drugs today?
What a ridiculous question.
That's not a ridiculous question. Do you know where he's been today?
I don't keep tabs on him.
Okay.
Out and about.
Do you know what time his shift started?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Does he usually drink on the job, or no? Not that anybody knows of for sure. Have you guys ever breathalyzed him while he's been on the job? Would you submit to a breathalyzer for me right now?
You're ridiculous. You know that?
Hey.
You've got about 5 minutes to get out of here right now.
Or what?
Or what? You're on
My
law
property.
enforcement. This isn't your
Yeah, it is.
property.
Shut the hell up. Get out of here now.
What'd you say?
I said shut up and get out
No,
of here.
you get out of here now.
Hey, you better get your boy. Get your butt back in your office and do
shut
your
up.
job.
You shut up and get
You
out
get
of here.
your butt back
I'm
in your
loving
office and
this.
do your job.
No.
I told you, it's
quit drinking on the
entertaining and
job. You
funny.
understand
He
me?
flips the
You
script on
punk
them.
ass. You get your ass back in there. You don't look back here again. I'll be watching you. You are now under investigation.
To be
Come on.
clear, it is
Talk
not
about
been
his
proven
little
that
Caesar
Mike
complex.
Jardine
His
is
little
or was
Napoleon
drinking on the
complex.
job.
Yeah, I like this guy. Are all
I
his
find him really
videos like
entertaining.
this?
Similar, yeah. He talks to
I-
our officials and our police officers the way they talk to us.
I think I might have to subscribe to him.
James Freeman, and then there's Fake News Network. Those are his channels. He's actually pretty well renowned, and I mean, he has the state police in my state trained. He will go to a place to do his requests and he records all of his interactions with the government. And everywhere he goes, they try to stop him from recording him turning in his requests, or they deny taking the requests when by law, even if they don't have the records, they have to take the request and forward it to who has the records to make it simpler for the public. That's in our state laws. So he goes in and then they call the cops on him because he's recording them and it bothers them, even though they have cameras all over the office. And the state cops are so well trained now because of all the lawsuits that they literally come in and say, look, we've talked to our legal department about this. He can film. You guys can't stop him. You better do what he asks of you or you're going to be in depositions like our officers were.
You know, it wasn't this guy, I don't think. Maybe a couple years ago, I saw a video similar to this where a guy was, maybe it was a state trooper's office, can't remember which state, but he was filming from outside the gate on public property. And this cop comes out and I think he might have even gotten to a point to where, he was handcuffing or, wanting to handcuff. And the journalist told him, hey, look, you need to go get a supervisor. Well, the supervisor came all the way out and basically wound up, kind of dressing down the potential arresting officer. He's like, you can't do this. This is public, property, et cetera, et cetera. And it wasn't quite as humorous as this one was, but yeah, I haven't watched anything like this in a couple years. So I am subscribed. So I don't have anything in the hopper here.
Guys, I got to go do my worldly stuff. I might swing back by later. Thank you for having me, Stanley. And
okay, yeah, I enjoyed it. Take Dennison with you.
All right, Stanley. I'll see you later,
No,
buddy. Have a good
it's a joke. It's a joke. So what have you been up to?
I've been putting some software and games on this new computer I made.
Oh, really? Would you get a laptop?
No, a desktop.
I see.
Sucks. I had this game that I put a bunch of hours into building a world, and it's like gone now.
What do you mean gone?
Like all the stuff I crafted and built and collected.
Oh shit! Oh no! Now, how did this work? I bought a new laptop the other day, and it basically connected to my old laptop and transferred a bunch of stuff over just over the wireless. Are desktops like that, or did you have to? How did you get the stuff from one place to another with a external, like a hard drive, or?
I deliberately don't. I start from scratch each time.
Yeah.
I don't like to copy anything.
I used to do that. I usually just, I don't do anything real complicated. This StreamYard stuff is the most complicated thing I do on computers these days, besides watching The Golden Bachelor. So, I don't, just the regular old automatic stuff is good enough for me. I used to be like that. I just, every time you build it from scratch. But don't do that anymore. I'm going to drop this link one more time. If anybody in the chat has anything they want to watch, just let us know. I basically have no agenda, so everyone gets to set my agenda. I had Kamala Harris's rally from yesterday, which I thought was actually pretty good. She's grown a lot with her public speaking over the years, but I'm not going to subject everyone to that. What's this Front Porch Republic thing? Memphis cop trial, Congress. And that's not something we need bother with. Oh, let's see here. What is this?
Lindsay wants to know if you vote for the legalization of shrooms.
You know what? I have not used anything like shrooms or pot in damn near 30, probably 35, probably between 35 and 40 years. I do think that I would rather see stuff like that legalized. Main reason being, and let me know if this is silly, but you know, all this stuff that gets laced with fentanyl and all that stuff, I just rather it be regulated in some way.
Yeah.
So if it's plant-based, I guess that's a good enough reason, you know. And I think shrooms are probably going to wind up being legalized anyway with all this microdosing and, you know, they're making moves to use it. I think they might even already use psilocybin in microdoses for PTSD and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think I really know enough about shrooms. I know in small doses it's okay. I've heard of people taking like a bunch of them and just, it not working well. So if it can be regulated and be made safe, I don't have a problem with it. If I do another walkthrough, mind if I do? It's complete. What you want to walk through, Virgo? If you want to walk through and show us the damage, is that what you want to do? If so, sure. It might actually be instructive. What do you think? Legalize?
Yeah, pretty.
What else do you think should be legalized besides plant-based stuff? Marijuana, mushrooms, anything else? Ayahuasca?
Yeah, I don't think what people should in their body should put in their body should be regulated unless it's poison.
What about fentanyl? That obviously needs to be regulated because it's one of these things where doctors have to prescribe it.
Yeah, regulated probably wasn't the right word. People shouldn't be criminalized for what they are addicted to. Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, we should still have laws and regulations, but putting addicts in jail doesn't help anybody.
Now, there have to probably be limits on how much you can carry on you. An ounce of cocaine versus a kilo of cocaine, that's, that borders on the supply. And users are going to have amounts on them. If you're an addict, you're probably going to have some on you at some point. And, you need to be able to draw the line between a supplier or dealer and a user. So I would think, you have to kind of figure out, well, how much heroin can you have before, I start thinking, this is more than for personal use.
I think you have to get caught selling it to somebody, otherwise the amount shouldn't determine it.
Well, no.
There's a way for the system to cheat and get convictions when they can't prove wrongdoing.
Well, what if you get stopped in a car, on a highway or something, and you have like an ounce in your glove compartment versus a bag, trash bag full of it in the trunk. You're not caught selling; you're actually caught transporting.
Yeah, and I don't think cops should be able to criminalize that.
John says shrooms are legal in New Jersey. You can grow up to 8 weed plants. Interesting. Do you happen to know if they're like federal, if it's on some schedule, narcotic schedule, federally?
Mushrooms in particular?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Well, New Jersey's mighty progressive then. And you and the white John Galt apparently agree.
See, Schedule 1 drugs.
Oh, wait, hold it. No, you know what? Because it's easier to obtain, it's dangerous. I'm not, he put this in 3 parts. I thought I understood what he was saying, but I'm not sure I do now.
Yeah, see, this schedule here is factually incorrect. The drug or other substance has a high potential for abuse. Shrooms do not have a high potential. That's like crack. Shrooms will make you throw up, And what's abusing shrooms anyway? People just going to trip all day and never come back to reality?
Can you, do you know if you can OD on them?
I'm sure it's possible to OD on anything, but, it's not easy. This says high potential for abuse. It also says the drug or substance has no currently accepted medical use treatment in the United States. That's also untrue. There's a lack of accepted safety for use of the drug. I mean, maybe because, the government's being obtuse and ignorant on purpose. Otherwise, I'd say among users, there is an accepted safety practices. There are, What's up, John?
What's up, Dennison? What's up, Stanley?
Hey, John. Let me, Virgo, do you mind if I do another walk through the parents' house? It's completely destroyed. This is sad. I'm on way to.
Not here.
I'm sorry.
You read no comment? Oh, okay.
Yeah, she wants to do. I didn't realize she'd done a walk through her in-laws' house the other day. I think she wants to do another one.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. See the devastation.
Yeah, I think she says she's on her way. So, anyway, if you have an agenda, go right ahead.
Now, I was going to ask you a question, though, Stanley. What do you think about, like, nowadays people are saying that, there are a lot of allegations that the FEMA hasn't responded and is breaking it down along, like, racial lines. Dennison and Stanley, what do you guys think about that?
I don't
What is?
The whole FEMA response. I've been reading a lot online.
Oh, yeah, with this administration, in the current year, yeah, I would say probably that doesn't surprise me.
I haven't read anything online yet, so I'm going to reserve judgment. But I don't care about the administration. If people are in need, that's what that's what FEMA's for. So give them what they need. Period.
And I think yesterday, how was it Portia? Someone covered, FEMA's diversity bet, their angle on achieving diversity. Universal Jones came up here, and now we have a hurricane, and apparently the money's spent, and it was spent on diversity in some way, migrants or whatever. And then kind of there are some allegations that. And I don't know how credible they are, but this is just the way that people feel, the sentiment, some people, that like the government is holding back other people from helping their fellow man. As if
are there, are there, who is she?
Lindsay.
Oh, wow.
Yo,
Is it okay? Is it okay if I drive over to your house, shrooms or not?
No shrooms required. That's it.
No, no, no. That's the last thing I want.
Never know.
I've been better the past couple days going through newspapers and stuff. I haven't really run across any FEMA stories.
Yeah, you know, I think the news today is so stale. You know, maybe I'm talking about the newspapers, but
Right.
but even with the news, I mean, like they're not on the ground. Like if you're there in the hurricane, eye of the hurricane, the news may not be there.
Well, you know what? Let me go to the Tampa. There's a Tampa newspaper I was perusing the other day. I forgot the name of it. Tampa.
You know, some of the Tampa residents may give you kind of a better, more color to what's going on down there. As an example,
City of Tampa. You know, I've looked at the city of Tampa. Their Office of Emergency Management, and the only thing I really saw was ways to apply. And then I looked at you would think the local newspaper, if there was issues, would.
I think all the news is kind of slanted. You know what I mean? Like, there was a lady that came on here. There was a lady that came on here. She said, you know, well, she was talking about the NBC News, but I mean, they can't interview everyone. You know, it's just I don't know. I think everything reported for the most part is going to be through someone's lens.
You know what? Florida's about to get the shit kicked out of them. If there's one aimed right at all of Florida, and it's going to hit. If this track is right, it's going to hit Charleston and Savannah too.
Ooh.
I wonder. I need to I'm sure my father's on top of it, but probably needs to mosey on up to Atlanta.
I'm going to see if I can find some of that coverage from Asheville, I think.
Right.
Well, you know what? I found some. Dennison, you still here?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I haven't heard this, but I think this should be perfect for your response, too. Give me 1 minute. I just clicked off the page, but I'll get it. I'm about to pull it up now. And something else just came up. I may have to show that too. But here's where is the article? I thought it's kind of comical in a way. That's why. Let me see if did I lose it? I lost it. I'm gonna find it. I probably have it bookmarked. Let me just search for it here. I'm sure the audience may find this interesting too. Let's see if here we have it. All right, teed up for you and Stanley here. Let me. This is.
My sisters, I am saying to you that if any party lifts us but leaves our men behind, we don't want it. We don't want it. We don't want it.
Damn, did you see the arm on that lady? What?
The what? Oh, my Lord.
I didn't see that, Dennis. Damn, she got two backs.
She needs a backiotomy.
Man, I think if these are the women in the room, man, leave me behind. Let them go ahead or let me go, but I don't want to be rolling with these two. Look at the arms on that woman. God almighty. This is Nina Turner. I think she's out of Cleveland or somewhere, and she's
Nina Turner. She's run for one of the districts in Cleveland like 2 times and lost 2 times.
Well, I said it's 5 people squeezed it. God almighty. God almighty.
Is this Cleveland? This isn't Cleveland. Where is this? North Carolina?
What is that coming out of her back? It's like she got some stuff back there. That can't be her body. It can't be.
What did you say?
That can't be body. In that shirt, man. That got to be something
Like,
else.
maybe it's body shapewear.
Anyway,
Lululemon XXXL.
I'm gonna finish playing it. Then I'm gonna give you my thoughts on this Dennison, and then I'll let you guys chime in.
Her blood type is Kool-Aid.
My sisters, I am saying to you that if
that is
believes our men behind, we don't want it.
Yeah.
You hear what she's saying, Dennison?
No. Any one of us leave something behind we don't want them?
I figured you would be able to understand because she's screaming. But basically what she's saying is, if any party lifts my sisters up and leave my bro man behind, we don't want them. And this is a Democrat operative, but I would call her a Democrat op. You'll see her on MSNBC.
I would call her a perennial loser.
But her bread is buttered by being on TV and things like that on Democrat channels, spouting the narrative. And I'm assuming she's talking about the Democrat Party because she's a Democrat. And she's saying that they're gonna leave my bro man behind. I love my bro man, my children, and all that. Then I don't want them. Is she rebelling against the Democrat Party?
Okay, here's the deal. She is a progressive. Basically, if she had gotten into Congress, she would have been a squad member. She is literally a progressive. Progressives, they call themselves the left. They run in the Democratic Party. So she was actually beaten. I can't remember the lady's name, but by a liberal, what they would call a liberal, who's more centrist. So they hate the Democrat Party. They run in the Democratic Party because, mainly it's just easier than building, either your own apparatus like Cornel West tried to do. DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, calling your party Democratic Socialists of America probably isn't going to, attract a lot of customers or voters.
Well, the thing is,
she is based. They hate Joe Biden. They hate Nancy Pelosi as much as MAGA does.
But they do vote Democrat. But the bigger thing in what I'm talking about is that she's saying, and I'm assuming she's talking to the Democrats. There's no reason for her to talk to the Republicans.
Well, her district.
But these are all Democrats in here. Like,
but they're not. They're more progressives. They're not.
They're not. But she's not talking to the Republicans, more or less, is what I'm saying, right?
Right.
Right.
Correct.
And she's saying something very specific. I'm not going to be with the party leaving my bro man behind. I love my bro man. And that is an allegation that a lot of blacks make toward the Democrat Party. It's woman-centric. And what do you think? I just find it interesting that it's almost like she's bucking the narrative in a sense of the people that butter her bread. It's how she makes her living.
Now, the problem with Nina Turner specifically.
Is that who that is?
She is more. DSA types would rather her concentrate more on class. So you'll hear her talk a lot about, working class. However, her particular twist on the DSA message is she is racial because the district she wanted to represent is mostly black. So the squad type people walk a very tight rope between a class-based analysis or class analysis and a basic, straight line race, based sort of politics. They have to thread a needle.
What do you think, Dennis?
You see right here, reparations is a working class issue. They're threading the needle. Reparations is racial. Working class issue, gives a nod to progressive DSA. That's a class-based analysis.
On the one hand, it's encouraging to hear a woman recognize that men are left behind, especially black men in the Democratic Party. But I think this is a lot of lip service because they're seeing black men move to the Republican Party because there's nothing in it for them in the Democratic vote anymore. And so this is like pandering and appeasement to the radicals, the progressive side.
Okay, I can tell you when she says men left behind, she's not talking men's rights.
What is she talking about?
She's talking about black men. There's a whole separation from men's rights, and I know many men's rights activists. Black men, by and large, she's probably talking, things like, men in prison. She's probably talking men, not doing as well. Black women tend to graduate from college, at higher rates, that sort of thing. She's talking.
Yeah, those all sounds like men's issues to me.
So you think it's more?
I'm sure they do. What I'm trying to tell you is the way you think of men's rights, black people like Nina Turner do not. And I actually.
Well, no, of course not. She's paying lip service.
Right. But she's basically taking men's rights and she's threading a needle with race. When she says when she says men, she means black men.
Of course, Nina is a racist AF. She wouldn't bother saying anything unless she could make it about race.
Okay, well then you know her as well as I do. I don't think she's particularly racist is probably right, but she's black focused, not necessarily outright racist. And I'm playing semantics. You might as well be upfront about that.
I think the Democrat Party has done very well by the black women. And the migrants have more or less supplanted the black men.
I don't agree with that.
That's fine. But I think that in that sense, that's what's up, HB. I think that's kind of what she's referring to. We can't leave the black men behind. Now she can't. She better not speak out about it.
I don't. Is there more of this speech?
It probably is. That was just a clip. But,
is this post attached to that video?
I don't think so.
Because I'd be interested if she actually meant like what you said. I'm not saying it couldn't be, but I would think she would be more pro-migrant, believe it or not.
Why are black Americans voted dead?
I think professionally she is pro-migrant, but I think deep down
I think she's closer to an Ibrahim Kendi sort of anti-racist sort of message.
Racist.
Here's another speech from her.
Now, why do you want her ass?
I can get to the speech, but another point. If you are in a
good. CKJ is here.
I'm talking about power to make
that's
policy. I'm talking about real power. I ain't talking about pretend power. If you are blessed enough to be in the room, whether you elected, anointed, appointed, an activist, if you are in the room of power and that room changes you from your morals and your values and your principles, You have not captured power. Power has captured you.
I see what's happened here.
Understand that.
Nina Turner has actually changed into a black man, and that's why she's now more cognizant of black male issues.
Okay, that's what's her name from ADOS? Yes. Okay, now I see the connection. They are. I understand once I see.
Yeah,
She
Stanley. She's in
she
charge
actually
of
lives over in Decatur, believe it or
yeah,
not.
she created the
ADOS.
yeah, ADOS, ADOS.
Who
Yeah.
did? Nina Turner did?
No.
Oh, the other chick.
Yvette Carnell.
The chick in the
her
blue
and,
suit.
Yeah,
Who
her and
is
the
that?
guy. Yvette Carnell. You can look her up.
That Carnell.
She got a YouTube channel. It's called
Yeah.
Breaking Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can pull her up. You can pull her up, John.
ADOS,
But
believe
her,
it or not,
her and another
ADOS.
guy, a guy named Tone. He's from I think he's from LA. He's like a attorney or something. But they created
They
the
break up.
ADOS. Say it again.
Didn't they go their separate ways?
I don't know. They haven't. I don't think they said it, but they still both talk about, like,
Do
ADOS
you
and
know?
reparation stuff
Right.
on both of their platforms.
And what does ADOS stand for?
American Descendants of
American
Slavery.
Descendants of Slavery. Do you know, CK? Do you know who Ira Miose Frimpong is?
No, I don't think I ever heard of that.
They used to. He and Yvette used to do shows together. And Irami has his own channel too. He's at the University of Georgia teaching philosophy, and Yvette lives in Decatur, I think. So they used to be kind of partners and did shows and all together.
There we go.
And ADOS basically is anti-immigrant. And they're more in line with John's point of view that, immigrants are hurting black or taking black jobs, basically.
Yeah, they're not really. I ain't gonna say anti-immigrant, but they want us to get the benefits before they do.
Right.
I mean, the same thing what John is saying, but it's not like they don't want them to have nothing, but America first, basically. That's
And
basically.
I'm actually, I don't particularly like the cast of that anti-immigrant message. I'm philosophically kind of on a different plane than Yvette is with this sort of stuff.
You know what, Stanley? Tariq is more of the anti-immigrant because he kind of stole like their platform.
Yeah, well, he's FBA.
He just changed it. It's the same thing, but he just changed the name, FBA.
Well, FBA and ADOS are like, they do not get along with each other. And funny enough, you know who Jared Ball is, CK?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
He
Look
is
at on the screen here. This is Nina Turner. In a statement out Tuesday, this is I'm not sure when I can look it up.
your buddy Tesla and Figaro.
I forget who that was. I've heard that name. The group's
She's the one that Portia. You remember that show? She was the light.
Yeah, that's right. The radio show.
Yes.
Yeah, radio show. By Our Revolution on Fox News last year, Figaro cited Donald Trump's leadership on the travel ban and said we are sick and tired of immigrants coming into the country and getting benefits that Americans do not get. What I'm seeing is not paying taxes. What I'm seeing is getting a lot of freebies that Americans do not get. That's the Figaro woman, and that was in 2018. Man, that's amazing.
And of course, Turner shit on that.
She got to keep her job on the Our Revolution payroll despite complaints that the woman has made anti-immigrant comments that compromise her job with Bernie Sanders' political committee.
Who damn it. Have you ever heard of Black Power Media, CK?
Yeah. I heard of it. I heard of it
Okay,
before.
well, if you've heard of Black Power Media, Jared Ball is the light-skinned professor who he's like one of the founders of it. They can't stand ADOS, but they're like basically black Marxists. So they're like three.
Yeah. I think FBA and ADOS, they both pointers. They don't have no solutions. I mean, I get what they try to say, but man, nowadays, man, you gotta have a plan and execute the plan and have a solution of getting ahead. It's plenty of ways to get ahead in life, but you just can't sit there and just beg the government, or you want them to do this or you want them to do that, and you really don't have a plan behind it.
Right.
Like, what do you leverage? You can't leverage something
Well,
that happened so long ago without having a real plan. I don't think they really
well,
have a true
actually,
plan.
ADOS does have a plan. There's a book called From Here to Eternity that William, a black economics professor at Duke, he
Oh, you
still
saw
teaches.
William Dirty.
Darity, yep.
Dirty. Yeah. I mean,
And from
I read what he read. He has some good information, but
Yeah,
it's like,
well, From Here to Eternity basically lays out the economics of reparations.
yeah. But
And
I
I
think
actually have the book.
Stanley,
I
I think you need more than just those numbers. You need more than that. You need more than that just to
haven't
leverage.
read the book, so for all I know, he
I
might have.
read Yvette, and the guy Tom. They wrote an article, and I read the article when they first
Did
came
you
out.
read? Did you read the book?
It's probably the same thing. It's probably the same numbers, Stanley.
Huh.
Just
Well, the
to
numbers
be
might be,
precise.
but I'm assuming there's more than just the numbers in the book. It's called From Here to.
Yeah, they mentioned like slavery, redlining. There's a couple things that they mentioned inside of the article. But still, I think you still need more leverage if you're trying to leverage something.
You know what? I'll read the book tonight, or over the next day or two, just so I know exactly what's in it.
Yeah,
Because I can't imagine him just putting numbers down without actually like saying how we afford it.
I think the Nina Turner woman is conflicted. You know what I'm saying? Like
John, she's they kicked her to the curb.
but she's making money somewhere in the Democrat Party.
Yeah, she does like speaking engagement and stuff, but like she's not. She was, if you look at it, she was big on a platform. I think she was big with Bernie a couple years ago. But
She was.
but after what they did to Bernie,
She bet wrong, basically.
I mean,
Well, she's run for office twice and lost twice, right?
Yeah, like basically the Democrats haven't chosen her.
no,
And
because she doesn't go.
Yeah, she doesn't have
full
the,
throttle what they want to say.
she doesn't have the look. She can't raise money. It is what it is. This is what it is, man. Can she raise money? No.
No.
Only
Who was the lady who beat her, CK? Do you recall? She was a mainline Democrat, basically.
Here, I think it was it Brown?
Yeah, Sherry Brown or something like that.
Chantel Brown, something like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sure. You make now you're gonna make me look her up. What's her name?
I think it's Chantel or something.
Chantel sounds right.
Chantel Brown, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, shit. It makes all the sense in the world. Look at this woman versus look at Nina.
Yeah,
exactly.
You gotta
show it.
Yeah,
yep.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even know that, but I told you before I even knew it. You got a rapper arousing there, loudmouth black woman.
Yeah.
Still on the Democrat plantation, but she conflicted. Now she's seen herself get replaced by a prettier, lighter skinned woman.
I haven't heard anything bad about her.
She knows the game, though. I'm talking about Nina. She chose wrong with Bernie. because Bernie probably gave her a higher up position when she probably should have been an underling on someone else's campaign, someone who's likely to win.
Nina Turner in person, she does got them ham hocks though.
And and the Democrats look at her and be like, well, how far can we go with you versus this woman? We go a long way with this woman. Can't go that far with this other woman. Loudmouth. She's not going to toe the line. And so she's conflicted. You know what I'm saying? Like she knows it's all about money. And someone just put up a quote right here. Look at this. 70 million Latinos. She knows a numbers game and a money game. And Latinos are bringing in their money. All the money going to the migrants, of which she can't skim anything off of. She's not in the migrant pipeline to skim anything. She's not in city government. She's not in federal government. She can't make any money. And she sees where the money is being spent here in D.C. It's going to the migrants. And that is why, you know, I think she's saying, don't leave the brothers behind. She didn't care about the brothers 10 years ago, right? But now she care about the brothers, right? Very interesting. You know, I think a lot of these blacks are going to find themselves, you know, kind of a man without a party, because they're seeing their party more or less shifting to another group that will likely be in conflict for them. It's going to be hard.
No, I don't think that's true.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to argue for immigration when you got 150 million people that just got here in the last 40 years for reparations. I'm sorry.
Well, what do you mean a person without a party?
Well, who are just follow my logic here without interrupting. If you're a black person and you're for reparations, you really need a black and a white country, largely whites and blacks, so that we can get your reparations from the white people. It's 100. We're gonna have 150 million foreigners, you know, people that are fairly new in this country. You know, and I'm talking about fairly new within the last 40 years. Who will the Nina Turner go to and ask for reparations? Not the Democrat Party. Shit, they're not gonna be listening to that.
Okay, well, my point is that they don't think they're going to get reparations.
Who?
I mean, they're basically just to me, Nina Turner and you know Yvette Carnell and all. I find it hard to believe that they actually think reparations are going to happen.
Well, they are at least making the argument for it, and the only way you can make the argument for it is that you have to have someone that you're arguing to it for, you know. And you look around the cities and country states that are at least entertaining it. I don't think, and as you can see, nobody has paid it out yet.
Okay, maybe I'm just saying these people probably know they're not going to get reparations. It's basically a grift, is what I'm saying.
I don't deny that it's a grift, but I still believe that they think they are deserving, and that is why they.
I think we're deserving of reparations, but the real politics of it is it's not going to happen.
Well, I think even if you believe that it is a grift, the grift.
Oh, I know it's a grift.
Well, the grift is coming to an end because the people the people that you can run this grift on, they're gonna be like, what? Huh? I don't owe you anything. I just got here, right? The hell you talking to me about it?
But the Caribbeans already do it.
Fair enough, right? And you know, I just don't think that you know, I think that basically her well is running dry.
Yeah,
and she's trying to appeal to black men when basically you've been with their party, even if you weren't 100% in with them. They had long moved away from black men. It's now almost too late for you to talk about. I ain't gonna be with a party.
Hey, no, John. She always, I can vouch for her, like locally, like she always look out for black men here in the city wise. Over Chantel, she, you can't ask her for nothing, but you could actually walk up to Nina Turner and she'll look out for you. I can vouch for that. I know a couple guys that she has looked out like personally. So I mean, I could give her like credit with that. So this not something like new that she's talking on. She's been helping out black men like in the community. I can vouch for that.
I mean, the Democrats, by and large, have been a party that has more or less put the women first in terms of the agenda over the men in many areas, right? I think most people would agree with that. And she has been a part of that apparatus. Now, maybe down on the local level, she's helping out young men. She has a program, a rec center or something. But the party, that big ship is moving in one direction or another. It has been moving toward women and LGBT, and she's been a part of that. She's been on MSNBC spouting all this shit. I bet you if I were to go down her Twitter, she's been very pro LGBT women, women's rights, reproductive, all the women things that the Democrats tell her to advocate for. And that is why I say she's conflicted, because when you see her, she's trying to help black men. But the party that pays her, that butters her bread, they've moved on. Anyway, my thoughts.
I want to also add to what you say. When you say the rock in the hard place, she basically one of the rocks is she being a progressive. She actually doesn't have anywhere to go because the progressives absolutely don't even want to hear about reparations. So the tightrope I was talking about as far as reparations go, Democrats would the center or the more centered Democrat Party at least pays lip service to HR 40, which has been around since 2020 or so. The progressives don't want to hear it, and what you're saying is eventually the Democrats are going to go, we don't need to hear it anymore. We've got other things to do. So the rock is the Democratic Party. The hard place is the progressives. She would ordinarily run to, but she'd have to lose the reparations stuff.
You don't think AOC would be okay with reparations?
No.
You don't think
I
so?
think she.
AOC is drifting.
I think John. I think she already said no. She already said no to it.
Yeah, AOC is drifting
AOC,
right.
Yeah, ARC. She already said no. She said
Yeah.
that like when they first came out talking about it. She said no to it.
And that's why I'm saying, for all intents and purposes, other than the grift or just a talking point, reparations simply will not happen.
Hey, let me ask you this: did Cori Bush get elected? Voted
No,
at all?
she lost.
She lost.
She lost. She lost her. She was primaried and lost.
AOC calls for an agenda of reparations at Al Sharpton's conference.
Yeah, see, I think
when was that?
That's all well and good. They know the writing on the wall.
Yeah, see, I kind of
2019.
Yeah. And she'll say what AOC is one of those people that will say whatever it takes
that's
to
5
stay in the
years
party.
ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She'll say whatever it takes to stay in the good graces of the party.
Yeah, she's drifted right. Basically, she's bucking to be the next Nancy Pelosi.
Right. But I think a lot of these black women, they understand that they're gonna have to pick a side on this immigration issue, and either you're gonna have to be all in, or you're gonna have to be against it. But if you're against it, that's pretty much suicide at this point.
I wouldn't be surprised if Yvette Carnell has she endorsed anybody that you know of, CK?
No, she's doing the same thing she did last time, Stanley. She just voting down ballot.
Okay, because I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if she just came out and voted for Trump. They're basically
she might this time around, but I know the first time she was saying she's just doing down ballot. She's not picking like no candidates and then like, but something might change this time. So I mean, you never know.
I would not be surprised if she endorsed Trump or not voting or just voting down ballot, pretty much saves her, because everybody, FBA basically accuses ADOS of being conservative.
No, that's so. Me personally, I just think Tariq is just he's an agent of chaos, and me personally, I think they pay him the cause to stop like their little run that they had, because they was talking about them on the news and everything, and I think like as soon as he started like that FBA stuff, that's when it just went downhill. It took everything off track, and they just been beefing with each other ever since.
Yep.
So me personally, I personally think he's an agent of chaos. I think he's on the payroll somewhere.
And there's a third leg to the stool. The black radicals who can't stand either one of them. The Jared Ball. What is it? Who's the guy? Damn it! What's his name? Abu.
Jamal.
Yeah, I think so. He's damn it, because I haven't watched Black Power Media in about a year. Abu something Jamal or something like that. But they're all Marxists, basically. Abu Jamal Muhammad?
Yeah.
Is that his name?
That sounds about right.
Now, if you've ever heard him speak, he's actually brilliant. He's an older guy.
Yeah.
And they're friends with Cornel West, as a matter of fact. Not quite the same politics, but pretty close. West is actually a Christian, and Jamal and all, or Muhammad and all those guys are godless Marxists. So that's the separation.
Yeah, I just don't think it's kind of what's happening in society. It's kind of what's happening in these politics too, where there's just not enough crumbs for a lot of these pseudo pro-black politicians anymore.
There's actually crumbs, but they have to change their politics. Is that what you're saying? They can't. Yeah. They're not like Aramiyose Frimpong, who used to be Yvette Carnell's co-hosting partner, and they kind of had a falling out, but they're still on decent terms. He's actually drifting right. He's sounding more and more MAGA, every show.
Yeah.
So he's smart enough. He's smart enough to drift. He's a philosophy. I don't think he's got his PhD yet, but he teaches philosophy at the University of Georgia. He is smart enough to start drifting to the right. He's all into family values and raising kids and all that sort of stuff. But he is drifting right. Yvette Carnell is drifting right. FBA, I don't know where they're going. They're just kind of like, they're the George Clinton of politics.
Yeah, I think it's over, man. I think it's
it's not over.
Yeah, I think it's over.
Nope. Not hardly.
I think the wars of
what's interesting? Go ahead, HB.
No, I was just gonna say I think the wars have happened, and too many losses on every side, and nobody really trusts anybody.
I don't think you're reading the politics right.
Hey, so let me ask you. I think I've asked you this before. Are there any liberal or Democrat-leaning open panels?
I know there are some discords that I'm not a member of, but I can find some.
I mean, like if you were to search your open panel on any given day, if anyone would know.
All the places I know of are progressive spaces, like Benjamin Dixon. He's kind of aligned with Jared Ball. There's Revolutionary Black Network. They're just outright Marxists. There's
not like how what you're saying, John. No, there isn't any. I've seen a couple, but they're not open panels though. They're just pretty much on their soapbox.
Yeah, they tend to be on, the folks that kind of align with the white liberals. There won't be all black panels like that. They'll be mixed.
Yeah, I just don't see like the Nina woman, and I'm getting to her, is that like there really is, other than someone giving her a job, she can't really go anywhere and kind of articulate her ideas without like political patronage. I don't know if that makes sense.
She got connection with the Breakfast Club, so that's the biggest platform you could get on.
But she has to go.
There's Black Power Media.
You said what's John?
If she goes to the Breakfast Club and say anything out of line, she won't be back anymore.
No, she was speaking. She was speaking what she was just speaking on that thing on the Breakfast Club. I seen it. She was talking to her man like that.
I'm thinking about voting for Trump. She won't be back. She won't be back.
Oh, you said if she was to say she was gonna vote for Trump?
Oh, she's not. No, they're not going to vote for Trump. She won't.
No. Yeah. She won't.
Yvette Carnell might.
But I mean, they would get him up there just to heckle him, or to challenge him. But she can't. I just don't see like look at Don Lemon's career.
Okay, right? Well, he's not political.
Well, shit, he's very political.
Yeah.
You spend your whole lifetime on CNN, man. You got a pretty one side, view. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with this, Stanley. Don't take it the wrong way, right?
He's
not political at all. He's. I'm sorry to tell y'all, I actually know this politics. He's not a part of that, and I was gonna suggest the only like black liberal I can think of, like a James Clyburn type, is Roland Martin.
Okay,
but
Don Lemon isn't. Yeah, he's not black. He's black, but he's political as hell.
I'm sorry, what?
No, I was gonna say Don Lemon is like he's the prototype for what they want black men to be in the liberal party.
Actually, who is they?
What they really promote the
who
Democratic Party. The Democratic Party.
No, I'm afraid you're wrong.
But here's what I'm saying.
Roland Martin is probably closer to that, and he's not that close. Van Jones. If you said Van Jones, I would believe.
Stanley, all three of them are the same to me.
They're not.
They all the same type of guy to me.
Dude, this is my bailiwick. Van Jones is actually who is closer to establishment than a Don Lemon is. If Don Lemon was establishment, he'd still be at CNN.
I said Don Lemon is a Democrat. Like that's what he identifies as, LGBT Democrat Party.
Right, but he is not political, is my point. He's just a reporter.
He sees things through the lens of politics.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
All right.
Yeah. I don't think he has a single original thought that he didn't get from the DNC.
Okay. Right. I will repeat myself, and I'm not going to budge on this. Don Lemon is not political.
Yeah, no, he's not running for nothing, but he's definitely
what I mean is when someone like when Don Lemon sits down with Nina Turner and interviews her, I'll believe you.
Stanley, that's like saying Candace Owens isn't political.
Candace Owens, Don Lemon. Which politician does Don Lemon shill for?
Stanley.
Candace Owens shills for Trump.
No,
For
she
starters.
doesn't. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't.
Stanley,
Yes,
Don
does.
Lemon was up here in Cleveland shilling for Kamala. I seen it. It's videos of it. He's very political.
I disagree with that.
The video would
Well,
say otherwise.
let's not get hung up on that.
You know, Oprah shills for Kamala too. Is Oprah political?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Holy shit! Yes.
Yeah.
Oprah's extremely political.
Your definition of political is different than mine.
That's
Well,
fine.
let's
That's
not get
fine.
hung up
Go
on the
ahead,
word.
John. Go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead, John. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And this is my opinion, so people may have a different opinion. I think that what hinders Don Lemon from having a career outside of CNN, and that's why he had to go back, when you contrast him with, let's say, Tucker Carlson, they both left about the same time. But Tucker Carlson, I think, has more freedom of thought to where he can criticize the Republican Party. I've seen him do it. He criticizes a lot of things about the Republican Party, the establishment. I don't think Don Lemon will do that. And so I think that he's limited in that fashion professionally. It's like a comedian. Bernie Mac told a story about homosexual comedians. The politically correct comedians can't tell those kind of jokes anymore. So their jokes aren't funny like they used to be because there's so many things they can't say. And it limits them professionally. And I think that is what Don Lemon suffers from, is that he's worked with Democrat organizations. That's probably what he agrees with as well. And it limits him from, pursuing his passions because he can't go where the party won't allow him to go.
I don't. The thing too to add on to that, John, is I don't think there is anywhere that he would want to go other than what the party wants. To me, Don Lemon is like he's the poster child for the Democratic Party. He doesn't have to be political.
Okay, I disagree with that.
That's fine. You can disagree. This is a place for disagreement. Everyone can have a different opinion.
Well, I really think that, I won't say anymore. Don Lemon shilling for Kamala does not make him like a political operative. He's not.
No, I don't.
Hey,
I don't even think it's necessarily shilling with him. I think that's genuinely. I mean, the man.
He's a brainwashed idiot.
He's a
HB, to your point. To your point.
Well, better than that, he would be a Democratic version of a useful idiot.
To your point.
There we go.
To your point, he left the same time Tucker Carlson left, and he lightweight had the same deal with Elon to start his own, his platform. And look, he messed that up. Why do you think he messed that up?
Because he couldn't possibly be like objective or fair.
Exactly. He messed
He's way too political.
I think that
it's not in him. It's not in him.
Well, but I think that there's been one really successful liberal TV type show guy. When I say wildly successful, kind of appealed across demographics, stayed on TV for a long time. That was Keith Olbermann. But that was during a different time where he's talented. You can't get away. You can't get along with him, but he is very talented.
Completely lost his mind though.
Yeah, he did lose his mind later. But if you are limited in the things you can cover, or you have to cover them from an angle that will always allow you to come back home to the Democrat Party, to the CNN, then you're limiting it, like really what you can do and how successful you can be. And that's why he went at Elon in a way that would suit the Democrat Party, but not his own professional interests. That was the stupidest damn thing you could imagine someone doing. If he had career designs on going and creating something of his own. It's the stupidest
Yeah,
thing.
imagine how successful he would have been if he pretended to be open-minded or to embrace some of the right-wing populism or God forbid he actually pull his head out of his ass and actually be a little more objective. But either way, he could have grifted and been one of the most, successful Twitter streamers. That the Don Lemons going to the right, that'd be a
YouTube channel now.
Don Lemon cutting it fair.
And who is what is right wing populism?
Well, forget about all those terms. If he could have just cut it down the middle instead of attacking the man who was offering him an olive branch, there, like, hey man, I know you're very liberal. I'm gonna give you the opportunity of your lifetime to interview me, right? Got a contract right here, and you're gonna blow that up because of your politics, bro. That's crazy.
I don't think he can see it though. I don't think Don can see it.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think deep down,
he's a true believer.
I think deep down he may very well could be, but he ain't stupid. But he did what the people who he wanted to be in good graces with would want him to do.
Well, yeah, but his white husband probably takes care of him, so he probably thinks he did the right thing or whatever, Turning out that evil rich billionaire's money.
Wait, his husband's a billionaire?
Yeah.
No, I don't know if his husband's a billionaire, but he has a husband.
He has a white husband. Yeah. No, he's not a billionaire, I'm sure.
Okay. Hey, he's probably taking care of his husband.
Yeah, Don Lemon isn't poor.
But he's not very rich either, because I remember at one point he was living in Harlem and he was complaining about,
okay, well, I just Googled it, and apparently he had a settlement of $24.5 million after being.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Settlement.
I mean,
he had a 24. I'm reading this from Google. $24.5 million settlement after being fired from CNN in April 2023.
I'm not taking anything away from him, but like 20, let's say he got 20 million of that. Shit, you could spend that in 1 year.
No, he got less than that.
You spend
The
that
lawyers are gonna take 12.
Because I remember him living in Harlem.
My point is he's not destitute.
He's not broke.
Yeah, you get $10 million though. You don't really need to take a job.
But well, in New York, if you live in that New York lifestyle, $10 million is shit. That's $50,000 salary. You can go through that very quick. You might need to keep working, or you blow.
John, he also has to buy that prep, don't he?
Well, they get that for free in New York. We heard
they
that
do?
on the interview.
Okay.
Yeah, they get that for free.
We've interviewed some people up here, man. A lot of those people, net worth 10 million. His husband, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's where the money is right there. He probably got money gonna keep coming in forever and ever. But we've interviewed some people up here, man, and some of them I ain't agree with, right? That woman, when she was describing abortion, almost turned my stomach, right? You gotta crunch up the baby. But and she offered me nothing in terms of professional advancement, development, but and here I am being as professional as possible with her on a fucking YouTube channel. And
Don Lemon couldn't even afford the same courtesy to the richest African American in the world.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's something driving him more than his own professional pursuits, maybe because he know he can't pull a Tucker Carlson out of his ass. So he won't maintain the right to go back home to the Democrat stronghold of CNN, and that's where he is now. Right?
Yeah.
Isn't he?
Is he back there already?
I'm pretty sure he's back.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah, 24 million in the opportunity to go build out the Don Lemon network. There's no avenue for him to talk because the ideas that he would have to cover to make it be successful, he can't talk about them and still go back.
Wonder what it would be like to live with someone who takes CNN seriously as a news source.
I don't believe he does.
I don't think Don Lemon. He's got his own stuff.
Say what?
Don Lemon, I don't think is back at CNN. He's got his own channel, like a YouTube channel.
I thought he was back appearing on CNN. I could be wrong. But, I think everyone's in agreement. He really stunted his own professional development by pulling that
I don't think he works for X anymore, though, now, does he?
I'm not sure. Didn't he try to sue Elon?
Oh,
I think he wanted to sue Elon.
man.
Am I wrong about that, Sally? Did he try to sue Elon? Basically saying he had
I'm not sure. I don't recall him trying to do that.
I love that he got fired from CNN for misogyny. That's
that
great.
Well, you know what?
Those gays really hate women, man.
Yeah. And they can be upfront about it, too, because they don't have to get the pussy.
This is his YouTube space with about 250,000 subscribers.
Let's look at his activities. Let's see what he's doing.
Yeah, when was his last live?
Let's see.
He may not do lives.
23 hours ago.
I think he does.
He does a half hour every day.
I haven't watched it, to be honest. Let me maximize.
It says it right there, though.
Okay,
What does it say?
It's too small. It looks like it says 27 minutes or 22.
So
he does like a half hour segment without the commercials, basically.
Now the next one, yesterday he did one at an hour 25 minutes.
And
Because
if you click one of those lives,
like stuff, MAGA stuff.
if you click one of those lives, does it have like a live chat?
No way. Ain't no way he let no live chat go. But maybe he does do that. Maybe that. Let's see if he has like scroll over, Stanley.
See if it's
Right
a
here?
live chat.
Just scroll over into the video, like middle way of the video.
Yeah, it's right there. Click the down arrow and go to live.
Yeah.
He probably got so many blacklisted words.
Where it says top chat.
Now see the
video part.
the truth
Right
about
here?
his channel.
Yeah, click that and go to live.
Yeah. Now
Let's scroll to the middle of the video.
this will let you know if it's actually independent. Okay. Now, does he get super chats in his live? That'll let you know if he's independent or not.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, because this is the thing. If he does not get super chats, in his
Where's
live,
the money coming from?
Exactly. Bingo. And
That's a good point.
When you don't monetize your chat, you can buy bots, because with YouTube, what happens is when you start buying bots, you start buying subscribers. You go to the click farms and stuff. YouTube will get you up out of there real quick.
Right.
So with a lot of these big channels that have operatives or whatever, what they'll do is they'll have all these subscribers, they'll have all these views, but they won't have any super chats. And it's because somebody else is paying them.
Yeah, like Jason Whitlock doesn't. I don't think he has super chats.
Yeah, 'cause he's getting paid in other ways.
He
He
gets
probably gets
Glenn Beck
sponsors.
He has Glenn Beck Media.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I would bet that his chats are highly, highly monitored, because like
very funny.
And try to ratio him every day. It's offensive things. Like, zoom in on the chat, and I'm curious to know what they're saying there.
yeah, read some of these chats. Read some of these chats.
Okay.
You all right?
Might gotta drink some green tea.
Get some water.
Yeah.
Beer, Stanley.
He said a beer. me some box of wine, like 12 man.
Nah, Stanley drinks beer out of a Dickie's barbecue cup, which I gotta admit is, that's kind of, I like it. I may have done that myself.
Two, three.
Oh, Stanley, you all right over there?
Are you still there, Stanley?
Damn it, we lost Stanley.
Jeez. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's read some of these chats. Cause the thing about chats too, man. Yo, AI is really, it's really like that, man. Like these could really be fake accounts.
Yeah, everybody says good morning, I'm from here. Good morning, I'm from here. I want some new merch. Who asked for merch?
Yep.
Hello, good morning, Don. Good morning, Don. And these don't even look like real people.
They're probably not, man. I'm telling you, AI is really, man.
Look at Sarah Habib. You think that's real?
Nah,
Right here?
absolutely not.
Yeah, scrolling is doing here, Stanley. That looks like a
Scroll
bot.
down?
Like
Like
something you
really
could program.
quick, just to, I'm
Mhm.
sorry to interrupt, but Stanley, I'm gonna pull your screen back up in just a second. But if y'all take a look at the chat from the video that Stanley's showing, you can see here he's having you're donating to the Red Cross.
Red Cross.
Yeah, so if you want to donate in his chat, it's to the Red Cross for his chats. So no super
It's
chat.
wild.
He probably works for someone though.
So
yeah.
Stanley, I'll pull your screen back up. I just wanted to show you.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna say, point out that he had, according to this, he had like 20,000 views yesterday.
And that listen, Stanley, man. To be
I don't know.
as big as he is and only have 20,000 views
See,
on a video.
I don't think he's that big.
I mean, he's
you've
been on TV for like
15 years.
Yeah, he's been on TV damn near 20 years. He can't crack 20,000 people in his chat.
Well, that's why I'm saying I don't think he's that big.
No,
I mean,
no.
I mean,
he was dependable at CNN.
He's not that big, Stanley, because there's really nothing interesting about him. He just spouts the line.
Correct.
There's nothing like compelling to make you want to listen to him.
Well,
And,
I don't know how much y'all kept up with him at CNN. He wasn't that popular at CNN. He moved around a lot.
He was there 15 years. And, again.
Yeah, and how he lasted that long, I don't know. But he'd been moved around a lot. They kept trying to find a place for him. Remember, his audiences when he was on CNN weren't huge.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there may be like 600 actual people in this chat. The rest are bots. AI.
Stanley, I don't watch Fox News, but there's some guy, Greg Gutfield or something, and they say he's doing big numbers, right?
Yeah.
He's funny.
Yeah, he is. He's basically, I think he's opposite the Tonight Show.
I've never watched.
It's Fox News. Like, he's not even as funny as Dennis Miller, but he does well. Whatever conservative humor is, he seems to have a lock on it.
Well, I think
Red Eye was a good show.
I'm sorry, what?
Red Eye. That was his first show. It was like
Red Eye was pretty. I just don't find his humor funny. It's too, I don't know, deliberate or something. Too political.
But I think that, just like Bill Maher, who kind of can go to the middle, and Bill Maher is talented. Maybe he has talented writers.
Mm-hmm.
But Don Lemon doesn't have a lot of talent, right? And clearly he's not going to be able to find talented writers if he's not talented himself. And so I think his best pursuit would be to have an interest or at least have a fair platform to be able to talk to people. But
Yeah, interviews.
Right. He's partisan with very little imagination and interest. And that just makes for a guy who's been on TV for 15 years getting 20,000 views.
Well, let me ask you all a question. Roland Martin has a YouTube show too. And he's been doing it. He's been doing YouTube somewhat longer than Don Lemon. And the last I looked at Roland Martin, he doesn't have many more subscribers than Don Lemon does.
Yeah, I think the difference is
my point.
But I think the difference though is Roland Martin's the people that watch him is probably organic. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if those are actual viewers that he has.
And he didn't get them from TV either. He built them.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I get you. I see. I don't know the YouTube stuff.
Like I would bet you that it'll be interesting since we have done Lemon Up. If we could look and see how much has he talked about. No, I take it back. Roland Martin has almost 1.5 million subscribers.
That's
more than Don Lemon. And there you go. And there's so many topics that Don Lemon probably could cover. And only he could cover it better than Roland Martin, but neither one of them would cover it. But like, think about all the homosexuality topics. Right?
Nah, seriously.
Right? He could cover better.
He could hire Melanie as a correspondent.
Yeah. He could be covering the trend. Hell,
he could have a whole prep week.
Yeah.
He could talk about the gays in like the Middle East and stuff.
And in Haiti and shit.
Yeah.
All that shit. Right? I talked about the Priskers on this channel. He could go deeper, maybe even get the Priskers on his channel and say, hey, man, why are you funding all this transgender medicine and study? He could do that. Or he could do an expose on it. Look who's funding all this. Right? But he has to protect the transgender movement because he want to always be able to go back home because these 20,000 followers, they won't pay his bills.
Yeah.
Right? You got to stay in line. And
no, I don't even think those views are real though, John. I think somebody else is paying them. I think this is all like, I don't know what this is. This is like sponsored media just so he can keep it on his resume. Like this is something else. This is a part of his contract he has to have this social media.
He could definitely be interviewing a Zelensky, right?
Yeah, he's got the pull.
I don't think he has the pull.
I think he does.
Well, I know you think so.
I don't think he is.
That's obvious. I'm just saying. I mean, Don Lemon is not big potatoes.
He could be interviewing whoever is on his level. Like that probably is his best place.
Yes.
Because I don't think he's that interesting for people to really come listen. There's nothing profound that he's really going to say.
Yeah.
He's not Tucker Carlson.
Well, he's not. What's her name? Who used to work for NBC? Who the Santa Claus is white.
WNBC. Oh, that's
He's not as big as Roland Martin.
Megyn Kelly.
Katie Couric, who has a YouTube channel.
Is he as big as Brian Gumble?
Well, Brian Gumbel's like.
Brian Gumble did a big interview.
Barely alive. He was nowhere near as big as Brian Gumble. He's nowhere big as Brian Gumbel's brother, the sportscaster.
What about the white dude who got fired in the Me Too?
Hold on. Brian Gumble did hard-hitting interviews. Hold on, Stanley. Brian Gumble did hard-hitting interviews in his heyday.
He did.
Sport, right? Yeah, back in the day.
Don Lemon can't do that shit. He can't do it. Can't do it. Right? That was a real
remember that interview he did with the sheriff? Got wrecked.
Yeah, that's the thing too. He gets wrecked in every one of his interviews, man. They're
Yeah, because he's
almost
so dumb and lame.
yeah. That's why, John, I kind of disagree with you, man. I really don't think the guy is. I really don't. I really think he's just like a he's like a mascot for the left, but I don't think there's much going on there. Like
Well,
I
I
don't
think
think.
John's saying the same thing. John's saying he's in a position to take advantage of these things, but he can't because he's not talented.
Right? He's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
talented.
yeah.
Well,
Right?
worse
Yeah.
than that, no one thinks he's talented.
No. I think though what I disagree with John is that he's like purposefully not taking these opportunities because he wants to stay, kind of stay on the plantation. But
Yeah.
I don't even think he really
In
realizes
his
that
head.
right. I don't even think he knows he's on the plantation though. I think he doesn't even have those aspirations. Like outside of the plantation doesn't exist for him. He's
Yeah,
too
I think you're right.
yeah, he's
Yeah, I think
too
you're right.
he's like, man, he's like a dumb blonde, but a
But
gay
but
black guy. He's
but
like
you
He's a
that.
trophy wife.
do
Yeah,
you
he's a
think it
trophy
has ever
wife.
do you think it has ever crossed his mind to
Be straight.
cover some of those controversial topics like along the gay spectrum, LGBT, along
Ah,
the non-political line like that?
What's even
Maybe
controversial anymore?
well,
well,
no,
Like
I think
trans surgery on kids? That's about the only thing left.
he could cover that, right? He could
yeah,
say,
yeah.
let's cover this from a fair perspective, right? If he's never thought about it, then it shows you how mentally challenged he is. And if he has thought about it and didn't do it, then that shows you how limited he can be, because he always wants to be able to come back home to the Democrat Party, to the CNNs of the world. They'll put, like you say, Stanley, he's not that talented, but they'll give him a job.
Yeah.
Right? He can read. They'll give him something to read, right? Off the teleprompter.
I don't think another network would have him. I mean, you know how people go from network to network? No one was hiring him. That's why he
That's
went
why-
to X. That's why he's on YouTube.
That's why he has to mute himself, because he always wants to be able to come back home. He'll never
Home
be
to
able
where?
The liberal networks that will accept him, that will
I'm
create a
tell-
job and let him read. Right?
You know what? I don't even know where to go with that. If the liberal networks were going to have him, he would already be there.
He may not be there now, but I guarantee you, he still has some relations with the people at CNN. I think
He might have relations. He will not be on their airwaves.
Do you remember? I think he was on the airways actually. Do you remember when he when he said something about blacks and they got him back in line real quick? You remember
I
that? Stanley?
never paid that much attention to him.
Does anyone remember that?
Me and the rest of America.
Remember what?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What did he say?
Stanley, you want to pull it up?
John, I think he said something about the ADOS, because the one they calling them like bots or something.
Who? Don Lemon?
Yeah. So they were saying that the ADOS people were Russian bots, and I think he went against that.
I doubt that they're Russian bots, at least not willing.
No, that's what CNN was saying. Was saying that that they was Russian bots. You can look it up.
Yeah, I'm doing that now. Don Lemon.
A lot of that black activism on social media definitely does come from Russia, though.
Oh yeah,
The Russians love doing that shit.
One of the correspondents on Black Power Media works for RT, I think it is.
Racial strife in America has been like a favorite Russian talking point since the Soviet Union was a thing.
Brown versus Board of Education.
Yeah,
man. Did I you guys? I went to the World War II Museum in Germany, and so I have pictures of it somewhere. Philippe and I, we were there together, and Hitler would drop off propaganda to the German soldiers. Apparently, this is what was at least shown in the museum. Basically, telling this the German soldiers, hey, they're going to be sending Africans because I guess France had Africans fighting for them, and they're going to be sending Africans into Germany, and I guess he used that to get the people to fight a little harder or whatever. Let me play this clip for you guys. This is what got Don Lemon in hot water years ago. I think this is it. Oh.
Here's just 5 things that black people, if you really want to fix the problem, here's just 5 things that you should think about doing. Here's number 5. And if this doesn't apply to you, if you're not doing this, then it doesn't apply to you. I'm not talking about you. Here's number 5. Pull up your pants. Walking around showing is not okay. In fact, it comes from prison when they take away belts from the prisoner so that they can't make a weapon. And then it evolved into which role a prisoner would have during male-on-male prison sex.
Wow.
I bet you like that.
I want to hear number 4, 3, 2, and 1 though.
Yeah, he started out hot.
Let's see. Let me go get the whole clip. All right. I get the whole clip. As you can see here, BET said Don Lemon has a sagging pants problem.
What does that mean?
He criticized.
How dare he basically tell adult men to pull up their pants?
I don't get your point.
You're not allowed to do that. It's white supremacy.
Yeah, I'm sure all that is believed by somebody.
They called it racist.
Majority of American voters, I'd say.
The majority of American voters vote on saggy pants?
No, they just believe that it's racist to make statements like Don did.
What statement did Don
some
make?
time now.
Something about
that black men need to pull up their pants, and then there was 4 other things too I want to hear.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm going to play this video. Things you were allowed to say in 2013 that are racist today or 2020?
In 2013 is kind of
Talk about
pushing it
something
too.
I've had on my mind for quite some time now. But now that the jury has...
So that shows you that nigga think about things. He said,
Yeah.
my mind quite time. I'm telling you, man, ain't that stupid?
Yeah, but
When you
John,
been walking around with a blank mind, like a smooth brain.
John, it's to me, criticizing black folks is like low hanging fruit. It's not.
He could provide solutions as he's doing here.
Okay.
Let me hear this. He could highlight people who are doing the right thing. He could have a show every day highlighting some people who are doing the right thing.
A show about black people doing the right thing?
Anybody. Something.
That wouldn't grab a big audience, would it?
Spitballing, right?
It would.
No, I'm afraid you're wrong.
Spitballing here. Hell, just try
Well,
something.
hell, Glenn Lowry does something like that. He doesn't have a huge audience.
Here we go.
has reached this verdict, one that everyone must accept. It's time now for some tough love on the subject. Someone on another network got the chance to go first because I couldn't go during the week. I'm only here on the weekend, so listen to this. The reason there is so much violence of the In fact, he's got more than a point. Bill? Ration. He is right about that.
Yeah, I wonder what Bill was saying.
He doesn't go far enough. Because black people, if you really want to fix the problem, here's just 5 things that you should think about doing. Here's number 5. And if this doesn't apply to you, if you're not doing this, then it doesn't apply to you. I'm not talking about you. Here's number 5. Pull up your pants. Some people, a lot of them black, gave me flack for saying that recently on the Wendy Williams show. If you're sagging, it means I think it's your self-esteem is sagging and who you are as a person. It's sagging. Young people need to be taught respect, and there are rules. Sagging pants, whether it's Justin Bieber or no-name Derek around the way, walking around with your ass and your underwear showing is not okay. In fact, it comes from prison when they take away belts from the prisoner so that they can't make a weapon. And then it evolved into which role a prisoner would have during male-on-male prison sex. The one with the really low pants is a submissive one. You get my point? Number 4 now is the N-word.
For our generation, what we did was we took the word and we took the power out of that word.
We took this word and we made it into poetry.
I understand poetic
Bullshit.
license, but consider this. I hosted a special on the N-word, suggesting that black people stop using it, and that entertainers stop deluding yourselves or themselves and others.
Now you see, he said,
Damn.
on CNN, there's nothing stopping him from doing that on his own platform where he could be real.
Yeah.
Real, and he can't go back to CNN anymore.
Others, that you're somehow taking the word back. By promoting the use of that word when it's not germane to the conversation, have you ever considered that you may just be perpetuating the stereotype the masser intended, acting like a nigger? A lot of African Americans took offense to that too, and I wondered if I gave the right advice. I really did. But confirmation came the very next day on my way home when I exited the subway on 125th Street in Harlem. This little kid in a school uniform, no older than 7 years old, he was crying his eyes out as he walked down the sidewalk with his mother. I'm going to be honest here. She turned.
He later moved out of Harlem, and I think he had some comments about why.
To him, and she said, "I'm sick of you. You act like an old ass man. Stop all that crying, nigger."
Who did she say that to? To Dom?
Let me play that shit one more time for Dennis.
It's breaking up a little bit.
I hear this shit every day, man. People outside my house, they walking their kids to school. Hurry your ass up. The fuck you doing? Hurry your ass up. You gonna make me beat your ass?
On the sidewalk with his mother. I'm going to be honest here. She turned to him and she said, "I'm sick of you. You act like an old ass man. Stop all that crying, nigger."
Dennis, you are
Damn, her own son.
Oh,
Yeah, man.
little nigga.
Yeah.
How about
Yeah.
goddamn crying little nigga?
Acting like an old ass man.
Old ass. A whole. They love to put that word whole. A whole old ass man.
Is that taking the word back? Think about that. Now, number 3, respect where you live. Start small by not dropping trash, littering.
I think I've heard it said by myself before.
In your own communities. I've lived in several predominantly white neighborhoods in my life.
What?
I rarely, if ever, witness people littering. I live in Harlem.
What?
Oh shit.
Like, be brave.
He just said white people. Yeah.
You sound like Be Brave.
He sounded like Be Brave. God damn. What, just a short 11 years ago, huh, gentlemen?
That nigga sound like Brave. Stop crying, little nigga. Crash, little nigga. Don't litter.
Now it's an historically black neighborhood. Every single day I see adults and children dropping their trash on the ground when a garbage can is...
Every single day he see black people. That's what he's saying. Drop trash. Get out of my life. This is done them.
Just feet away. Just being honest.
Trash can, feet away.
Just being honest.
Do you remember, were you here, Dennis, when I showed you that fine I got just the other day?
No.
For niggas littering in front of my house. Was anybody here with that? When I showed that fine, motherfucker wrote me, DC government motherfucker littering.
Yeah, I think that was just being you, Ty.
It was a trash can, man, like 10 feet away from my house. I get the fine. Somebody
wow.
Here's none of them.
Honest here. Number 2, finish school. You want to break the cycle of poverty? Stop telling kids are
be where he's wrong at, but we let him go.
Acting white because they go to school or they speak proper English. A high school dropout makes on average $19,000 a year. A high school graduate makes $28,000 a year. A college graduate makes $51,000 a year. Over the course of a career, a college grad will make nearly $1 million more than a high school graduate.
What does she get?
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot.
And number one, and probably the most important, just because you can have a baby, it doesn't mean you should, especially without planning for one or getting married first.
So many
More than
that nigga tell these niggas, he doing them, saying what I've been saying. He said, stop fucking so much. Get up off your ass and go work.
Y'all have so much in common.
They're done them. Get him out. He could be doing a better job of this on YouTube, but he can't.
He could host a conservative YouTube panel with these talking points.
Yeah, he could.
Don Lemon, come on the channel. We need Don Lemon a bit.
72% of children in the African American community are born out of wedlock. That means absent fathers. And the studies show that lack of a male role model is an express train right to prison. And the cycle continues. So please, black folks, as I said,
he's saying, now see, I was under the impression by what I've been told that there's a pipeline. But he's saying that there's a way to get off the pipeline. Is that what he's saying, Dennis?
That's what it sounds like. If you stay in school, stop fucking so much and pull your pants up.
Okay, let me ask y'all. Let me ask y'all a question.
He just gave niggas way out the pipeline.
Why do y'all sound surprised that people in the black community actually know this?
Not people, Don Lemon.
Yeah.
Don Lemon is a poster child for never being able to tell a black person anything negative ever.
I think I keep telling you, y'all don't know shit. This Don Lemon would say something like this. Why is it surprising to y'all and not to me?
Because he's not allowed to talk this way anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's not allowed to talk this way anymore.
Who is telling him he can't, Dennison?
Literally, the guy who pays his bills, the CNN guy.
Literally, you have no clue what you're talking about.
I mean, he definitely doesn't sound this radical.
Y'all are just making this up.
All right.
And you don't believe me. I don't expect you to, but
no, because it's Kool-Aid, man. No offense, Stanley, but you're way out in space with you can't see what's right in front of you.
Dennison.
You can't see that the rhetoric has changed over the last 10 years.
Dennison.
Then you're living in a fantasy world. It's gaslighting.
I'm telling you, you are out to lunch. You have no clue what you're talking about.
You're projecting, Stanley.
You are telling me.
You're the one who just told me that Don Lemon wasn't political 5 minutes ago, Stanley. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, what the dude? You are so just weird. Okay,
I am weird. You finally got something right.
What in these 5 points is political? Okay, apparently you don't know many black people, and apparently some of the black people on here don't know a lot of black people. Shit,
I think I might know more black people than you do, Stanley, to be fair.
I think you, Dennison, you know nothing about black people.
AB, here's that fine I got for people throwing trash on my property. $75. In front of my property, not even on my property, because I had a fence up, but in front of my property, the city come by and say, hey, trash. I ain't throwing any of that shit down there. Why would I do that? I do my best to pick it all up. This is what done.
Yeah, how can they even prove that?
They can take a picture and say it's in front of your house. It don't have to be on your property, just in front of your house. Right?
That's ridiculous.
That's
now I'm responsible for city property?
If you see in the ghetto, if you walk up and down main streets where people live in the ghetto, they'll have trash cans or trash bags in front of their houses. No bullshit. To keep people from throwing trash in front of their house. You know, that's true. At least I see it in DC. Yeah.
I think too with those 5 points Don Lemon said, what makes it so political is that,
you know what? What if my parents, I told you my parents would tell me stuff not exactly like this, because when I was growing up, saggy pants weren't a problem. but my parents used to tell me this, and they weren't political.
Yeah, nobody's surprised that your parents said that.
I think that's
What's surprising is now Don Lemon would not be allowed to say that.
Of course, you don't get my point. My point is you can say things like this and not be political, and Don Lemon is not political.
But now it is political, right? And for him to keep
Maybe it is, but Don Lemon is not any sort of political operative.
well, but he operates in a political environment. For him to keep his job,
Well, hell, we operate in a political. John, you operate in a political environment and you don't vote. Are you political? You keep saying you're not.
Stanley, I can't.
Are you saying you're no Don Lemon? I agree with that.
Why are you gay?
All I'm saying is you don't vote and you keep saying you're not political.
Why are you gay?
What are you talking
I think
about?
I think though what makes Don Lemon, what makes what he says political though, is that now, you know, actually finding solutions to the problems in the Black community, that conversation is, you can't have that conversation on the left anymore. It's just
No, unless the solutions are like reparations or
I literally think you're speaking through your bias.
Why are you gay?
No.
Why are you
I think,
gay?
you know,
Why
the
are
irony,
you talking on shit you don't know, Dennison?
I think the irony
I'm not.
is
You are.
Nah.
all the Black men
Dude,
who were,
when's the last time you lived in a Black neighborhood, Dennison? When's the last time you were raised by Black parents?
What constitutes a Black neighborhood?
Motherfucker, stop asking dumb questions.
Oh shit.
Well, if it's so dumb, then you should easily know the answer.
The answer is you don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you do more
I don't
listening?
remember making any comments on Black neighborhoods or Black parents.
You do more listening than talking.
I always do more listening than I do more talking.
I don't think you are.
I need the
I
HD
don't think
badger.
you are.
And I didn't make any comments about any Black neighborhoods or Black parents either.
You have
hold on,
no
let me hear
about.
CKJ real quick. Let me hear
I said Don Lemon wouldn't be allowed to say that shit today
You
because
have
it's
no
politically
clue about
what's the word? HB?
People are allowed
Yeah,
to
politically
say
incorrect.
neighborhoods. You're whistling Dixie.
CKJ,
I'm just telling the truth, Stanley. I'm sorry you don't like it.
You're telling your truth, which is not a Black truth.
This is just my opinion, shared by millions.
Now, I agree.
Where's
It
the
is your
badger?
opinion. I give you that much. The bottom line is you're not a subject. You're not,
Damn, Stan, the badger's supposed to make you calm the fuck down.
you can laugh all you want. You're not a subject.
I can.
You are not an expert.
Thanks
on
for
this.
your.
Come on out, you rapist!
Wow.
You're not an expert on the
That
topic.
was Stanley, though. That was White Stanley. That was not me.
Do more.
I have not mixed her.
Do more. Listen.
Stanley,
I'm not going to stand down on this.
Listen, Stanley, it's not a dick. Don't take it so hard. I'm right, you're wrong. It's not a big deal. Grow up.
Oh man,
No,
CKJ left.
what you're doing.
You know what?
If you,
Motherfucker.
Dennison, if you actually,
Stanley,
I'm
Literally, Virgo. Literally.
trying to help your dumb ass.
Stanley, I just wanted to hear CKJ. That's all, man. I wasn't trying to get in between.
Yeah,
you
can we
guys'
let
argument.
CKJ speak, please?
He jumped off. He hopped off the panel. Stanley, that's Stanley, man.
Okay.
Damn.
Oh, you think I chased him off?
No,
The
I
dude
don't.
was,
I
the
don't.
dude was in the
I don't know.
Navy. He's not going to be chased off that easily. I'm sure he'll be back.
No, but he is a gentleman, Stanley. You know, if you're
Oh, and I'm not?
Correct.
Let me, you know what?
Correct.
I have to tell y'all.
Correct.
The gentleman.
Apparently, y'all don't take correction very easily.
Correction. That's what he calls it.
That's
when he calls you names and talks over you and tells you you're stupid. That's correction.
Hey,
stupid,
my
Dennis.
husband calls
Is that
it
how you correct your
correction.
son?
That's not.
You know
That's
what?
not.
You call him
My
stupid?
son,
You tell him he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about?
You're not going to even let me answer, are you? No, I don't treat my son like this because he fucking listens.
Oh, well. We're not children, Stanley.
Just believe whatever it is Stanley wants you to believe, everybody, and then you're correct.
I didn't compare myself to my son. Who asked about
What a great way to raise a kid, by the way.
You have no clue again what
So
you're talking.
long as you're listening and not talking, it's okay with Stanley.
You compared yourself to my son by asking him about it, or asking me about him.
You compared me to your son.
No, you asked the question, Dennison, or have you forgotten?
Yeah, I asked the question if that's how you correct your son, because you used the word correct, even though you're talking about a panel full of adults, many of which are smarter than you, but yet you still talk to them like they're your child and like they need to shut up and listen to what you say. And anybody who disagrees with you doesn't know what they're talking about and needs to be corrected and is a dumbass and all this other shit. Are you drinking already? Is that what it is? Is this Saturday? Is this motherfucker drunk already?
Yeah, I'm way drunk, dude. Telling you you're full of
that explains it.
Do you hear me even slurring, Dennison?
Hey, wait, Stanley, I got a question.
They drinkers now, Dennison.
Yeah, everybody who disagrees with Dennison is drunk, apparently.
Stanley,
no, just people who yell over other people and call them names and get totally triggered over mundane bullshit like fucking Don Lemon's opinion on a fucking news show. Who cares? Why would you get upset about that? Why would you start disrespecting a stranger on the internet, talking over them and acting a fool like you are right now over some shit that Don Lemon said? Who cares?
Well, then why the fuck don't you shut up if it's so unimportant?
Let me ask Stanley one question real quick. Stanley,
go right ahead.
If George Floyd listened to Don Lemon's top 5 things, do you think what happened to him would have happened to him?
Do you often ask questions that I can't answer? I have no clue.
Just your opinion. I'll ask
I don't even have an opinion.
Okay, I'll ask the rest of the panel.
Do you know if George Floyd listened to Don Lemon?
Let me ask the rest of the panel. Dennison, do you think if George Floyd followed Don Lemon's top 5 solutions to being a black person in America, do you think he would have got a knee stuck on his neck and died from a
it's tough to say because, I mean, I don't want to make excuses for George Floyd, but he obviously lived and died by his addiction. That wasn't even the first time he OD'd. Technically, I think he OD'd, on the street there, and it wasn't what's his name who murdered him. So it's hard to say. One could argue that if you stay in school and you have respect for yourself, then you're not going to be the type of person who's going to have that kind of addiction. But I've seen drugs ruin all kinds of capable people.
Yeah. John, what about you? What do you think?
I mean, if he could have followed the rules, I think he'd have been better off.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Virgo, what do you think?
I agree with John. If he could have followed the rules and just be a little less of a nickel, he could have lived. But on the same token, Don Lemon is what I would call a coon.
Really?
I mean, he wasn't in 2013. He was a queer, but I wouldn't call him a coon. Not in 2013.
He's what I would. I mean, we all are. Most of us are conservatives on this panel, right?
Yeah.
But we're not cooning. If you know what I mean. You know.
I think there's a difference.
I thought John Galt was the master cooner of all of YouTube. What?
Yeah,
I think
Virgo,
with John, it's
that
satire.
struck me.
It is satire with John.
I do think there's a difference between cooning and solutions, though. I think those top 5 things that Don Lemon said, I think those were actual solutions. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, but those people tend to get the coon label a lot because the solutions are.
HB.
People don't want actual solutions.
HB,
Yeah, but sometimes you have to give these people the side eye too, like,
the bombastic
like,
side
are
eye.
you really Conan? Are you
If
Conan,
those
or are you giving solutions?
if those were solutions, they sound fairly easy. Why aren't they implemented?
That's
That's an excellent question.
No, yeah, that's a question I can't answer. I don't know.
Because
Niggas
don't want to
I'm gonna
learn.
argue. Those solutions have been around, except for the saggy pants, forever. Okay, if we want to go back before the welfare state and live in Thomas Sowell's fantasy world, people used to know this. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think it was the welfare state that got rid of basic values.
I would agree. I would agree. You know, they say you were a coon for saying that though, Stanley.
You know what? Fuck them.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh shit.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think food and medical care for poor people is why our country is going to hell and nobody values anything anymore. I gotta say.
And a handbasket. I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
Let me get you guys' opinion on this. This is Hillary Clinton. I don't know why she's being interviewed, but here she goes.
There should be a lot of things done. We should be, in my view, repealing something called Section 230, which gave platforms on the internet immunity because they were thought to be just pass-throughs, that they shouldn't be judged for the content that is posted. But we now know that that was an overly simple view, that if the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. There should be a lot of things done. We should be...
What do you think about that?
Wow. I mean, it kind of sounds like she's gotten a lot more authoritarian over her old age. You know, she's really trying to silence free speech, I guess.
My problem with Section 230 is that the good faith portion is out the window. These platforms, they censor and they call it moderation. So they're not doing it equally to both sides. They're pushing an agenda by not allowing speech that they don't like on their platform. And also, I think the First Amendment should apply to the public square. And any place like Facebook or Twitter with that many people using it and that much power over our information should be subject to those regulations.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, first off, the public square, the First Amendment already applies to the public square. The government can't come in and regulate your speech, except, there are some exceptions to that. You will never be able to get, the only way to get Facebook and social media companies to be subject to the First Amendment is to socialize them. The government will basically have to regulate them, make them utilities, essentially. That's the only way it's going to do. They will not be private businesses as they are now. The First Amendment.
That's better than what we have.
Well, it could be, but censorship only applies to the government. It does not apply to private companies.
That's why I just said it should.
It should not. It would be unconstitutional.
No, we should change the Constitution to make it apply more broadly.
I get you. Good luck with that.
I don't plan people to do anything that's in their best interest. I expect them to keep voting for more of the same until it's unsustainable.
Well, you and I will disagree on what's in our best interest.
Wait.
Yeah, Zuckerberg and what's his face over there, Marsman on Twitter. What's his name? Elon.
All that,
letting them decide what we can and cannot see is not in our best interest.
They're not deciding what you can and can't.
They absolutely are, 100%.
Absolutely are not.
You don't know what you're talking about again.
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
You don't.
I actually do. You can
They
say
also are
it.
quasi-government agencies already. Sorry, I'll
Which
just add this in
part
here. We're
let
gonna
me
have. He's screaming over me, so I'm gonna turn him down so I can hear myself think.
know I'm right.
These are quasi-government agencies already. They're already in collusion with the
I'm
government to choose what is and what isn't allowed and promoted. We know this. People like Stanley will gaslight us from now until eternity, but we're already in a technocracy. Just because Stanley doesn't know about it doesn't mean it's not happening.
You can say whatever you want to say. You just can't do it on someone else's platform.
Wait.
If you want to say what you want to say, build a platform, Dennison.
With no one listening to it.
John,
you can still say what you want to say.
John, what did you say? What did you say? Or what did you think? Jesus.
Well, I think a lot of this can be resolved by the government staying out of these businesses. The governments are basically seeding their government employees in these businesses, and they're censoring by way of a long handoff in a way of you're not a government employee, but you were former CIA. Now you work at Google, and the policies and I forget the departments where they are responsible for what gets seen, what gets boosted, what gets shadow banned. And I think it's a backdoor way of the government controlling these companies. And the Twitter files even acknowledge that the government can just call Twitter and say, "Hey, take this down," and they would do it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If the government is totally hands off, and frankly, I agree with you, the government should just be totally hands off. The private companies should be able to run it the way they want to run it. That means if the company doesn't want you on their platform or what you're saying on their platform, they have carte blanche. They can do what they want.
Yeah,
They can boot you off. They can delete your emails. They can shadow ban you. I agree. It should be totally government off.
But Stanley, I think that the thing is that the companies pretty much wouldn't care. All these things you're saying boot you off, they wouldn't really care. I think it's the fact that they do care because the government is telling them what they need to care about.
No, it's because they're politically motivated.
I agree with you. I think the government should be totally hands off and the company should do whatever they want to do.
They're not afraid of the government. They're in collusion with the government. They share the same agenda. That's the problem. And no one person or one company should have that much control over our YouTube, Twitter, any of it.
Who's going to control those corporations?
Wait, I did want to ask CKJ if you remember that question you had earlier.
Yeah, it was I kind of forgot. I know I wanted you had mentioned something, but I was going to say something about what's the guy name? Vance Jones, yeah, him getting that $100 million, John?
It's Van Jones.
Van Jones. Yeah, what did he fix the black community with that?
He got that money from the Amazon.
Zuckerberg, what? Amazon, one of them. Yeah.
I thought it was Amazon.
One of them, I'm not sure.
The pendulum does not swing. We've had liberal media control in this country since before I was born. So if that's the pendulum swinging at some point, it's way too slow.
You were born in the 90s, right?
No.
80s?
Yes.
Okay. Who controlled the media before you were born?
Before I was born, it was still liberal. I can go back and read old articles. The New York Times, the New Yorker, any major publication, Life, Time, it all has a liberal bent on it, and not even liberal in the classic sense, but like more like whatever it is the DNC party is pushing at any given time.
I don't agree with that, especially before the 70s, because the Democrats were full Dixiecrats.
aggressive.
Yeah, I don't believe in that Dixiecrat switch either. I found no
Well,
evidence
you
for
know
it.
what? And you don't believe in American history, and that explains a lot.
I found no evidence of it.
Of course you wouldn't. You got to read to find the evidence.
I did a lot of reading. I found no evidence of it.
I
Your condescending remarks don't mean
literally,
anything to me, Stanley.
I'm going to
Try
condescend.
making an argument instead.
I'm going to. My argument is you don't know what you're talking about because you
Great,
don't.
great. Move on then.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yeah, I don't
I'll
believe
move
that
on when I
either.
want to move on.
You might have had one or two. You might have
Your
had one
argument
or
is
two
you have no
before
argument.
you
It's just
started
anything
talking
Dennison says is wrong.
My
That's your
switch.
argument.
only argument is I can't
John,
argue with you
Who's
because
he pointing his finger on?
you don't have
Because
the
you can't
same-
argue with me. I get it. Yes, you suck at
you
it. You're
don't
shit.
argue
I'm way
with
better at arguing than you are. I'm a lot more knowledgeable than you are. I get it. I get it.
I can't argue with an ignorant man.
We're moving on to the next video.
No, we're not moving on. I'm gonna stay.
Hey, John, I wanted to ask you earlier. Me and Stanley was talking. Do you know anybody that does government contracting out there in DC?
Stanley, don't talk with people. What do you say?
I said, do you know anybody that does government contracting out there in DC, the DC area? I know it's real big out there.
Yeah, I know a few people. Yeah.
Because I was telling Stanley earlier that I was reading about David Stewart. You know, he just became, I think he was in the Forbes magazine. He just became the wealthiest black man in America. But you know, that's how he got started, doing the 8-8 program.
The what program?
8-8 program.
What's that?
It's like a kind of like a how can I explain it? It's a government program for like disadvantaged like small businesses.
Well, like a loan or a grant or something?
No. So I don't know if one of you guys can pull it up. Go to the SBA website, but basically they put you in position to bid on contracts with the government, and they try to help you get to like.
It's called 8A, not HH. Someone put HH in the chat.
No,
8A.
8-8, the 8-8 program. But it could get you. It's like a 9 to 10 year program. But they try to get you into like the revenue of making like $100 million.
Huh.
That got a lot of those for like if you're female, black, or trans or something.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. But David Stewart, that's how he started his with his tech company. But he worth like $12 billion right now, I think almost $12 billion.
Yeah, I don't know anyone.
Man, I need a black uncle.
Or you need a white wife.
That's it.
Because I think you can get it. Someone said the 1488 program.
That's true. White women can still get everything at the end of the day.
Yeah. Man, I've had several people come to me like, "Hey, you want to start a software business, and you could be my black partner with my white wife. You'd be like a double 8A." You know.
John, you know.
Yeah, I tried to talk my girlfriend into it when I was repairing computers. We both worked at the same computer company, and I was like, "You could get like this. I'll give you 51% of the company. You know, I'll do all the work. You just be the face."
Yeah, they have to have 51%. That's the rules. But Dennis, if you get a black veteran, you be a black veteran woman, you'll be good to go. You cover all the bases.
Yeah. Holy shit.
You know,
I'm in the money. I bet the USDA will give me a loan to buy my farm instead of me having to trade all these spy options.
Actually, these schemes like, the 51%, that sort of thing is exactly why these programs fail eventually.
No, you're wrong, Stanley. You're wrong.
Fail how? These people are getting millions.
Well, kind of like affirmative action.
No, you're wrong, Stanley. You just
where affirmative action wound up where white women wound up getting a lot more benefit than black people.
Well, they that was just they really don't. It's just we don't take advantage of it.
Statistics,
the reason I say that is because I just mentioned a black veteran woman.
Oh, I heard you.
Can take advantage of everything. Like she could get the most. A black veteran woman can get the most certifications when it comes to the government.
Understood, but I wasn't talking about Mr. Stewart in Black Businessman. I was addressing the 51%, have the, the Black partner, at 51%. I was addressing that.
You think it's a bad thing?
I don't think it's a bad thing. What I'm saying is that's how programs have failed in the past, like affirmative action.
Hey guys, let me while we have you guys here, and I'm looking at this little cute Chantel Brown. Maybe I need to move her picture. Well, she look cutie, I tell you. You've heard me say the term "Black Run America," bra, like a stank ass bra. And here's DC, our police. Here you go.
I said I'm sorry, Mom, but what's the vacancy? Hey, I said I'm sorry, girl. We always apologize, right? I love you, girl. Hey, I said I'm
In
sorry,
uniform, forming arrest, having a party.
Yeah, John, I think that's one of the things I hate the most is seeing a cop.
What?
Is seeing a cop rapping. That really.
Why?
Man, it's just something. So it's like remember that Broadway play Hamilton?
Yeah.
It's like bro, if I want to hear rapping, I don't want to go to see it on a play. I want to just hear an album. And I don't want police rapping. And it's just
You know what's interesting about this HB is that like this would be the equivalent of a Chicago rapper, police officer performing drill rap.
Yeah.
And then drill rap is associated with crime, violence. Go-go music, what they're singing here in the DC area is associated with crime and violence. The go-go where they be fighting and stabbing and shooting people. And much of the go-go is moved outside of DC now because the poor black people have moved who listen to this native music. And so here are the DC police officers, probably the native DC police officers, giving a performance, y'all.
I said I'm sorry, girl, but what's the vacancy? Hey, we gonna keep it right there and let the beat work.
Just notice what it is, HP. That's not far from me. They'll be in Southeast.
Like it's meeting all Papa John. I said I'm sorry, Mom, but what's the vacancy?
DC police, ladies and gentlemen.
What are they celebrating?
I don't know what they're doing. Probably some street party or something. They have these street events all the time.
Huh.
Yeah, this is kind of brutal, man.
You think they're on duty or off duty?
They're on duty, man. They're in the uniform.
Well, I mean, sometimes cops work like part-time jobs. I was just curious.
No, they're on duty. They have about 6 or 7 cops. Now, DC will tell you that they're short cops. Probably more than that, but that's what we were able to see. You're like, damn, like, you got time for your police to be out here playing games like that? Anyway, very interesting.
Yeah,
DC
that's brutal. That's brutal.
Where you, HB?
I'm in Wisconsin right now. I should be shutting down soon though.
Get some Detroit style pizza while you're out there.
How you liking that new truck, my nigga?
Man, this motherfucker got all the bells and whistles, man. This motherfucker's crazy.
You don't even gotta drive it. No, I'm just playing. It's an automatic. It's an automatic.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
it's got all types of buttons on this thing, man. It got all this thing is crazy. Yo, John, I saw it go
Whoa.
Oh
Whoa.
yeah, I've seen that accident
Well,
before.
how
I've
the
seen
fuck he
that
came
once.
over the median like that, bro?
Yeah, he you know
He
what I
was
think
asleep.
it was? I think no. I think he lost control. I think it was a steer tire. Usually when drivers lose that steer tire, man, it's really hard to keep it in control. And I mean,
You know
it's
what's
damn near
crazy?
impossible.
If he had veered to the left, he could have avoided it.
I know.
Counter to what your instinct would be, right?
I know. It's really hard to make those split decisions, those
Yeah.
split second decisions. Yeah, if he would have just stayed in that left lane, he might have avoided
Just
that crash.
slowed down enough to where the grass wouldn't make him lose control, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, I think that guy, honestly, I think he lost a tire. You never know though. He might have just fell asleep, but
So some of the tires, some of the wheels have more steering responsibility and capability then. Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
So if you lose one of those tires, it's more serious.
Yeah, the steer tires are the ones up front. So if you lose one of those, I mean, it's really hard to keep the truck in control. So then the drive tires are the ones in the back. Those are the ones that actually move the truck forward. So once you lose those steers, I mean, it's so hard to keep control of that of the wheel. A lot of times, you just completely lose control.
HB, is there a way to simulate these sort of failures?
Yeah, you can, but really it's a lot of it is making sure you do a good pre-trip, checking your tires, making sure you got enough tread. But sometimes it's it might just be too hot on the road or something, or you might hit a fucking nail or something. It's just certain things you can't really there's no.
Well, the reason I ask is, way back in the day, certain mechanical failures, we could simulate, and there were just like set procedures to deal with, those sorts of failures. I was just curious if they, like in simulators, like the actual, truck sim or training simulators, if they're able to, simulate some of these, mechanical failures.
Yeah.
Back on the reparations topic, guys, let me play this video for you coming out of California.
Harsh words for Governor Gavin Newsom tonight from leaders in the state's Black community. They say they are fed up with the lack of progress on reparations for Black slavery. 17's Capitol correspondent Eitan Wallace joins us now with their message and how the governor's office is responding.
What do we want? Reparations. What do we want? Now.
This group of Black leaders from across California making their voices loud and clear outside the governor's office in Los Angeles. They argue he has not done enough to advance reparations for descendants of enslaved Black Americans.
I am disappointed that key reparation bills have been stalled or blocked.
They say they're specifically frustrated after members of the California Legislative Black Caucus last month opted not to advance 2 reparations bills by Senator Stephen Bradford, including one that would have created the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency in charge of overseeing the reparations process in the state, and another that would have funded future reparation-related policies approved by the legislature and governor. This was the scene inside the state capitol last month when members of the community found out the Black Caucus would not advance Senator Bradford's 2 bills. Caucus leaders announced they made that decision after the Newsom administration wanted to make changes to the legislation to turn it into a 2-year study looking into how reparations could work in California. But Camila Moore, who chaired the California Reparations Task Force for the last 2 years, says the task force already did that, submitting this 1,100-page report of reparations recommendations to the governor and legislature.
The time for studies is over.
For its part, Governor Newsom's office points out just last week he signed several of the Black Caucus's priority reparations bills into law, including one requiring grocery stores to notify communities before they close.
Did you just hear that? One of the reparations that the niggas is gonna get is before the grocery store can close in your neighborhood, they got to let you know first. Did you hear that, Denison?
Yeah.
Or why not just?
Yeah, this is kind of idiotic, man.
John,
It's coming though.
As a motherfucker. John,
California's gonna pass this shit.
I'm stupid.
I have a quick question. Why do we think reparations, are for just slavery?
Well, that's what.
What else is it for?
Jim Crow. Which, in my opinion, Jim Crow caused more economic damage.
Rodney
than
King,
slavery.
nigga.
Right,
Martin
but
Luther King, nigga.
I want to specifically
Malcolm X, nigga.
say it's not
the Panthers,
just,
nigga.
Not
But you're not owed any money for all that shit.
Oklahoma, nigga.
Not just for
bunch of
slavery.
shit, nigga.
That's my point.
That ain't got nothing to do with you though.
Nigga, shut your ass up.
Yeah. You know what? This I've been having trouble with this guy all day, tough guy.
He want to get.
You've been having trouble with me for longer than today, Stanley. I'm smarter than you, and you fucking hate it.
You are not smart. Shut your bitch ass up. You want to be imperious.
Let me
Here
go
it
ahead
comes.
and give Innocent his due.
There's
Innocent,
two of them now.
Innocent, you are twice.
No,
as
it's
smart
not
as
two
I am.
of them. He's
You
a
are
fucking.
twice
What
as
do you
smart
call
as
one of them?
I am,
He's an
Dennison.
imposter.
I couldn't hear either one of you because you talk
I
over each
bet
other
you
like a
couldn't
bunch of
hear, you
monkeys.
fucking faggot.
A
You know
couple of
what?
monkeys.
You
Yeah,
little bitch.
we're a couple monkeys, all right.
Come on, man. Let me get back to the damn video. Come on. Let me play the video.
Innocent should learn to keep his mouth shut.
Come on.
You
Let's
make me,
fuck
bitch.
Oh,
Come
I'm
on,
not going to
everybody
make it.
gonna get an
Why would I
opportunity.
do that?
Everyone gonna get an opportunity to comment on the video one at a time.
What's going on, John? What's happening, my nigga?
Nothing much. Nothing much. Trying my best to play a video, just one.
Down, and another creating a formal apology letter from the state of California to descendants of enslaved Black Americans. But those hearsay, for now, they're skeptical.
Hey, let me ask you. Would everybody get a letter? Who would get the letter?
Nigga, they need to give me some money, nigga. Shit.
Well, you gonna
Everybody
get a
would.
letter.
California.
They might get a letter. So would everybody get a letter? Who would get the letter?
Yeah. It would
My
be
black
residents
ass
of that
nigga.
area.
I'm
It'd
trying
be
to
like
get some
a
money.
Xerox letter because he ain't gonna sign all the fucking letters.
Dear resident, and then it'd be sent to everybody.
You might get some black slaves to sign them all.
The point I'm making here, this shit is just really becoming comical. Like, listen to this woman here. She should be out doing what Don Lemon said, picking up trash in her neighborhood. Here she is.
An apology without material reparations not only fails, but exasperates harm. We demand a public apology after reparations, real reparations, are enacted.
Critics have pointed out the state cannot afford direct cash payment reparations, but Senator Bradford argues reparations are about more than just cash payments, and he wants to see action now.
I want reparations to be meaningful, substantive, tangible, ongoing health care, continued education, first-time home buyers assistance, small business loans assistance. That's what reparations should be about.
The governor's office vows Newsom is committed to reparations, referring us to these remarks he made earlier this year.
We are deeply mindful of what will come next in partnership with the Black Caucus, and the work continues in that space.
And in a statement, the Legislative Black Caucus stressed it's important to remain patient with the reparations process. Quote, "We have always emphasized this is a multi-year effort, and we are excited to continue this important work next year and in the years to come." Reporting at the state capitol, Eitan Wallace, 17 News.
It seems like to me they stalling these people out, man.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It seems
The
to me
media
they're
is stalling him
people
out.
out. You know, they just like, hey, we're gonna study. We're gonna study.
Oh yeah,
Not gonna work
that's
forever.
what they're doing with HR. That's what they're doing with HR 40. It basically they're going to run out the clock. And my prediction is what happens is as the generation, most of them, well, all of them are boomers. Is the generation of blacks who lived under Jim Crow. Once they're gone, reparations are over.
But this is not ADOC, American Descendants of Crow. That is stand for slavery.
Okay,
right?
yeah, John. That's maybe they should have added a C just to satisfy you. Like I said, it's more than just slavery.
Yeah, like so nobody who like was enslaved is still alive either.
Mouth, buddy.
And I'm about to turn the volume down again. Jesus Christ, man! It's like I don't even know why you come up here just to have a bad day. Is that why you come up here?
This
Angry
talking
to talk shit about men on the internet that you don't even know. I came here to talk about politics and have a discussion with my friend John about the topic.
Okay, well, guess what?
I'm going to try to do that. Let me see if I can remember what I was going to say before I was so rudely interrupted. Oh, yeah. So there's not a lot of people.
This is fucking bullshit.
Okay. And that hasn't stopped anybody from talking about reparations for slavery. Nobody's, like just because there aren't any boomers from the Jim Crow era left doesn't mean that black people aren't going to still claim that they're owed something because it happened at some point in history, regardless of whether it happened to them or not. I've never met a single person who was for reparations, black or otherwise, who was a victim of Jim Crow or of slavery, and it doesn't change their opinions. There's a possibility that reparations for all will come before reparations for blacks, where we just have Medicare for all and like a basic minimum wage. That might come before reparations, but otherwise I see this political momentum is heading in one direction, and that's towards California passing some form of reparations in the next 10 years.
You know what? You are why America's failing.
All right, I get that. Stanley.
Why you take me off, John? Why you be doing that, man?
Because man, you talk over.
Because you can't have a conversation. Yeah.
Shut up, Jennison.
We give you opportunity to talk, man. You just talking over people, and we don't hear you or the person, right?
But Dennison was acting like he wanted some smoke.
Well, give it to him when he's done talking, right?
Dennison, why you trying to come at me like that? I thought we was homies.
You started it, bro. I'm saying we can be homies, but don't disrespect me.
Oh, nigga, fuck your ass up. You ain't nobody.
Yeah, exactly.
See,
Don't
I'm trying to be nice to your bitch ass. And you talking about I started.
You're talking a whole lot of shit on the internet like a faggot.
Like you. You're talking.
No. I talk about the topic.
No,
you don't hear me calling people stupid baby names, tell them I'm gonna beat them up and this stupid shit.
Where are you at?
When did I say?
See where you at? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, man? Nigga, I'll fuck you up, nigga. Nigga, I'll fuck you up, nigga. I don't talk like that. Are you fucking retarded? You are retarded. What am I saying? Why'd I even ask that question?
When did I say I was going to be
debased myself with that question?
Hey, well, guess what? You know where I'm at.
Stanley, act your age, not your shoe size, okay?
So don't tell me what I won't do to your face, motherfucker.
Get to tell me how to act my age, young man.
You know where I'm at.
I mean, we shouldn't be in this position, Stanley, but yet here we are.
Yeah, you don't want to hear the truth.
You cannot act like an adult on the internet.
You know where I'm at.
You're not an adult.
You don't want no problem with me, buddy.
I got you all turned down just because I don't want to hear you no more. I'm not going to talk. I just don't want to hear you, so I got you turned down.
You don't hear me.
I'm going to read the chat.
Let's see. Excellent.
Sure you do, bud. Sure you do, buddy.
I really don't enjoy people spouting off topics they don't know.
Oh, look at that. Look how quiet it is when Dennison's not talking.
Motherfucker, I've said what I have to say.
You ain't got shit to say when I'm not talking.
I've already said what I had to say.
Yeah, because it was about me.
Do you want me to repeat?
You fucking loser.
Do you want me to repeat?
Get an opinion. Why don't you get an opinion on the topic? Why don't you try that?
Well, my current topic right now is telling you don't.
Oops, I just turned your volume down. I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Of course you don't hear me, but everyone else.
Portia was getting interrupted by Stanley last night, and Stanley kept saying she shouldn't engage if she doesn't want to be interrupted.
Everyone else can hear me.
Stanley is the master of double standards and projection.
Absolutely, I'm the master of double standards. You didn't notice? You're just noticing now?
You could tell him and certain people in the chat, they're just kids, man. They're fucking children.
You know what? Only dumb motherfuckers talk on shit they don't know. I bet he heard that. And if he didn't, everyone else did.
Yeah. Don't let him try to play you, Stanley. That's all he's trying to do, you know?
Oh, I know.
Yeah. But we all know Dennison.
What the hell are you eating, John?
He likes to get cuckolded.
Over here. Sorry about that.
What is it?
Some Cape Cod chips. I got the fucking munchies over here. Sorry.
You got the munchies. You don't smoke like that, John.
What? He smokes 24/7.
You smoking right now, John?
Not at all. Anyway, guys.
Oh, go ahead, John.
Go ahead. What were you about to say?
No, I was about to address Phoenix Fish, who says Stanley owns his shit. And I wanted to basically say, you know what? Donald Trump is good for one thing. He doesn't play fair, and I want to emulate Donald Trump. I don't fucking play fair. I will play double standards. And basically, if you don't know shit, I'm not shy telling you don't know shit.
And being a hypocrite, and being ignorant on the topic, and having no arguments, and everything you're saying being just personal attacks on the person who disagrees with you, and always without letting them finish. It's over the top of them, and then you just scream until they can't possibly get in a word in edgewise. It's wonderful to be on a panel with you, Stanley. Wonderful. You make it so welcoming. Whenever I see you on the panel, I'm like, oh, hey, let me rush up there. It's Stanley's up there.
Well, I'm glad that you do that, and I will try to make it more welcoming and educational for you.
I doubt it, but I'm open to it. Let's see.
Why are you so angry?
I'm just being the left version of Donald Trump. You love Trump, don't you?
That's called projection, tough guy. I don't know why you're so angry.
It's called projection.
My guess is because one of my opinions hurt your feelings.
Do you really think you can hurt my feelings, Dennison?
I was talking to Tough Guy, but you don't know that because you're the most narcissistic man on all of YouTube.
You didn't address Tough Guy.
It literally said Tough Guy before and after I made my statement. But you have no idea, Stanley, because you can't hear anything, and everything is always just about you. Sorry, what'd you say, Tough Guy?
He will talk
to smoke a blunt or something.
Go, oh, I was.
Nah, man, I'm over here. I got Granddaddy Perp, Indica, Melted Diamonds. Dude, I'm so fucking chill, man.
You got something in your ass.
No. See, you're not gonna call me uptight because I'm wrecking you on a panel and your feelings are hurt. You're not gonna tell me how I feel because you're upset. Go ahead, now watch this. Watch your little ringlet go off for another hour all by itself, even though I got your volume turned down. I can't even hear what you're saying.
Hey, Tough Guy, do you feel wrecked?
Not at all, man.
There goes that ringlet.
Stopping shit over here, Stanley. I mean,
keep not having hurt feelings over Dennison. Let's see how long y'all can do it. But I'm gonna go get a sandwich. I'll be back.
But Dennison is just talking crazy because he likes the attention. That's why he's talking crazy. And then he got cheerleaders. You know, he got haters in the motherfucking.
He's wrecking us on the panel.
That's all. But he ain't wrecking shit.
I feel wrecked.
The only thing he's wrecking is his life. He ain't fucking up shit up over here, nigga. I'm fine. I ain't projecting a damn thing. Do I sound angry, Stanley? Even when I be clowning motherfuckers, do I sound angry?
Basically, if he
and those two are still going. Hey,
Yes.
John, did you want to play the video or whatever it was you were doing
Shut
before?
up, Dennison. We talking.
People are talking. Stop
Bitch
talking.
ass.
You know you have to take the drunks and the monkeys and the losers, and you can't let them
Dennis
up.
the
I know you
Menace.
want to be inclusive, but
Talk
you
about
can't YouTube like that. They won't let you.
Dennis the Menace, you annoying ass
Come on, guys.
child.
Come on, guys. Hey, let me about to play a video.
No, wait a minute, John. Fuck that.
Come on, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Come on, I got time. Please, a bit. Cover some topics so I can get out of here. All right. Bring him back up. Hopefully he can behave himself. All right.
Man, John.
I'm about to play.
How long you got? How long you got?
Not enough time to go back and forth with you for these videos. So let me play it. All right. All right, this is coming out of FEMA
Show
here.
channel, nigga. It's your channel, nigga.
Let's be respectful of everyone, right? Let's go.
FEMA's here. You know what FEMA just told us? We can't get you a phone. I have no ID. I have no way to pay for food. He has no way to get gas. We're stuck. So we have to sleep in a car that's leaking with the same clothes we've had on since the...
There was a 30-foot wall of water just pushing through Lake Lure all the way down. My house washed away. I had a cat. I had 2 geckos. And I lost it all.
It was like a miracle that we made it. I started to call 911. I could not get through. I called again and I was able to get through. And I said, the water's coming in our house. And they said, get to higher ground. And I was like, okay, we're going in the attic. And we're overwhelmed with calls right now. That's all we can tell you to do. Your adrenaline's pumping. It's like, this is, you're saving your life right now. You're doing it.
You know, these people, man, you know, they are really facing like the tremendous storm and the backlash of the storm, the flooding. And you know, by all talks, it seems like the government has failed them, you know. And again, I just
they fucked up.
Say that again.
They fucked up not being Haitian.
Well, shit, they fucked up not asking for reparations.
You know what?
But you know, the thing is, like, you know, those are fairly young people, and to see your government fail you, and probably the only time you will really ever require your government to step up, I think that's going to be very difficult for people to keep, you know, encountering. They're just seeing one instance after another, one institution just keeps failing, and FEMA being probably the biggest of all in terms of catastrophe. And man, it's just amazing to see like just the government failure at such a big level. You know, you talk about George Bush and how he failed with, you know, if they, you know, right? If people blame him, I don't think you could blame him for that. I don't know. You know, I doubt he would have been down in the weeds into the deployment of this or that. But and the same thing for Biden. I don't blame Biden, but the government as a whole, the people who would be responsible for this, we've talked about it. Their money is with the migrants. And so here's the other side of the equation of the people who...
Wait, FEMA's money is with the migrants?
Well, you know, there was so much money that they've spent on migrant. And again, you know, if you're spending 60, 70, hundreds of millions of dollars on migrants, then that's going to at the least draw your attention away from these people here in Asheville, North Carolina, if nothing else. You know, you're going to have to put resources, talent, employees, you know, in these migrant programs. And the contrast is these people seemingly have no help, right? And,
John, I'm going to basically say I don't see the dots connecting between the migrants and these hurricanes.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, everyone won't see it. Some people will see it. It's kind of easy for me to see it. You know, the migrants are living in hotels. Why can't we just put these people in hotels? Well, can we not get to them? I mean, we should have resources in this country to get to almost anyone, and you know, rescue people.
Well, Congress controls the funding.
Well, this is some local dysfunction too. So this is not just Congress. So if you blame it on Congress, You know, they're large. There's a lot of rot, right? All up and down the government, state level, city level. You've seen.
Well, would you say it's bipartisan?
I mean, if you want to look at it that way, I'm just saying it's rot.
Well, no,
You know?
I'm asking your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it is, right? I'd never look at it from a partisan angle. I just say, man, these people are incompetent. The firefighters or whoever came up with the plan for a bad hurricane, it didn't work. Maybe they didn't have any experience planning for hurricane. Maybe they were just had a lot of education, or they were DEI. Who knows? You know, maybe we should look into who were the firefighters and all these people that were seemingly caught, you know, with their pants down, unable to rescue their citizens, because they owe it to the people that, hey man, look, we pay you a lot of taxes for you to be able to come to our aid in a reasonable amount of time in situations like this. Yeah, I think that's fair, right? I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think?
I think that Biden needs to, whip FEMA into shape. If he has to personally take charge of it, I think this is unacceptable.
You know, I think Portia talked about their kind of their mission and all about how they were focusing on diversity and all of that stuff.
What does diversity have to do with a hurricane?
Or diversity, and it's just, if that's where you're putting a lot of your time and energy, then you only have 24 hours in a day, then something's going to fall short. And it seems to me that these things fell short for these people. There was a lack of planning, that this can't be normal.
Well, it's been about a week or so.
Right.
Sometimes big government, for better, well, usually for worse, maybe it takes time to get the wheels revving. Congress is supposed to be coming back, because I think they're in recess. They're supposed to be coming back and putting more money into this.
But yeah, I think, again, some of it is probably local failure. Throwing money at the problem.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if they're only getting like $750 or whatever the amount is, there's some congressional funding issues involved, as well as any local problems.
But they probably, there's something else there though. Above and beyond.
Why didn't the governor call do you know if they called the National Guard?
I'm not sure.
I mean, North Carolina has a National Guard.
Hey, that's interesting. I'll have to look that up and see. Anyone knows it, you can, anyone's in North Carolina, you can let us know. But yeah, it's just something like, I have a buddy in South Carolina. He said he had to drive to Charlotte to get groceries, and the electricity would be 1 to 3 weeks.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. The grocery part of it, if he missed the run on groceries, it is hurricane season. In places like Savannah, Georgia, where I grew up, you try not to get caught short like this. Now, I know North Carolina, they weren't expecting it, but there was a little bit of warning, even if it was only a day or two.
Yeah,
I can't 100% say, but there was a little bit of warning, especially that far north.
Yeah, I've never been in one, so I have no idea.
In Alabama, I'm surprised.
Hurricane? No, we're not on the water. Unless you're down south.
Oh, well, Mobile.
Right, I'm North Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah, let me get this beer. Oh, I got something before I get out of here. I'll be back. I got something I want to show you. I'll get a beer. I'll be right back.
Hey, Virgo.
Yes, sir.
The hurricane that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Did they say? Did they give like a time frame when they expect it to hit?
It's supposed to hit tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to hit me per se.
Okay. Well, it looked like it's going to hit the whole state.
No, it's off. It's off on the coast right now. Did it move? I haven't watched the.
I don't know. I just looked at it a while ago.
Hey Virgo, let me ask you this question: what is your homeowner's insurance like?
It is expensive.
Like, what is expensive?
My God, more than mortgage. I tell you that much.
Every month, your homeowner's insurance is more than your mortgage.
Well, we only pay what for mortgage? We only pay. I'm trying to remember the number. It's five something.
That's your homeowner's insurance every month?
No, that's mortgage.
Okay. And the insurance, like, because you have to have flood damage and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And this is what makes me mad about FEMA, because it's like, granted, I've never had anything happen to my house. Knock on wood. I'm happy. I'm glad. But I've seen what happened during Ian. There's still parts of, and Ian was what, in 2012, I want to say. Yeah, there's still parts of Punta Gorda that's still not built back up.
So back to your property insurance. How much is your property insurance?
It's about $6.
Damn, a month? Wow, it is a lot. Well, I don't know what's the price of your home, but relative to your mortgage, that's a lot.
Yeah, but our home. So when I got with my husband, we both sold our homes and bought a home together. So we did have money to like put for down payment and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not more than considering the amount of
crazy
damage
out here. It's crazy, and that's why a lot of people can't. It's not that they can't afford a home. You can find a home that's like 100,000, 125, where your mortgage is like,
in Florida.
Yeah, you still can find homes like that.
Really?
You just have to live outside of a major city.
Damn, this sounds
like where I live. It's really not that bad. But if you want to live in an apartment, the apartments are closer to like downtown and stuff like that. And then we have Lakewood Ranch, which is like an extended part of Sarasota. So it's expensive out there. So I would say rent is about, maybe for a 2-bedroom, $2,300.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm. And when I was renting, before I bought my house, I was renting for like 1,000, and I had a 5-bedroom house. So my rent was no, that wasn't a house that I rented for 1,000. That house I rented for $1,250, which is still good. 5-bedroom house,
Nigga, not in California.
Well, she's talking Florida.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, even probably now, that's still hell no.
Yeah,
that
but
shit
even
like
in 2000,
3,000, 3,500 now.
Even in 2008, when I first moved to Florida, my rent was only $800, and this was like a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment with like everything, like pool, gym, like everything.
Yeah, what I pay now here, if I live back home, nigga, I live in a nice neighborhood in a big ass house with a basement. And back home, we got basements. That's extra space. Out here, you could make a basement a whole nother apartment.
Where's back home?
Kansas. I'm from Kansas City.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we had basements in New York too. We have basements in New York.
Mm-hmm.
And my parents rented out their basement, and then they had like a 2-story home. I guess what you would call it here in Florida is like a duplex, but in New York, it's not like next to each other. It's like on top. So they rented the top So they had income from that, income from the basement. And then when I was growing up, my bedroom, my room was in the sub basement. So not only we had a basement, we had a sub basement.
Yeah, my grandma's basement was the shit. That's where all the kids went, man. Especially on the holidays. We'd be down there watching movies, beating each
I
other
remember,
up,
I
all
remember
that
the
shit.
old house that we had before we moved to the other one. We only had a basement, and my God, that was our hangout spot because my mom didn't want anybody in her living room.
It was funny because the younger kids, they get the nice basement with the carpet and the walls and all that. Nigga, we had the
Yeah, that's
bare
where we had all
floor.
our Nintendo, our Sega.
Yeah, our basement was bare, nigga. We didn't have no drywall on the walls. We didn't have no carpet down there, nigga. It was like, nigga, the old basement, nigga, where it was scary. We had a fireplace down there though.
My
And we
mom was
always had
so
the fireplace.
OCD. My mom was so OCD that she even had a kitchen built in the basement, and that's where she would cook. Like, she wouldn't touch like the house. Like, everything was like a showroom, you know.
Oh wow.
Living room, kitchen, the bar, everything was like a showroom. And basement is where we, did everything.
What you do about the food smells?
What do you mean the food smells? What you
Well,
mean
you
when we
know,
cook
certain
cat?
foods will, like, well, my mother used to call it stink up the house. Did she have like an exhaust system, like a good exhaust system? So, upstairs
Yeah,
didn't smell like.
the basement had windows. I mean, the basement is not when you're thinking about New York, the basement is not underground.
Mhm.
It's like floor level.
Oh, okay.
Like a garage, like a parking garage out here.
Yeah, sort of, but not really a garage. But yeah, like the floor level. And then you walk up the stairs, that's the first floor. And then if you have like a 2-story house, you walk up some more stairs.
Yeah, that's how usually like parking garages are. Like where the basement, like it's like how a basement is under the actual level floor, the first floor of living. Because usually you park your car down there and then you walk up the stairs. That's how it usually goes.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
It's kind of like the same thing, but I mean, you can call it a garage, a basement. I mean, if you could park a car in there, then yeah, it's a garage. But if you can't park a car in there, I guess that's probably why they call it a basement. But
yeah, but we had in the second house that we grew up in, we had the garage, and then it was the basement apartment, and then you go up the stairs. That's our first floor, and then there was a door next to our door, and then you go up some more stairs, and then that was like the apartment upstairs, and then like inside the house, you go down a couple of stairs from the first floor, and it's the I guess an extension of the basement, and then you go down some more stairs, and that's the sub basement.
Yeah, Opana has the name I was looking for, walkout basement.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. That's what it was, a walkout basement. Yeah.
So he is good for something.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Apparently, it needs your approval.
go to sleep or something, nigga.
You mean like John just did on his own panel?
Basically.
And my house was the party house because we also had a pool.
We're learning about basements.
We had a pool with a deck. And yeah, I hated Clint. Man, I would never own a pool in my own house. I don't know. Not that my kids are out the house. I don't think that I would get a pool.
That and a boat.
I live so close to the beach that it's, I can just go to the beach.
Right down by the beach.
Yeah, I live close to. Oh, Anna Maria got devastated too. Anna Maria Island here in Florida. I don't know if you guys know where that is.
I wonder if that's where my cousin lives.
Anna Maria is kind of like a lot of snowbirds rent out there. I don't think a lot of people live out there per
Well,
se.
he's a resident.
Of Anna Maria?
It's an island. That's all I know, and it's somewhere in your general vicinity.
In Manatee County?
Are there other islands?
Off of Manatee.
You know what? I'll text him and ask him.
There's Sneed Island. That's in
I'll-
Palmetto.
Here's an
I'll
article from Zero. Go ahead. Here's an article from Zero Hedge by way of Epoch Times.
Ooh, Epoch Times.
Is that how you pronounce it? Epoch.
Yeah, it's a conservative newspaper.
Oh, is that right? Oh, okay. There you go. Fair enough. I didn't know that. Did I just lose the page? Okay. New data from JHI, John Hopkins, for Education Policy's Homeschool Research Lab show that 90% of states reporting data saw an increase in homeschool in the 2023-2024 school year. The report, the report examined data from 21 of 30 states that collect or report homeschool participation. The other 9 states are expected to report data in the coming months. So there's 21 out of 30 states. 21 states, looks like. The 19 states that experienced growth were Arkansas. You see the list there. Only Vermont and New Hampshire showed a decline. What in the? That's really amazing here. It just keeps reloading. Only Vermont and New Hampshire showed a decline from the previous school year in total number of homeschool students. While homeschooling grew rapidly during the pandemic, most people thought the students would return to more traditional schools when the pandemic disruptions abated. The big takeaway is that this is new homeschool growth. I can't believe this. This is new homeschool growth that we see in last year's state reports. The fact that so many states are reporting highest ever numbers seems like a big finding as well. While there's a clear growth trend in homeschooling, the reason for that growth is unknown. What is clear is that this time the growth is not driven by a pandemic or sudden disruptions to traditional schooling. Something else is driving the growth. What is driving the growth, guys?
Failed institution.
Stanley, what do you think is driving the growth here?
I think it's basically political division. And Dennison makes a point about failed institutions. My argument is the institutions are failing because of politics.
Dennison, what do you think?
I think politics is theater. And people got a taste of what it was like when they sent everybody home and then just handed out checks, and it wasn't the end of the world. People spent more time with their families. They worked way less. They got out of the cubicles. They got in some fresh air. They went places in public like beaches and stores, and it wasn't crowded and filthy. It was quiet and nice. People got an idea of what life really could be like if we gave a fuck. And also these parents, they went to school with their kids because they was coming through on the computer screen or the laptop or whatever, and they saw the kind of ridiculous nonsense that their children were being exposed to. How irresponsible and unreliable the teachers and all the administrative staff is, because they got closer to the process than they have been in I don't know how many decades. Parents have kind of been aloof and uninvolved, and this is just part of the people working from home, people opting not to be employed, people opting to homeschool, people opting not to go to college, the whole thing's a sham, and a lot more people are just not buying into it anymore.
The last thing you want when you have a fraud or a scam going is disruption of the scam. And COVID presented a disruption to the scam of education. And for those people who had the scales removed from their eyes, they were forced to send their kids to school to come up with other options. Then they found better options. For the ones that saw their teachers on Zoom, and that may have been the first time they've ever really seen their teachers in action, they didn't like what they saw. And I think those people are the ones that's driving the homeschool growth in many cases. I even talked about doing a homeschooling stream here because I think that schools, and I've talked about it, it's like the long welfare handoff, as I've called it. And those type of people, when given that much, rope, working from home, they got lazy as hell. They got real lazy. And they stopped doing their job. They stopped even taking their job seriously. And the parents, in some cases, saw that shit. They come to work half-ass dressed on camera, maybe not showing up at all. I think a lot of parents saw it. They can't talk about it. That's why John Hopkins said the causes are still unknown. They know. But they're paid not to know. Or not to say, I should say. Virgo, what do you think? Virgo may have stepped away. But are you guys familiar that so much research that comes out of DC or universities is like political? If it doesn't match what the government wants them to say, it doesn't get funded.
It's political, and it's a two-pronged politics, right and left. That's basically how the basics work. The good news is that parents who can afford to homeschool, because if you got a two, if you need a two income, household, I don't know how homeschooling is tenable unless you do one of those associations that I think it was Blacks talked about, where parents get together and kind of pool their resources. The good news is that parenting people realize that, you actually have to parent your kids. It's not school's responsibility to do so.
I agree with that. I know during COVID, man, they really cracked down on homeschooling in DC.
They cracked down on it?
Yeah, hell yeah. Like you couldn't have kids even meeting in groups. There's some kind of obscure law where let's see if I can find it. But basically DC was like cracking down on that. They didn't even want groups of children meeting together, something to that effect.
Well, I hope, people can build co-ops or whatever the word is for it. My one fear is that, it either reinforces or widens the political divide and other traditional divides we have in this country. I could see a scenario where, you keep your kids home because you don't want them exposed to, things that you might not necessarily approve of. But I'll stay on the sunny side of the street and think that, good parenting, will be the result.
I think it's a good thing, actually. I think the schools.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Virgo.
No, sorry, John. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Weren't you going to show us some video of your parents' home or something?
Well, let me tell you, I'm about sick of this man right here.
Ooh.
And I know he's looking at me.
Oh.
You get cabin fever?
Well, he doesn't want me to show the house. it's really, it looks bad.
Mm.
It's worse than what I showed the first time.
Mm.
Well, I mean, you should submit to your man.
Well, that's why I'm not showing it.
Okay. Okay. I respect that.
No one's gonna
Shout out to your man.
But we're doing like 50 billion things right here. I stepped away for a second, but I did hear John say my name, so I was wondering what he was asking me. I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second.
Just the rise in homeschooling.
Oh, homeschooling. I feel if it works for you, you know, power to you. You know, if not everybody can homeschool children, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So if it works for you, I think it should be an option. Now, do I think it should be mandatory? No. But I think it should be an option. And I think I read something that somebody said that you have to get yourself into a situation to afford private school. Let me tell you something. First of all, when you have children, when you decide to have children, you suffer. You
Amen to that.
kind of like be selfless. You understand? So and this is why I agree with my husband with a lot of things. So when we first started having children, of course, me and him separately, I wasn't rich. I wasn't, into my career. If you sit down and wait until you're like making 100K to have children, first of all, us women, we have a biological clock. So what
That
you
wouldn't
want me
even
to
be
wait
enough.
until I'm 40?
Yeah, that wouldn't even be enough. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Do you want me to wait until I'm 40
that's
to
probably
have
what he.
kids?
I don't think he's looking at the other side of it. Yeah, I don't think he's looking at the other side. For those of you guys, this is not about music. This is about business. And this is a kind of a not so popular, but not like a gangster rapper or anything. How many of you familiar with Lupe Fiasco? Is it Lupe?
Yeah, he did a skateboard song.
Mm-hmm. This is a fairly long interview, but I want you guys to hear it because at the end, he explains the game. It's all about them real assets, people. Virtual or physical. You gotta have this shit. You gotta put your money where the money is, where the value is. And he's gonna tell you, and I may have to speed it up to get to the crux of it, but I'm gonna see if we can suffer through this.
Could be just as good or even better or have more potential. And then that flip is, and that is why I have no sympathy for them or anything like that. And I tell artists because I think it's important to let the artistic community know, like, this is what you're really dealing with. I'm not making this up. I'm not gassing anything. And I'll stand on this in the court of law and say the same thing. Leo was like, yo, if you don't sign this.
Leo is Leo Cohen, like some big businessman in the music industry.
360 deal, we're not promoting your records. Mm-hmm. Not only are we not promoting your records, we're not promoting even the records that we give you.
Right. I've heard that from artists. If you don't
What does
sign
that
a
mean?
360 deal, because
what exactly?
The records we give you. Like, will you can sign a record deal with us and we still won't promote it? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, he's saying if you don't give us the right to sell basically sell us the right to sell your likeness on t-shirts, your concerts, your merchandise, whatever, then we just won't promote your shit. Okay, we got you signed to a deal, but we just won't promote you. We just shelve you. And I'm not sure exactly what he means about they won't give you they'll give, even if the songs they give you. I'm not sure exactly what he means about that. But here's what he says. I want you to keep listening.
there were artists who already signed and then they want you to then rework your deal to make it a 360 deal. So they're getting money from merch, they're getting money from
touring.
Now, streaming is happening now. So that's a whole nother situation.
They're invested in the streaming companies that just personally.
Did you hear that?
I was too busy looking at Angela Yee.
Mm-hmm. So you heard that this guy saying that the Leors of the world invest in the streaming companies.
Like they got their own personal investment into
Right,
it.
because they're not making as much. So they're like, if we're not going, we rather put our all into another artist who's got a 360 deal than to an artist who doesn't.
Right.
And
Do you guys understand what he's saying? What they're saying here?
Yeah.
Right. So two people, they want the guy who's going to sell their whole soul to them, as opposed to the guy who's going to want to sell his own merch. If you're not willing to give your whole soul to them, then they say, well, we just won't promote your music. Even if we own it, we'll promote this other guy's music because he's going to give us his whole soul. Everything that he owns, he'll give it to us.
that has his own situation, and it's just we're just doing distribution.
Yeah.
That doesn't really make us any money.
It makes them a ton of money. Yeah, I mean, they still got a ton of catalog. You still got all this, but you're gonna spend that same amount of money managing it. And that's what I told them. Like, yo, let's be business for real. I'm a really intelligent guy, right? Street side, business side, however you want to play it. Let's be honest. You don't do this. Like, you're not known to sell merch. You're not known to book. UTA's right across the street, right? I'm signed to CAA. I'm signed to William Morris. Like, y'all do not do agency work. So now you're trying to be an agency, but you still gonna have to spend money to build that part of your business. So you're gonna wind up breaking even,
right?
To keep it a buck. And at the end of the day, you're gonna own the most valuable thing in this whole situation. Still, the most valuable thing in any situation is the masters.
They're saying the most valuable thing is the master, and the 360 deal gives them the ownership of the masters.
Right. So I asked for, when Leo said that to me, I was like, cool. I didn't like, wow, you. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna need some collateral. Won't you give me my masters? I'm only 2 albums in, right? I don't mind. As a matter of fact, I'll help you build out the 360 piece, at least when it comes to fashion, because I know folks in the fashion world up and down the chain. And then you could really tailor make your merch deals to the artists and do it through the whole system, like fully vertically integrated through the whole system, from the designer to the retail to the pop-up to the manufacturing to the distribution to the fulfillment, the whole piece. And it was kind of like, nah, we gotta go.
He's about to get to the meat of it. He says, man, I can bring more value because I know the fashion business. I got people, man. And they said, nah. We got our own people. We just need you to basically sign a licensing deal. These people don't own their own businesses. These people are bringing all the factories, the licensing, lawyers, everyone. They want to do it for them, and many of them go for this. Many of them have no choice to go for it, because if they don't get people 360, then their music gets muted or shadow banned.
God, that can do that. And it's like, well, I don't trust that. What is their profile? Let me see that piece, because you're asking me to sign into 6 different businesses now.
Right.
And
those 6 different businesses are, merch, touring, the music, all that. And he's saying, I want to bring my own people into it. They said, nah. We got our own people. We're going to get our people paid, not yours. Not your people, our people.
Same level of
who's the guy?
Yeah, like, who is that? who's gonna be booking shows? Who's gonna be running sponsorships, right? Who's gonna be? I get syncs and pitching things to TV shows and movies and stuff like that. But I'm talking about, like, what's this random?
So he says, look, I can understand you pitching my music to TV shows. You're probably equipped to do that, but not merch, not my concerts. There's a management company directly across the street from you, UTA. They do it better than you, but you want everything.
Little speaking engagement, like, who's going to be in charge of doing that? It can't be Crespo. Like, who you gonna hire? But then you got to hire somebody. So now you're saying, like, oh, we're gonna make X amount of dollars, but you finna spend another X amount of dollars building that up. So they had to miss me with the bullshit. It was like, give this to dude or give this to old girl, all blessings, but you're not finna do that to me. So I didn't sign, and my career was like, goodbye.
Wow.
So
they ended his career when he refused to give up the 360 deal.
My career ended at Lasers.
And All right, so then you did lasers. Wow. That's wild though. But why not also, because clearly you wanted to get off the label at that point, right? It
Nah,
was
when Leo told me that, I was like, then there's nothing else to do here.
right.
Like this is all from this point. I can get through Craig doing his little random shenanigans with songs and double dipping and Warner Chapel only releasing. Like they went out.
This is where it gets real good right here. This is where it gets real good.
And bought. I give it to you like this. So Kick Push is a sample.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very, very
Kick Push is the song. Are you familiar? Anyone familiar with that? Kick.
Yeah.
Kick.
It was his biggest song.
His biggest song. I want you to listen. Master Kim talks about this shit too, but not in a predator fashion like this. I want you to listen.
a rare, unique sample that was released on some song in the Philippines back in wherever, right? Really local kind of thing.
So you got it cleared.
The only reason that we have that sample is because the producer soundtrack is Filipino, and it's part of his kind of he heard that song coming up as a kid because dad playing it, but we never heard that record before ever. Non-Filipino, shout out to all my Filipinos, but like that's not in the milieu. So the only reason know it because it has this very regional piece. Soundtrack does it. We do the record. People love it. Pops off. Atlantic so you think like, okay, Craig is trying to slow the record down. Like, why?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he trying to slow the record down? That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
It's popping. It's hard to get records placed at radio. It's a lot of competition. 50's right here. Lil Wayne's right here. Such and such right here. Here's the little record that could trying to make it through. Why would you do that? Right? Why would you do that? Why would the chairman of this public company make that decision so detailed for himself to call this little radio station in Chicago to tell them to stop playing this record before it goes national? Because at the same time that they were doing that, they were flying somebody to the Philippines to find this lady to buy the sample.
That's dedication.
That's what they did.
That is dedication.
They flew somebody to the Philippines to find the person, and they bought the rights to the record. So they own the Kick Push sample.
So they were making money anyway off of it, but they were waiting to get the sample.
Right. They're like, let's not go national yet because we don't own the record yet.
Now, when they call to ask GCI to slow it down, does the program director say yes, or because you guys have your own relationship?
But he has to make a decision.
Right. Because there's other artists.
Because there's other artists and there's other things and there's other benefits to keeping your relationship. And who are we? Right.
That's an amazing story. If you understand the music business, they went to the Philippines and bought the sample operating up under him. And then basically sold him the sample. Right? And then they also held off any record stations from playing the song until they could get the samples, the clearances, till they could get ownership of the samples. And then once they got ownership of the samples, like he didn't own anything at that point. That is amazing. That is why you hear the Kanye West of the world spazzing out, right, against a certain group of people, because I don't think Americans, by and large, we play that way, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, that's some devious shit right there. Anyway, what do you guys think about that video right there?
This is how everything is run in America.
Yeah.
Just the music industry is like, it's somewhat of the underbelly, but at the same time, and a lot of insiders seem to be coming out and talking about it now, like Cat Williams, a little bit, all black creators and artists too.
Yeah.
Kind of ringing the alarm bell.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Stanley, what are your thoughts?
Don't really have any. Don't really keep up with music that much these days. Other than your thoughts about the industry are noted. I'm not surprised. And I dropped a link in your back chat. I ran across this station that's showing SEC football games.
Oh.
Might interest you. I don't know who they are or why they can show it, but Um, Alabama and Georgia are two of the games they're showing, and Texas is another.
You know, I've been wondering that. Denzel, he may know this. How are they able to play that?
How is who able to play what?
Like, there's some YouTube channels they can play, like a NCAA football game. Even take super chats. How are they able to do that?
No, they can't. Not without licensing.
Shit, I looked at it last week.
It would have to be like CGI or something.
What do you
You
mean?
can't like the basketball games. I don't know personally firsthand about the NBA's rules, but I can tell you the NFL allows rebroadcasting of no kind.
No,
So even fair use wouldn't apply.
I watched the game last week on YouTube.
It's NCAA football.
Yeah, I don't know how they do
In
it. Man.
college?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That could be a whole other arena.
Yeah, I literally just watched the Georgia game. Well, a snippet of the Georgia game. It's live.
Well, you can watch it on YouTube for sure. That's licensed.
But how the hell you do that? Right? Like, I'm talking about you can get
But some regular YouTube channel rebroadcasting that shit, they're breaking the law.
Yeah, but he's getting super chats.
Well, they've got this particular channel has like 3 streams for 3 games, or I'm assuming they're simulcast, or maybe they're one after the other. But the only reason I noticed it is Georgia was playing whoever it is they're playing. They were at the stadium. Kirby Smart was on the screen.
Yeah, I saw it last week, man. I was like, damn, how the fuck are they doing that? But it's definitely there, because I see it myself. Yeah.
I get away with that stuff all the time, but just from not getting caught,
What do you mean?
But I'm a tiny little channel.
Shit, they catch me all the time. How the hell you get away with it?
I turn off the latency and the DVR, and I talk a lot about whatever I'm playing and do commentary on it.
What do you think the latency does?
I think it gives the algorithm less opportunity to analyze my live stream.
Latency, that's like I'm trying to think latency.
I kick it to ultra low and I turn the DVR off.
What is the DVR?
That's the rewind history, the cache of the stream. So you can only watch me live.
I see what you're saying. Right. And you haven't had any copyright issues because of that?
I mean, a couple of times I've had copyright issues. For stuff that was fair use, and then I told YouTube it was fair use, and they backed off.
Whatever.
Say again?
You appealed it?
Yeah. They claim and block a lot of my streams too, like because sometimes I'll just do a stream where I just play music the whole night, and so they'll block those,
Yeah.
But it's not a strike or anything.
Dennis, I was thinking about this, man, and I think I briefly touched on it. All these companies come up with, let's just say, loyalty programs, right? If you go to Starbucks and you get a cup of coffee, they say, come back for another one. If you get 6, we'll give you a free one, right? Things like that. On Airbnb, there's a such thing called a super host. Are you familiar with that?
Nope.
Yeah, okay. Give me one second.
Does sound a little self-explanatory, though.
Yeah, so early on in my Airbnb career, I was like, "Ooh, I should try to be a super host," right? And then I'm like, "Damn, like, maybe my properties aren't cut out for super host status because people gonna always complain when they're on a budget. You know how that goes, right?" And so I just gave up on the pursuit, and then I started reading Airbnb superhost groups, and they would get treated more or less just like regular hosts. They did all this song and dance, become a superhost, and then Airbnb would slap them down if a guest complained, just like they would slap me down if a guest complained. And I thought about like all these schemes and loyalty plans that companies come up with to try to build your brand allegiance to, like super chats with YouTube, right? Super hosts with Airbnb. It's probably the same consultants coming up with these schemes to, get people aligned to them. Airbnb, they want all 30 hours, all 31 days of the month of your property be listed with them, as opposed to Verbal or some of those other VRBO or whatever, some of those other listings, or you doing it yourself. And it just made me think, man, like, yeah, all of these companies are kind of doing the same thing by playing the middleman. And like, how you hang a string with like a dog or something in front of you, and you just lead the people and they keep chasing that cat or whatever. And that seems to be what like the super host, super chat, loyalty type programs are. It's like, just keep doing what we want you to do, and we keep patting you on the head. But in reality, they don't treat you any different. The Uber drivers, they can be 4.999 rated. You can get out of their car and say their car stinks, and they may be suspended, right? So in that sense, it's not even a partnership. Like, who would suspend their partner for, a mistake? Or, does that make sense what I'm saying, Denison?
Yeah, it works the other way too. You could be the guy who literally steals my grocery order every single time, and you don't even get fired.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, they'll eventually suspend him. They will do that. But, if he delivers you rotten groceries and it's a big company, they'll let the company stay on the books, right? But they will suspend the little man who's just trying to make his way delivering the rotten groceries. Like right now, I got an order and someone delivered it to me. It was the low-fat version. I don't call and get the person fired. I could, right? But they would fire that person or suspend that person or whatever, punish that person if I did that. And I'm saying that you're really not in partnership with these companies, the YouTubes, the Airbnbs, the Ubers, the DoorDash. They're willing and able to extract from you as much as they can and have you doing this dog and pony dancing around for whatever scraps they're willing to leave over for you.
Yep, and they'll pay you like a contractor too.
Yeah. Man, you know what's interesting about Uber? Speaking of contracting, deep down in the Uber driver fine print, you have the right to lower your prices. Did you know that?
Being like take less for a ride?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
And you ask yourself, well, why would an Uber driver do that?
Well, there'd be no way for anybody to know, so I don't see how it's competitive.
I think the Uber driver can say, hey, I'll take less.
Would be like a family discount.
But you have to solicit. Like Uber's all done by the app, and you don't even meet the person until they've paid or they've agreed to pay.
In the app,
right?
that you can say, hey, they get to select their fares. And you can say, I'll take less.
Oh,
but Uber will not allow you to take more. Does that make sense? And the reason why that's done is because why I'm thinking is because of law. By law, to be a contractor, you have to have the ability to price yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And the only way you can price yourself is they're not going to let you price more, so they will allow you to lower your price. So Uber sets the maximum price, and by law, they allow the Uber driver to lower his price if he so chose.
Oh, so you don't mean on a per ride basis. You mean you
I
can
mean,
tell Uber you will accept less in general for your rides.
well, I don't know if it's that. It may be on a per ride basis because by law, if they tell you what they're going to pay you, then you're more or less an employee. If you're saying, I'll dictate what I get paid, I can take less, then now you're a contractor. Seriously. I'm on the Airbnb and the Uber.
Makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. When you know how the laws work and how America works, it makes perfect sense.
Let them take less, and that gets you around the contractor law. Very interesting. Very interesting. Uber and DoorDash and all that.
That's something that the laissez-faire would mention, though. You know, like why have any laws or rules or regulations at all? Because all it does is create an undermarket, you know, of whoever's willing to find the loopholes.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, yeah, I think the loopholes are intentionally put there by the corporations that write them.
I think so.
Yeah, if we really wanted to have government that worked, we could have it.
I'm looking at Shredder's comment. I've given this a lot. I don't have much sympathy for these artists without these labels. These artists would still be making music in their basement. Talent doesn't make you famous and much. You know, I think you're right. I think that a lot of these artists aren't talented. And that creates the opportunity for people to take advantage of them. If you don't have much talent, you just rapping on the street corner. And since someone comes along and say, hey, I'll put some beats behind you. Maybe you got a song that's rising in the street. We put a nice beat behind it. We put Drake on there with you. We make you a big artist. You can buy that guy for $100,000. He'll sign his whole life over to you. Because he doesn't have any talent. And then, you know, I've given an example. You go down like Broadway in Nashville, Tennessee, there are bands playing in every storefront there is. They have talent, real world talent. They can play music. It's probably harder to, you know, take advantage of someone that has a talent than it is someone just rapping on the corner. That's why I think you see so much of the animosity in the rap community, where they're sampling songs and the corporations, as I just showed you, will undermine them and just go buy the rights to something that they stole or didn't procure the rights to it. And that's the problem, I think.
What about Prince, though?
What about him?
Well, maybe he makes the point because he said the same thing about the industry, but he was still successful in the end. So maybe that's the thing is if you have Prince's talent, you can beat the record industry.
Well, you can share some of their successes, right? I mean, if I make you famous, if I'm responsible for making you famous, shouldn't I reap the bulk of the rewards? I made you famous. You were nobody. I was already rich. Why the hell should you get more than me? So Prince reaped, you know, his fair share of the awards. One could reasonably argue. You know, now he could have probably taken advantage of his touring and all of those type of things and merch. But that requires a businessman. Prince probably wasn't much of a businessman. Most of these artists are just artists. They're not businessmen. So that may, I don't know about Prince, but that may address Prince. What do you think, Tennessee?
I don't know the particulars to be. I actually should read up on it because I'm curious. I just know that he changed his name to the artist formerly known as, and then started writing "slave" on his face whenever he would perform live.
Oh yeah.
And the message seemed clear to me. But yeah, I should look it up and see what the actual reason was behind it.
You know, I was reading something about Taylor Swift, like she wouldn't perform any of her old songs because I guess someone owned her masters or something like that.
Yeah, and you know how she got around it?
How did she get around it?
She re-recorded everything.
Really?
Her whole library. She just did it again.
But
Out of her own shit.
But how many songs did she have to re-record?
Shit, I don't even know, man. I don't even know.
But they wouldn't own that song?
No.
If it sounds just like the song that they own, why wouldn't they own that?
I don't think that's what they own. I think they own that album or that, you know.
Yeah, they own the physical property. I mean, you can change a chord or a note.
That's right. That's right. You are right. Yeah. Yes, you are right. Have you ever heard those legal cases where people come in and determine if it were a sample or not?
Yeah.
No.
Like
Yeah.
Marvin Gaye and forget who it was versus. Oh, that dude, the white dude.
Alan Thicke.
Alan Thicke, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they come in.
So it seemed pretty obvious to me.
Really?
Did it? I don't remember.
Then again, I'm a musician, so maybe that's why you got to have experts in the court.
Yeah, yeah. So
I mean, after the suit, yeah, I was like, yeah. But you know, my mother loved Marvin Gaye, and I heard the song, and it didn't even ring a bell. You know, figuratively.
I had to figure it out. Yeah. You know, I think the technology like Shazam was a death knell to like the Puffies of the world. You can't steal anyone's music anymore. You know what Shazam is, Stanley?
Who he is or she? No, I don't. I literally don't. I haven't listened to the radio in years.
An app.
Oh, okay. Nope. No
like-
idea.
I like how it sounds like a new artist name.
I thought you meant the movie, like the comic book character.
Now it can recognize a little bit of music, and it can be like, okay, that's that song right there. It's this song right here. At an instant. And there are apps now.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's interesting.
And there are apps now that can tell you what song was sampled. They'd be like, there are 3 samples in this song.
Yeah.
They're like 4 minutes and 14 seconds. And this was by this guy.
Is it AI?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Has to be, yeah.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the real efficacy of AI technology too. It's gonna be an assistant to everybody.
Hey, y'all.
That has a professional job.
Well,
What up,
I'm
yo?
going to tell you, I had to write my mother's obituary, and there's an AI like assistant to help you write obituaries. Believe it or not,
Man, AI is going to do everything for everybody.
and it you know, I knew kind of what I wanted to say, but it made suggestions, et cetera, and I was like, wow. So that's the extent of my AI experience. But I was amazed.
I'm looking for a clip from Gucci Mane. And it was a clip of Gucci Mane. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Stanley, you probably know who Gucci Mane is.
I've heard the name.
It's Gucci.
I know you. Dennis,
I mean,
do you know Gucci
y'all
Mane?
do understand that I am almost 60. I just don't feel the need to keep up with this stuff.
Right.
I know it sounds square, but
Mhm.
oh well.
No, fair enough. I don't know much about Gucci, Stanley. Well, anyway, there was a clip of Gucci Mane, and I think it's been hidden on the internet, where he says he didn't even know what the hell a Jewish person was And if anyone can find that clip, I would love to play it. But Gucci Mane was like, man, I didn't know who I'd never heard of a Jew before.
You know why he said that, right?
And he said, I was sitting in all these meetings and these people would be telling me get more gangster, talk about killing more people in my music. And he said, man, it took Jay-Z telling me like, yo, they're Jewish people. They're not white. And anyway, so I wish I could find that clip. Because in the clip, Gucci Mane says the Jewish people were telling him to get more gangster in his music. But he just attributed them to being white. He thought they were white. You know,
Even M.
What you say?
Even M tried to talk about that on his album.
Really?
Who's M?
Yeah, Eminem.
Well, he said
Yeah,
the
but
Jews.
this is nothing. This is nothing new, John. Like they
got
own the prisons too that are private, and they make money off the music, and it's a cycle, dude. And they also got money in Medicaid and all that stuff. So it's a cycle, bro. They make money off of people dying. They make money off of people getting hurt. They make money off of people going to prison.
But
it's crazy.
And someone said Michael Jackson talked about it too.
Yeah,
he did. Tony Mantola.
He put the K word, and they don't really care about us in the uncensored version.
Yo, I was a child when that song came out. Does anyone remember what they did? Does anyone remember that? It was unprecedented. It's probably never happened again. They recall every physical copy of that song that he used the word kike in.
Yeah.
Every store
Use the word what?
Kike. Every
Kike?
store
K word.
Every store had to give up the ghost and send that physical copy back to the distributor because of that one word. I'd never seen it done before. I don't think it's ever been done before since then. You see something like "Jew me, kike me" or something like that.
It's like look at Prince. Prince. It was his birthday, and the day of his birthday is the day that he gets the rights to his catalogs and everything. And exactly that same day is the day he dies. And you're just like, how and why, dude? And then you figure out that this guy was on Warren Buffett's plane going home. And you start thinking to yourself, man,
You
it's
know
like,
Warren Buffett's plane?
yeah, he got when he made it to Minnesota, he got off of Warren Buffett's plane. And then you got to start looking, and you start digging, and you'd be like, damn, Warren Buffett has an investment with I believe it's Universal Music.
That's interesting.
All this shit is iffy, man.
Capitalism.
Yeah, isn't it sweet? As long as the little hats are controlling everything, we're straight, I guess.
Well, you can't worry about all that. It is very interesting, though.
They are now becoming hip to how hip hop works, says Rashu.
Any of you guys, Denison, you ever read the Daily Stormer?
Only when it gets pointed out by the mainstream media.
What do you think about Andrew Anglin as a writer style?
Andrew who?
The guy who writes for the Daily Stormer.
I don't recall reading much of or any of his material. Like I say, I've only browsed it when, the mainstream media says, "Oh, here's some Nazi stuff, and it's the end of the world, and everybody's racist, and kill all the white people." And so then I click on it and I read it, and it's it's tame comparatively.
Andrew Anglin is one of the best writers. If he wasn't so banned, he'd be a very wealthy writer for something like a satire type magazine. But he's totally banned all over the place. I don't even think he can fly a plane, to be quite honest with you.
See, that's the argument I would make against Shredder's argument earlier. Is there's a flip side to that coin where talented people, and maybe even sometimes people who belong in the public sphere, are marginalized and deplatformed because
question
they
on
don't play
that.
ball.
Yeah.
It was actually more to Denison, but you know what? Can you really make an argument that someone that the public finds offensive belongs in the public sphere?
Yes, but that wasn't the argument I was making.
Well, no, I didn't. No. I'm not saying you're making the argument. It's my question to you.
Yeah, I think you can.
Because I mean, even if you, and I know you're a big fan of capitalism, but the thing is if
It's sarcasm.
Yes, you're not a fan of capitalism, are you?
No.
What I'm saying is, if the market doesn't bear whatever it is that offends the public, he doesn't belong in the public sphere.
Yeah, I mean that's not what these record companies are doing, though, right?
No. I'm talking specifically about this writer.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, the writer is. I don't think I think again that would be mainstream media that and the platforms that control who can see him. So we don't know what the public would think. But I would also say, even if someone is unpopular, then maybe the public needs to hear them even more.
Well, the thing is,
that one out. I don't know that I agree with that.
The thing is, he gets, hundreds of thousands of views, and he has to do all kind of workarounds technologically, because Cloudflare and all those companies that prevent you from getting DDoS, like a denial of service attack. They refuse to even do business with him, right?
Wow. Now, I definitely need to read him. What's his name?
Andrew Anglin, the Daily Stormer.
I think I've heard of him before. Yep, I see it right here.
He's an actual white supremacist, though, isn't he?
He's made it to the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Yeah, well, that don't. Yeah, I mean, I could get on that fucking thing.
My
cat could get on the Southern Poverty Law Center's list.
You know what's honest, man? I've read so much of him, and he talked about a lot of different subjects.
Oh,
you might find something interesting, Stanley. You're not going to agree with everything, but I think some of the stuff you're like, okay, I don't disagree. I don't agree.
Is he funny? Is he a funny Nazi?
I don't think he's a Nazi, Stanley, and that's why
is he like Mel Brooks, Springtime for Hitler?
Is he not an actual National Socialist though? Like, all
right, okay. So let's say, like, all white country, he probably would be for socialism, right? And he probably be for socialism for all black countries. But I think that if you were to ask him, does socialism work in a mixed country, he probably would say no, right? That's probably
interesting.
Right. And so he's not, he'll talk about black people, but I think his biggest angst is against the Jewish people. And
yeah, for sure.
Partly is because he thinks that the Jewish people use the black people as evidence in that Gucci Mane clip that I found it on his website, where he's saying that the Jews tell him to get more gangster. And he talks about, black people kind of like Be Brave talks about black people. Like, he likes being around black people. But when the Jews agitate them, you can't be around them. Right?
Agitate who?
Well,
the blacks.
This is what he says. And I'm telling you what he says, right? So don't argue with me. He feels like the blacks are agitated by the Jews. Right?
Can I?
Hold on. Let me finish. And then, so what he says is that they turn their angst against white people.
Whitey.
When the Jews are the ones agitating him. Hence, man, not knowing that the Jews are the ones telling him to get more gangster.
I agree.
White people, right?
And they make up a lot more of that 0.1% too.
Right. And so that is what Andrew Anglin talks about. So a lot of the articles that you read may be, you remember, man, he's over the top. But I think he writes that way because it's fairly young people that read him. But his bigger angst is against the Jewish people, in my opinion. And he also doesn't believe in the two-party system. He thinks they're all just one party.
Hey,
I
Stanley.
agree. That's why they hate Trump.
No.
Right.
Do a little thought experiment here with me, if you could, very loosely, not trying to pin you down to anything specific. But wouldn't you say that that white people have had an advantage in the United States, economically and socially, and black people have had a disadvantage?
If you want to go that broad, yes. However, everyone knows the stats. Okay, in the South, the 1%, the 1%.
Hold on, Stanley. Just play along. I think Dennis is trying to.
Yeah. If you agree, we don't have to get into the details. I'll accept in whatever argument you propose.
If you're gonna make a 30,000 foot top down view, yes.
Well, we'll discuss it later. But go ahead. The point you're trying to make? Because I know how you like to discuss.
No, the answer is yes.
Right now, and some of that is deliberate on the part of white folks, right?
Explain that part. You mean the advantage they have?
Some of that enforced supremacy is the redlining.
I would always say historically, all it is.
That's yes.
Right? Now, couldn't that be the? Now, couldn't that same exact dynamic, just that dynamic we're talking about right there, be true for Jews comparatively to whites or maybe some other people?
Yes.
I would say no. And the reason I think one of the mechanisms, the sheer size. I mean, there are hardly any Jews if you look at the world population. I mean, are you saying they're manipulating people to do their bidding?
That's what
I think that Jews have evolved to survive always being outnumbered, outcast, scorned for their abilities, scorned for their tradition and their nepotism, for lack of a better word, family values. There, you could put it more positively, right? And they have thousands of years of protection of experience dealing with these conditions. So the way whites may use brute force or numbers, Jews use subversion, political influence, finance, etc.
Right. But so, if as a pure rhetorical exercise, yes. Now, the thing is if you, I would need confirmation of that rhetoric. So, but yeah, rhetorically, yeah. But
I agree. I have no idea one way or the other, but rhetorically, I see that it's possible.
If that were true, God, I wanna be like them.
Right.
They have developed superhuman powers.
Don't hate, emulate. That's the thing. I'll be right back.
The one point I want to make is that white people in America, I think it's just sheer size. The number is why they've been able to dominate. They've controlled immigration. They've eradicated people. Back during slavery, they lived in deathly fear of slave rebellions. They took measures to keep Black people subdued. But in the end, even today, 60% of the population identifies as white.
Well, hey, Stanley,
overwhelming majority.
Stanley, I don't mean to interrupt you, man. I was just thinking about this. I would really love to get into this Jewish talk. As long as we keep it civil.
Well, I'm done.
No, but because you have some opinions about Jews and Indians. I have my opinion.
That guy I'm sorry to interrupt. That guy I told you about, the Indian guy who's an economist. I think I've got him to hop on and join the fray.
You say you're going to get him to hop on? Or he's already jumped
I talked to him last night. I dropped the link to the urban landlord in his Discord, so hopefully he'll join. Now he's kind of he's not the rough and tumble guy, that say Ryan is. He's a good guy, but he does not like confrontation. So
people like them, I much rather just get them on and just listen to them talk. You know.
Well, no, he would probably do well like with Master Kim. He would do great with Master Kim.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
As a matter of fact, I would recommend that those two get together.
What do you guys think about the Jewish people and the isms?
And where?
The isms. Someone just put a word up in the chat. Ethnocentrism.
Ethnocentrism for me, but not for thee. I don't know that I agree with that.
Have you ever heard about the Jewish association with the isms? Anyone ever heard? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? You may not know.
Zionism? You mean those sorts of it?
Like racism, anti-Semitism,
all the isms,
sexism. What's the other one?
LGBTQ, all that isms, racialism, culturalism, all that crap.
You know, well, give me one. I know you got one on the tip of your tongue. Denzelman stepped up. But anyway,
Zionism is the one that, for me, that anti-Semitism. Those two are the ones that I would, if someone did word association, Jewish would be the next word.
Stanley, you ever heard of Leo Frank?
I think I have, but I don't know anything.
You know the story of Leo Frank?
Know what the ADL is?
You know the story of Leo Frank, though?
No, I don't.
Really, Stanley? Should we look up the story of Leo Frank, guys? What do you think?
Is he Anne Frank's father?
I think so.
No, that can't be right.
No, I think Leo Frank was in the South, if I'm not mistaken.
I know of Judah Benjamin. He was the Secretary of State for the Confederacy.
Let me guess. He owned a plantation.
Ooh, interesting. No, he didn't.
There was 40 plantations back then owned by the small hats. Nobody ever mentions that.
What you find, Stanley? Tell me what you found.
Lynching victim convicted in 1913 of the murder of a.
What? Tell me, Stanley, because it's coming back to me now. Was it a black man involved, Stanley?
Okay, well, everyone knows that blacks weren't the only ones lynched. There were white people lynched too.
Now, I want you to get to the story.
But no, I'll read it. Leo Max Frank was an American lynching victim convicted in 1913 of the murder of a 13-year-old Mary Fagan, an employee in a factory in Atlanta, Georgia, where he was the superintendent. Frank's trial, conviction, and unsuccessful appeals attracted national attention. That's just the short spiel.
Was there a black man involved in
it? In New York, oddly enough.
Was a black man involved anyway, Stanley? My memory serves me, it was.
I don't see it in this little synopsis.
What's his name? Johnson?
Why? I wonder why.
Was he black? Was Frank black?
Look at the screen, Stanley.
He tried to frame a black man and crackers weren't having it. Okay, and
I think the ACLU, the ADL, one of the two, someone correct me in the chat, came down. I don't know what they involvement, but I think they backed their fellow brethren there.
I'll send you a little video on the back. It's like a 1 minute video.
Point you're trying to make?
No, other than it's just another example of that people would point to of how they tried to misuse us or misuse black people to further their own agenda. Then they were also,
absolutely. Mm-hmm. I mean, the history's rife with people trying to slough their misdeeds off on black people. And the thing is that the Klan, and he was obviously this happened somewhere around Atlanta. The Klan hated Jews just as much as blacks, if not more.
You want to know? I want to say something about that. There were actual Jews in that shit, man. It's just that none of them would say it, and none of them associated with themselves with that because they wanted to be down with the cause. But I don't believe that to be true. That all these people really hated, even though they said it. I don't believe that to be true.
That Jews were hated?
No, that the KKK really hated Jews.
Okay, you know what? I won't even entertain that argument. I will add that Jews were complicit in the Confederacy and slavery. They, Jews
and the mafia as well.
I don't know about the mafia. I'm actually thinking around Leo. I'm actually thinking around Leo Frank's time and before.
Stanley, you ever heard of Hear That Train Blow? You ever heard the book?
The song?
No, the book.
No.
I've been in here before, man. It had such a profound effect on me. It was actually in the town where they're now bringing Haitian migrants.
Springfield or your town?
Boaz, Alabama. I think it was Boaz, Alabama. Let me see if I can find it. Before we end this stream, Hear That Train Blow. I tell you, I grew up in Alabama. Hear That Train Blow, Alabama, and it was about.
No, I thought it was a song. You can hear that whistle blow or something like that.
Maybe.
Hebrews. Let's see. What is this?
I put a little 1 minute video in the background.
Yeah, see.
If you don't mind.
Give me a minute.
Oh yeah, Jewish Newport World Center for Slave Commerce.
Yeah, man. They used to own slaves too,
right here.
Hey, it was a market, of course. In and around markets.
Yeah, but the thing is like, why we always say white, and then it's just like it's like a
okay. Well, the reason I do is forget what the percentage is, but a large majority of Jewish people in America identify as white.
Here's the name of that book, Stanley. Hear That Train Blow. You can hardly find it. Alabama Public Library Service has it.
Oh, Scottsboro Boys. Interesting.
Yeah, you heard of Scottsboro. You ever heard of that?
Yep. But I've never read the book.
This may be it. Also, you see it in another library, but you can hardly hear it. Let me see if I can find it. I read this book as a child, man. That and the Atlas Shrugged. That's how I came up with the name, John Galt.
You read them at the same time?
But you know what I mean?
That's quite a divergence.
These were some young boys that were accused of raping a woman in Scottsboro, Alabama. Not far from where they're bringing the migrants in Alabama. And I remember reading this. So to hear that the Frank guy was accusing black people of raping someone when he did it, and, I thought about the Scottsboro boys and like, damn, that's kind of crazy. It's fucked up. You know what I mean? That leads to terrible racial relations, and I think the ADL or something was involved in it to try to get the man off of something. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my recollection there.
Okay, well, in my opinion, he was just doing what everyone else did in the South. He was doing. I mean, what he did was not uncommon.
Maybe we should carry this over to the next stream. Have a continued Jewish talk.
Okay.
I think you guys will find it enlightening. Maybe we talk about the isms, the origins of sexism, racism. Who created those words and where did it come from? And what books were banned in Germany?
Yep, that they burnt down. That's a good question.
I remember going to Germany, man, at the anniversary of World War II. Was it Hildenberg Gate or whatever the fuck it's called? I went to the World War II Museum. And man, those people created a lot of shit. A lot of shit comes out of war just in general, like the blowtorch. They created the blowtorch during the war, I think World War II. But then I remember going there and I read a little bit, and I'm like, what books were banned? Couldn't really figure out what books were banned, and I knew what books were banned.
Yeah, okay.
For the people that want to have the Jewish conversation, I think it'll be a spirited topic, and as long as we don't get into anything.
John, is that book still in print?
Which book?
Hear the Whistle Blow?
I'm sure you can get it on Amazon. Hear That Train Blow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I keep hearing whistle. It is a song, so Hear the Train Blow.
Which Bishi said he was pardoned. Dennis, and I hope you come over, man. You always
Was he really?
Yeah, I think one of the boys or something had syphilis or something, couldn't have performed the act apparently that he was accused of, and so that was in this in the Scottsboro boys trial. I don't know much about this.
Wow. This book's only available in hardcover.
Hey, man, a lot of history is being blanketed over. You won't be able to find these things out anymore unless you go into the library, get a library card or something. Maybe they let you check it out, maybe not. Magnus Hirsch, which guy is that? Man, some of you guys, man, you know so much, and I think you would really make this channel a lot better if you came up on the stream. Stanley, I tell you, man, I really appreciate. I'm glad I met you, Stanley. What do they call it? Virtually, because not many people. I don't know many people that. Well, I do know a few people that lean, opposite where I may necessarily lean, but you do defend it, and I respect that. You know what I'm saying. And a lot of people lean your direction, and like I was saying about Don Lemon, he won't even do what you're doing.
Well, I don't. Well, the thing is Don Lemon has $1 million career, so I don't.
If Don Lemon talked to me, I say, hey man, do what Stanley does. You'd be worth $10 million.
Yeah, he'll be worth more because he'll get
from both sides. He'll be worth half as much.
Nah, he'll get viewers from both sides.
The thing is, Stanley, I'm not political, but there are a lot of Republicans, I would say, the conservatives. And this is my opinion, and I don't want to have back and forth. We don't have a lot of time on it. But they've been so banned. You hear the conservatives, the small hats, the what else the fucking conservatives say? The beer flu. The what else the fuck they say there? They're always dancing. They banned from everything. They so scared to get their account. They can't say coon. They can't say this. They can't say that. And I really believe there's space for the liberal, the person who leans left and is voting on his ideology, for him to come on and combat those Republicans, because they don't have many spaces to go. They can all go into kind of, what do they call it, an echo chamber, talk to each other, because there's so few liberals or Democrats or whatever the hell you want to call them, where they can go and volley ideas off.
Well, the thing is someone like Linwood, for instance.
Right, right?
Well, Linwood and I have, we're superficially, there's some things we intersect on, but he's not really a liberal. He is literally a black radical.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I haven't watched much of Linwood, so I'm not sure.
Well, no, I mean, I've talked to him a couple times, and when he mentioned Neely Fuller, I knew exactly who I was dealing with. Because black radicals give Neely Fuller any sort of credence at all. Francis Cress Welsing, that crowd, I really, other than historical oddities.
But I think that someone like Don Lemon, if he were a man of conviction, even similar to yourself, those 21,000 viewers or whatever the hell, you'd have 50,000. If you opened up the panel and took on all comments, like that's what you do every day you're up here. You take on all comments. Most of these people don't even agree with you.
Yeah, I've noticed.
But there is an element of respect that if you believe something, man, like shit, let it be challenged. That's science. Isn't it how science works?
Well,
right?
that's the only way you're going to be taken seriously. Now, and people will disagree with this too, but I will back down if I think I'm wrong or the position's untenable, but I don't defend things that can't be defended.
Well, Stanley, you have a way of arguing where you don't get yourself in positions where you don't have to back down. Yeah, I understand that, right? Whereas other people.
Oh, well, the thing I find most difficult is the frame of reference sometimes. It's just so off kilter that when I say America is a racist country, I'm not just saying it because I don't like white people. I'm saying it because I can go in and find the passages in the Constitution and explain why they are.
American coming for you, Stanley. What you think?
Oh, I saw it, and I'm responding. I think I responded, no, I don't stand with him. Why would I do that?
Yeah.
Of course, he hasn't been found guilty of anything, but no, if true, no, I won't stand with him, but it's not going to affect my vote. If he were running for president, it might affect my vote. He's not running for president.
What do you think? Latino Denizen, man, I was hoping Denizen would come back. Denizen, if you're out there, come back, man, before or come back on the next stream. We're going to start that one shortly. You know, man, I tell you, one of the things, Stanley, I remember you saying, and I thought about this maybe yesterday, a day early today. You saying something about like Cash Apps on the banner and stuff like that. And I'm not going to say I agree with you, but a man of my age, and, I have children, and I can't have, what can I'm going to back it all the way up. Since we only have, let's say we had 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 20 minutes. I remember you saying something about Stanley, where you said something about the white YouTubers, streamers, they don't have Cash Apps on the banner and something. You remember that?
They do or don't. I'll have to think about it. What did I say about Cash Apps?
And some of them do, some of them don't. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, I don't care where you put Cash Apps. I don't have an opinion on that. The only thing I remember right at this point saying is that a lot of them don't depend. Some of them, the Cash Apps are more important, or the Patreons are more important than the Super Chat.
Yeah, and I mean, we're 11 hours, 40 minutes in. I don't even think I mentioned the Cash Apps in the banner. And again, I always try to impress upon people that you got to find something you're willing to invest your passion in, and you just pursue it. And if it works or it doesn't work, then you will know that you've given it your all, and something. There will always be something that come out of you giving your passion. And so let me explain an example of a guy, a buddy of mine. He called me. He says, "Yo, Master Kim, it made me a lot of money. My buddy Chris, he's been up on the panel." And so he called me, we talk all the time. He said, "I just want to thank you for putting me in contact with Master Kim. You guys just saw the channel, the stream, when Master Kim and him were talking. Master Kim knew the guy that he would have to deal with to build a gas station out, and he could help my friend avoid or go around the middleman And you've heard me talk a lot about the middleman here. And so my buddy in cahoots with Master Kim not only would be able to go around the middleman in this case, and you know what that means. That means more money falls to the bottom line. But going forward, he will be able to use this advice and knowledge to go around the middleman in every other situation where he's designing a gas station. You heard Chris on here, you heard the conversation. So this is not hyperbole here. And so he called me, Chris, he called me, said, man, I really want to thank you for introducing me to Master Kim. And I think that, you know, that really made my day, to be honest with you. And the amount of money that he'll say will be worth more than probably I could ever collect in super chats. And, you know, I've gotten to a point in my life where I can afford to come up here and give you the straight without the government jumping on my ass. They may still come, or, you know, someone attacking me in the streets or whatever. But that's a long way away from saying that you got to have passion and shit like that, and it'll work for you. You may end up helping someone else by virtue of your passion, and it will come back to you. And so by saying all of that, which I hate to say, support the stream, support the channel. Me, I'm John Galt, Portia J, our wonderful editor, and HB2N, going trucking in the morning. Get you started in your day, and the rest of us all, Stanley and Get Crack and all those, end your day out. Start up the new day. Anyway, 21 minutes, Stanley, what you got? I think Stanley's...
No, I'll see you on the next stream. Look forward to talking about the Jewish folks, because there's some interesting Civil War stuff if we get that far back.
Maybe we go with the isms. What do you guys think about the isms?
Works for me.
Someone says Sherry wants your body. Who is Sherry? Who is Sherry, Stanley?
Wants whose body?
I guess your body.
Oh yeah, okay. Beta, one of Beta's friends.
Look at Beta, not bad. Look at herself. Shit, I want your body.
I will, Beta.
I want your body. I got a place to put your body.
Hey, we're going to Tehran together.
Is that right? Is that right? Is that right? No, not a bad thing.
It's in the planning stages.
What's up, Latino? You got any thoughts before we close this stream out here?
No. I'll just see you in the other one.
Yo, you been watching the games today? How's it looking in the games?
Fucking Jesus Christ, man. I was about to win 4-something, dude, and I had Penn State. They had to win by 28, and they only won by 24. No, they only won by 18, 19. Yeah, that messed me up, dude. I was so close.
Damn.
But the games are good, man. Georgia is not looking that well right now.
What is up with Georgia?
I don't know, man. But I took them to win by 28, and they're not doing so good either.
But they're about to be up by 17, it looks like.
Yes. Is it 17? No, 2010.
Yeah, 2010. Looks like they got the ball at basically the 1 yard line.
John, one other thing I noticed about that link I sent you, it might be a one and done sort of thing. I went in and looked at the number of videos and stuff. It's just those games. And it looks like an Asian site, and their regards for copyright laws are a lot different. To say, it looks like it's just a one and done. Like, we're going to show these games. We know we're going to get struck. We'll use them to
monetize, bro. Some of those sites are monetized though.
Wow, this one just had those games. It didn't have any others. Maybe they delete them when they're done showing them. I don't know.
Yo,
we
this
at
is
YouTube shut
John.
the
John,
fucking
one
thing down.
moment. The white John Galt, I think he wants to. I don't know. I don't know, man. I think this guy likes me, dude. Like,
Man, we
dude,
gotta keep the white John Galt in the chat. He's
yeah, but I think he likes me. I think he loves me, dude.
keep the chat
I mean,
engaged.
we got Melanie for you, man. I'm already married.
The white John Galt is a bot. Scripted by Stanley.
Oh, I'm not that talented.
Hey, Dennis, man, like, what do you think about a 15 to 30 minutes me and you covering the news? A couple.
I like it.
Because you like, someone said, man, Dennis doesn't talk a lot. I'm like, man, but when he does talk, he's just not going to talk over a whole bunch of people. But when he does talk, he's witty as a motherfucker. You know what I mean? At least I find your wit funny, you know.
Am I too late, fam?
Dennison, I don't know what you.
We find Dennison's wit funny too.
I don't know what Dennison identifies himself as politically, but he's pretty awesome.
Yeah, you got like a dry wit.
That is how I identify. I identify as awesome. It's the A party.
You have a dry wit, but it's not crude. It's very like I don't know. Subliminal may not be the right word, but it's a high intelligence wit. Is that fair?
I can sneak it past your goalposts.
It is a dry wit tinged with world weariness.
But
That's what she said, Dennison.
Listen, man, like there are people that come on YouTube and they probably spend more time consuming content here than they do on TV. TV is expensive for one thing, right? You got to pay for the content you want. And I think there is a space, and I'm not sure we can do it, but someone else can do it, right? Someone's going to do it, right? That can be, the space that you hear, like that void where the mainstream media and the people that dance for super chats, where they're not there. Does that make sense?
No.
I don't know.
Am I late to the party?
Say it again.
Hold on, Virgo. So
there's a space on YouTube in between the people who dance for super chats and what?
And the people who have turned off mainstream media. Like mainstream media, you can hear the same thing from ABC to CBS, blah, blah, blah. It's all more or less, however you want to term it, propaganda, state-run media, props, or whatever.
Same thing.
Right, same thing, right? There have been so many memes that show even your local and your national media saying the same shit, right? In a montage. And then there are the people on YouTube that dance for content, talking about bitches and niggas and
red pill,
black pill, all that kind of bullshit. But I do think there's a big space for the people that don't necessarily gravitate to YouTube for that, right? We want to hear, more intelligent, self-help type content without the sales pitch, right? And I think the benefit of that, the authenticity is that you also build a pretty tight network. Because without the sales pitch, the people that come are going to be the people that, are probably
recognize genuine.
Right, probably similar. I just told you the example of my buddy that's building the gas stations. And he called me, and I've been knowing this nigga forever. He never called me to thank me like he called me to thank me when just his connection with Master Kim. I could not have done that. Or that couldn't have been done. Let me not say but that couldn't have been done any other way, right? How the hell would I meet Master Kim otherwise? How the hell would I connect my buddy Chris with Master Kim otherwise? And I think there's a wide open space because many people in America, as I say, are like Little Waynes. But I think like the Beatles, I like to build a band. And I think That's what there's a big wide open space there. So that's my thought. What do you think?
Oh yeah, I think I'd make a great drummer. You know, just the dumb guy in the back that nobody really notices until there's a rim shot.
Nah, you just be the drummer, but you're not a dumb guy, dude.
The Ringo Starr of the YouTube streets.
Yeah. You have to build a band. In America, you have to build a band because, like, the big corporations, man, like, they're crushing the individuals, right? You fucking send a super chat to a motherfucker YouTube, get the 30% and then hold it for 45 days, right? Is that right? Listen, I ain't cute. Luckily for me, I don't need a fucking super chat, but there's people that send super chats on this channel. I don't even know where the money is. I can't tell you. Big business, like sucking up all the resources while the same people complain about them. And I think that for what's coming, you know, if you believe in the CBDC, you believe in that, Dennison?
CBDC?
The central bank digital currency, whatever it's called.
I mean, it seems inevitable.
But I think the the buffer to that are your social networks. That's what I do believe will allow you to get around that. Does that make sense, Dennis?
It's a way for people to share money in a community.
I am a man that thinks ahead. I may be a year, 2, 3 years ahead of myself, but I believe that digital currency is coming. And the networks that you can build among people that you know, that you trust, would be very, very valuable in the future going forward. What's up, Taylor?
John, the other day in a Trump rally speech, he specifically said something about, you know, ensuring that America remains the go-to reserve currency. That doesn't sound like, march towards Bitcoin, or am I missing something?
I think you're missing a little bit.
Yeah, you're missing a little bit, Stanley. There's something called There's something called USDA.
I think the technology is the battle. If you look at, and we talked about this like early on in the Bitcoin streams that we did here. A lot of those stable coins are backed by what?
Well, just plain dollars. I mean, by cash.
There you go.
USDT.
There you go. Now USD. What is it? What is it? What's the motherfucking dollars? It's all backed by you. You send your American dollars in, and they convert that shit to a stable coin. Then from there, they buy what? A Bitcoin.
Right.
That's what they do.
There's already something that exists like that. It's just
that's very
called USDT.
Yeah, we're not using it like that. Nobody's putting money in like that. But
most
to tether.
I know it's the end of the street. I
Most
just get the impression that if there's going to be change, it's not going to be quick.
Bro, look at how much to the Bitcoin, side that Donald Trump has moved. He went from saying it's bullshit to saying, yo, we got to get behind this to, yo, we can pay off our national debt with this. All in a matter of a couple years.
I understand.
We talked about that here, right?
Donald Trump's fickleness.
Beautiful.
Say what?
Said his fickleness.
Wouldn't that be beautiful to pay the debt?
You say his fickleness is what?
Famous.
Well, what I'm saying is that big business, big industry, the people who really run shit, they missed the first time, Stanley, but they could have gotten him if they wanted to. They could have sent the right people. Maybe they just sent him a message this time. Get in line, man. We'll let you be the president, but you're going to get in line because the next man, right, he will hit the target, right? We winged your ass this time. Man, these are people that send real snipers that kill people from thousands of feet away, a mile away.
Be honest with you, and this is just me. Being 78 is different than being 38. At 78, I'd be willing to, not be too deterred by stuff like that.
But that man got children. Dennis, do you understand what I'm saying? Where I'm going with this?
Rich, he'll be fine. Baron will be fine.
Where I'm going with it? Man, come on, bro. Dennis, do you understand where I'm going with this? We got 8 minutes, and if not, I'll close it out if Dennison doesn't get it.
Dennison may be the only one who does know where you're going with this.
Man,
I didn't hear what he said, actually.
I don't pretend to know.
What I'm saying is, like, those people that missed Donald Trump, that miss could have been just as well a message. Play ball, or we get you the next time. We got people that could have hit you. You know they could have hit you. They winged your ass this time. And they were willing to kill people on purpose to send a message, right? Like, this is the government shit. Schumer said it. The government has 7 ways from Sunday. There are trillions of dollars at stake, man. Like, no one man is that damn important. Well, could have sent him a message, and I tell you, look at how he's shifting on Bitcoin. A 78-year-old man doesn't change his opinion like that unless someone told him to change his opinion, right? And that's just my thoughts about, it's just like a gangster country, man. Like, what they want to happen will happen. Even if it doesn't make sense, they'll throw billions of dollars at it to make it make sense.
I mean, there's somebody capable of it for sure, but this was just some random kid.
That's what I thought, but apparently it's bigger than we know.
It could be. What do they care if the kid, you get some random whack job kid to go up there and give it a shot. Either doesn't even get a shot off, so what? It's still a message. He gets a shot off and he got you. Well, you're out of the way. I don't care. He gets a shot off and he misses. Well, that's an even bigger message.
I understand where you and John are going with this. I just don't happen to share that worldview.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different worldview, like of someone who's probably shifted a little bit to the right, farther to the right of where you are. And